EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Omega League.
Hello and welcome to the Omega League. We are live from Mount Olympus and we are live for another day of a Divine Division of the Omega League. 3 series coming your way and we're going to talk about all of them. We're going to talk a little bit about yesterday and and we're probably going to go off topic a couple of times considering the people I have on my panel this morning, T-Governor and Kyle. And obviously T-Gov, that was mostly
No, yeah, I was worried for a second. You started with my name. I was like, but yeah, that is mainly. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Kyle.
Good afternoon.
So the pre-thing conversation, I'm just in my head, I just like all I wanted is my queen, my queen. But
Context is a powerful thing right now, Kyle. I won't lie.
still better than season 8. Just saying.
I
Only
mean,
took like 20 seconds, if that.
there's people tuning in and you know, settling in, ready for some nice Dota 2, good coverage. And that's the first thing they hear.
Queen.
Hey, I waited 7 years for the epic conclusion, and that's all I got.
Well,
So
you
know what?
gotta wait for the book. That's the real one.
Book's never coming out.
I believe. I have hopes.
No, it's-
I just never watched it. So.
That's the best solution so far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've made some strong predictions in the past, and they've come back to haunt me. But Martin literally said like 3 years ago, if the book isn't ready,
Are you on a first name basis?
that's his last name.
Me and Mike. Oh.
George.
Oh, yeah.
George wrote on his blog.
I have no idea.
If it wasn't ready by like now, that we could lock him up, and his fans could kidnap him and lock him
Well,
on an
I
island
like to
until
give
he
people
finished.
second chances. And you know what? WePlay also likes to give people second chances.
Really?
Really, that's why this league is in the format it is, because I know some people are maybe curious, like, hey, why take away from the Immortal League and go watch the Divine League instead? But what some people might not know is that some teams from the Immortal League will go to the Divine League playoffs. They will fight against the teams that we have here. Yes, we give people second chances here, Kyle.
Yes.
Right, you are on the broadcast.
This
No?
is not quite my second chance. I guess that's why Rich is here though, but he's on number 4 or 5.
No, he's not.
He's been fired a few times, Chiefs.
Oh, but not from WePlay.
Not yet.
All right,
He's getting close.
is he?
No. Yes.
Yes. I want to talk about the Divine League, T-Governor, because these teams, I mean, they're the grinders, right? They're the people that really want to do well. And yesterday we had, I think, our shortest day yet. You're already giggling, just me saying that?
Yeah, I think yesterday was like quite a nice day. We actually saw Bait come back and play with their full roster. Arguably, they were up against like the weakest team in the entire Omega tournament. So it was
Details, they did it.
a nice slow start for them. You know, they got to take an easy game. But no, it's good to see them back. And yeah, yesterday was like Empire as well, standout team. Make 2 changes,
Yeah.
and suddenly they go from being quite laughable to actually being, oh wow, they're actually a pretty strong team suddenly in this Divine bracket. So yeah, good for those lads.
Yeah, good. Yesterday was, of course, all Group B. We saw the rankings just now. There's nothing set in stone yet, but I think the only hope that a couple of the teams have is more like they just really gotta hope for some tiebreakers. Like 5 Comrades is not technically eliminated, but are they
Yeah, they
not?
are. Yeah,
they're
they
not.
are.
But
They're
they
definitely-
can hope.
Oh yeah, oh no, yeah.
No, they're fully eliminated.
They are fully eliminated. I was having the idea that they might still have a chance for tiebreakers, but
Yeah,
no.
because from what I understand, the way the playoffs work is the bottom 2 are eliminated, top 2 go to group stage or upper bracket, 3rd place goes directly to lower bracket, and then 4th and 5th play each other to play the 3rd. Am I wrong?
As far as I'm aware, the top of every group in the Divine League goes to the upper bracket, where they face off against one of the Immortal teams. And then the 2nd and 3rd of every group will move to the lower bracket. And the rest is just out.
Gone.
So I was
We
wrong.
don't reward the losers, unfortunately. But yeah, I think you just saw on that last slide about tempo. I think they're the biggest upset right now because going into the close qualifiers, they actually look pretty promising. But they've had to play arguably the best seeds in their group plagued with stand-ins and all these issues outside of their own control. So I think it's kind of upsetting to see them already like North and 2 when they could have easily been like a top runner in their group.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of an uncertain group with all these stand-ins and people going to boot camps. For example, in the first series of the day, we have a player from Tempo. He's on his way to the boot camp. So he can't play, and they play with a stand-in because of it. But it's for a good cause. But there's a lot of stand-ins.
Wait,
that,
he's today. They'll have a stand-in because he's on the way to the boot
No,
camp.
so the issue was he was going from his home to Serbia to do his boot camp, and he's been stuck in Moscow for like 2 days. So he's not been able to play.
that sucks.
I didn't get the full story there. Yeah.
So
Yeah, they're already
he's stuck there right
0-2.
now. Yeah, and then they use Zitrax as a standing, and then he's the Arc Warden player, and they're like, maybe we don't. Want him.
That explains a lot because
Yeah.
I was wondering. I'm pretty sure that's an NA player because he was in Arteezy's guild, which also makes
Zitrax?
sense. Yes, which
No, he's not an A player, but he has played in an A.
well, okay, then I've played with him. I'm pretty sure, but he's in Arteezy's guild, and it makes sense because if he's in the cult of Babev, then first to Arc Warden would make a lot of
it does,
sense.
it really
Maybe
does.
not to us
No.
because we are not members of this cult, but
No.
those inside of it.
Yet. I don't know. One
True.
day.
Yeah, we have a different kind of cult here, I think.
Yes.
Other than that one.
Mark, we.
What?
Mark,
No. This is a good time for me to mention the MVP votes. You guys can find the link below the stream. You can vote for core MVP, you can vote for support MVP, and the winners might be rewarded if you guys are lucky. So make sure to check that out. And vote for your MVP of the series today. Because we have got 3 series coming your way today. I know yesterday was all 2-0s, and Group B is like filled with 2-0s. I think they've only got like 3 series that went the distance of the 3rd game. Well, today we have Group A, and it's the other way around in Group A. We have only had 2 series in Group A that went to 2-0. The rest was all 3-game series. So I'm hoping for some awesome back and forth Dota coming your way today, with some nice teams playing as well, and hopefully not too many stand-ins.
Well, Voldy are the kings of losing 2-1, so
Yes.
you're at least probably gonna get 3 games in that series.
True. And on the other side, it's Omega Lil. They're the king of winning 2-1.
There we go. See?
Great pairing. You think that?
Oh, it actually means it's scripted in, right? Because Omega has to win 2-1. It's just how it goes.
Why?
Because if they're the winners and they always win 2-1 and Voldy always lose 2-1, then are they playing each other?
That's
Have I just made
yes.
that up? Oh yeah,
No,
they're playing
they
each other.
are.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just imagining more things to do. I really want to make this skit now. But like
how is he?
You're
here-
working.
we start like hitting a bell,
Oh,
and
right.
then we just close on Sheev, and she starts getting really angry, and then she starts destroying the set because she heard the bells.
Again, never watched.
Still better.
No idea.
Still better than
I'm
the
just
final
nodding, going,
season.
yes, Kyle, keep it up, buddy. Great job.
All right, so let's take a look at the draft we got
Yes.
going on. We got a first pick, a Treant Protector, Doom Phoenix on the side of Cyber Legacy, Alina, Darkseer, of course, banned. Anything left in the pool that we should be concerned about? I don't think so.
Bat Rider, but they've already taken it
It's
out.
already out.
Yep, Drow as well, gone. Surprised that hero took so long to get picked up, but I'm sure we'll see more of it as this tournament progresses. Phoenix Doom, pretty solid. Looking at the strength of the openers, just in terms of the power level of the heroes selected, I'd say that Cyber Legacy is favored, which doesn't surprise me because I'd favor them pretty significantly going into this series.
Why?
I think they're quite possibly the best team in the group, and I'm biased because I have friends within the organization.
Well,
Oh,
okay.
all right.
Glad we got that out of the way.
Cool.
We also have Tempo hasn't won a series yet either.
That was another key element to my analytical breakdown.
The thing is with Tempo, these lads, they looked really good in the qualifiers. So I got to give it to them that I can kind of give them a bit more respect. I think Kyle's giving them right now in terms of their draft.
That's not hard to do.
No, I know, yeah, it's like 100-0 or whatever. But yeah, in terms of their draft, this Lena pick, you might go, okay, so automatically 4, but Noob, he's been one of the players across both Immortal and Divine that's actually shown that this mid laner that he plays actually can be scary. He's very active, and he always enables a very farm-intensive carry. That's why they've not looked too great, because their stand-ins aren't like their actual main player, who is a greedier carry, as Carl slowly rests
I
his
thought that
arm.
would take less time, so
No.
I was doing one of these.
Yeah, please, go on.
No.
Your turn.
Thank you. I was just going to comment, like, this also is really curious, and the reason you look at Cyber Legacy, this is all old Na'Vi, right? It's magical, it's Blizzy. You've got Kuma and Sioma the Slayer. But what's really cool is that right now, in the Immortal League, Na'Vi haven't won a match. And it sets the stage for perhaps a reclaiming of the roster where Cyber Legacy and the old Na'Vi boys could play Na'Vi for the rights to be in Na'Vi. I don't think that would actually be how it works, but it could.
That is definitely not how it works, and otherwise, that would be...
Prodigy would have taken over the main VP by now at that point.
Yeah, if that's how
That's
that works.
rude. But
Not
also
true. Thank you.
When the Prodigy, I mean, at least, you know, in Dota, it's a lot kinder than like what happens when the Sith apprentice becomes stronger than the Sith master.
At what point do you think an orc's going to have to pick up Prodigy? Because like they can't just sit in like
I mean,
the bottom barrels of like VP orc when they can't
no,
play
it's,
anything.
it's really easy. You just make it a new team. You just say, oh,
I see,
this
yeah.
isn't VP Prodigy.
Yeah.
This is
Come up with something great.
The
Come
Digital
up-
Panthers.
Yeah,
I thought you were going to come up with something way better than that.
The Siberian Tigers.
yeah, but that's only because you saw Cyber and then went.
And he has a...
What? Yeah.
They already have the tiger logo, and VP already has the bear logo. You gotta come up with a different animal at least.
The zebra. I mean, what? Give me another ferocious meat-eating animal that prefers cold climates.
Why do they have to do that?
Because that's the motif.
All right, what about one of those little snow foxy things?
It's not
They're
very good.
cute.
That is actually. Yeah, you might be onto something. You'd have a much easier time selling plushies.
We got a Grimstroke come in. I do like that. The potential of the double Laguna Blade. I'm a simple person. That's what I see when I see this drop. It's like, woo, wombo combos, great. And the Ricky. That's a surprising one for me.
Killer whales. Thanks, production. That would be the logo.
First of all, it doesn't count if production has to name it for you.
Yeah.
That would be so majestic.
Second of
on
all,
the banners,
Yeah.
though.
we already
You
had
have a-
Vega Squadron with a shark.
And how did they do?
Okay, first off, sharks. Sharks. First, Team Adroit is a shark as well. So obviously you can have more than one. There's also numerous different
But
types
they're
of sharks.
already two.
And sharks breathe through gills, whereas whales breathe through their blowholes.
A shark is not a
Why not
whale.
just
I
have-
know.
go to the
I
dolphin?
hear them talking to you. I would just want to know that.
What about the whale shark, Sheaves?
So yeah, this Ricky Grimstroke lane is really strong. It's going to be quite formidable because you have that ink swell and then the blink strikes. You can always connect on that stun.
Yeah.
The issue is because they picked it in that second phase and still can get countered. Cyber Legacy just go.
Yeah.
Here's our win condition carry.
Yeah.
We'll always be able to find you in the fights. It's not going to be that.
The
that scary.
Grimstroke's nice as like a deny pick because you don't want to play against Double Doom. Makes sense, but you've now left your draft pretty open to get exploded by the Spectre because you have three really squishy heroes.
It was Ricky killing actually. That's the.
Yeah, exactly. That's the trouble. Like you picked it into DK. This is just not a good Riki game as is. Doom's gonna run around very fast. Sure, in theory you could kill Phoenix pre-egg, but that's just unreliable. And you already had Tree. Now you have an Invis carry, so you just double the effectiveness of the Sentry and Dust the enemy team was already gonna have to buy.
But this does play into the fact that they don't have their main carry player, who is that farm-intensive guy. They have a mid laner who's very active.
Yeah.
So if you can at least play off of your main roster and hit their play style and adjust it slightly, it might allow that stand-in to have a better game. So you're going to have Lena who wants to be active. Like, it's very clearly a mid now. So the Ricky and Lena just playing together, super aggressive on the map. Cyber Legacy, sure they have tanky heroes, but what do they do in the game? DK pushes a tower. Like there's not clean timings right now. They're playing really strong for like 30 minutes.
I feel like you're just being deliberately seesawy when it's clearly obvious the Cyber Legacy have an advantage, and you think
I mean, you already said earlier today that you were going to be biased.
I think right now what you're doing is
You know
realizing
it in
that
your
you've already outed yourself as a Cyber Legacy fanboy, and you're now trying to backpedal, make me look like the bad guy, so that they forget about you and your
I'll
back
bet
channel deals.
my necklace against your bracelet. Cyber Legacy win this game.
Sure.
All right. I'm gonna get blinged up. Thanks, Tiga.
No, but that's not blinked
That
up.
would-
It's just me literally swapping, right?
No, I mean, like, I'm taking
He'll
it.
take it, I
Like,
don't mind.
it's for... It's
okay,
for
so
the
that's for
physical
Cyber
item.
If Cyber Legacy wins, you're
Alright.
gonna get his bracelet.
Yes.
You don't want to wait until the draft is
I
done.
don't need to... They're so far ahead.
Cyber Legacy is gonna win, by
look,
the way, but-
think about how much damage it's going to take
He
to
is
kill
right.
Cyber Legacy's heroes in comparison to how much damage it takes to kill Tempo. Okay? It's like a factor of 2 or 3.
Kyle is right. Just the way in which he's presenting the argument is convoluted and not really Dota related. But
Okay.
yes, he is right.
I'll accept it.
I meant the favoritism part, Kyle. So next game we'll bet our t-shirts or something.
Okay. Ooh.
Ooh.
Sorry, Lizard just walked in. He's showing a lot of skin.
Yeah.
I think
Very
he forgot
distracting.
his.
No. We
Totally
made
forgot.
him go without it. We were getting a lot of requests in the WePlay social media channels, like, why is Lizard wearing
It was just
so much
production.
By the way, they're very active on their social media. Make sure to check them out. Instagram is at WePlay Esport and at WePlay Esport _ENG. That's all I know. They're also active on Twitter.
Well, hashtag WePlay Omega, and you'll get your tweets on the screen if they're good. Bad
If they're
tweets
good,
need not
yeah.
apply.
There's a lot of you gotta give good tweets.
Yes, you can also send in requests specifically for Sheever and Fogged.
What? For what? Request
I
like
just want
what?
people to know that that's that's available.
Okay,
for
what
them.
can they request?
Songs, performative dance, slam
From
poetry.
Fogged, yes.
Spoken word. Yeah.
Fogged is actually a excellent slam poet.
Wow.
We're trying to convince him to do it during the show at some point, but we'll
It's gonna
get
be
to
hard.
it. Last picks still coming out. This last band phase, I swear, there's a lot of complexity within it, but it's just crazy how much longer that later portion of the draft takes now.
Do you guys agree with the 7 bans? I mean, obviously Dota, increased hero pools as time goes on, so eventually there should be maybe more bans. But it's 7 bans.
Yes,
I
it's-
don't like the first phase that only has 2.
Yeah, I think.
I don't mind the scale of it, but
Yeah, I think 3, 2, 1 was just better. If they wanted to add a ban, I think 3, 3, 1 would be cool. But I don't like 2, 3, 2. I think 2 bans for the last pick is a bit overkill.
You agree there?
yeah, I'm just a big hater on the 2 to start with.
Yeah,
Just
it's
so
not.
empty.
It's not that I'm saying this is like promoting versatility too much. It's just that by the time you get to the end of a draft, it's not about what you can play. It's just I would say good drafting shouldn't leave you 15 different heroes to pick last. You're always going to have a handful, and now you can remove 2 from that pool. The Viper last pick immediately is the perfect pick. Cannot believe they were taking out the DP before it because you have so much to break. You can
It's
get rid of the
very
DK armor, the Spectre 2 passives.
Yeah, I think we've seen it in other regions. The Viper just goes off lane. You put it into the Spectre, he just goes super obnoxious. And now you have the tree as well. You have that inbuilt slow to play into the fact that you have this the break that you want to put down. So yeah, I think Tempo, they have a cute laning phase and a way to play cheekily around the map. But overall, they are on a timer. Cyber Legacy's draft does look cleaner and scarier at like 30 minutes. But I can see Tempo having the ability to play aggressive and maybe do something. But
Are you confident betting your bracelets?
I don't
You have
care.
2, actually.
Yeah, I have 2 bracelets, so I don't mind losing 1. I'm going to go Tempo just because I want to see them win.
Yes.
Just so we have a counter argument and a
I
bracelet
mean, the
exchange.
odds are also pretty far
Yeah,
into Cyber
exactly.
Legacy's favor.
I can't bet on them, but if I could, I probably wouldn't because I'm betting with my heart, not my head.
Fair. You're sticking with your boys.
Oh, for sure. I just think that their draft's so much easier to play. The Viper is a potential difference maker, but it doesn't make sense with the rest of the lineup. You've got a core Lina, a core Viper, and a core Riki. Like,
How'd you ever, yeah.
that's just...
You never take
what?
towers or... Like, I understand
What?
that the draft is not too hot, Chief, but again, bracelets are on the line, Shiva. It's
Yes.
what matters right now.
So if Tempo is winning this, they are actually gonna they have to do their team name justice. They have to play fast with high
Exactly.
tempo.
Yeah.
They just had to kill everything. Like, that's the thing. They don't really have natural win conditions in the lineup. It's just we're going to kill you over and over and then just be ahead. It feels like it's a pub matchup, a pub lineup versus some pros. And Cyber Legacy, they got this on lock.
All right, well, let's find out if they indeed got this one in the first game of the day with Odie Pixel and Lizard.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yeah, let's find out. So the panel a little doubtful on some of the picks that we have from Tempo. I mean, what do you reckon? Do you think these heroes can make it work against arguably more meta sort of cores? Where we're seeing Ricky come into the mix. Are you a fan, Lizard?
I'm not a big fan. Like, I know some of these guys, and this doesn't look like they're in their full comfort zone.
Okay.
However, I do like the Viper pickup. They're baiting me, man. Like, I do like the Viper pickup. I think it's a good break mechanic versus Spectre versus DK, like T-Gun and Kyle have said. Lina also comes in handy versus the Phoenix later on. But man,
so what are the downsides of tempos like that? Like, what do you feel that's sort of the most, the clearest thing that it's missing?
They're out there to kill, but they're not out there to take objectives. Like, look at these heroes. You have Ricky, Lina, Viper as your cores, man. Like, it just feels bad. Like, you can't even. There's just many things that feel bad, and you can't pinpoint the exact things, right? Like, you see it, and you're like, okay, maybe in pubs, but. We don't talk about pubs here.
Sure.
This is competitive.
Like, you say this is like if you found yourself and Radiant's line up in a pub, you'd be feeling a little like, oh man, this is gonna be a hard game.
Yeah. Definitely. I would not double down with this.
You would not double.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm going to say.
But if you're on the dire side, you'd be in the double down.
All right, come on, 100%.
All the tokens.
Like, okay, so the only hero that would prevent me from double downing maybe is Viper. That's it.
Yeah, because it is one of the heroes that does work incredibly well against the Spectre, you said, and also the DK. Having that break at all stages is going to be very strong.
But there's this reoccurring theme when it comes to tempo and their drafting style. They let meta heroes go through, and then they draft against them. Like, Blizzy has a Doom, you have a Phoenix as well, 2 heroes with highest win rate so far. It's scary for them. And they have a standing too.
Let's see how things go in the mid lane. I mean, Lina, in sort of this 1v1, right, sure, you're never going to really kill the DK, but still, if you play it nicely with the Light Strike arrays, you can have a solid job of messing with his CS early on.
Yeah, for sure. You'll be able to farm as well or even more than him. You can nuke out the wave, farm the side camps as well, and he can never really get to that point in which he pushes your tower easy, because you can nuke down the waves. He'll never have those creeps, right? As long as you keep the mana region there.
Yeah, and looking at this top lane, so this off lane Viper. I mean, we talk about how strong the Viper is in terms of having the break against the Spectre, but when it comes to laning, like it's still very strong in lane.
It's very strong lane.
Just the harassment, or
it's specifically now that he's comboed with a 3-ent. You have 2 heroes with.
Oh no! Man. What a noob!
And he left the tree. Magical is gonna go eat it. Nah, he can't.
Oh no, noob in the mid lane. Feeding his courier. Oh, I gotta be careful when you step up. I mean, I do that all the time, you know. You get a little excited, you're up, you're like, oh, the courier's here. Oh no.
Yeah, he quelling bladed the tree as well. Oh, the branch, the courier.
He quelling. Yeah. Oh, he was. Oh, I see.
So he planted the tree to eat it.
No, he didn't.
He did, and he ate the tree next to it. He didn't eat the iron branch.
No, he. Oh no! And his name is literally Noob. I mean, you couldn't write it any better.
At least he's not lying to us.
No,
you know? He's an honest, humble lad.
Yeah, we'll see how good Noob can become as the game goes on, but.
Does the Noob change his nickname if he becomes better?
And to be fair, this Noob is destroying mid.
Yeah.
Like he is absolutely destroying mid, so who cares about the courier? Who cares about the tangos, the quelling blades? He's 12-7.
He's playing exactly how you should be playing that lane, aggressively. You see a lot of players standing on their side, not really punishing the DK. He went so deep. Yeah, he made a couple of mistakes. He lost the courier, but it's fine.
Yeah,
he's still winning.
He just focused on destroying Magical on top lane. First blood, it's going to go the way of tempo. They beat down the dragon underneath the tower.
Now, on the top lane, they're winning too. I think this lane should definitely go their way. Who cares about the trees being destroyed? The DNZ will still have that 2 slows, right? You have Nature's Grasp, you have Leech Seed. It's very easy to get a kill or 2 there.
Yeah, and all things said, I mean, this mid lane, should it go this rough, as I said, you know, good Light Strike arrays, you mess with a melee hero in the mid, but he's only got 6 last hits at 3 minutes.
And 1 tree. 6 last hits and 1 iron branch that he quelled. It's rough. Like, Magical, I think he should do a little bit better if you're playing around lane equilibrium, but Noob played it exceptionally well.
Yeah, he's getting destroyed by the Noob. Very good plays from this Lina. And top lane, Slayer, he's going to be dead again.
Yep.
All right, Tempo after an incredibly hot start in this mid and top lane, and even in the bottom lane, I mean, it's still pretty good. Ricky's farming.
Yep. This lane also isn't that easy for Cyber Legacy, but it's not the worst lane for a Doom Phoenix combo, because Doom has Scorch Turret, you can run away with that extra region from Devourer as well, and Phoenix can just dive out of Inkswell Blink Strike combo, right? So the bottom lane should be the easiest one for them. They're not gonna win it, but they're not gonna lose it as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just seeing some sort of straight up outplay in these in the mid lane and the top lane. I mean, a lot of denies.
Okay, mid lane should become, well, I'm not sure if it will be way easier for Magical, but once he gets 2 bracers and some extra points in Dragon's Blood, it will be easier for him to sustain the harassment, if nothing else.
Sure. Yeah, he's brought himself out a raindrop, so...
Yeah, at one point, the efficiency of mana from Lina is not the same as efficiency from Magical's region.
Yeah,
from Dragon
yeah,
Blood
you're never
and
gonna
Echoes, yeah.
be able to take him down. Oh, 5-minute runes come up. We'll be 2 for 2. Blizzy and Big Nun grabbing the ones down bottom, and up top Tempo pushing Slayer away.
Viper was coming over, so he thought that maybe there's a kill opportunity, but yeah, you don't want to leave the Spectre. Just continue harassing her instead.
I mean, you're doing such a great job of slowing down Kuman's farm. Yeah, really, really showing the strengths of the off-lane Viper here, Mitch. Playing it very nicely. We'll see. They can bring him down. He's going to go straight for the TP out, and Mitch is away. DNC, he nearly brings down Slayer. A couple more punches would do it, but he's always going to be able to do so. No. Even with the TP of LeBron, they won't get him immediately. The South does keep Slayer alive, just. So Slayer will live. Finally, Cyber Legacy able to get themselves a kill, bringing down DNZ.
Yeah, DNZ greeded out a little bit. There was definitely a chance for him to run away. He tried to go for that kill, and he got punished.
Regeneration.
That I can't blame him, right? Like, if he manages to kill that Jakiro, and you just rotated the other support as well to kill the Viper, and you lose one, that's tilting.
Oh, now DNZ back in the game. He's going to look towards Blizzy bottom. Blizzy's got the Scorched Earth, and the phase boot's very hard to chase down.
Yeah, plus he has the Purge creep, if you see that. So I believe he took it versus Grimstroke earlier, so he's able to deal with the Inkswell and whatnot.
That's true. Yeah.
It's also pretty good versus Treant. But the thing is, it costs so much mana. It got nerfed, if you remember. Everyone was taking it and just banning it.
It was very low mana before, wasn't it, the cost of it?
Yeah. You would, if you're Chen or Ench, you could take that creep and perma-root someone. Just perma-purge them, just run after them. That's why they raised the mana.
So far, 2-1 at 7 minutes. Very even on the gold. Starting to see Magical get some pressure onto this tower mid, but it's being outdone by the Living Armor. LeBron also going to TP over.
I actually want to see DNZ maxing out the armor now. You want to be healing these towers as much as possible.
Yeah, really sort of stop what the Dragon Knight wants to be doing this early on.
It's for me, it's not even about defending your own towers. It's about being able to pressure the other side of the map without having to retreat and answer to the DK's offense, right?
Sure.
Like,
yeah, you don't have to bring these TPs in.
Exactly. As long as you can keep the numbers on their side of the map, you can pressure the Spectre. If you have to answer DK all the time, it kind of all falls apart.
We'll see down bottom. Blizzy again backed up by the Jakiro. Maybe see if they can get some sort of action. Top lane, Mitch, he's now totally bullied the Spectre out of the lane as Spectre has returned to the jungle, to the safer areas, whilst they give Big Num some levels on this top lane, try and get him towards a supernova.
It's very difficult to take down the Phoenix, right? He has dive, and he'll be able to defend the towers, so I think it's a good move from Cyber Legacy.
And they'll try and push down this Sow. The Living Armor, see if anyone else wants to come down to help DNZ at the moment. It looks like Tempo will just try for the trade. They keep 3 top. With this tier 1 and Blizzy It's just going to TP over towards the mid. No one there at the moment to grab that XP. Wants to try and get his own levels up as top. BigNum gets the dive off in time. Still with the silence and Mitch on him, though. There's not any further escape for this Phoenix.
Yeah, Phantom's Embrace lashed onto him as he was diving away. Maybe if he instantly TP'd, he could have ran out of there, but it's hard. There's 3 heroes now. Ricky rotates too. Doom had to move mid to prevent Lina from taking a tier 1 while DK is pushing bot, which is also a nice answer overall.
Down bottom. I mean, we're definitely seeing DNZ with this living armor. He certainly made them work for it. That's like the full dragon form used. Only gets the tower down to half HP, and that's not going to be good enough against the tree, and he's going to be able to keep that alive.
Damn, he even pulled. Slayer pulled. I guess you don't have dragon form anymore, so it's hard to push. But that just gives DNZ more time to heal up the tower.
Yeah, he's going to be able to hold this pretty solidly, whilst meanwhile they do lose that top tier 1 tower. Tempo, you know, sort of considering the drafts and the way things look, they're actually the team that's able to push a little easier this early on.
Yesterday, I don't know if you were watching those games, they were playing Arc Warden twice in a row, and they really couldn't play the tempo, right? This time around, they have a completely different draft that's able to put on the aggression, and it's looking better. But you are playing versus Spectre. It always looks better at the beginning.
Sure. Yeah, and especially when the Spectres had as rough of a start as Kuman did against, you know, laning against that Viper. The pressure was on him. He has had slow beginnings. We'll see. See if they can bring him down here. They're going to try and lead him with the stun. Have they got the damage to do so? Jumping in with the Blink Strike. They've got him. Kuman, as soon as he turns up to the lane out of the jungle, he will fall back over towards mid. Blizzy committing with the Doom, able to chase down, dive in onto the Lina. No chance for a deny as the kill will go the way of BigNum. Jump in, Supernova out just in time to stop Yatoro from getting the kill. BigNum will be able to keep himself alive.
Good response from Cyber Legacy. All the moves from Tempo so far, I believe, were a little bit better, but that also comes because of the stronger draft in the early stages of the game. That was first good response of them to use that Doom on the Lina and to punish the fact that Tempo, they are a bit spread on the map right now.
Now we're seeing Mitch closing in on the Rod of Atos, so having that early route to make sure that he can keep heroes, such as the Spectre held down in the break, taking that huge amount of magical damage, and also excellent setup for follow-up stuns, whether it be the Light Strike Array or just keeping people held in Ricky's Smoke Cloud.
Yeah, one thing that I've noticed from them as well, like from their recent drafts, is they don't have stuns, and that repeats itself throughout their games. Like
they're building them, you know?
They're
Atos
is
kind of a stun. Meteor Hammer on the tree, that's a stun.
That's a stun, okay. The Meteor Hammer definitely helps.
Yeah.
Rod of Atos, it's good, but it's still a root and it's still a projectile.
Oh, here we go. They're going to try and push this tower this time around. Tempo. They've got more than just a tree down here. They're ready to try and take a fight. The Overgrowth comes out. The turnover towards the Dragon Knight. And in fact, Magical.
Where's he go?
He just gets evaporated by the Laguna Blade. He's out of there. Straight up dead, and with the chase from Yatoro, he's going to be able to pick up the Jakiro as well. Silence as well placed on the ground, so Blizzy cannot turn. Light Strike won't quite catch BigNum, but Tempo quickly blow up the Dragon Knight. I mean, that Laguna, it did so much damage there. I think so the magic resist was down because of Mitch laying out the poison. I mean, the DK just melted.
He disappeared. He even had like 60% HP, right? At one point I was like, okay, do they have a Shadow Demon? Was there a disruption? What happened?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see quite how many stacks of the poison Taki had on him, but must have been a fair few.
Yep.
Bringing down that resistance as he just popped.
It's a move that's kinda right from Cyber Legacy to try and pressure towers, right, with the DK form. But I don't think you commit so much, because Phoenix didn't have the egg, and you didn't have Doom. You used both of those on the mid lane, so...
And we're having, 13 minutes in. Mitch, very good timing on the Atos. Again, they've taken another tier 1 tower, so, all things said and done from the draft. Tempo are just outplaying Cyber Legacy at the moment. They're getting way more out of the map. As Cyber Legacy, they are going to have to just start sort of falling back onto the shoulders of the Spectre and hope that Kuman can get the farm to carry this.
The thing is, I like what Kuman is doing. I like his item build. He's not going for Radiance. He went double rate drums into, I believe, Manta now. It will allow him to fight earlier on. But the problem still is, there's no great build for Spectre in this game, because you need the BKB eventually. You are playing versus that break, and that never feels good. Even when you get a couple of items, you still need the BKB after.
Top, it's alright. Jumps in onto Slayer. This Ricky starting to pick up quite a bit of action. 4 kills for Yatoro now, as his Diffusal Blade pretty much done. They're hitting a really, really good pace with this carry Ricky, where he's just going to be able to do so much more in comparison to what Kuman's able to do on his carry Spectre for sort of the next 5 minutes or more, if they can continue to just move around the map and kill as they please, Tempo.
Yeah, you can see that their strategy overall hasn't changed in the last 5-6 minutes. Trian defending the tier 1 on the bottom lane. Viper is somewhere alone on the map because he's just tanky and it's hard to take him down, so you will be able to help him if someone goes. And then you have this killer trio, right? You have Ricky, Grimstroke and Lina. They can kill anyone on the map.
Yeah, particularly with that Diffusal now complete. Yatoro leading the way. See if they can find anyone up here. They are going to see the Jakiro soon as, yeah, Slayer is going to walk into unfortunate death for himself. And now straight down towards the bottom. 3 members of Cyber Legacy again hanging around this area. They've got to be a little careful as the full 5-man of Tempo are down here. Kuman farming very aggressively, but an instant TP will get him away before there's anyone around with a stun.
They are TPing.
They're going to try and hold. Blizzy, he's going to jump in with the Doom onto the Lina. Horn comes through as well. They'll collapse onto Noob. They'll take him out. They get the one. Can they get anything more? Mitch and Yatoro turn on to Blizzy. Kuman still trying to come out onto DNZ. Will be able to finish off the kill. 2 for 1 right now. Jump forward with the Supernova. Mitch and Yatoro, they're just going to be able to turn and take down the egg. The egg is gone. Break onto the DK. Buybacks come out from Bignum as well as DNZ on both of their respective sides as they look to keep this fight going. Yatoro jumps back over to safety. The Spectre, he's held in the break. He's dying so quickly. The Sunray heal will not sell him. There's a dead Spectre. Tempo all incredibly low, but they're able to bring down Magical on the way out. As Mitch will fall, but the poison is stacked up enough to tick down Magical. Yatoro and LeBron both incredibly low. They want to jump over towards Slayer. They don't even need to. Noob's got it handled on his own with a Light Strike and the Laguna to finish off the kill.
Wait, did Spectre... No,
it was just DNZ and Bignum.
Okay,
yeah.
The 2 of them had to buy back and die back.
And Blizzy, he's actually going to try and go back in. They are low, but it's maybe a bit of a bait. As the cloud is down, jump back forward from Yatoro. Blizzy's going to fall. Yatoro will survive. Bignum has to get out of there. As Blizzy recommits there to try and help get the kill on the Grim.
Is back.
Yeah, they do get it, but it's still not worth for Cyber Legacy as Tempo. They just continue to be the ones to come out on top. I mean, it's always going to be hard to fight at that stage when you're doing it into this Ricky that has had such a strong start and such a quick timing on the Diffusal. Yatoro, he's 5-0-4 on this Ricky.
I think it's very important for Tempo that Ricky isn't dying. Like in all of these engagements, it's important for him that he's not dying. But for Cyber Legacy, they're fine with fighting right now. Like, if they have all their ultis, they do want to fight. You saw that. They baited out with the Spectre TPing away, then they used the Doom and the Haunt, plus the Egg. They had everything. And when you're in a situation such as that one, you really have to fight. You can't just let them have all the towers. One thing that I do want to see from Cyber Legacy, however, is comboing the Ice Path with the Egg a little bit better. They used Egg on one side, and then 2 seconds later the Ice Path went to the other, when in fact he really could have stopped them from hitting it for at least a little while longer.
There we go, this tower should finally go to... Well, I say that, they're coming over. I mean, Tempo are like, hey, we won the fight down here before. We're ready to go for round 3 at this point. Blizzy will get the Doom in onto the Lina. The tower does go down, but there's the Soulbound. I believe the Viper Strike coming onto the 2 of them. Yatoro jumps over the Cloud. They've killed off the 3. Bignum's trying to get out with the TP. He will escape. I mean, Cyber Legacy, they are finally bringing the tower down, but again, they're horrifically losing the fight.
They lost 3 there. What did they get? They got the Lina and the Doom was used on her, so it's not really great. Plus, they're about to lose this tier 1 on the bottom lane. Spectre, you could argue that he's farming, but as I said, I'm not completely sure that Kuman is the ultimate win condition in this game because of that break that comes from Viper.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
That was a Blink Dagger, I believe, from Doom as well, right? He jumped on the Lina from Fog, yeah, so it was a decent reveal from them. I can see the plan, but I can't see why Dragon Knight is going for Midas.
He is?
Yeah, at least the last time yeah, he still has that Midas queued up.
I mean, I guess they feel that they want, as long as they can hold, go late with the Spectre, and you know, if that's the plan, this is going to be the efficient item.
That's usually a very bad plan.
You don't like that sort of plan? That just sort of, we can just try and hold this game on inevitably and get to sort of the 50-minute mark where we'll take over.
But man, like, you need the BKB ASAP on that hero. If you have a blink, fine, but you need the BKB afterwards to be able to do anything in these fights.
Sure. So you think this is like just too greedy? Like you need to be able to fight as this DK to actually get to the late stages, otherwise the game's just going to end.
Exactly, that's how I feel. And now they're using the Dragon Form to farm the Ancients. Maybe they attempted to catch someone. I didn't really catch that, but...
No, I don't think I think he did just walk up and he's just farming with it.
Yeah, he's like, okay, Spectre, get out of here.
He's like, dude, I'm close to my Midas. Step aside. I got to get this Midas online. And yeah, he's brought the gloves. He's going to buy the recipe magical. He wants to farm. He wants to... You know, he's sort of just going to close his eyes, hope that the rest of the team can take him late. He's like, right, you know, me and Spectre, we're going to AFK farm. The other three, you got this. Take us late.
Yeah, it is an item that's been buffed up a bit, but... I can't see anything different from what we just saw happening.
Well, like Tempo now, they're going to be like, what? They're going to see the Midas on the DK will be like, well, he's not going to fight. We'll just go around and kill the other three of them.
Exactly. Just take all the objectives the moment you see that. BKBs on Cyber Legacy are huge. They change the pace of the game completely, and they're not going for them. You can see the Spectre has queued one up, but she still has to finish the Manta first.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Tempo taking the top tier 2. Having no problem with the push now that they have that Meteor Hammer online for the tree. Makes all the difference.
They are splitting the map decently well on the side of Cyber Legacy. You can see them down bottom. But these pokes, DNZ, he doesn't care.
Oh, he's actually nearly finds the setup. The Ice Path does come in time, but he buys time for Noob to TP in and kill off Slayer. Another kill for Tempo.
They might turn here on the Lina.
Did Magical pick up his Midas?
Yep.
He did. Okay. He's actually going to try and fight here. Going for DNZ. DNZ
triple stun.
Will go down. I mean, yeah, can they do anything with this Light Strike away? They do get the Soulbind, the silence onto the two of them. LeBron getting a little low, but he steps back, and now another stun's there onto the Spectre. Yatoro comes in. Doesn't want to commit onto the three of them. Mitch also on his way over. There's Mitch. He's going to try and go for the Doom, but the Doom's already dropped the Doom down onto the Viper. They see if they can keep Mitch alive for this one. The Sunray is beating him down. Mitch will fall to this. So, Cyber Legacy find the three of them in a bit of a surprise fight there, really. You know, Magical gets his Midas and he says, I'm ready to fight. And it works out. He gets the jump in, three of them dead on Tempo.
And the way they took that fight was really good for Cyber Legacy. On the side of Tempo, they get the triple stun, but the Lina had no mana remaining after that. I guess she was out pushing and whatnot, so he couldn't really fight any longer. Plus, I believe that Viper is the best Doom target for them. Like,
yeah.
You don't Doom the Riki, you don't Doom the Lina, you just Doom the Viper.
Because then he's totally useless.
Exactly. If you eliminate the threat of Nether Toxin during the fights, then who cares about the BKBs?
Oh, top lane though, Kuman pushing out there, gets jumped by Noob and Yatoro. As it is very important for Cyber Legacy that they keep Spectre's farm safe. Mid lane, an attempt onto Magical. Yatoro still going to try and jump in, at least burning the entirety of his mana. He's getting a little low. Does he want to jump in with the Zinc Swell stun? He does. He goes for Magical, but Magical with a full wand will be fine.
They're so aggressive.
See if they can find the Doom instead. Lead in from the Yules into the Light Strike array. Blizzy will fall outside of the base. Nothing that Cyber Legacy can do to keep him alive. Tower's going to start getting pressured as well as the creeps move in mid.
This is the way they have to play. You just have to ignore your static normal Dota in which you approach the tower, then you attack it slowly. No, ignore that. Just jump into the backlines with Inksveld Ricky and then follow up with everyone else, because they do have the mobility. This Lina is extremely fast. Plus the Lincolns is now picked up.
Yeah, level 18, very, very good progress from Noob. I mean, he's been playing very, very hot from the laning, you know, as we saw him go against Magical and do very well in that 1v1. And then just keeping himself a step ahead, yeah, 2 levels higher than anyone on the side of Cyber Legacy.
Invisibility.
Cyber Legacy, they are going to try and make something happen. Doom's back online.
No, they have all their ultis. The egg as well is level 2.
So they're going to get the jump on. They get the jump on Yatoro. Horn out as well. They look to commit everything on killing this Ricky, and it'll work. Yatoro's going to go down. They turn over towards DNZ. Lovely little smoke out of the base results in 2 kills. Now they can push on as well with the Elder Dragon form
Blizzy.
push. LeBron, he's going to go down also. Blizzy able to just dive in past the tower. They pick up a 3rd from that smoke out of base as Tempo. They just were not ready to it. They had that observer ward down mid. They felt that they could stick around, farm that small camp, but they pay the price for it.
Yeah, this is Roche now. But that's also why you take the Scorcher talent on level 10 on Blizzy, on Doom. Like, I've seen a lot of players still go for the Doom duration, but really, the best thing to go is for the Scorcher talent on level 10. That just allows you to chase and go just further than you usually can. Plus the face boots and drums, obviously, which is the normal build.
Yeah, so in those sort of fights where suddenly the enemy's down a couple of heroes, it really does make all the difference in just getting that bonus kill on top of things.
Hey, if you look at the draft and if you look at the goal difference, yeah, they have like 7 kills more on the side of Tempo, but they aren't really leading that much. They're only 2k ahead. All of these heroes are neck and neck. If you look at the 3 cores of Cyber Legacy, they're very close.
Yeah, and that's sort of that 3k, it's mostly down to the towers that they've been able to take. I mean, they've wiped 5 towers off Cyber Legacy's half of the map. Cyber Legacy, they've only taken the 1, so you know, that's sort of 2k, 3k difference purely on the structures.
Yeah, and remember that the BKBs are coming together for Cyber Legacy. We already saw one on Doom. I believe DK is getting closer. Spectre, if she didn't buy it already, it's almost there. But they're online. Like, this now becomes scary for Tempo.
See, Tempo still hanging straight outside the base of Cyber Legacy. Cyber Legacy, all 5 of them ready on the high ground, and there is the BKB done for Kuman. So a lot of the worries for the Spectre when he commits are now eliminated. And Magical himself as well, also very close to having the BKB picked up himself. So the Midas, in all senses, it's been fine, right?
Yeah.
He picked up the Midas, and if anything, they started sort of taking back control of the game after he got it. And now that whole window's gone, BKB is pretty much going to be there for the next fight. It doesn't matter, and it's now totally worth it, right? Because as long as he's got the BKB before the game's lost, he's in a happy place.
Exactly. You remember on the panel we talk a lot about these drafts that you have 1 or 2 mistakes in you and then you lost. That's how it feels for Tempo right now.
And there's another one, Mitch. Caught out on his own mid. Even with the Horn, they're diving in behind the tower. They'll find LeBron. And you can't help but feel that, as you say, despite the first 20 minutes or so looking very hot, very nice for Tempo, they did take a lot of the map away from Cyber Legacy with these early tower pushes. Whenever they start to lose fights like this, where they're getting caught out 1 by 1, you can't help but worry for the power of the Spectre and the DK as this game goes on. As another jump in, another kill onto DNZ. Tempo are starting to crumble, and as you mentioned, this dire lineup really feels like a roster of heroes that you cannot afford to crumble against in the mid game.
Yeah, I believe one big mistake was around that tier 2, if you remember, on the bottom when they lost the Viper. and it happened afterwards as well, that they fought before the rush and they lost that fight. It's becoming extremely difficult for them. The odds obviously reflect that. I think if you're Tempo right now, you need to do this. You just need to get pick-offs. You can't fight normal fights anymore.
Just got a nice jump onto Blizzy. Down bottom, caught alone, and see if they themselves can actually try and chase and find more. They wants to isolate Slayer. Kuman's going to head over though, and Kuman turns over towards Noob. Noob a little low on the mana, so not really ready to fight. Yatoro does get the catch onto Bignum at the side, trying to jump in for more, but Cyber Legacy, they're back up as 3.
Yatoro, he's so deep.
He's going to get jumped on by the stun. Ice Path as well, but still, without the full lineup, Cyber Legacy aren't going to go out any further, as it looks like they will get another tier 2 tower here, Tempo. So back on, pushing in. I mean, the test, of course, for this lineup will be when it comes to trying to siege high ground buildings. They've definitely done a good job of cleaning up the map. It's pre-30 minutes, all out to towers down.
That's extremely important for this kind of a draft, because you're really pick-off oriented. You don't have to go high ground that early on, even though you're playing versus Spectre. As long as you keep on mounting those skills to your side. Just keep on picking off, you can't push.
Lena, you tend to get burned.
Cyber Legacy have got all the ults ready to go again. Death's bounty. See what sort of move they can find. They are having the 3 of them top. Yatoro still incredibly farmed on this Ricky. Skadi, Manta, Diffusal at 30 minutes. So very hard for them to burst, even if they do get the jump on him with Magical's Blink. Slipping Armor coming into play, as well as Tempo coming up, ready to fight. I mean, if they've got the Overgrowth catch, if they do want to try and set up for TP backup. Cyber Legacy a little hesitant on how hard they commit for this. Magical a little cautious with how he pokes in. Noob trying to get this full right click online now after he's got all the defensive items. Trying to get the MKB, as they will require that sort of hard-hitting damage to bring down these tankier late-game heroes like the DK and the Spectre. On the side, Slayer. He's gone for a little bit of a walk in the forest, but DNZ's there waiting.
Yeah, well, what he's trying to do is... Oh, can they get more?
I mean, Mitch is going to try. The setup not going to work out entirely as CL with their Kira in mind, they're gone. And yeah, Big Num, Sunray, and the TP out. And just over the cliff before the Eels was there.
The good old Sunray TP. I love that mechanic, but that's only because I play Phoenix a lot. When it happens to me, I goddamn hate it. Jakiro was just trying to ward the high ground on the left, and because of that he died. But it's a good play if his teammates are around and ready to follow up. Sadly, they weren't.
Oh, mid. Blizzy. He's going to go for it. They've got the Horn, the BKB, and the Supernova. They're committing everything. DNZ tries to hold them back with the Overgrowth, but Kuman chases down Mitch. Mitch turns with the Viper Strike, but still, they've got the speed to close in, take down the Viper. Noob standing his ground with the BKB, turns with a Laguna Blade, just not enough burst to really harm them at all. Blizzy and Kuman do not care. DD's going to be grabbed by Kuman. As Cyber Legacy, they've found 2. They're going to be able to find more here as the dagger's out onto the Grimstroke. 3 dead on Tempo, as Tempo just struggling in these full 5v5 team fights now. Anytime that Cyber Legacy has got the ults, they can make these sort of jumps. Blizzy always ready to just lead in and start the fights, and then the follow-up, it's always going to come with the Haunt, the Supernova, Tempo. They have to just sort of split up and run out of there, and they're getting chased down.
Remember that they still have Doom. This Doom finished off Shivas, he has a gem as well, and he's ready to follow up right now if anyone tries to go on Magical. I think the plan for Tempo there was, let's try to bait out the ultis far from our base. Let's try to bait the Egg at least, or maybe Doom, and the BKBs, which they did manage to, but the Overgrowth wasn't just enough to keep them in a spot. They managed to continue attacking Viper until they took him down.
Well, here we go.
This is a smoke,
no Horns, no Dragon Form. They want to make a move.
They're under vision though. That ward definitely spotted them.
See what Cyber Legacy will do.
Just wait on the high ground, I believe. That's usually what you...
Yeah?
How you play against this.
They know it's coming. Yeah, they're getting right back to the base. So
Dire
tempo,
are scanning.
unlikely to find anything here. Yeah, Blizzy just in position to dispel the smoke.
Yeah, they understand we don't have Dragon Form, we don't... actually, the egg just came off cooldown. After that, okay, we can fight.
Let's see who they can catch. As Tempo, they're thinking about going into the Roche pit. At least they were hovering around that. Yeah, they're going to try and go for that. They say, hey, we didn't find a kill. Let's go for the Roshan. Cyber Legacy have a strong fight around the pit with their ults as they're to jump onto DNZ. DNZ getting focused down by the DK. He's gone. The BKB's out. The Doom is getting shredded by Noob's right click, but inside the pit, Kuman's already in. Roshan will fall. Yatoro does manage to grab the Aegis. He's also able to get out of there. Jumps out with a blink strike, but Mitch, he cannot escape. The Viper will fall. Slayer getting nuked down low by Noob. Yatoro jumps back in. Jakiro down, and now with the tricks of the trade, they're going to turn their attention over towards Magical. Light Strike Array catches out the DK, and now Cyber Legacy, they've lost 3. The Spectre hopelessly surrounded by Tempo. Kuman will also fall, and it works out. Tempo committing for the Roche. Cyber Legacy, they had a great fight, but they sort of jump, they commit a lot onto the tree and outside of the pit.
Exactly.
And the time's there for Yatoro to finish off Roche and get the Aegis for himself.
Exactly, but that's all about DNZ and the way he positions himself, right? He waits around the rune, he waits them out, he greets them.
Yeah.
He does die, but he also has a buyback, and he buys enough time and space for his teammates to follow up. Literally because of him, they won the whole fight.
Oh yeah, otherwise the fight happens inside the pit.
And then you have the egg, then you have the Shiva's BKB, Doom jumping, you lose that inside the pit 9 out of 10 times.
Yeah, top stuff here from DNZ in his tree. And that's going to set up for them taking the mid set of racks. Nothing that Cyber Legacy can do, as they're still without Magical for 25, Kuman for 40. It's Tempo. They may have start eyeing up another set. They've still got that Aegis on Yatoro. So not feeling any sort of threat at all. No Supernova, no Haunt. Blizzy is going to try and jump in onto the backlines. Doom drop down on the Lina. Ice Path from Macropie catching out the 2 of them. This Lina will certainly go down, as he's dead for 100. Yatoro trying to commit, using that Aegis very aggressively. Just unable to kill Blizzy. Ice Path won't grab him. He's out to the side with the blink. Magical has the follow-up though. The Dragon Tail stuns in onto the Grimstroke. Tempo, they've just got to let LeBron be. They have to get the rest of them out of there, as they will retreat, but the Haunt, it's up. As Kuman, he's come in with the Haunt to chase down Yatoro. I believe he himself also bringing in the dust.
Here's Manta.
And you're right, the dust is going to wear off anyway. Have they got any further detection bashes there? Big Num, he's got a second dust. As Yatoro, is he out?
Still dead?
Oh, Magical snipes him with the Breathe Fire. But a big chase there. Kuman ready to go aggressive with that Haunt, bringing in the dust, the backup from the team. They push Tempo back. As Tempo, I mean, that jump in from Yatoro when, you know, I'm sure he has the Aegis, but diving the tower to lose it when you've already lost you've already lost your mid laner, that was very aggressive.
Also, you're jumping on a Doom that has Shivas, a bunch of regen from Devourer. Like, you're not taking that guy down. That was wild and a half.
Yeah.
Because
and now Mitch and DNZ, they're coming out alone. See how they haven't gone home yet. They're still here, ready to fight for more. Mitch, he'll go down. As BKB popped by Blizzy, allows him to easily commit onto the Viper.
I'm not quite sure what they were doing there. I guess they tried to creep skip a little bit, prevent them from pushing. But yeah, that's not the place to be. I really think the Viper needs some sort of mobility, some force staff or anything like that to help him in these kind of situations.
Let's see if they can finish this tower. Living armor. It is not going to be enough to save this.
Radiant's middle tower has
As again, I mean, it's still very close in the numbers, just 1k difference in it.
It's anyone's game.
And, you know, they have lost the racks, but still Tempo, they just can't afford to make these mistakes. They're sort of sticking around a little too long, trying to go for that second lane. It's just going to allow Cyber Legacy these opportunities to turn, and Spectre's only going to get bigger and bigger. Also finds a very nice time here with the Illusionist Cape, Kuman.
So plane, nope, should be fine. It really is. Oh! And was that the first hit bash? It was, wasn't it?
I think pretty much there from Kuman. As he knows after that lane's pushed out, that's exactly what Noob's going to do. I think the Haunt must have only just come back available, as Kuman wasting no time to get in on that Lina.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't have Abyssal completed, so that was the first hit bash after Haunt. Unfortunate for Noob, who also does not have a buyback for 90 seconds. But this game is still extremely close. Cyber Legacy, they have a really good draft that's completely in the meta, but Tempo have drafted against it really well.
Oh, DNZ! No TP for you. They are starting to hemorrhage kill after kill, though. I mean, that's 2 heroes down over a minute. And Mitch, oh, he's going to get found as well. They've even got the outpost, so backup's on its way in TPing. Mitch tries to turn, slows down the Dragon, but Blizzy with that TP over to the outpost. They'll kill Mitch on top of this. They are losing kill after kill after kill now.
Yeah, Kyle and T-Gov, they said this looks like a pub draft.
It's getting a bit pubby.
Yeah, it's getting a bit they are playing like a pub stack. Right now, they truly are. They need to shake things up a little bit and get together.
Yeah, and they really, you know, this sort of first 30 minutes has been super hot from Tempo. Really bringing the fight to Cyber Legacy, but now it's just starting to fall apart a little bit. And Cyber Legacy's heroes, they're very strong at this portion of the game. 40 minutes in, they're at a very nice place as they're pushing the high ground with 3 dead. See what Tempo can do. Yatoro trying to jump in, use the tricks to trade, burning the mana of Magical. Still, he persists on the tower. The Elder Dragon form will end. Soulbind into the silence. They've got the Lina coming back into the game. BKB popped by Magical as he'll commit, take down the tier 3. They'll now retreat, and Cyber Legacy will be sure to not make the same mistakes that Tempo did, and will know not to outstay their welcome.
Yeah, you can see that they're way more disciplined, even though you could argue that they had all the big ultimates. You have Doom, you have the Egg, you have the Haunt. But they realize, okay, we're a bit low. We expended a lot of our resources when it comes to HP and mana. Let's just go back region, we'll come again later. And this is the right approach. The right approach is not on the top lane when Ricky tries to dive, and they pretty much lost the whole tempo of the game after that.
Yeah, it's going to get a lot harder to sort of make the jumps onto Cyber Legacy now that they're 8k down. There's a full AC done on Magical. So suddenly for that physical burst from Yatoro, it's going to be reduced quite a bit for Magical and his teammates.
And you're not really getting any huge items on the side of Tempo as well, right? You have MKB already completed on Noob. Mitch is buying a Lotus Orb, which is useful, obviously, but it's not game-breaking or game-changing.
Meanwhile, on Cyber Legacy, not just the AC there, but also the refresher for Blizzy, so he's going to be ready to come in with those double dooms.
That's why you love this hero. You take that level 15 talent plus 120 Devour Gold, and suddenly you're 6 slotted after 10 minutes.
Blizzy, and with the jump up, the BKB doesn't find an initial doom target, will be able to turn for Mitch. They'll take out Viper. Also LeBron going down, he'll buy back immediately. Yatoro just running as far away as he can from the rest of the team. Kuman is chasing Noob into the trees. Dagger won't grab him. There's the secondary doom down onto the Ricky. The refresher from Blizzy setting up for massive kills in this fight as this game only continues to get so much worse for Tempo. They're now 19k behind as Cyber Legacy chases now 1 by 1. Yatoro's going to buy back, but he's buying back into a 3 versus 5 situation. Can he really do anything here? He is onto Magical. Magical pops the cheese. Can Yatoro finish him? He can. So the buyback from Yatoro will get them the DK kill, but everyone else is out of there. A very, very expensive fight for Tempo, as I say, as they are now down 20k. So, I mean, the DK kill, it's nice, but
yeah,
it's a very thin silver lining.
Consolidation prize, pretty much. Your Ricky buybacks, your Grimstroke diebacks in that fight. I think they were also completely caught off guard by the refresher.
They weren't ready for that.
They weren't
for
ready,
sure.
because 100% Viper is shouting, okay, I'm being doomed, you guys can continue fighting, but refresher happens, and then they kill off the Ricky with it. Very good play by Blizzy, and good item progression from him.
Yeah, now I mean, already it started to look a bit hard, but now the difficulty is certainly amped up for Tempo. You know, despite some of the heroes, I mean, Yatoro, you know, he's 12, 3, and 10. He himself has had a a pretty spot-on showing as the Riki. But it's just a question of, can this Riki carry the game against these 3 late-game powerhouse cores that Cyber Legacy have?
Did they just lower the rush for them? Like, they need to contest this. I don't think you give away.
I think Yatoro's gonna try and go for the steal. He's got to. Is he gonna be able to jump in and try and take this away? Kuman pots the BKB. He's submitting for this. Kuman's gonna get the kill, get the Aegis, and also get the kill on DNZ by the looks of it. Blizzy on the side tries to jump in, but Noob's there with the burst. They actually bring down Blizzy. Blizzy will fall. Horn pop by Kuman. He focuses LeBron first. Yatoro jumps over to the safety of Noob as the 2 cores retreat.
Right, did DNZ manage to steal anything? That's all I'm thinking about. Okay, there's Cheese and Aegis on Spectre. Where's Aghanims? Does the Treant have Aghanims? That's the question now.
Wasn't that just a set? Was that the third?
Treant has Aghanims.
And you're right, it was the third. You're right, yeah, okay, got it. All right, so hey. You know, that and the buyback from Blizzy, I mean, you just recovered a 6K gold deficit. It's now 14K. So that's something.
It's something.
All right, free axe.
It's free axe. Yeah, who can say no to free axe? That's true. Does it win you the game?
Oh no, Yatoro, can he help him? Noob. Oh, the Noob gets doomed.
That Doom as well, just, you know, just in case.
And the tip. No, Noob does have buyback, so, you know, and time has been brought for the supports to come back into the play. Trian and Grim will be back in.
I love the Havoc Hammer on Dragonite. Not only is it an amazing item for Magical, also it's so good in this game versus Riki, right? You can always use it, get that extra bit of distance from him.
This mid-Rax will fall as Noob holds on to his buyback, not wanting to use it. See if he pops it for the second Rax, or if he feels that the rest of the 4 of them can hold. Soulbind out, Mitch getting in for the double Viper strike. And Spectre dying. Very, very low. Still has BKB in the Aegis. Jumps in with the X-Frost on the Yatoro. Can they finish off the Spectre once? Kuman actually going to pop the BKB on this first Aegis, but we'll save him. He's able to get away. TP's back to base. Haunt up in literally a second. It's up now. So he can look to Haunt straight back over if a fight does go down. So, but they do manage to protect and defend without the Lina having to buy back.
Exactly. They did force the buyback, the BKB on the Spectre, sorry, and I think maybe you could go for that kill, but then you're committed, and then you're fighting, and then your Lina has to buy back afterwards. Some teams would choose to go for that route just because Spectre wasted the BKB, and that's huge. After that, maybe you have a chance of winning a fight. They opted not to. That's a disciplined approach, and it gives them the chance to fight another day, which is all right.
Yeah, and Yatoro, if he wants to commit for the item, he's very close to having the full Abyssal. So another way to just control, hold these heroes down in the break of the old Viper. Like they you know, if for whatever reason Cyber Legacy don't have the full 5 of them in a position which is unlikely to happen. We've seen in the last 20 minutes Cyber Legacy, they've purely been team fighting. You know, tempo have been picked off one by one, but very rarely now in this later half of the game has Cyber Legacy been caught out in these pick-off situations. But if they do find it, they can blow up even these tankier heroes with these combos and holds.
Yeah, it's easier for CL because of the Spectre. You can pretty much stay as 4 while she farms.
See, DNZ has been found. Big Num silenced by Yatoro. Big Num going to commit with that magic immunity. Walks out at the smoke screen and they kill off the tree. With the Haunt, they're jumping in for more. As Kuman, he's straight into the base. Will get Abyssal, still feeling confident with that Aegis. Pots the BKB tempo, they'll wait it out to the side. The Soulbind's out. Cyber Legacy will back away. They don't actually have any creeps pushed up to the base, though.
That's also the treant, right? He has a lot of trees across the map, and because of that, one ulti, and he just creeps them all, kills them all.
I mean, they will want to try and find something more out of this, as this was their Horn. Uses magical, jumps in, they're in with the Doom as well. Blizzy looking for his target. He's going to lock down the Viper. Start to push him away. The Ice Path from Slayer catches the 2 of them. There's the second Doom down onto the Riki. Blizzy again finding the perfect opportunities to drop the Doom. Laguna comes out, but that is Yatoro dead for 2 minutes. No buyback available on him. Still on cooldown for 2 minutes itself. Dive forward, Noob. Trying to turn. Can Noob do this on his own, though? He's the last man left standing. Everybody else dead, and that'll be it. GG, well played is called, as Cyber Legacy will finally take this game on. 48 minutes in, though, and Tempo, definitely for the first half, giving up a much better fight than maybe we would have expected from their draft. They had a solid shot at this game.
Yeah, this was much better than the previous series that we have watched from them, and I can respect them from trying this kind of a draft, which isn't completely in the meta. It goes against it, but they still made it work a little bit until the mid-game.
Yeah.
After that, they made a couple of really good fights around that Rush Pit. They made a solid comeback. I really think what hurt them the most was Ricky losing that Aegis and jumping on top of Doom.
Sure, that was sort of the point after that, that it really felt like things were starting to break down. After that, we had all those pickoffs where, you know, suddenly this Mitch's Viper's getting caught trying to shove out mid, then he's caught on his own half of the map trying to jungle near an outpost taken by the enemy. It just all broke down, but definitely sort of hopeful things shown there by Tempo.
Yeah, this was good. We'll see what the panel has to say about that, which are right over there.
We are indeed right over here. Thank you, Lizard and ODPixel. We're going to break that game down, but before we do, there's one thing we need to do first.
What? What? Oh, yeah. Hand
He's
it over.
literally doing it right now.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me.
They bestow upon you the bracelet of victory.
You know, it's funny because I'm just saying if I had lost and I was wearing those two bracelets, I would have totally given...
Me too!
I would have given the
Why
one
do you
without
do
the
that?
ornaments.
But you like that one.
No, I like this one, but I feel like I thought I was betting this one, so... this one doesn't make the bet valuable, I feel, but this one's actually...
He's honest to a fault. No wonder you're on panel. You got to be much more comfortable, you know, kicking players, preferably during or just after tournaments.
Okay.
Ah, yes, gaze upon it, peasants.
Yeah, congratulations
Can you
on
show
your
my
victory.
my one instead? Look at mine. Look at mine,
Let me
guys.
see it.
Ow.
That was expected. All right, let's break that game down
Let's do
because
it.
we ended the panel saying if Tempo was going to have any shot, they had to play fast. And actually, laning stage wasn't too convincing for them, but they did after that. They did start playing really fast after that.
I want to give them props because their laning phase, like Lina, demolished DK mid. Their side lanes done really well. Their early fights, pretty good.
Can I just say, though, unintentionally hilarious. Planting the tree,
Yep.
not eating it, getting courier killed, and then a slow follow of the player named Noob. As he ran
Drifting,
back to
yeah,
his tower.
drifting away.
Classic. Yeah, it's unfortunate that went down because Lina, especially against DK, can actually dumpster a matchup. I've talked with Sumel about this at length. It's similar to how we used to play Leshrac against Ember Spirit in similar matchups where if you don't win the lane hard the first two waves, they're just going to buy regen and inevitably out CS you with a Quelling Blade. So you have to spam mana pots and mangoes and just keep the pressure going. Lina no courier, not able to do that.
This fight here for Tempo, it was like the entire game. You can ignore all the previous 30 minutes. They won this fight. The way that Tree stood aggressively at the start, you could argue maybe he could have got his ult off before having to buy back, but then either way, they take this big fight, they win. They go mid-racks. But after that mid-racks, they go to top. And then Ricky suddenly jumps this Doom. At this point, I was like, wow, all right, Tempo, they might have done it. They need to do one reset, play with the Aegis, take another fight, and the game probably is theirs. Fun for
Yeah, that jump is...
Exactly. It's like, what are you doing, guys? Like,
This is,
He's
again,
not very happy.
massive draft advantage, though. The problem with this dire lineup is that ultimately later on in the game, everyone's got a billion health. And unfortunately, the Tempo lineup doesn't quite have the staying power as their draft is predicated on, that's right, maintaining tempo. All right, I think we've all watched Whiplash. You just have to imagine JR or J.K. Simmons' characters saying, I need more. That's not my tempo. And that's what I'm screaming as we get this late in the game, watching these heroes fall one by one due to their lack of, well, stuff to help them win.
I would maybe counter-argue about resource management and, the Roche fight into mid-racks. You need to pick your battles, and when you're in a very skirmishy-driven lineup, that it is harder based on draft. They need to be disciplined, and I think we can default talk about draft, but in this game, they played their quirky draft pretty well. They had, I think the 15, 18-minute bot fight it was a beautiful use of buybacks, prolonging the fight, Ricky playing on the edge. Like, they played really well with their heroes. It's simply the lack of discipline.
I get where you're coming from, but like just that last engagement, I understand they're super far behind, but you just watched a top net worth Lina smack a Doom,
of course,
fully passived out with an MKB and just do what, a third of his HP
point,
over 10 seconds?
At that point, the game is lost. To be fair, and that's where you can then bring the conversation back around to the whole draft, etc.
Yeah,
it's more tempo. They need to deserve the respect for actually getting to this point.
I'll let you handle the gameplay. My concern is on draft solely because I think in the meta right now, the heroes that do the best are those that can optimize for DPS without compromising their survivability. DK, Doom, and Spectre all do that. You know, as Spectre gets her item progression, let's say Manta as an example, it's more HP, which is even more effective because of dispersion. Now you've got the Dispel, it's more difficult to target her, and all of a sudden it's late game, this hero's got 3,000 HP, and to kill her, you'd be doing about that much damage to your entire team. It just gets too much to overcome.
That's what I'm saying, like when you look at the hero cyber legacy you have, we're going to see when we get back to the Immortal bracket, are these heroes, if they do get let through, look at how Tempo tried to punish it, and if they were a little bit more driven, that would have been punished, right? So sure, the meta dictates that they are good heroes, and sure, you give them Cyber Legacy, but we didn't see them just suddenly just own the game, right? Like, there is weakness to these heroes. They're not just like the dominant heroes. So it's interesting to see how at Divine, we're seeing some weaknesses in these very strong meta heroes.
Up until minute 25, where we saw Tempo lose a fight, they were doing really well. But that was like the first big team fight that they lost.
True.
And you gotta think back of some of the teams. For example, when we saw, what was it, Ninjas in Pajamas win very dominantly. I think that's the only game they won so far in Immortal League. They won in 20 minutes because they were able to go high ground in 20 minutes. Maybe this is one of those drafts that could do it if maybe better players were on the heroes. Don't know. But what I do want to also give credit, because one of the things that I always look at when I look at teams that haven't quite yet breached tier 1 is like, if they have certain strategy, that's great. You can have all the strategies in the world, but if you don't know what strategy fits with your lineup, or you don't follow through with it, then it doesn't matter. But this one, they had a strategy, they stuck with it, and they did it. What?
It just reminds me of the historical allegories, right? When Daenerys Targaryen came to Westeros, she didn't plan on razing the city with her final remaining dragon, burning the citizens.
Hey, in this skit of yours that you've got in your mind, will I get a dragon?
Yes.
Also, you got to put your earpiece in.
Oh.
I don't know if that...
I got you, buddy.
Oh, thank you.
Just there you
I knew I was
you
missing something.
Because otherwise, who is going to feed you all these references and information?
Yeah, they just talk about season whatever, and I was like, I have no clue, mate. Like, this entire skit, no idea.
Don't worry, Kyle's getting some info.
They wanted me to put my earpiece in just so they could mess with me. There's no information given. They're actually actively distracting me.
Okay.
But yes, the Davids were paid off.
But would I have a dragon? That was me.
We could try and find you one. I mean, I've had to find some very strange things to make riches stay comfortable.
Fair.
So I'm sure we could probably find you a dragon.
What animal would be best in a dragon costume that is still a nice animal to have around?
Komodo dragon.
Definitely not a nice animal to have around. I was thinking of something fuzzy like a cat or something.
Do you remember?
Like
so
a pug.
we were in a, wow, this is a long time ago. It was the first event I ever did as a full-time talent, PvP Singapore, 2018. We went to this national park, and Phil, who was like our handler, guide, friend, was convincing us that there were actual Komodo dragons.
And didn't we Google it later? And
they were monitor lizards. They were not Komodo dragons. But here's the thing.
I hate it when we mix up our Komodos.
It's a huge difference, okay?
Ruffles my Jimmy.
Here's the thing. He was saying, because there's no fences, and he was like, yeah, sometimes they like hang out on the shores. I'm like, there's kids in this park. It's like, yeah, but this isn't America. In Singapore, we know not to let our children get eaten by lizards. And I'm just like, what?
I mean, that comment is pretty fair. But still a Komodo dragon.
But it's like,
you have tigers.
It's just as ridiculous as that idea. Like, oh yeah, we're at the zoo. Oh, where's the tiger fence? Oh, there isn't one. They just hang out. Like, it's an incredibly dangerous animal with like the most poison in his mouth. Anyway, he was talking about a different kind of lizard. They look the same. But wow, that was wild.
Let me read. By the way, if you want your tweet displayed like this, #WePlayOmega, and in this one, Babushka Ruby, does Kyle know any fun high school Greek history facts? I don't know why it has to specify high school, but any fun history facts from the Greek? Or does he mean the Greek system? Because I believe that's your
No,
sorority
I think
fraternity
he means like high school level Greek history facts. Mostly just that Zeus was actually kind of a dickhead.
I mean, he
there's a
cheated
lot
on his
of
wife. A lot.
a
So,
lot.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry.
I don't know.
I would just say I think that there's just elements of the history that are pretty fascinating. I think mythology as a whole is kind of fun. And what's the favorite? What's the best story? I don't really know. I don't have anything specific off the top of my head. I can't just make this stuff up on the fly.
Did you know?
It comes from
Make it up.
somewhere.
Did you know that that dolphins actually played a massive part in in ancient Greece? Because they
no.
were like super smart animals, so they always thought that whenever there was a dolphin and they were known to like save people who were like drowning in the sea or whatnot, they always thought there was like some mythical being was a dolphin coming to save.
There was a
the people.
dolphin that was led people through a pretty dangerous strait for about 30, 40 years. Maybe not 30 years, maybe more like 10 years. In the-
100 years.
Most,
1,000 years. Sorry.
most recently, the oldest dolphin in SeaWorld died at age 55. And this was a dolphin that loved to play dead. It was his favorite trick.
Oh, no.
Sheaves, why is that funny?
Yeah, well,
Are you laughing at the idea of a dead dolphin?
poor
I
dolphin.
thought it was funny.
A slave to
The
sea.
Mad Queen. It
Put the
begins.
queen on the
But
left.
age 55
embarrassed.
is a very good age for a dolphin. 55
Yes.
years old.
Hey, good. And that's almost a 500 in dolphin years.
No, I don't think so. Because that would imply that dolphins normally live way longer. Wait, no, it doesn't make
How
sense.
do you know how fast a dolphin perceives time? Have you spoken to one?
No, have you?
Wouldn't it?
How do you know a dog lives 7 years in
We
one
don't.
year?
It's just because we like lie to ourselves as if they've lived a very long and full life, when in reality, their time with us is always taken too soon.
I mean, that can be said no matter how old a dog or a cat gets, they're always taken too soon. Same can be said for people.
Yeah, but dogs literally can't live past like 20. Humans can.
I think that if I were to Google this, I'm sure I can find a dog that lived past 20. Sure.
Yes, but if you tried to go past 25, not possible.
I'm on it.
That's because those extra 5 years are really, in dog years, another 35 years. Same way you could
But
find a human that was 100, but to find one that's 137, no.
The oldest living dog is a dog called Bluey.
Bluey?
29 years and 5 months. An Australian cattle dog.
29
by-
years.
They-
Can't possibly reach
Did they have his birth
25.
certificate?
Got lost.
Interesting. Wow.
Wow.
I've got the
Coinky
oldest-
dink.
I got the oldest living dog too.
I don't know what that's a reference.
Yeah, exactly. This is gonna
No,
be
it's
like
just,
a-
I made it up. That's my point.
But he Googled it.
Yeah.
Everything that's on the internet's true. Your dog's not on the internet's very clear that it's not true. Thank you. And let's focus on game 2 of this, because I was coming into this series, I'm not going to lie, coming into this series thinking that Cyber Legacy was going to have an easy time against Tempo based on their track record. But Tempo actually kind of impressed me, especially considering they're playing with a stand-in. I thought that Ricky did very well, considering he was the stand-in of the squad. I actually think that they have a good shot of taking a game off of Cyber Legacy in game number 2.
Hey, it's been the group of 2 once. Wouldn't be surprised.
It has been so far.
They just need to draft better.
That's the only solution. Draft better.
I'm sorry, you just
I
can't.
heavily disagree with that
Okay,
comment,
let's
but
hear
it's fine.
Kyle's point, and then
Look,
you
it's-
reply, and then he gets to reply
Here's
to your
why.
point.
It's just so much harder to win. We saw them play better, and it just didn't matter because they made a mistake. You can make so many more mistakes if you're the Doom and the DK team. Riki, do you know how hard it is to stay alive against Doom DK for a 50-plus minute game? You get doomed, you're dead. You get DK stunned out of position, which is quite easy when he's just able to blink on top of you, you're dead. It's just not feasible, especially with no save, no frontliner, and no method of actually ending the game. There's nobody that can get the Aegis and then start hitting towers.
Your
and
time's up. T-Governor.
I think we have to factor in they are using a stand-in with no practice. You cannot default to more
Objection,
method-
irrelevant. They have the same
Quiet,
number
your
of...
time will come later.
Thank you, Your Honor. The stand-in is in play. The fact that they played so well, and sure, they make one mistake, they did play really good Dota. So I think we cannot devalue their performance based off of the single mistake and then blame it on draft alone. We have to look at the fact that they are trying to be unique with their draft. They are playing with a stand-in. They do play well. and then they eventually do fall victim to, again, their draft. And wake up, Carl, wake up.
It's your turn.
He finally finished. I got nothing. I rest my case. The defendant has made absolutely nothing other than mindless sounds, which truthfully would have better elucidated his point.
The issue is here, Shiva. If I do a defense,
Yeah.
we hate each other.
No word.
If I agree with him, I'm as bad as him. So
No,
I'm not trying to... What?
Am I a judge in this case?
I suppose.
we've
Mark,
we've been here for months,
Mark.
Shiva.
Your justice is the only in the land.
Well,
I've
then I
pledged
think that that T-Governor made the better case in this.
What?
Yes, because we actually watched the game, though, right?
Yeah, that helps.
Are you implying that I did not?
Don't need to.
You were
apply
sitting right in front of us.
So you can't confirm nor deny. That's the thing about getting accused of stuff, is like, what are you supposed to even say?
What do you
The
mean? You
truth.
just say didn't do it,
But then, like, yeah, but
or you own up to it.
okay, it's like saying
But
something.
well, according to you, you thought the game was over when you saw the draft, so you didn't need to watch the game.
Sure.
That's,
I'm just saying,
that's
like,
what
how-
it does every game.
I do. I watch all the Dota. I've been missing Dota. I go home and I play Dota.
Me too. Been winning?
No. I actually had some really rough games yesterday, but not going to talk about it.
I won a game yesterday. Big comeback.
One.
Yeah, I played Snap 5.
Like one game.
Yeah, I didn't have a lot of time. I was.
Oh,
busy.
okay. You played only one game.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I mean that's important information. If you lost 9 and you won 1, you know.
I played one and won one, and
Yeah.
it was good. Yeah, it was nice. We're like 25k down, and eventually won it. Snapfire Act, very strong.
See?
Coming to you, Professional Dota 2, real soon. Actually, quick question, T-Gov, as you are a coach, I want to know how much impact do the pubs that you play have on your coaching and what you want to see in your professional team as playing?
Pretty highly, depending on the position and what your pubs are. So if you're asking directly to me,
Yes.
then I am within the bracket of higher players, so I can experience like.
What would you
Hey,
say?
So you're saying that if I talk about my pubs, it's not as impactful as if you talk about your pubs.
I would unfortunately have to agree with
But I'm not taking offense.
Okay, due to the pacing of the game. Something that you might not do in your game might not be at the same speed at a high-level game. Therefore, you might talk about a...
AKA Shiva, you suck!
I own it, so it's fine.
Yeah, so yes. I think once you get above a 7k threshold, then pubs can be directly correlated to pro games.
Okay, I also think people in lower MMR normally have more fun playing Dota than people in higher MMR.
That
so
is
I win on
totally-
that front.
Dude, does anyone have fun? Like,
Yeah,
No,
I do.
No one has fun.
I
okay.
do.
Okay, never mind. We'll get
The
into
draft
it later.
started
We'll get
also,
into it
by
later.
the way. I think these guys are having fun. The way Tempo played definitely seemed like they were having fun. Maybe a little bit too much fun, the way that Yotoro jumped in high ground after the Doom. But
They've
fun
already
enough.
lost.
Draft issue, Shiva. Don't
They've
worry.
already
Draft
lost
issue.
the draft. You first pick Darkseer, immediately there's an Oracle. This just straight up deletes Darkseer from the laning phase. It's my most played hero in competitive play, not public matches. I gleaned most of my information from the true circuit.
Can I give you a fun fact about a pro level pub games and an itemization choice on Morphling?
Why?
Because it's relevant to the Morphling.
But you just interjected in the middle of my point.
I thought you finished.
No.
Sorry, Carl.
Play nice.
I got carried away.
Shiva, you're gonna have to step in pretty soon.
Yeah,
I
we're
just
gonna have a
did.
real fight
I
soon.
just did. I just said play nice. That's
Sorry, Carl, what were you saying?
That's not working out with the stream.
I'm not leaving this chair. Don't make me leave my chair.
Oracle just deletes Darkseer from Dota. You pick the clock, so now you have like this combination. Maybe you can hunt on the sidelines, like do some weird TP stuff, lane mechanic abuse. But you have Oracle Morph, so you already have your win condition, and you've already guaranteed it's gonna free farm. That's really, really bad for whoever's not got the free farming Morphling on their team. T-Gov. I rest.
Thank you. So, fun fact with Morphling, VTune, who plays for Fly to Moon, he's actually been doing a new item build on Morphling. He's going double Wraithband Morbid Mask, Treads, into Yules, then E-Blade.
Really?
Yeah, he's played like 15 games of it, if not more, in the last like...
Yules.
Yeah.
Why?
So I had a little look at the replays, and basically he's using it as just obviously mana regen, so he can waveform a lot more. He's being super aggressive, and Morphling's quite a hard hero to kill anyway. So naturally, the ability to use yourself just makes it harder.
Interesting.
And yes, yeah. So potentially,
What's Fly to Moon's record so far in the Immortal League?
They haven't played a
yet.
game yet.
So they've not won a single game.
They have not
They've-
lost a
Immortal League.
single
Yeah.
game. Must be good.
Yeah, it must be great. So potentially, because, you know, VTune being CIS regional, these pubs, and I think the
True.
only other person
Yeah,
to have
people
played
would
it
have.
is the CIS players, right? So we might be seeing that from the Morphling. Keep an eye out for that, especially against this Darkseer with that surge.
True.
If you're jumping the Darkseer, you have this built into you. It could
Yeah,
be a nice
extra
cute
extra
mechanic.
dispel
Yeah,
is
exactly, yeah.
insane against Darkseer Ember, and this is again why it's so dangerous to leave Oracle in the pool when you're playing on running the strategy. I've tried to make this work. We have run. I'm fairly certain I've picked this exact trio in my opener multiple times in the past, and playing against Oracle just shuts it down. Is the trouble because you don't get this Ember with double radiance at 10 minutes into the
I
game.
feel like
It's just
there's
purged
a
off.
big caveat there where you said in the past. How many patches ago was that? You can't really judge those
Sure.
drafts on this
But
patch.
the concept, that's the thing about Dota, like the numbers get tweaked a little bit here and there, but ultimately the strategies, the core of the game are still the same, which is why you even see now in this meta a lot of old ideas being recycled. But ultimately the Darkseer Ember want to link up, and you know the double shield is a hell of a lot of damage. I'm surprised they go for a Necro, but it makes sense when you consider they've already got a really tanky carry in the Morph. You've got an Oracle behind it, and you're going to have a Tiny for the beef. And again, you have issues with Tempo's lineup. They don't have sustained DPS. They're once again a little too squishy. You look at the side of Cyber Legacy, once again, they're going to naturally scale not just in DPS output, but survivability.
Yeah, in terms of the themes, it's very much the how they're going to scale and play into the game. The Necro pick, I think, is mainly to force the Ember to go, okay, you might have to actually go safe lane, because if you put the Necro mid, you can't play there. And it's just more of a drafting type pick rather than maybe a game pick. Cyber Legacy still have the same issues, like Carl just raised, where they are stronger once they get to that 25-minute timing, right? Like that early damage, they basically rely on Tiny blowing someone up, and then other than that, just surviving laning phase. They're not really going to be dominating anything, while Tempo can play aggressive. In regard to the Oracle comments, yes, they're very much true. I think you have to think about how if you force the Oracle to one side of the map and then suddenly play the other side, like it's all about the macro gameplay, the positioning, and sure, Oracle does counter all these heroes, but he counters one hero, not the surge and all of its spread.
Yeah, reminds me, it's something MC noted, Necro player from the offlane, had a really prescient point. He told me about it. It's just, I will survive as long as I know how to live. I know I'll stay alive. And I think that that's going to be something he really has to key in on, as long as he's able to play around his Oracle.
Thank you, Gloria. Is Tempo playing with the timer again, like they did previous game? Do you feel like they have a better late game, chance if it goes that late?
It's interesting that the TB basically does
But it's-
remove that.
Okay,
Yeah.
But it's
excuse
Morphling
me.
v TB.
Could I just pose a quick aside about the draft? Terrorblade into Morphling. Is that a good decision?
That's literally what he was talking about.
I just wanted
Okay,
clarification.
so there's two arguments here in which the Morphling v TB in that mid game, late game will dumpster him, because if you take over the TB, you can kill everyone else. Morphling way more mobile. But the TB earlier on, if you have a lineup that can go aggressive, can move from Roshan to towers and just destroy the Morphling before he comes online, you can say that TB can play this matchup. So sure, they're picking it into Morphling, but it's an indicator that they want to be aggressive and try and end in the game at that 25-30 minute mark when they made that fatal mistake last game.
Enchantress.
They want to be able to go, no, this time we will just take the racks. We physically can't throw because we don't have a Riki that can blink into your fountain.
Gotcha. Okay.
And
They
then the
can
Ench
they
pick-
can surge and run real fast. Though.
Exactly.
The Ench is nice too, because it's going to deny the Necro the offlane. You no longer have your Ghost Shroud as a way to get out of jail free against a TB Metapop. However, T-Gov, I'm sorry, bro. I just don't see how you can have so dominant of a mid game. You're ending a game of Dota in 25 minutes.
All right, so counter
Not
argument again.
into
Once, why are we even phrasing like
Do you want me to take the other bracelet?
take?
I'll double or nothing. This bracelet and the necklace and
I
the
have
sash
nothing to my name anymore.
For
I've
the
got this-
one bracelet.
for the one
the one
bracelet.
bracelet.
That's how confident I am.
Sure. I'll give you this is literally, if they win this game,
I'll throw in, I'll
take
throw in
everything.
Cheever's crown.
Definitely can't throw in my
crown
crown.
it. You can double crown
can
the rest of the
take
day.
his
Steve, it's
crown.
a sure thing.
I'm not gonna. You can take his crown.
And unrelated, I have some really cool investment opportunities to talk about you once we finish the
I'm
segment.
sure you do. I'm sure you do. Also, I see both Owen and Lizard have crowns. You can take theirs.
It's true.
Maybe they have. No, never mind. I like the the confidence of the bracelet and the necklace for the bracelet.
Yes.
The governor.
I don't even know Cyber Legacy's last hero yet, but that's because they've got so many options. Sheaves, you can put the Tiny mid, you can put the Necro mid, you can support the Tiny, which is what they choose. It'll be Mars off lane, which makes sense against the TB Ench lane. You're going to smack him, he's not going to care, he's going to push the lane, and I believe this will put the Necro in the mid lane against the Ember. Very advantageous for the Necro foes.
You think the draft is that one-sided?
Yes.
Just the draft?
This is a 97.42 outdraft to whatever the other number would be.
It's very specific. I mean, the odds are again in the Cyber Legacy's favor, but that much, I'm not sure.
I think that's their player-driven odds rather than maybe draft-driven odds at this point.
Yes.
I would say Tempo actually have a pretty good lineup to be able to punish the slow pacing that Cyber Legacy have.
Yep.
You are pretty much relying only on Tiny to be your active hero on the map and to try and make moves. And when you have these heroes like Ember, TB, when they're supported by Ench, it's going to be pretty decent. And I think this early aggression will secure TB enough farm to pressure that first Roshan, to pressure that first tier 2, tier 3 fight, and they're going to have a big enough lead that as long as they play together and don't make these like silly mistakes, they should be able to overcome the lack of team fight, the lack of early things Cyber Legacy have.
I think Tico is doing a very admirable job of making it seem as if this will be a competitive game of Dota 2. Unfortunately, I do believe Tempo have drafted themselves into a hole. They do not have save. They will not have the ability to go mid or late game. They're going to lose the lanes, and ultimately Cyber Legacy or the better team will have better initiation, better team fight, better tempo control, and better tower pressure, which means they should win.
Yeah. I mean, I saw the previous game, and I thought that Tempo played really well. So
that's what I thought too.
Yeah, so I don't know if they would play that
Here's
bad
the
to
thing.
make all that come
Okay,
true.
let's say you were not our queen, okay, but rather, I don't know,
But I am,
Artemis
so
or
why is that even an
let's say you're Athena,
Can you
okay,
please keep
an
this-
archer. You're literally a goddess of archery. You're the best in the world at it.
Okay.
But I have the ability to put up a wall of shields that does not allow any of your arrows.
Yeah, but
to
I will be a good
puncture
archer,
it.
so if you have a wall of shields, I will shoot an arrow up in the air to land on
Now,
top of your...
you could do
That's
that.
basically called
Unfortunately,
strategy, and that's where you look at
Terrorblade
after
can't.
the draft.
You know what? I do want people to know that
What?
this game, Tempo hasn't won a single series yet. And that means that if they lose this game and they lose another series, it means that they have very low chances of making it out of the groups to begin with. So they need to force this to a third game. Why is that funny?
Because like they've got a carry player who's like been in Moscow for 2 days waiting to get to the boot camp.
Yeah,
he
it's-
flies out and it's like, sorry, but we're already eliminated. Go home. It's like,
It's
"Ah."
very sad, but I do think that, it's need to be said. It is
It
very
does.
sad.
And I'm glad you said it, Chief.
Something that's not sad is our commentary team. Luckily, they can make a lot of this situation. It's only Pixel and Lizard.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yeah, I mean, Lizard, looking at the draft, do you think there's a better shot for Tempo this time round? They did have some definitely good moments in the first game. Going for this Terrorblade against the Morphling, do you like this approach? Is there something behind the ideas T said about there being this timing where Tempo could run over Cyber Legacy?
It's much easier to agree with T because he's a little bit more on 50-50 side, right, than it is on Kyle, who's saying Terrorblade won't be able to shoot over this wall on Cyber Legacy. They do have some things that are in their favor. Some of the items that they will be purchasing on the Terrorblade and on the Ember should work really well against both the Necro and the Morphling. If you remember before, you would buy a Vessel versus Necro and Morphling. You don't have to do that any longer, especially in this game because you're playing versus Oracle. You can just go for Skadi and Shiva, and suddenly they're not as strong as they usually are. So I actually think with the proper itemization, Tempo can take this.
Okay. And we'll see what sort of lane setups we're going to get. Last game, Magical did have had a very slow start in the 1v1. We'll see this time round himself on the Necrophos playing against Noob's Ember Spirit. I mean, what do you reckon we're going to see from this matchup here mid?
It should be a little bit different, let's put it that way. In that last game, Noob was completely crushing it. I really can't see him crush this lane as much. You're playing versus a Necro, he should have a much better lane.
We'll see top lane first meta popped here as the first few waves come in, and then there's an attempt to really push back that offlane Mars. Bignum's going to do what he can to get control of this lane though, grabbing the creeps around.
And blocking the hard camp, which is really important versus the Enchantress. Basically why he's doing this is because you are playing versus a Terrorblade. And he popped his meta. The moment you see that meta, you have nothing to do in the lane. Just go and creep skip. That's it. Just creep pull.
And then down here on the bottom, I mean, will Tempo start skipping here, or are you happy to play the lane as this morph clock, sorry, as the Darkseer clock into the morphling?
Yeah, this lane is a little bit more hectic because Cyber Legacy have one of the best counters to the Darkseer. They have Oracle in the laning stage. So it won't really be that easy for this Darkseer, who right now isn't even a lane dominator,
Yeah.
to do anything here. Like, you will be just purged off constantly.
And the presence of the Oracle is certainly going to be nuisance, and there we have it. Cyber Legacy get themselves the first blood in this lane as they burst down DNZ. Yeah, without a doubt, that bottom lane, it certainly seems to be the setup for the Morph Kuman to have a very safe and easy opening.
Right now on Darkseer, you never really expect him to dominate the lane. It's more about the later stages of the game, these team fights in which he is incredibly strong, plus the Iron Shell that adds that 400 HP with the talent, right? That's what you're looking forward to. Sadly for Tempo, Cyber Legacy have that Oracle, I have to say again, that can deal with the shield later on too.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. The Oracle, definitely a hero that's going to offer up a lot of answers. And, you know, help them sort of have these heroes like Magical, who's going to be this very beefy frontline presence. Allowing space for the Mars to set up and the Morph to come in with the cleanup.
Yeah. You can see that Magical is pretty much doing what Noob was doing in that last game. He's dominating the lane. He's 17-4. And it really doesn't get easier for Ember. Like, you can get a couple of levels of Flame Guard, but Magical will continuously spam you.
I mean, what do you do to sort of recover from this sort of a laning phase as an Ember Spirit? It's not going to be easy, is it?
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, but as long as you get your levels, Ember is a playmaking kind of a hero, and that's what you have to do. Just run across the map, make plays, go for those ganks the moment you get level 6.
That's top. Blizzy.
Oh, the zap.
Yeah, LeBron comes in with the lightning of the Harpy to stop Blizzy from being able to live there as Blizzy.
That Harpy even got nerfed, but it's still so strong. Like, you can't really deal with it once he gets it.
And we see bottom. The power of the Oracle there as Slayer is able to take that surge off, come in with the finishing nuke. I mean, it really does just destroy the Darkseer in this lane.
He still has a decent chunk of CS. He's sitting on 17 versus the 20 of Morphling, so it's not all terrible for the Darkseer. You don't expect him to win that lane too hard, as we mentioned before, so I think they're doing what they can.
Sure,
bottom.
like you wouldn't feel too bad because you're still finding something as this Darkseer, yeah. So mid. I missed it, Big Num. He's seeing if he could find the Ember here. The Ember was low, but Ember going to make the smart move of just taking the walk back to base, not sticking out. Unfortunately, had to do it at this point. No, ideally would have wanted to get to the 6, yeah, but that wasn't to be the case with the heavy amount of damage that was being consistently thrown out at him mid.
LeBron is finding all the great creeps on that small camp. First he found the Harpy, who even after the nerfs is extremely strong. Now he found the Spirit with the slow, and that Ghost, man, it hurts. It has... That slow is really strong, plus the damage that comes from it is also quite significant.
Top lane. Blizzy. Going to get a bit of safety here from Bignum. Trying to help him out. Yutaro and LeBron, they're going to continue to chase this pretty deeply. It's going to buy time for Magical to easily walk over from mid, and Magical, he's hit 6. He's got the Reaper's Scythe, so they've got to be a bit careful here, Tempo. As LeBron will take the attention away from Yutaro, and they'll just look to burst down LeBron in that situation. They'll take the free kill. DNZ comes in with a Battery Assault, but level 3 clock isn't going to scare a level 6 Necrophos much at all.
Especially after the Reaper's Sight, like, you can't really do anything there if you're DNZ. You just have to chill, go away. I think Magical was thinking about perhaps sighting the Terrorblade instead. He didn't really want to use it on the Enchantress, but he's fine with that kill as well.
Did open up a bit of space for Noob in the mid. Of course, whilst all this focus occurs in the mid and the top, the bottom lane has become just complete free farm zone for Kuman's Morph. Getting 40 CS, 20 denies. Having full control of that lane now that it's pretty much been abandoned by Tempo.
Yeah, where is Darkseer actually? He's in the base, okay. He's probably going to try either jungling. Actually, he's going top. Alright, so they're switching things up, switching the lanes
I guess TB's going to start in the jungle, right? So it's going to open up this space for Mitch to lane somewhere where the Oracle isn't.
I think this is a quite good response. Morphling, you will not pressure him any longer. There is absolutely nothing that you can do on that lane. I think even Clock just standing there won't get a lot of experience because Morphling is so good at controlling the lane and denying all the creeps.
They're going to have a bit of a poke at Mitch, but now already backing off. The TP comes in from the Oracle. You know, Slayer's just saying, well, if you're going to go up to this side of the map, I'll be happy to join you. Doesn't need to help Kuman. Kuman more than happy to be left on his own.
Yeah, this is one sad Darkseer. He might even die here.
He looks to be in a bit of trouble. And he actually tries to go for the surge out before the purge is there. Arrowed into the tower. He'll go down. Noob does have an ED. Level 7. Can he get anything here? It's light in a couple of seconds, but the creep wave's coming in, so hard for him to hit the chains. And won't be able to do so. Also having that DD taken off him by Slayer. Just can't find the kill. That bottom lane, Kuman, I mean, he was down there alone, the DNZ clock, and just dies. Easy kill for Kuman. So not only having free farm,
he
but also having heroes coming to his lane and giving up their lives to him.
Yeah, when you're DNZ, you're trying to get some experience here. You're under the tower. It's not like DNZ was out of position, but when Morphling is so fat and you're only level 3, it's very easy for him to kill you.
See, over in the river, they're going to try and burst Noob. Bring him low, still holding on to the Reapers. See if they can bring him low enough, but won't be the case. Noob, enough protection with the Flame Guard. Magical will turn over towards LeBron. Scythe comes out. Is that low enough? It isn't. So LeBron actually going to be able to continue to walk away. Needs one more right click here, Magical. Can he get in range? There are boots on this Enchantress, so a little hard for him.
Right? Did they just get to him, or was it the wand? I'm not quite sure, but he gets out in any way. There's a sight wasted. All things considered, Slayer might fall.
Let's see if they can kill him. TPs are coming in. Multiple, in fact, as Big Num starts things off with the Avalanche. Slayer's got the stick charges, kind of baiting them in. The Spirit, it's off the mark. It's not going to catch Slayer. And now the two of them, they're in the pit. He'll be able to jump out with the final Remnant. DNZ is going to be left stuck in it. And even with that further Remnant, Noob still unable to find Slayer. Slayer will be able to live thanks to the backup of his teammates coming in.
Yeah, he played that kind of well on the Ember Spirit. He was waiting for the Purge before he used any of his spells. But when you wait for so long, you don't have any damage. And he survives because of the TPs that came.
It's bottom. They want to do something about Kuman. They're coming in. A whole lot of them as well, even with the meta. Yatoro joining to try and push them back. Kuman trapped in the cogs. Can he get his way out of it? He cannot.
That's a huge kill. And exactly for the player that you want to get the kill, this Terrorblade, right? And he's getting his farm. Yeah, you can say that he's been pressured on the top lane, but it's a TB, he doesn't care, he just goes to the jungle, and he farms just as fast.
And now with this better also remaining for a fair few more seconds, he can look towards the tier 1. And earlier with those TPs towards the tier 1 mid to defend Slayer, TPs aren't up for them to head down and defend this tower. At least for most of them, there'll be Kuman coming back into the lane. Maybe him alone will be enough to stop them pushing. They do still have 3 heroes here, Tempo, if they want to try and get aggressive again, but...
That rotation from the TB reminded me of old OG, when they would play TB and always pop that meta very early on and go for the towers, even without any items, just a couple of raid bans. If you use that meta and get a kill, why not? You can threaten an objective.
Smoke from Tempo, trying to set up around mid.
They have 6 on Clock, they have 6 on Mitch. Not that it really changes a lot on the Darkseer, but the hookshot is there.
No, hookshot on the Tiny would probably do it, but looks like they've got bigger things in sights. They're heading up to top lane. And DNZ, at least he is going to spot out Magical, but I mean, obviously alone, not enough to do anything. They're going to make the move in mid. Diving in with the Remnants, TP's coming through, Noob will get the kill, and with the haste he'll be able to get out. The arena down, locks in LeBron. As mana's low on Blizzy, he's bottling up for that final bit of burst to take out the Enchantress. In top lane, they do manage to start to go in onto Magical. Magical pretty tanky, but with 3 heroes on him in the Iron Shells, surely he cannot live. He cannot. Trapped in the cogs. Tempo diving in mid and also being able to set up top on Magical.
Now that was really good because they baited all the TPs towards the mid lane. Most importantly, Blizzy and Oracle were mid, and because of that, no one was there to help Magical. Pretty well played from them so far. They're forcing the enemy's hands, and because of that, they're having a Terrorblade that's just completely free farming.
Yeah, he's up to the farm of Kuman, who had a completely free lane.
And kills.
Yeah. So there's some very strong farm here from Yatoro. Cyber Legacy. And again, the 3 of them top. They really want to try and take away this tier 1 tower. Get inside the jungle of Tempo, but as we've seen so far, Yatoro's positioning been very good when it comes to farm, just staying on the complete opposite half of the map to Cyber Legacy, so they are really struggling to find the Terrorblade.
This could be a bit dangerous. Oracle is around his teammates, and you can see that he's making this triangle with Blizzy and Morphling, so he can save either one that gets initiated.
Oh, see, the Terrorblade is going to TP top. They want to fight this. Blizzy, caught in by the cogs, will drop the arena down, turns over towards the clock, pins him against his own cogs. False Promise comes in time to keep Blizzy alive. Toss Avalanche combo on Mitch, not enough to finish it, but the Reaper Scythe will do so. Comes in for the finishing blow. Tempo, a fight that they themselves did willingly take. Not going too hot for them whatsoever as they've lost 2 heroes. This fight being even with the meta. Can they finish Magical? Jump forward with those remnants. They get the slow on with the reflection. They find the Necrophos. Turning over now towards Blizzy. Noob won't want to commit for that though. Chain still unavailable for a couple of seconds. So finding a big kill at the end of it all. And again, you know, Yatoro living, getting the kills as this Terrorblade. He's still going to be happy with the way things are going for himself. Also,
Ember did not die, so he was a part of getting that experience over there. That's the first time we saw the wall. They built the wall that Kyle was thinking about. Terrorblade wasn't really able to attack anyone in it. But the fight still ended relatively well for the Tempo boys. They did manage to get that huge kill on the Necro. Terrorblade will be able to continue farming now. And you can see he has already queued up the Skadi.
Yeah.
And that item is huge for them. You really need to get Skadi on him and Shiva's on Noob as soon as possible. And this game becomes much, much easier. Maybe even Vessel on DNZ. I'm not sure what he's buying this time around on clock.
Yeah, I mean, in these sort of games when there is an Oracle, you still buy the Vessel, right? Even though it can be removed,
yeah.
Vessels against these cores is just very hard to pass up. Or...
You make a valid point. Like,
yeah,
Oracle is a problem. Yeah, Oracle definitely is a problem, but I still think you get it.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. DNC's queuing up the urn. Yeah, I mean, because you know, you at least force them to react
to purge,
to it, right?
And
then they have to do something.
And it's not like he's always going to use that purge for the Vessel. Maybe he'll purge the Surge, and then you can play. It just gives you another dimension of.
Yeah, you got to just be a bit smarter with the usage. You can't just throw it out as you wish, and of course you've got to wait for the perfect opportunity. Bounty runes up, and should just be 2 apiece. Tempo not in position up top to take those away from Cyber Legacy.
Now this is another thing that Darkseer is really good with. He activates the farming potential of your position 4. You just Iron Shell him and send him away to the jungle. And they're doing that quite well. Clock is finding some farm now.
We've got the Yules here, and it looks like he didn't have any defensive remnants other than the one he just threw out right underneath his nose. So even if they didn't have that initial setup there, I don't think Noob was getting away.
Yeah, the Yules really comes in handy. And what's also good is Mars didn't have to go for it first. It's Magical that bought it, right, on the Necro. So Blizzy just gets some extra use out of his hood instead.
Now an easy tower for them.
Dire's middle tower
Still very close between the farm of the 2 cores, Kuman and Yatoro. Both hitting the farm. I mean, in sort of the way that the Morph TB timings work against each other is would you say, like, is it more impressive that one of these cores is doing as well as they are? Like, which one, ideally for the opponents, would they be shutting down?
Yeah, obviously Morphling is doing a bit better than he's supposed to because of the laning stage. He already has the E-Blade drums completed. This is the hero that you really look out for right now. But as you know, Terrorblade, once you hit that peak, objectives just melt. So you get a bit more from the Terrorblade eventually. Is that a Platinum Morphling?
Oh, that's the Master Tier. Level 25 Morph here from Kuman.
Damn, someone's a spammer.
Yeah. I think Master Tier is at least about 400 games on the hero, and I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, imagine someone like Kuman's probably got way more than 400 over his years of Dota playing, on whichever accounts he's on.
And Morphling has been around. Like when you're thinking about top tier carries, he's been around for such a long time. Like,
oh yeah,
there hasn't been a patch in which Morphling just completely sucked. He's always good. He's always relevant.
Radiant are scanning.
Even with the recent patch, if you remember the E-Blades changes, everyone thought, okay, Morphling will be... Oh!
Ooh, noob! The remnants! He's throwing them out, he's jumping away. I mean, Noob, he does like to play on the edge. We never see him with a defensive remnant out in advance. He's always throwing them when he's getting gone on. So it has cost him his life that once in the mid. Living on the edge.
Yeah, he's keeping us in suspense, making us wonder. Is this nickname right? Is it not?
He has been getting away with it for the most part so far, but things could change. Smoke up from Cyber Legacy. Begnum is going to grab that ZD. He does have this blink to show, so they've got a huge amount of burst. They found Jatoro in the arena. And Jatoro, yeah, he's completely alone down here. Nobody else to help him.
Oh, the swap.
Yeah, we'll dodge the dying to the Reaper's Scythe at least. But Jatoro will still die. So at least he's not dead for an extended period. Yeah, but he is dead.
He still is dead. That's true. He was farming in this area in which he is not expecting the gank to come. Usually these ganks go to the enemy jungle, but they read what he's doing. Perhaps he showed one illusion out pushing the lane, and because of that they kind of read where he is and went for the kill. But ultimately you would like to farm there, because you can always send illusions as well to the lane to get the creeps. You're maximizing your farming potential.
Do it with flair.
DNZ went for that urn and actually is going for the Aghanims next, which is a bit more common. Yeah, it's really solid on clock.
Okay.
It's really solid. I would say this is your core item right now. If you're playing clock, you need to go for it.
Really? It's that? Because I feel like it was in the game for a long time and people weren't building it on clock. What's happened? People have just started to realize that...
Yeah, I think it's general. He started playing offlane clock. He would literally go for 4 bracers and Aghanims with boots, and that's it. That's his build. And so much impact in every single game. Of course, not everyone is general. Not everyone can recreate that playstyle, but it just gives you so much. You have that long-range initiation, you have double stun from the hookshot, you have double stun from the cogs pushback. You can separate the fight with cogs as well. Attack speed, it's a very solid item.
And that's well, obviously the downside of it being that self-stun. Like, it doesn't matter, because most of the time if you're using it correctly, you've already eliminated whatever was going to punish you for stunning yourself.
Exactly.
You just got to be smart with how you do it.
And you get that movement speed, so you can kind of slither away and hide yourself somewhere. So you really don't care about that stun that much. It's annoying.
There we go, tempo. Ready to smoke and fight with the meta. Into the jungle, there they go, as Toro will show. No wards down here from the Radiant, so still...
They did use a rocket flare, and that should have given their position away.
Magical's going to start heading up here. DNZ will reveal there's something going on as he drops down the cogs to block off the Necrophos's entry. Still with this smoke, though, Cyber Legacy trying to chase Kuman in with a burst. It'll do it. A dead LeBron.
Yeah, I love how LeBron didn't even skill his ulti. He understands. I die from burst. It doesn't really matter. It's not like anyone is going to waste their time
That's true. I mean,
right-clicking.
nobody's right-clicking, really. I'm sure Kuman is, but as you say, he doesn't. That's with the Z-Blade, he doesn't need to. So yeah, the other skills definitely worthy investment for LeBron.
This is also very interesting. If you check Tiny, he's going for a Veil next. And that's something that I see from many position 4s. If you need a Blink Dagger, you get that. After that, Veil just helps your teammates out quite a lot. And it's good stats, too.
Yeah, no, it really depends, I feel, on the region as well. Sort of about a month back when I was casting a lot of SEA games, they would always run a mid-Tiny, mid-Puck.
Yep.
They would just rush Veil, like, very consistently. They massively favoured Veil as early as possible.
Was that recent, or...?
Yeah, that was about a month back, so, you know, the patch, not much of a different patch. Veil having the same aspects to it as the Morph, Kuman, getting dragged back. He's got Waveform back up in a second. Is he going to get the chance to get out of here? He will. Arena down from Blizzy, pins Noob down as well to make sure that Kuman is able to sneak away.
Yeah, that Arena, again, preventing Terrorblade from using his range and metamorphosis. I wonder if they'll try to take some objective. That would probably be the best idea for them right now, because you use the meta. Might as well at least get a tier 2 from it.
Now, let's see, I mean, still seeming a bit scared of approaching the tier 2 bottom. Mid lane, just a bit of a tease from Noob.
He's teasing us a lot today. Like, with his Lina plays, now with the Ember Spirits as well. He's in and out, but not quite there. And all these remnants, he's constantly casting them. He's not really keeping one, like you said before.
No, he doesn't like to play it safe, Noob. He likes to jump around, save them all for the burst initiation or the last-minute attempt at a getaway. Mid. Well, we'll see here, Roche. Cyber Legacy. Not the quickest of lineups to take it down until Kuman shows up.
Yeah.
Things will speed up significantly. Kuman also with the Manta done on that E-Blade, so very hard for Tempo to catch him.
They're not really even trying at the moment. You can see LeBron is pressuring the tier 2. I'm surprised they didn't use that meta to do the same thing. And now they're giving away Roche as well, because you don't have the meta available any longer. Yeah, pretty well played by Cyber Legacy. Now, on top of everything else, you have that Aegis on Morphling. This is their time to shine. They can finally start pressuring and taking some more objectives. These tier 2s, they're all standing on the side of Tempo.
Let's see where they'll head. We'll be, you know, let's just say, when they don't have the meta, that is the moments where Cyber Legacy can really hit hard at Tempo, and they're going to try and do so. Smoke up from mid. Ward was on this cliff there, so may have caught a glimpse of this. Still, their Noob's walking through the river. Underneath their presence, they've got the Avalanche out. Noob will throw a Remnant out in time. The Root will chase him. And
there's side.
he's out.
Yeah, I was wondering maybe he'll use the sight there, but no, he doesn't. He lets the Ember go away. He really likes to play unprotected without the Remnants out, but this time he managed to get out. Clockwork maybe confused them a little bit. That was a confusing hookshot through all of them. But what's surprising me is the Tempo. They're playing like they're losing hard. They're only 1k behind. And yeah, a lot of your net worth is on the Terrorblade. But still, you could be pressuring them, perhaps trying to take some objectives. Before the Aegis, at least.
Yeah, well, you'd like to see them try and group up, smoke up, and get aggressive with the meta.
Yeah, if they did it a bit earlier. I think now it's a bit more problematic.
Yeah, if anything, maybe just waiting now for Yatoro's BKBs. 3k gold towards it. And not losing these towers. And Cyber Legacy push on with this Aegis. Feeling pretty confident that Tempo won't try and come to any sort of defense.
It all depends if Kuman will pressure the high ground. It looks like he won't. Most likely just take this area around the triangle. You can see they have two very, very good wards. So if any aggression tries to go there, like if Tempo try to retake this, they'll be fighting in a really, really bad spot.
If anything, the problem with this passiveness from Tempo, it does mean that you really are starting to see Noob's Ember fall behind for his farmers it's coming to a complete halt.
Yep.
As there just hasn't been any action for him to get involved in.
Yeah, that's usually what you want to do with Ember. You want to get those kills, and he is most often he's been the hunted. He's been the one that pokes, he goes in a little bit, tries to get a couple of CS, but they force him out with the Yules. So yeah, this is really good. I like to see this from Cyber Legacy. Pressure the bottom lane with the Manta Illusions from Morphling so that no one can split push bot, and then just stay mid here. This is the right thing to do with Aegis. You're basically allowing them only to push the top lane, and they're not really succeeding at that too.
Oh, yeah, there's one of the BKBs. So imagine this pairing of BKBs from the Noob Ember and Itoro Terrorblade are going to be out. And with it, you look at the lineup of Cyber Legacy, it is mostly magical damage. So with these BKBs, they will be incredibly strong in the fights. Still yet to spend, actually. Yatoro, he's actually saving up his gold. He's gone up to 5,200 without investing. I mean, maybe he's considering going for something like the Complete Abyssal instead of the BKB. I mean, what do you think? In this sort of game as Terrorblade, do you have to get the BKB, or can you go for something bigger?
I think you go for the BKB. I think
you absolutely need it.
Yeah, I think it's a much safer option to go for that. There's a lot of magic damage that you have to deal with. The only problem is, are you worried about them kiting you? The game plan from Cyber Legacy instantly changes once you show those BKBs. They will try to jump in, force those BKBs, and then run out. Yeah. And they do have a lot of disengage.
He's got to spend his money though. Like, it's a little scary there, walking outside the base with 5,400 gold, no BKB.
I think if you're Ember committed to it, you should as well. You get those BKBs, and the next fight should be yours. And from then on, you can perhaps think about what's next.
Still yet to spend. No, I think his career's coming out to him now. I imagine that will be the BKB.
Yeah, Morphling isn't really slowing down too. He has that almost completed Skadi.
Yep, there it is. Kuman's item timing is continuing to be very quick this game.
I love the fact that he's carrying Nether Shawl, plus he has the Orb of Destruction in
and so he didn't go for the BKB, but he did go for the other defensive item. He's got the Satanic. Do you think you get away with that this game? Full Satanic instead of the BKB?
Yeah, I think that's fine too. Satanic is also pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, hook shots, point blank range there into the small camp as Kuman's out with the waitful. He is out and away. We do see Bignum, for whatever reason, continued his TP to the outpost. That was completely unnecessary. I don't know what he was doing there. It was the easiest disengage for everyone else, and Bignum was like, nah, I'm good. I'm going to TP in. Well, why did he not?
Because,
whatever.
Look. As a position 4 player, I know that there's a lot
of... You want to fight?
There's camaraderie between us. He sees that clockwork, how he has failed, and he's like, okay, at least take me.
Sure.
Take my life.
I mean, yeah, maybe he's worried. He's like, hey, if I don't complete the TP, they'll continue to chase you. So...
That might have happened. It's a stretch, but yeah, it could have happened.
Right, they will manage to sweep over and pick up Slayer.
Yep.
Getting both the supports here.
So, Cyber Legacy, when it comes to that Aegis, they did use it to take 2 tier 2 towers. But the moment that Aegis disappeared, you can see the Tempo are taking back map control. And they're pressuring them. They're taking, they took 2 kills. However, they're yet to take any tier 2s.
And then so, with the Terrorblade, is the Satanic enough on its own, or do you still want the BKB on top of it? Or can you rely on just the Satanic?
I think he'll decide after he sees how the next fight goes. But Satanic should be enough. After that, you can go for some more damage. Either the Daedalus or the Fly or whatever he wants to go for.
Especially if you're finding items like that, the Paladin Sword. It's going to be very nice paired up with the Satanic. LeBron.
He's a hard kill.
On the run.
Yeah. He's a hard kill only because they don't want to use the site for him, right? If they use it, he just instantly dies, but... And LeBron is completely fine with that. He's fine dying to a Reaper site, he just made them use a big ulti.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the Reaper Scythe itself is one of the biggest concerns for Yatoro, right? You know, as long as he knows it's not there, he can play his fights, getting low, waiting to the last moment with the Sunder.
He's actually keeping the Enchanted Quiver.
Yeah, over the sword, Paladin Sword. Yeah, I saw that. I mean, it's a lot of damage, right? That 300 hit. But Paladin Sword, dude, with Satanic, yeah, it's the lifesteal. Think about it.
The lifesteal is incredible. I think Paladin Sword is also really good, but I see more and more carries coming to this, understanding that Enchanted Quiver is just a broken item.
Well, just the DPS is pretty insane.
It's pretty sick.
Because it's what? It's a plus 300 hit right on a, is it 8-second cooldown?
Yeah, it's a very low cooldown.
It is low. Yeah, like you're going to get multiple hits off of it in the fight.
Structures are fortified.
Remember when it used to work with Monkey King and his ultimate? Like with Wukong's command?
I mean, it's many of the items used in it with Monkey King. There's a few of the neutrals that were very busted, right? I think all of the sort of on-hit effect ones worked.
Wait, Echo Saber as well, right? On the clones. Like, it's...
Wait, Echo Saber still doesn't it?
Monkey is dead. What does it matter?
Sure, no one's really playing Monkey King. That's true. I haven't seen Monkey King in pro play for a long time now. At least not in tier one pro play. Noob. Up in the BKB is trying to finish off Slayer. Slayer gets away with the self-false promise. Kuman trapped in the cogs here. Has he got any way out of this? He's trying to play his way out with the ghost form. Goes out with the wave form, but Yatoro surge forward. The BKB out from Kuman will keep him alive. The arena's down. They've locked down the Terrorblade. If they got any further burst, he'll get the Sunder off onto Bignum. So the Terrorblade back up to full HP. Turns his attention over towards Blizzy. Blizzy will fall. They get the Mars kill. Still with the chase. Noob diving in past the tower. Can he get a chains in onto this one? Doesn't look like it. Magical will be fine. So pretty much all the ults being blown there by Tempo. Does get them the Mars kill, does get them the tier 2.
It forced the BKB from the Morphling as well. It's a pretty good pickup from them. Only problem is, Rosh isn't up.
Yeah, that would be the dream. If Rosh was up there as well, beautiful.
Yeah, you can see that they're pinging it out as well. On the Radiant side, they're scanning. But they should know that Tempo aren't doing that because of these wards here.
Yeah, they'll see him head straight back out of the pit. But now for Cyber Legacy, they know that the ults aren't there. They hit back hard. Noob blown up by the Reaper Siphon, actually without buyback as well. So he's dead for 100 seconds. Roche is up in 30, so there's going to be a 70-second window. There's no Ember to contest this Roche if Cyber Legacy spot this out in 20 seconds.
Yeah, you just park one of your heroes or you bring the courier there and you wait for it the moment it's
DD as well. Easy Roche.
It's a little bit unfortunate. Like, one team gets a good team fight, goes into the pit, there's no rush. The other team gets a good pick off, double damage, and Rush is about to spawn.
Oh, it's up in a second. Kuman, with a little more patience, he would have spotted it. At least holding the bottle, of course, so the DD will be saved. And they'll be sure to go back and check once more. Has been checked out by the clock, though, so DNZ and Tempo know that it's up. But without their Ember, very little they can do really to head over here. 4 versus 5 is not really an option.
Yeah, instantly into the pit. Magical can tank it. Coolman with that DD is... Yeah, look at this. A couple of seconds, that's all it takes.
Yeah, easy ages to choose for the two of them. Big items being done though on Tempo. We've got the Butterfly, finished on the Terrorblade. And DNZ, he's got that Aghanim, so we'll see what he's able to make work with the Aghanim's clock.
As long as he doesn't hit any small camps, any creeps.
Yes, watch out for the small camps.
It will be good.
I mean, if you're the clock in this game, who are you trying to get on top of and sort of just isolate and mess with in the fight?
It doesn't really matter. Any of the cores are good to catch, but Oracle is your main target. Eliminating Oracle from the fight is probably your priority, but if he's not around, you can easily take down Necro or the Morphling with the double hookshot combo.
This tower, down bottom.
Radiant's bottom tower has
Will get taken out. They've also got the Greaves coming for the Darks here, so Tempo's team fight continuing to build up. Still a very close game, just 2k in it. 16-8. Terrorblade's farm still staying a just a little ahead of the Morphling, so...
As it should.
Yeah, your Toro's going to be very, very strong. And Kuman actually queuing up a Rapier. I mean, I'm very excited to see it. Why do you feel that he feels that he has to go for this big risk?
Is there a fly on Turblade? If there's a butterfly, there's a butterfly. So you go for the Rapier, and you also have Aegis. So if you finish it off in time, it's really good. If you don't, however, and your Aegis expires and you don't put it to use, then it's a little bit scary because you usually want to buy that Rapier as Rosh is spawning or after you took that fight around Rosh Pit and you get Aegis. That's the best value.
Because I think, nowadays, well, it's been like this for the last year or so, but Rapier as an item is, even in a game that's even, it really is that item that if you can get away with it, it's the most broken item in the game, for what it offers in terms of DPS. And Blizzy finding a very nice sniper, catching Yatoro. As Yatoro tries to TP out of the trees, Yatoro will turn, look to bring down Blizzy, but Blizzy's got the backup of Kuman, Bignum, and Magical. And that is the Terror Blade down there. Blizzy, excellent spear to stop that TP.
Meta has been used, but on the Morphling, he's running around with his little meta. Looks so cute.
And he's so close to gold. Oh, bottom. Another kill potential here. They got the burst. Oh, nope, he's out. Nothing else to stop. Oh, I say nothing else. They're in with the Yule's range. Already cancelled with the Yule's. And slowly, very slowly, but surely, he's gone.
While he was dying, he managed to enchant one of the creeps, and I believe he'll try to creep skip a little bit on the bottom lane with it, perhaps take the aggro of the creeps and move it somewhere else. We'll see. But the first kill was way, way more important for them than the enchanters. Getting the Terror Blade is so huge for Cyber Legacy. You have to be careful how you try to make these split push actions. They have a lot of reach. You have the Morphling, you have the Mars. That one spear is all that it takes.
Still yet to spend up. He's got the cash for it. Is he going to go grab it? Would have to drop one of his items. I guess what are you dropping? Just the treads in the fight? Oh, you've got the bottle slot, right, aren't you? Don't need the BKB. Save the BKB for after the Aegis.
You just use the double damage, swap it out.
Buy it. Come on, Kuman.
Make it interesting.
Let's see some Rapier action.
But it's hard to justify it as well now that you have killed the Terror Blade.
You're like, hey, we're doing kind of well, right?
Yeah,
do we want to throw this game? Because the Rapier could just do that. Once the Aegis is gone.
There's something about Rapier in the CIS Dota.
Yeah?
You just have to get this. It's very strong. Ever since Host started buying Rapiers, you just have to follow that.
It's always the appeal. Yeah.
And it feels good, doesn't it? Oh, and the Leveler.
Ooh, Rapier plus Leveler, buildings, goodbye.
Yeah, they're getting some really, really good items. And the double damage after double damage for Kuman.
I think he's getting the Illusionist Cape as well delivered out. Yep, there we have it.
30 seconds, however, and the Aegis should be reclaimed. So from that point onwards, it's anyone's game and Tempo can finally go down from the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, Kuman with this money, there's nothing else that he's going to feel the need to buy, is there? If he didn't get the Rapier?
You could
He's
go...
going to go grab it now.
Come,
Not yet.
He's teasing.
Not yet. I mean, as you say, with the Aegis running low, it definitely would be a risk.
Should be reclaimed right now. Yep.
Oh, and...
Yeah, just leave it. Just
But I like this. Hey, I don't have the Aegis anymore. I'm going to buy a Rapier. Let's go. He's on to DNZ. Turns over to Waspitch with the BKB. Kuman. Careful now. Careful now, Mr. Morphling. As Yatoro will run up. He's looking to try and chase him. Yeah, Big Num's buying back. He's like, dude, you got a Rapier. I got to keep you safe, my friend. There's Kuman. Again, another waveform away. Buyback's coming out for DNZ. Kuman is TPing away, and much to his team's relief, he will get out of there. But yeah, living on the edge now.
Yeah, remember, because of the wall, now you get an even stronger Morphling. Plus, if he uses Manta, you can enchant one of the Illusions and Enchantress. So I think he just buffed up Dire team with that purchase, but the worst thing is, like, you buy that rapier and suddenly you're just forced to run away from these team fights. You saw how easy it is for them.
You gotta be careful. I don't say. I just love the fact that he bought the rapier to fill up the slot the Aegis went out. He's like, Aegis gone. Now I'll get the rapier. Let's go. Kuman certainly the entertainer here.
Yeah, Bignum also has this talent, toss requires no target, so from this point onwards, maybe he'll also come in handy to save the Morphling.
There we go. And of course, if he does live and get away with it, he will destroy this base of Tempo.
Yeah, remember that meta has been used in that last team fight, so it's easy for Cyber Legacy to stand on this high ground. You can see the aggressive wards as well here. They're just waiting for anyone to come outside of that base.
Oh, there's another DDR. They've been getting back-to-back double damages here on Cyber Legacy. It's a third one in a row, it feels like.
That's also because, like, you can call it luck, but they're also creating these chances for
like
themselves, right? They're holding the river, they're holding the map. It's deserved.
Well, Roshan in 30 seconds. So, Cyber Legacy.
It might respawn, right, in 30, or...
No, I think this time is actually wired up to be the precise one. I believe. Well, we'll find out in 20 seconds. Yeah, you're right, actually. Maybe it's the timer before. It's the timer to the timer.
Because it's orange, I believe.
Yeah, no, you're correct. It's the timer to the timer. So we'll find out in 10 seconds what the new timer will be. Let's have a look.
Hype.
See if it's a longer spawn or a short spawn. Cyber Legacy would be happy with a shorter one. And
I'm not really.
It's going to be a rather long one. Still 2 minutes and a half for them to hold out for Roche. We'll allow Kuman to continue to build up incredible masses of gold.
Yeah, he's got that Satanic finished up. He just needs to buy the Reaver, but the rest of it is flying out. I believe Terrorblade is also buying a Rapier, so it's gonna be...
Oh, yeah.
Rapier on Rapier action soon.
Oh, yeah, we love it. Let's go.
And if you're Terrorblade, at this point, you can buy Rapier or Refresher, right? It doesn't really matter. If you don't have buyback, it's... If you don't have meta, what's the buyback for? It won't really help that much.
Yeah, correct. Just buy it. Let's have a look. I mean, he's gonna hold on to his items, right? We just
sell the
trade
BKB.
out. Yes. You thought you saw something wild when it was lose Aegis by Rapier. We're gonna have sell BKB by Rapier. Nice. Holding on. Screw the treads. Yeah, who needs treads anyway? I mean, he was gonna have to fight with them swapped out of his inventory.
He does keep it locked for now.
Okay, he's a little spooked out because they are coming, and rightfully so. He should be careful. Kuman will blow up the Enchantress, hookshot to safety from the clock. Into the trees he goes, TP away, will get Yatoro back to safety. But yeah, we'll probably look to combine when he knows that it's a fight that they can take in a safe place.
Yeah, I like this. I like that he's careful. If you remember the metas in which Medusa was so popular, usually this would happen. You would buy the ingredients, but you wouldn't combine it until you get Aegis. So maybe he's doing something similar.
Yeah, that's true as well. They could wait for Roche. Or at least a fight where, you know, you've already killed one and you're like, well, it's going in our favor. I can safely get it in. It's magical. See if they've got any further control. There is backup. Blizzy's heading over. Kuman also around. Kuman, he's going to wait for him in aggressively. Looking towards Mitch. Mitch trying to surge away, but he's been Yulesed up in place. The arena's down. Blizzy hit with the spear. Sets up onto the Darkseer. Kuman turns to the Terrorblade himself. Yatoro beating into Blizzy, but Blizzy will be saved by the false promise. There'll be a buyback from Mitch. BKB is starting to run low. Cyber Legacy retreat themselves out of there. DNZ eyeing this up. Hasn't got a hookshot available. No. Roshan is up. So both teams have to be very wary about the Roche pit now.
That's literally the worst scenario for Tempo. You initiate on the Necrophos, you don't manage to kill him off with the double hook, and your whole team is kind of too far away from DNZ. He needs to be just a little bit more careful that once he initiates, he has the proper follow-up. Because a Clockwork alone isn't going to kill any of these heroes.
There we go. Kuman no longer has to worry as he's going to have the safety of the Aegis once again. Refresher Shard over the way of Magical. Those double scythes. And Cheese, I believe, must have been picked up by Blizzy.
Yeah, it's on Blizzy. This is a huge chance now for Kuman and the boys to use the Sages, maybe even use the Leveler for Kuman again. You can just swap it out.
Oh, who's even holding the Leveler? Because it's not like any of the other heroes really utilize attack speed. Yeah, apart from maybe Tiny. Maybe Tiny's got it for the extra punches.
I'm not sure if Blizzy, no? They're not using it at all.
I mean, you're right. I don't know why it's not in his backpack at least. It'll, 25% quicker to end the game. Blizzy,
okay.
He did jump in there. I mean, the scan hit, but there was an illusion, and people sometimes forget that the scan does still return as a positive if there is illusion in the area. So scanned an illusion and got a little spooked.
Oh, they wasted a lot of their time there. Still, nothing too terrible. Morphling was still out pushing, so the waves are controlled. The only problem is the top lane that's being out pushed a little bit, but Cyber Legacy, yeah, they're fine with it. You have to take your chances. They did catch Terrorblade a couple of times earlier, right?
No, yeah,
they're fine with this. You're in this spot in which, yeah, you want to keep them choked completely in their base, but you have to understand that that's very difficult to do. Keeping two sides just pushed in is enough.
No, yeah. I mean, they're in a very comfortable spot, 20k ahead. I mean, the Rapier Terrorblade is definitely something that's still going to be a bit of a difficulty to push high ground into.
I think it's the Rapier Terrorblade, but one hero that's extremely important for them is Darkseer. The walls and the vacuum combos in this game are incredibly important for tempo. And you could see that Cyber Legacy, once they eliminate Darkseer, there's no control and pretty much no teamfight coming from Tempo's side afterwards. That happened in the Dire Jungle before.
Maybe I'll have a nap.
I mean, Tempo is... do you leave the base as Tempo, or do you just wait for the high ground push? Is there any value in trying to catch them outside of your base?
Does he have ninja gear on Terrorblade? I think that's what he's... that's what he's doing. So he just leaves the base, uses those illusions. I think this is the safest option for you, because you're still playing versus that Aegis, who is on your high ground, by the way, right now.
And we'll be able to force out the fortification there, so now an opening for Cyber Legacy to get in and do the real damage, to get the hook shot in onto the Maw, starting to mess around with Kuman. An early false promise actually comes out to Kuman, allows him to play an aggressive as he dives in deep, bursts up LeBron. We got the cogs and the damage from the Terrorblade. That is going to be enough to pop him the once there with this Rapier Metamorphosis damage. The wall laid down on him into the root. He's got the BKB back in his inventory, will be able to pop it to get out, but Big Num will die for that.
Yeah, but he still saves the Morphling, which is huge, and the buyback is there. They know meta has been popped, there's no wall. This is a huge now opportunity for Cyber Legacy to push the high ground.
Well, let's see how much they can force it with those two aspects removed from the equation.
I'm just surprised the Tempo didn't punish Kuman even more there, because you have double stuns from the Clockwork. If he was cogging him back inside the base, maybe they could even dislocate him even further from his teammates. But they're just afraid. They know how strong he is. Can't blame them.
There we go. Kuman, he's in the arena. Not going to catch anyone, but he does create this area where they can hit the buildings without any interference. So
okay, that's fair.
Just sort of setting up the demolition zone.
That's very fair. I haven't seen that before, but yeah, that's cool.
We're going to hit your buildings. You can't do anything about it.
What do you think? I guess they planned it, but they did try to catch Terrorblade.
Oh, hook shot in. DNZ, he's onto the Morph on the back. Blizzy in the front with the arena. The burst coming out onto DNZ. DNZ getting Reaper's Scythe as Magical finishes him off, but there's a buyback available on the clock. Noob and the front trying to take down Slayer. One more hit from Yatoro will do it. The vacuum is cancelled. The TP out. Kuman, he's in trouble. He's got to run. The chase is there. The toss back trying to get Kuman to safety. Noob, can he grab hold of this? There's still BKB available. No TP though. TP is on cooldown. Yatoro's in with the Skadi slow. Another jump to the high ground with this Remnant. Noob continuing this chase. Kuman, he's going to try and turn a lifesteal back up. Yatoro's here with the damage though. Kuman, he's out of mana. Kuman, he's going to go down.
That's
a dead morph and
two rapiers.
Whoa, he's ready to dual wield now, Yatoro. They are up. What? They finished off the bottom racks. They got the melee racks mid, but I mean the game. You know, it was not won yet for Cyber Legacy, and they've just gone and fed away a rapier to this Terrorblade, who's now got 2.
Does he have enough gold on Morphling to buy another one?
I think he did. Morph did have an insane amount of money, so we'll be able to buy enough.
Okay.
So there's going to be another rapier thrown into the game. But as we saw there, he dies in a situation where it's a Terrorblade with 1 rapier. Now it's a Terrorblade with 2 rapiers.
It might be even detrimental for Tempo. It might be bad for them because because
he's got to take so many items out for the rapiers.
Exactly, and he took out the BKB, as you can see. He has that refresher right now, but that's mostly just to get the cooldown off. Later on, he has to put in either the BKB or Satanic, but you
can only have one or the other.
You can only have one, exactly. Maybe no, you need Manta too as the Terrorblade.
Oh, let's see. Double rapiers online. Has Kuman picked up a second one yet? I imagine whilst you're dead for 30 more seconds, you're probably getting a curry out doing a little bit of shopping.
Yeah, he's missing 5,000 golds.
Yes, he has. So he's bought one. He's definitely bought one.
Did he? Or maybe that's the shard.
No. He had like 12,000 gold.
Blizzy?
So, Blizzard is he's dropped the arena, but he is surely dead. Can he? No, he can't run away from this. That's it. Oh, can he? Is he out? Oh, back with the last moment. Nearly made it away, though. Good attempt from Blizzy. And Mitch will catch him. Yeah, he must have picked up a rapier, the morph. I can't imagine where else the money would have gone.
The reason Blizzy almost got away there because of the cogs. And Yatoro obviously doesn't want to use the meta. He actually didn't even have it there. So maybe DNZ shouldn't just cog there. Well, you don't have the meta, right? You don't have the damage without it.
Yeah, there it is. So the backup rapier invested in.
Rapier shard. Daedalus actually queued up next. What do you replace even at this point?
I don't know. What are you swapping out for a Daedalus?
You want that Manta. You want the BKB because of the control.
I mean, I guess you're popping BKB, then switching it out for the Daedalus in the fights.
That's fair. That's fair.
Just getting rid of it after the active. That would be the efficiency play. But the pressure on here. I mean, a lost fight, and this Terrorblade is ending the game with these 2 rapiers.
Clockwork has a blink dagger as well.
Oh,
cool, man.
Goes in for the Enchantress kill. Will immediately BKB and TP out.
Where did the hook end?
I think he hooked into his teammate.
Yeah, probably because it wasn't easy to hook Morphling there.
No,
but he does have he had a blink. It happens. Magical.
There we go. I haven't used that Ghost Shroud immediately. Cannot allow the hits from Yatoro to connect. It's just clearing out the illusions with the waveform back and forth. Now DD, another DD, honestly. Gaben handing out the DDs today.
Yeah, that's... and it was all on the bottom rune for the last 10-15 minutes. Like, the bottom rune was constantly DD.
They're going to smoke his Cyber Legacy. It is going to be into... I mean, I imagine it was the Terrorblade who picked up that DD. It's going to be they're smoking into a double damage rune.
They're perhaps doing it because of the meta was used, but he does have refresher.
It's back up.
Yeah, he has
he's popped it. He's got a second meta ready to go. Hook shot in. They get the catch on to Blizzy. Blink to the side here as DNZ looks to focus down the Morphling. They've caught him in the initial stumble. Kuman pots the BKB. Turns over towards DNZ. Takes him out. The arena down as well. But Yatoro, he's being through them all. Blizzy's being safe for now by the false promise. Toss up from big numbers. They look to control Yatoro. The scythe comes out, but it's a little too early as Yatoro will live. Turns over towards Magical. Magical's dead. The root's out, but they cannot touch this Terrorblade. Yatoro just destroying them all with these rapiers. The double buybacks coming out from Cyber Legacy, but they cannot save Kuman. A third buyback coming through as Big Num is dying again. The tosses, it's not enough to keep this Yatoro held in position. Can they burst it? Kuman with the buybacks, the return to fight, he can. The rapiers hit the decks. As now 3 rapiers should be under the control of Cyber Legacy.
Who picks them up? Blizzy gets one, I guess.
Unless, so where are they? There's one on Blizzy. Maybe the one that Kuman dropped is still actually in the hands of one of the members of Tempo.
Maybe they stole Enchantress or Darkseer perhaps, but...
Where did the rapiers go? But that was 4 buybacks from Cyber Legacy. Absolutely worth it. Because they get the Roche. They get the rapiers.
A refresher,
Aghanims. Who
Aghanims.
takes the Aghanims? Was it Blizzy?
Morphling is
There.
keeping it for now. I don't think he uses it, right? Like, you give that Aghanims away. Did he give it? He gave it, right? Who's got it?
So where's the rapiers? The rapier on Blizzy. Yeah, okay, so LeBron did get out with the rapier that Kuman dropped. So LeBron at least has a rapier.
Do they have
On
the
the
meta?
Enchantress, it's something. Here we go. Go on, hit him. I just want to see a rapier hit from it, see if it looks... is it very underwhelming? Yeah. Oh, it's an illusion kill.
Yeah, can he actually...
Oh! Vacuum into the hook shot into the backside of the Darkseer. Cogs are down. They've trapped Magical and Blizzy. False Promise onto the Necrophos. Saves him for now. Blizzy trying to get out as the Cogs will come to an end. Now they'll turn over towards Mitch. Mitch, he's trapped in the Cogs of his own teammate here. They have taken Kuman down the once though on the high ground. Big Num comes in with a burst combo onto Mitch. Waveform forward. Mitch will fall. They've taken out the Darkseer depth for 2 minutes. Just left to LeBron and Jitoro in an attempt to try and hold, but the Mega Creeps are out.
Come on, LeBron, you wonderful beast. You have this rapier.
Oh, there we go.
Ah, so much damage.
But this one should be in the bag for Cyber Legacy. Tier 4s are gone. They jump over towards Jitoro. Jitoro's got to do something phenomenal if he wants to hold this, but he cannot. The Ancient being focused. They'll even turn, pick Jitoro up on the way out. As the game is over, the Ancient will fall. Cyber Legacy will take game 2, and with that, the series is theirs, 2-0. But a fun bit of back and forth, some rapiers all over the place.
Yeah, it wasn't really straightforward, both of these games. I think Tempo gave us some good entertainment overall. Like, it was some solid gameplay from them. A couple of mistakes here and there, but they are sort of a fresh squad. Also playing with the stand-in, which definitely isn't that easy. Yesterday they played with one guy, today with another, so it's difficult to make things work completely their way, but hey, the stand-in played out of his mind. The first game, Ricky was pretty solid performance.
This carry was good.
Yep.
He was good. He was incredibly farmed, right? Even in that game as well, where as a whole the map was getting shut down, he was still finding a lot on the Terrorblade, and nearly was able to do that. You know, had the double rapiers, got the dream where he takes down Kuman, was able to take his, but just a little too hard at that point. Kuman on this morph, I mean, it's a master tier morph.
It's a master
level
tier,
25 morphling. You get to that point of the game where he's having as good of a time as he is. It's gonna be very difficult to beat it.
It's a platinum level 25 morph. Like, he gets his timings, like you said. He just destroys you. Like some of those moves that he was making, he loses the Aegis, instantly buys the rapier after. Like,
he's feeling chill.
He's completely confident on his boy.
And that sort of that last fight, that call as well around the Roche pit where they come in with the 4 buybacks. You know, very heads up play from a team that just sees, we're going to expend the 4 buybacks because we can win this fight. Ults are running out. We're going to take Aegis. We're going to win the game.
That's also because the team that had the buybacks also had the outpost. So that's maybe a small mistake from Tempo that they don't take the outpost before the rush fight.
True. Yeah,
but
the outpost was theirs. Yeah.
We'll see what the panel has to say, right?
Yeah.
There, right.
Let's pass it back over to them to wrap up. 2-0 for Cyber Legacy.
Thank you, Odie. Pixel and Lizard. Very solid from those guys over there. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Camera on T-Gap. Wait, hold. Yep, there you go.
I did promise more, but again, that'll be...
I do want to point out, though, that even though Cyber Legacy won, and, you know, Kyle knew this all along, that game, there's, like... That was 50-50 till almost the very end.
Typical outdraft Chiefs. I think, you know, they made a little more competitive than expected. You know, the double rapiers, an hour-long game.
Triple rapiers, thank you.
Triple rapiers. It's still just draft. No, not really.
Props to Tempo for playing so darn well. We got...
Sorry,
the bling.
I didn't realize that.
That's what you get for betting on the team that has a full roster, and it's pretty cool.
It just it gets so difficult for Tempo to play that out. End game, yes, sure, you saw Terrorblade just shredding everyone, but what we didn't see was everyone else on his team just kind of running in circles and dying to Kuman. Like, there wasn't really a thing to do anymore. It's all the Terrorblade show.
Yeah, pretty much. And especially when you're against a Mars, who naturally against these big physical damage, you can just hit Bulwark and be so tanky. You pair that with the Oracle. In these big kind of game-deciding team fights, you've now got your 40k net worth Terrorblade going, oh, well, I'm kind of countered by one passive built into this guy. So, Cool.
I'm shocked we don't see more Mars. Hero is still really, really good. I know Liquid picked it once, and I'm sure we'll see Boxy play it more at this event, but I think it's stronger than people give it credit for. I think the Slardar Mars our dichotomy is going to be our most popular.
We saw Blizzy also hunt the Terrorblade quite a few times successfully as well. Also, sometimes unsuccessfully happened as well. But
It's all good.
Yeah. Arguably could be itemization choice because we're seeing, for example, in this Mars, he goes for like a hood into yours, and he's more of like a utility-esque Mars rather than trying to go blink and be that team fighter. So potentially when people kind of feel a bit more comfortable with maybe the new itemization, then we could be seeing it come back a bit more.
I like how our highlights, skipping the first part of the game, because I did want to talk a little bit about the first part, although the second half of the game was definitely way more exciting than the first half. Why was that first half so passive? I want to call it passive because I guess both Terrorblade and Morphling needed to farm, and both teams were okay with the other team farming.
I think Tempo kind of fell victim to themselves where they weren't really able to make as many aggressive moves as they wanted to. Normally you see Noob pop off a little bit more, go a bit more active, and he wasn't really able to find his footing in the game. When you look at what he was laying into, he was against a Necro, so arguably a favourable matchup for the Necro. But in terms of the overall map play, Darkseid had no game, Ember was kind of on the comeback, and then of course TB naturally wants to jungle, so you don't really have anyone wanting to play the map. And then when they started to play the map, of course Cyber Legacy, owning most of it, had more farm and was pretty confident.
I concur.
That's it.
Nope. I've got more, but I wanted to let T-Gov have a spot in the spotlight.
Thank you.
Well, you literally took part of the light, though, with his bracelets.
I know. I can't help it.
It's just making it easier because I'm only doing the first series, right? So I'm taking off.
So is Kyle, though, right?
Yeah, but now he's going to be in, wardrobe an extra 2 seconds than me.
This is true.
So I'm going to be home quicker.
Wardrobe. I brought these clothes from home.
Oh, wow.
So you're the one that stole the sandals.
Yes. To be fair, though, that's because when I first came to Ukraine, I was still living out of my suitcase, and I only own 2 pairs of shoes, and one of them has no shoelaces, and I've had to MacGyver 2 headphone cords into shoelaces.
That's pretty hype. There's probably a lot of hipsters that are very excited about
If you ever need them, you can just untie them, boom, into
No, I had to rip. They're like cheap airplane headphones, so I had to rip the earbuds off and fashion them into shoelaces.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
But yeah, the point is I just need the shoes. So yes, I stole them, and thanks, Sheaves, for letting everyone know. I had gotten away with it until this point.
I mean, they are very comfortable.
There.
Apparently, though, according to T-Governor, they have no grip.
They really don't.
Slacks may have fallen down the stairs yesterday, but he's fine.
Yes,
To
he
be
will
clear,
still be
to be
shot.
clear, it was a step down type of situation, not like a dum 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 down the whole.
Did you ever fall down the stairs? I think you probably have.
I have, yeah. Thanks. It's a reason why this facial structure is so dire is due to multiple bumps into
Regular
walls,
Humpty Dumpty
doors, and
situation.
yeah, exactly.
You can tell from the oval.
Yeah.
I don't know how we got to people falling downstairs.
Just trying to be rude, and I'm just accepting
No, Slacks
it,
did
you know?
legit do it. That's why we're also PSA.
Yeah,
You walk carefully. Also, drink water. Drink water. Call your grandparents. What were you saying, Chiefs?
I was saying that I would really like to hear from someone else other than you guys. And in this case, we get to talk to none other than the Mars player, Blizzy. Hello.
Hello everybody.
Hey, congratulations! First of all, what an awesome way to end that series. Although, I guess from your point of view, it was a little stressful. But I have a question regarding that game. You tried to find Terrorblade a lot. You found him successfully as well with a spear through the trees. Did you know he was there?
I saw him on Vision. I guess, I saw him on Vision, so I just tried to scout him because we can't really do anything. All we need to do is just find some heroes, so I tried to do like random stuff. I use Arena and then Spear. I just saw him, and...
Yeah. It worked. It was great to watch. I'm here also with Kyle and T-Governor, and they also have some questions for you.
Yes.
Okay.
I want to know. Now, I'm sure you're aware. If you guys make it all the way through into the playoff stage, as one of as the top seed, you'd end up facing off against one of the bottom teams from the Immortal division. Are there any teams you hope you get a chance to play in that round?
Actually, it doesn't matter what I like to play against like good team. It's always better to play against strong team. So, any teams actually.
So you wouldn't want to play Navi then, because you would want to play a good team.
Why not? I want to play Navi too. You know, it's our just good series. I think all Navi players against Navi. Why not?
He's trying really hard to make a joke, Lizzie. It's not working.
It's not a joke. We just want, we want rivalry.
Yeah, he wanted
Tell
you
them
to
you want
call
their
them out.
butt.
Yeah, I'm just happy that this game is over. It was so boring.
This game was boring? Are you kidding? There were 3 rapiers in that game.
Yeah, but we can't do anything. Like, we're just running around,
Yeah,
just farming. So boring.
I guess for the first half, definitely would agree. But that ending for us makes it worth it. We enjoyed really much watching it. What's your question, T, Governor?
I was just going to say, how enjoyable is it playing a Mars against this TB where all you had to do was kind of bulwark and then get Oracle ulted? Was it enjoyable? Or?
Sure, it's fun. I just press my W and just taking all his damage to myself.
Easy game.
Easy.
Final question, Blizzy. What made you guys decide to stick together with the core of the old roster from Navi? Just enjoy playing with each other? Or are you happy in Cyber Legacy now? And was there ever a question that maybe you'd split up once you left the organization?
Yeah, I was in good. Relationship with Magical. He's my good friend, so he asked me to try to play, and I said, yeah, sure, why not? I like my team, like all guys. I know Seoma, I played him before in Vega. He's a nice guy, always joking. And I like my team now. That's all.
Yeah, it seems like you guys are also on the right track on making it to the playoffs here, as you guys have yet been undefeated in a series. Looking forward to seeing you play again in the future, and thank you for taking the time to talk to us.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, too.
All right, that was Blizzy from Cyber Legacy, Mars player, and he thought the 3 rapier game was a little boring. He literally said boring. I didn't call it boring. That was his words.
That's because all he had to do was just exist.
He also said he was really excited to play the new Navi.
Yes.
And he hates... Wait, what? No, sorry.
No, I can't. The problem is, these players are too nice. We need people willing...
No, we don't.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Okay,
we need humility.
never
That's
mind
why.
then.
No, but on a serious note, Blizzy, I think is actually a really good Dota player. I've had my eye on him
And
for
he's
a year
very
and a
fun
half.
to interview as
And
well.
This,
I like
this
talking to him.
squad's gonna go places.
You can't say anything anymore, T, Governor. You've had your chance. You lost your bracelets. But it's time to move on. It's time to move on to the next series. And we'll be right back after the break with more Omega League Divine.
your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB. You know for sure who's gonna win.
Will Voldemort fall yet again, or will it be Omega Lil? We got plenty more Divine action coming up. My name is Rich. I'm joined by Slacks and Lizard, and I believe the draft is already underway. We're going to be taking a look at everything that these teams are bringing here, and already the stakes are starting to get quite high. And as you can see, the draft is already moving. Lizard, nothing too surprising here to start things off.
Yeah, nothing really. Omega Lil opening up with their comfort zone. They played the Void Spirit multiple times on the mid lane. Kellen. Sunlight actually can play it quite well. On the side of Voldemort, Venomancer and Clock, that's your meta pick, right, Slacks? That's what you... Do you like Venomancer? Tell me about it.
Absolutely. Venomancer is a slowing hero that provides massive magical damage. A very good hero for stopping movement and a powerful tool for many teams. Yo, everybody, this is Slacks here with your analysis. Very good. You take a look at my station here in this area, you'll see some fantastic gank potential from Venomancer. Lizard.
That's surprisingly very much on point. You slow people, you have magic damage, that's all a Venomancer really has to do. And then you have this clockwork that's supposed to be protecting him, right? It's his...
Yeah, Clockwork's going to act as your body shield. He's going to go in there and use his abilities as a frontliner, while Venomancer is doing magical damage. That's the descriptions of the heroes. Lizard. Fuck. Lizard, next pickup here. Now, this is when shit gets interesting, right? Grimstroke already out. You already got the combo boy with Void. Are they going to have more initiation? Are they going to get anything crazier? No Magnus, thank the Lord. People are finally over that hero. And the Drow Ranger pick. We have talked so much about Drow Ranger. What a great hitter, Lizard. What a great damage dealer. Unless...
Please tell me more.
You know...
I want to know everything
unless
about
it's
her.
2020... Unless, you know, they have the entire meta is based around powerful heroes jumping on people.
No, she's strong. She's good. Especially if you combo her with, like, Vengeful. She
with
can swap her out or something.
I don't see a Vengeful... Am I blind?
Maybe it will come.
Maybe it will come. Maybe in your dreams, you idiot. They've got They got the Void and a Grimstroke. They need some tank. They need some ways to escape. You got a Clockwork and a Veno. Clockwork cogs in you. Veno spits on you. What do you do as Drow Ranger?
That's extremely on point. You can perhaps buy a 4-staff or something, or get a hero that can swap you out of those calls.
How about you get a better hero than Drow Ranger? She's out of the meta. She is a Dumbo move. Omega Lil, Omega Lol. What are they doing? Sorry, we're not supposed to talk like this, Rich. But I don't believe in Drow. I've yet to see Drow win a game that any other carry couldn't win, and I'm flabbergasted you think she's good. However, Dragon Knight, what a Dumbo hero right there, Rich. Dragon Knight is the kind of hero where when you go to the bar at 3 a.m. because you've been partying all night with all your friends, you're walking out and you see this sad, pathetic dude at the bar who's passed out, and you're like, what is he doing with his life? Why is he even here?
I'm Dragon Knight.
You're 20 years from now, you're Dragon Knight. Right now, you're like Grimstroke, dude. You're hype right now. But I don't know, Dragon Knight.
My Grimstroke years are behind me.
My stroke years are gone. Now it's all dragon blood. But anyway, what do you think?
So two Dumbo picks matched up against each other?
I mean, Dragon Knight is extremely powerful in the right hands if he has a good start. I don't like the tempo of Dragon Knight personally.
Yeah. They did pick it as third pick, so a little bit early, but for Dragon Knight, he's versatile. You can roll him anywhere. It gives you the objective taking capabilities. and it also gives you that blink strike initiation, so it's not only on the clockwork to make any sorts of movements early on, you also have this Dragonite to follow up. So
oh look,
it's interesting, but there you go. Look at that hero!
Oof!
Tell me more.
Oh no! Looks like whoever picked this panel had a Dumbo pick too.
Oh, no, my analyst career over before it began. Okay, so let's talk about this combination here. You were hyping up Drow Venge. Why is that good?
No, you tell me. Come on.
You literally said it. I made fun of you and said it wouldn't happen. I don't know. My facade is over. They've seen through it.
It's just cool. You have the swap versus the cogs. You
That is cool.
You have the minus armor during the laning stage. You have a stun in the laning stage.
Oh shit, that's cool.
It's sweet, dude.
That's fucking rad,
So pitted, dude.
I want a t-shirt with Venge and Drow on him, bruh.
Top tier
I'm
waifus.
sorry, you're doing good. Please don't. You're the only person that knows anything about
Imagine
Dota.
the analysis Lizard actually got off. Slacks, don't make Lizard leave.
can't,
PL, not something that we've seen all that much of. Kind of seemed like it was out of the meta.
He was flaming this Drow Ranger, and I can agree that when you pick it this early on, and you have still 2 picks on Voldemort, even 3, to react to it, you can. And this PL is one of those heroes that just crushes her. You have to waste your bans on some other heroes that are good against her, such as Spectre, which they did ban out, but PL is just as good. We saw it actually yesterday.
We did see it yesterday.
Yeah, he did fall out of meta, but that's because he was banned one day after another. Like in close qualifiers, if you see Drow, PL is banned. This time it wasn't, and I think this is a pretty good PL game.
Well, I think the other thing, too, that we talked about a lot about why PL potentially fell out of the meta is just because of itemization, right? It's a lot easier to play around him now, but yesterday looked good.
Yesterday it looked good, and in this sort of a game he also looks amazing. There's actually in that last game yesterday he had some heroes that build items that are extremely strong versus him, such as Radiance, Shiva's. Radiance is kind of dead, but Shiva's was picked up.
Sure.
In this kind of a game, I don't really see Omega Lil's answer to him, and perhaps Voldemort have to ban out something like an Underlord in their last banning stage, because Omega Lil, they have to put everything into that PL when it comes to their last pick. They have to find a way to deal with it.
I was just about to say the same thing. Sometimes we've been seeing PL almost like a brood mother coming out as the last pick so that people don't have that chance to react. They still have 1 pick left, and something that's so strong about Venge could be anything. You want her to be a support, you want her to be to carry, you want her to be feeding, she can do it all. So I think I gotta agree with you, man. They need some kind of AoE to deal with that PL whose one job is say, Mr. Kitty is gonna get spaded today. We're not gonna let it happen.
Explain to me, Mr. Kitty, we're going to get spaded today.
Yeah, I'm interested too.
No one's actually ever told me to explain a comment I've made before. Well, you should spade and neuter your animals. Absolutely, every time to keep down populations for pets. And Phantom Lancer is a cat man, much like the Khajiit from the Elder Scrolls series. He is a fisherman, a pike fisherman, who was drafted into a war against...
Cats are responsible for many critters' deaths throughout every year, you know.
Fucking interrupt me again.
There you go.
Don't you ever interrupt me again.
I get it now.
Low-class Tier 3 talent, you pathetic... Just kidding. Well... I'm kidding.
What the fuck?
Don't you ever speak over me.
If you were going to pick a fight with one talent in esports, it would not be this man.
True. There's like a top 2 list of guys I don't want to piss off that I've worked with. Number 1, Blake Martinez. NFL linebacker that we worked with in Captain's Draft. Number 2, fucking Lizard. You know how...
You're on a very good road.
Yeah. There's like... Most talent, when they sit in there, they like suck in their guts. So that, you know, they're like, oh, you know, I don't want to look so like gamer and nerdy. Lizard actually, if you can tell, he's actually breathing outwards to try to appear like he has a fucking gamer gut.
To try to appear relatable.
This guy got a 6-pack.
He's literally trying to appear relatable.
When he touched me, I thought he was made of stone. It did not feel like flesh. Holy shit, Necrophos.
What do you think about Necrophos?
Oh, my leg is crushing it. Necrophos is not what he used to be. He used to be all about his ult. Now he's all about tanky, sustain. Is he the answer to the PL? Well, he certainly doesn't hurt. PL has a little bit of a hard time taking him down, right?
Yeah, it's a decent hero on the offlane that will be able to deal with the PL in the laning stage. My problem with it is they already have some magic damage coming from that Zeus, who's not really picked that often, which is also an interesting pick coming from Voldemort. I have seen some teams pick up Zeus again, but that's usually because of Terrorblade.
Yeah.
Like you see TB and then you counter it a little bit with Zeus because he has long reach, his Agnes is really good versus TB, your damage overall is just sick. And Necro also suffers a little bit against that, unless he buys something like a Hood early on, but it's investment in the wrong direction if you want to deal with PL.
I mean,
this is the biggest spread I've seen, by the way, in
Yeah.
favor of Omega Lil on EGB.com. Like, this is a dramatic spread. And with the lineup that we have right now, do you guys think it would be time to get frisky with the kitty?
Yo, real talk. I mean,
I never noticed that PL was a Catman until now.
why does everyone say that? What else would he be?
I thought he was like kind of like almost like a Sun Wukong kind of.
A monkey?
Yeah.
No, he's a cat. Are you people stupid?
No,
I'm sorry. Anyway.
No, I don't have like an area of expertise like this. Like, I'm sure if we asked like Trainwreck's TV, for example, he'd be like, yeah, dude, that's a cat, dude. That's a cat, dude.
Listen, we're Dota fans. We've literally never seen a stream that has not been Dota.
Trainwreck's is a fan of the furrier humans. You know what I mean?
Interesting.
Nothing wrong with that.
Kind of. Anyway, as per your question, I would say that this one might be a good one. This one actually might go either way. I like the Zeus pick a lot. It's pretty good burst damage against Drow. He's not going to be close enough to her for her to really engage on. With Necrophos too, his big thing is like making himself unphysical but more magical damage. If the Zeus does well, if he gets an Agnum Scepter, I think they could win.
No, I actually agree with Slacks here.
Hey!
I don't think they have reach to deal with that. So
right.
Besides the Void Spirit, and because of that, I think he should have a decent game. Plus, it's PL versus Drow. Now, again, odds are the way they are because of the recent matches between these two teams. And usually, it really didn't go well for Voldemort. Every single time these two teams faced, they pretty much got outclassed.
All right, well, let's see if Voldemort has any horror cruxes left as we get this game underway.
Thank you so much indeed, Rich and panel. I'm here with BSJ. We're gonna talk about this game for you. Don't worry, no other real shenanigans there. Hey BSJ, what do you think? Is that Zeus' last pick?
I think this game's going to tell us how important drafts are, because I do believe, based on results alone, Omega Lil is quite a better team, but I believe Voldemort has quite the better draft. I think everything the panel said, they lack reach for the Zeus. You have Venge Drow, all single target against a PL, who the only hero you've drafted against it is Necrophos, which is kind of annoying, but he might tend to go for a Hood in this case, sometime in the mid-game, like the normal PL build, just throw a Hood in there to get extra bit of tankiness. So I'm curious to see. I think DK probably matches up pretty well against Drow and lane. The extra armor from your passive doesn't get penetrated by the ult. I don't know. I like what Voldemort's got going on here.
All right, we'll see if they can change their fate. At the moment, they haven't won a single series yet, but every series they've had has been a 3-gamer, so we'll see if that's the same case here. Also, on the other side, Omega Lil also has only one series, but only also 3 series, a 3-game series that is. So we'll see if, what do you say? 2 rights make it right again?
I think it's like 4 rights make a left, or 3 rights make a left.
I like
Something
that one.
Yeah.
We'll go with it. We'll see if they go for a 3-gamer here again. But at the moment, I do agree. I mean, you got the nuke on the Necrophos. We heard the panel talk about their last pick needed for Omega Lil to be a tanky one with the Disables, Initiator. We kind of feel like Necrophos fills that role.
Yeah, he's nice, but the whole idea is that his survivability tool is Ghost Shroud, and the Zeus absolutely obliterates that. They needed some sustain, right? Because they are against Zeus plus Venno, a lot of magic damage over time, but I don't know. I think Necrophos kind of needs to itemize potentially like a Radiance or a Shiva's as well. He might just need too many items here because he's the only one that actually deals with the PL. So he needs to itemize defensively and aggressively. So if he has like a few deaths in the early game, he may struggle to have any impact at all.
Yeah, he might be the only real tanky hero on the side of Omega Lil. So we got a Zeus mid against a Void Spirit, who is, well, so far it's still fairly even, but is Zeus supposed to be winning this?
Yeah, I think Zeus has become a much stronger laner over time. They've given him some base damage, base range, and the only time he really struggles is when he's getting harassed out, and most melee laners don't do all that hot against Zeus, so we're seeing that a little bit thus far. Basically, it's Zeus hitting you with a bunch of spells, and you're not really hitting him with much.
No, but you're a Void Spirit, so you can make yourself a shield, and you're able to get hit.
The shield only protects against physical damage.
This is true.
So
Not really Zeus's forte.
I see this build coming out a lot more commonly now for Zeus. They kind of just skip the lightning bolt. For whatever reason, they made that cost a shit ton of mana at level 1. So you just can't really validate using it at all in the early game.
And we got the Dragon Knight off lane with Nikwa playing the Venomancer support against the traditional Drovenge lineup.
Yeah, this is a hype off lane. One of the most exciting duos I've ever seen put together in one lane. DK plus Venomancer.
Yeah.
I just get excited thinking about it.
I mean, that's just action nonstop.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like there should be a /S there somewhere for people that don't understand that was sarcasm.
Yeah.
That's just, yeah, that's a pretty... I think that's actually a lane, even though it's not the most exciting lane, I think Drow is going to be fairly happy with that lane because at least she'll be able to still hit creeps.
Yeah, she just has to be careful getting caught out. As long as they keep the lane near tower, she's good.
Yeah, also she is actually not able to hit creeps at all.
Oh my goodness, they are not keeping it near tower. That's what I was going to say. If she walks up, she has to be very afraid of the DK kind of just walking at her and zoning her out with his body rather than actually having to right-click her. And that seems to be what's happening. We haven't paid too much attention to bottom, but having it not within range of her tower, she does not feel safe at all.
No, Happy is able to get almost same amount of last hits.
And
actually, yeah, this Kalen Drow is struggling. He might actually... There's no way Happy can help here. The deny will be at least preventing first blood, so there's that. Silver linings. You're still dead, though.
Drow is not exactly a comeback hero. All the times I've struggled against this hero or played well with this hero, you're like just right-clicking the opponent off laner. He's getting zoned. You get a level or two ahead. You get 6 before he does. And that does not look to be the case here. Drow does not recover well as she used to because that level 6 ulti used to one-shot creeps. Now it just gives you a little bit of a damage boost.
I mean, we're talking how Drow is not having a great game. To be honest, the Phantom Lancers also not having a great game. Sitting on 15, 16 and 0. Necrophos is sitting on 26 and 4.
Yes. Necrophos is quite a good lane counter to PL. Super annoying to deal with. I think it's going to come on the Zeus's shoulders to gank the Necrophos once, just to alleviate some pressure from the PL sometime in the next 5 minutes. Yes, you just need to get this Necro out of his face. But since PL's getting decent levels, he will recover much faster than the Drow, just being with that level 6, helping him jungle quite efficiently.
Now, are these lanes not going so well for the carries? Is that just a product of hold that thought? The first blood actually happens on the bottom lane, so maybe a little bit of recovery there for the Drow Ranger. This Clockwork struggling too, though, will also fall. 2 kills going the way of Omega Lil. And is that enough for Drow to recover to getting a first blood like that?
It has a massive impact because it's going to determine who gets level 6 first.
Yeah.
It'll have a large factor in that result. And what you were saying about the carries having bad lanes is weird because the Drow got 3rd picked.
Yes.
And then the DK got picked in response. So that got the counter pick there as we see another potential deja vu here for
Yeah, Kalen, he's trying to do something to Nikwa here, but he's just going to stand there. Well, he was stunned, so he had to. But he'll fall again as Venge actually also dies.
To the Zeus ulti.
To the Zeus ulti. Yeah, like, that's not good. So, that's the first blood there. What I wanted to also ask, because we heard Lizard say, like, the odds being so much in favor of Omega Lil was mostly because of the recent engagements these two teams have, right? Where, apparently, Voldemort was just straight outclassed. Do you feel that happening here? I want you to be very honest with me.
No, not so far. I think they're going to be fundamentally making a few more mistakes on the side of Voldemort. That's just kind of what happens when one team's favored over the other. But I think the PL's getting a decent enough game, and the Necrophos, like I said, he needs a lot of items. So if he, like, this is what's supposed to happen when you pick this last pick Necro into the PL. So if he continues this momentum for another 5 or 10 minutes, that's when he's going to become a real nightmare for the Voldemort side. But if they're able to just get him down once or twice, it'll be drastically shifting his momentum this time. So they might get him with just them
Grimstroke
two.
is on the way, though, and they might be able to turn this around with the Inks. Ooh, nice cogs push out. We saw John Doe just walking into that. In the meantime, Malik won't be able to chase Flensmeister, who is, by the way, standing in for Voldemort today, as they have kicked their position 1, apparently. So they haven't gotten a replacement
I'm all too familiar with that process.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Shiver.
Yeah, living that back. You're welcome. They haven't found a replacement yet. Flensmeister has stood in for them a couple times. And it hasn't worked out. I must say that too. No
growing pains, you know?
Yeah. I mean, it takes some time to get used to a new squad, especially as a carry. You got to get used to the tempo of the team.
PL's a nice hero to have, the type of hero that kind of plays alone and shows up to fight. He doesn't really require much synergy between him and his teammates and coordination around the map. So if you're going to be standing in, I'd prefer to see that as opposed to a hero like Drow.
Yeah. Would you say I remember for a large period of time, hold that thought, Nico is struggling a little bit here. There is a clockwork close by though, so we'll actually live.
What? Odd use of cogs there.
Yeah, he thought maybe they were continuing to chase.
Maybe saw the TP of the Void Spirit, just trying to disengage.
Yeah, could be. But would you say, like, which hero is the strongest hero on the map?
Right now?
Right, and just no, in general. Like, a strongest hero in this game. Of the 10 heroes, you only get to pick one.
It's going to be PL.
It's going to be PL.
Yes, but right now it's Necro.
Okay.
So, and I was going to say Zeus is responsible for shutting down the Necro, which enables the
you
PL.
almost...
And they just shut down the Zeus, who shuts down the Necro, thus making it so he doesn't shut down the Necro who's shutting down the PL. You see what I'm saying there, Sheep?
Just sort of.
Okay.
What I did see
I don't know what I'm saying
is
either, so
Zeus
let me know.
getting ganked, and even though obviously he died because of that gank, he still was able to take someone out with him, which I
Yes.
always appreciate. That being said, he's still dead, but he is still on top of the net worth for his squad.
That's tactical from Sunlight, letting your support die first, making sure you get the solo XP on the kill, as he's now going to gank bottom.
Yeah, and it's working out. Boogie is not going to make it out alive. He used Dragon Form as well for that, so that's out.
Yeah, it just feels like smoother execution from Omega Lil.
Yeah.
Doing a good job of relieving pressure on their lane. As you saw, they brought 4 heroes to bring down the DT.
Yeah.
As we saw, Voldemort only brought 2, the heroes that were already laning there. Malik barely lived, and his momentum is going to keep happening in the top lane. PL has kind of just ditched, abandoned ship, and now we see another movement coming out from Omega Lil, looking to invade the jungling passive cores, the Zeus as well as the PL. And most likely going to get a kill with that DD unless the Zeus... Oh, he's on
They
to him.
scanned it out, though.
Okay, he knows.
He knows, so they are aware of this. The question is, oh, actually, we still have Clockwork walking up the high ground, finding them all. I don't know if that's the right decision there.
That's the mobile ward you got going. He's
He
like, okay,
found
they're
them.
here. I know somebody's here. Maybe it's just Grimstroke. Nope.
Nope. That's interesting. I must say, Omega Lil is definitely being very active around the map. Is it warranted for them? Like, do they need to be active at this stage of the game? Do you feel like their draft kind of has to be that fast?
Well, because their Necro is so independent right now, he's just going to do his job. He doesn't have items to like pressure in team fights just yet. So they're like, okay, we leave him alone on his own little island, and because we want to leave him alone, we can just play around our other 2 cores. So it's not necessarily something they have to do. It's just something they're allowed to do, and it's just kind of capitalizing on the independence that a core has. That you don't always have a core like that.
No. No, so far it feels like Voldemort's not really putting any effort into movements themselves. They are, I guess, happily farming, even though they're a little bit behind on the farm, but I guess they have the slow lineup in this case.
Yeah, they definitely have to be reactionary, but at the same time, they can't be... they have to pick their battles wisely, and they do have to pick a battle at some point. You can't just keep letting Omega Lil out-farm you, because eventually they're going to hit their timing pretty hard. Drow comes online with just 1 or 2 small items. Necrophos comes online with 1 or 2 small items, and if you don't delay this freight train at all, it's gonna slam you in the face.
They can definitely eat through towers pretty fast as well, even though, I mean, this is not going fast.
They got
but
the
it is,
catapult.
nobody is stopping it either. So it's like free tower. What are they gonna get in return? Nothing at the moment,
They're
because
actually
they're actually losing someone in return. Nice soulbind coming out there as well. See if they can do something with that. There's still a lot of damage on Nikwa, who's blocking Wish's chase potential. Will die to a stroke of fate there. So they get a tower, they get a kill. That's really nice. Maybe they can get something on this bottom lane, though. They use Dragon Form again. There's still some TPs available if Omega Lil wants to stop this from happening, though. But it doesn't seem like they even need to.
It's only a level 5 Clockwork. Just not a threat until he gets that hook shot. Needs that gap close against the Venge Drow. Might not even be enough once if the Venge is in position to swap.
A lot of drawing on the map coming out from the Zeus.
Practicing their artwork. That's about as good as my artwork gets as well.
It's very clunky.
Yeah.
Maybe, I mean, that's styles, right? Everybody has their own styles.
I like to call it my Picasso.
I mean, that's the style.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Way to go. It will be popular once you're dead.
It's all about how you label it, you know? It's just
It's
perspective, Sheaves.
That's fair. 4 people in the mid lane from Voldemort. Looking to make a little bit of a stand here. Still not level 6 on that clock that you were talking about, though, so can't really initiate behind the tower if they wanted to dive and get a kill here. And that's kind of like their only way of initiating, right?
Yeah, DK Form's also out, so he's just a melee stun at this point, too. And I don't know, it's like a weird movement, because Boogie comes mid, and then his ult's just gone. So what do you do now? You're kind of just stuck sitting here. while PL is the only hero on Voldemort farming.
Yeah.
And Venge is farming bottom, Void Spirit's farming top, and Grimstroke's actually farming the small camp on the left. So they're just getting a lot more off of the map on the side of Omegalil as they just stall out this push because, to be quite honest, Voldemort just doesn't really push.
I mean, they're there with 4 people and only 3 have to defend.
Yep.
And
that's quick math, Sheep.
Yeah, thank you. And this Clockwork, I mean, the only way in is just, you know, walking. He's got boots and windlay, so he can walk, but I don't know if he's going to walk fast
The
enough.
good old jungling to get level 6 on clock at 13 minutes. That is not the dream.
I would have thought maybe they'd give him the tome or something, you know, but maybe the tome wasn't even enough.
Yeah, maybe he did use the tome. Let's just act like Venomancer stole it like the greedy bastard he is, the little slithering snake.
He's going to get punished for it right now.
Yeah.
I mean, jumping behind towers, if Clockwork can't do it, at least the Void Spirit can. Oh, that's a hook shot. Pushing him back. Is there any follow-up, though? There is some bolting happening coming out from Wish, but is there enough damage to take him out?
Double Reapers.
The double Reapers doesn't do anything for Wish. It doesn't matter for the Clockwork. The Clockwork is dead. Nice. Breathe Fire coming out from Boogie. They could maybe do something here, but everybody of Omegalil's already out, and with no Clockwork, they cannot give chase.
Yeah, they're just not bringing the numbers necessary to bring down this Necro. It almost looks like a pub where you're like, guys, we just need to bring 4 at the same time, and this guy will go down, and you can just never quite coordinate it. Definitely see the lack of cohesion on the side of Voldemort.
Yeah, because Y had the right thought. You know, you punish them for diving.
Yeah.
But there wasn't enough people around to help him punish the diving.
Yeah, the Zeus bolted him after he's already running away.
Yeah, and then it's also... You know, we talked about this. This Necrophos is the most tanky hero on the side of Omegalil, so it's probably not the right target to go on first.
I think it was really important that they all end him earlier in the game, back when he wasn't so tanky. But he's already got that hood up, plus a bracer, going for the Guardian Greaves, it looks like, next. And yeah, he's their momentum for Omegalil, and that momentum is responsible for what's going to slow down the PL slowly but surely. And he has... Is that a full defusal? Okay. Not a bad timing window for them here. They definitely don't want to feel rushed, but they don't want to feel content, I would say. With nothing happening on the map. You can maybe just get one small engagement, open up the map for yourselves, maybe just get a tower, as they do not have one just yet.
They got the bottom one. They were able to take it. And they also, even though Dragon Knight has got no mana at the moment, but Clockwork has his hook shot up. Dragon Knight has got his ult up in like 15 seconds or so.
Go time.
Go time. I'd say so too. Let's see if they can find something. It's nighttime again as well, so they might be able to sneak attack someone in the middle lane. That being said, I do feel like Omegalil is putting a lot of effort into protecting their tier 1.
I guess I was mainly fixated on that mid tower because they've put in so much resources into trying to get it, and it's still standing. And this Necro, he's just this wall, man. He got hired by Trump. He's building a wall in front of his mid tower, and he is not allowing any of the other people to cross. You know, I didn't know where to go with that to make sure I didn't stab myself in the back there.
Also a little bit hesitant to comment on it
in
the same analogy.
That's one of those where you just, if you talk anymore, the hole's just going to get deeper. So.
Keep on digging. You know, it looks like we have smoke coming in from Omegalil. That's an ultimate. So they know where they are, sort of, and they instantly back off on Voldemort. They knew something was amiss. And it was also a little bit interesting to see them rotate towards the bottom tier 2. I figured that's like the only place where they already had the tower. Maybe they just wanted to secure the Radiant jungle a little bit more, but that's not a place where the PL is going to go farm at any point anyway.
Yeah, he's chilling up top. Seems on his own little island there.
Yeah.
Both teams are quite content with absolutely just farming up a storm. It does look like Omegalil may try to force something with this double damage on the Drow, though.
Yeah, we have the Grimstroke growing towards the PL. Because I was going to ask, like, when you're Omegalil in this case, are you just happy with letting... You know the PL is farming. Are you just happy letting that happen?
I think they I don't know. I feel like both teams kind of okay with getting something done.
Yeah.
Everyone's also seems okay with doing nothing.
Well, Grimstroke found himself the PL. I don't think he can kill him by himself, but he's definitely making PL stop farming unless he's farming John Doe instead. So it's a little bit interesting that was the weirdest... That was the weirdest rotation.
Yeah. They may not be able to identify that body, Sheaves.
But why would you go there?
His name's John Doe. I did not plan that one, I promise, guys. Otherwise, it might have been even more terrible on purpose.
The worst one you can never plan.
Yeah.
It's all good. Okay, that was like a freebie for the PL. Let's see if Y is going to return the favor there. Looks like he is. At least they got something in return there.
Yeah, the PL is not choosing to go for that hood, so no real tankiness coming out from any of his items, as the Void Spirit does have an Ag Scepter complete, so they're going to have that AoE silence, the double resonant pulse, so a decent amount of AoE at this stage in the game. No 15 talent on PL either, so before that point, he's a squishy cat.
Yeah.
A little kitty. That Slacks would be so proud of me for calling him that.
Yeah. I'm sure that he is he's upstairs now being really happy. Big fatherly smile on his face.
A wily grin.
Yes.
A maniacal laugh.
And nodding at
maybe
the same
occurring.
time.
Yes.
All right, we got everybody of Voldemort, even PL coming to the smoke show, it looks like. 5-man smoke. And it's, again, going towards mid lane. Void Spirit is the one that is furthest away on the side of Omega Lil, but I think he was just in the base getting his mana back, so he can be back anytime.
He got the Pupil's Gift plus his level 15 talent, so he's actually not that. He's grown into his like 5th life of his cat life here.
You're gonna be for a 5v5. Let's see if that Clockwork can identify the first target. They have a nice ward. They do see Grimstroke behind that tower. PL will just see if he can reduce some of that mana on Malik and maybe hit some towers with Boogie from the side. He popped his dragon form already. The Vengeful Spirit is a good target to go on as well, because then at least he can't save anybody. Or they just take the tier 1 tower and that's it.
Yeah, they are able to capitalize on this window where the Necro has decided to queue up the Radiance. Something we did talk about early on, that he is the only real hero to deal with PL. Always deals well with PL over time, makes it quite easy to identify the real one as the illusions die quite quickly. And since he's got 4,000 gold of items that isn't doing anything at the current moment, they are able to force a tower, despite Omega Lil being in the net worth lead right now.
Yeah, they also just used Zeus ult. I think it's both because they thought the Venge illusion was real. It was not.
He was trying to cast it, and that's what you get.
Yes, he was, I think so. But at least they know that nobody is going to bother them when they take the tier 2 tower, so that's something. I say that. There is some rotation happening. Can this Void Spirit change the fate of this tower? The fortification is used as well. Hiding behind a tree, sunlight. He's got some backup, but these Venomancer wars make it very hard to be an unsuspicious party here.
Yeah, and DK already TP'd away, potentially going to catch the Necro top as he does go down. You guys will just have to believe us on that one. I promise you. You can look up top at the 40-second respawn. I'm going to imagine that was something to do with a Clockwork hook into a DK stun follow-up with a little bit of Zeus bolt action going on.
Very nice.
You and I had the same vision.
Yeah.
Same page.
Oh, hey, there we go. That was the hook shot. We got the DK coming out with the stun, jumping in, having a breathe fire, some bolts, exactly the way we said it happened. It happened. Next time we don't even need to show the replay because, you know, you can just believe us.
Yeah, why'd you even have to watch?
Yeah. It wasn't a very exciting kill either. Why was he there by himself?
I think he just saw the 3 heroes bottom and underestimated the fact that Clockwork setting up on him would buy enough time for the other heroes to TP in to catch up. So it's not important how many heroes are showing. It's important what heroes are showing, Sheep.
That's true.
If Clockwork's missing, he can absolutely buy some time for his teammates to get there.
Oh, disconnect coming out from Wish. Gives us some time to look at some items. Ags being built by him. Is like 2.2k off. Any items that stand out for you?
Yeah,
Never mind.
That Voldemort picture stands out to me right now. I understand they're really going with the theme, but that's some creepy stuff.
Yeah, I wonder if then in their universe, Voldemort is the good guy. You know how for some people Thanos is the good guy? You know, he has the right idea, his heart in the right place and all that?
Yeah.
What could that be for, like, are there people that think Voldemort's heart's in the right place?
Probably. I'd have to assume so. There's some weirdos out there, Sheeps.
I mean, yeah, I know that one. Don't know as weird as to think Voldemort can be the good guy, though.
Yeah,
that's taking it to the next
level. Than Thanos, right?
Yeah,
I don't think Voldemort ever had any like good intentions to anything. I think Thanos was actually trying to, do what he thought was right.
He's
for the
like
world.
Global warming. All right, let's cut the population in half because it would work.
Yeah,
it's not the it's not the most humane solution, Sunlight finding himself mana burned against Flensmeister, who's chasing him down. But he doesn't want to continue chasing because the rest is all missing. So it's very spooky to continue chasing that because it could just lead you into your doom.
Yeah.
One well-placed gust, and that's it. And that's another disconnect from Wish. Hope he is okay.
Yeah, they're actually doing a pretty good job of poking and prodding on Voldemort. They poked and prodded the bottom tower for some reactions, and then killed Necro top. The PL just made an aggressive move on Void Spirit, forced the rest of Omega Lil to come to his assistance, and by the time they get there, he's already gone. So they're actually getting a lot more out of the map right now, as you see the net worth lead going from 2 to 3K in favor of Omega Lil to less than 1K, as that's about the MMR average of the chat watching right now.
I would give them maybe 500 more.
Like 1.2K?
Yeah, 1.3.
Okay, yeah, that's like Guardian 3, I think, at that point. That's fair.
Sure. I have no idea.
Yeah.
It's weird like that because I know everything that's above me in terms of ranked names, medals, but I don't know anything below me, what the order of that is.
Plebs are beneath you. It's not. It's beneath you to know that.
There you go.
That's exactly the mindset the average Dota 2 member has, and the community member, and there's nothing wrong with you also sharing that sentiment.
Fair. Do you feel like any team particularly won the neutral item battle? I see both have the Philosopher's Stone, so you get even on that side. I like Pupil's Gift and I like the Vambrace.
Yeah, the Grove Bow's quite nice for Drow Ranger. Essence Ring's nice on really any int caster, so Zeus appreciates that because he does lack sustain in general on his items. And a health sustain, that is. He pretty much always builds some sort of mana regen. And then Clumsy Net for DK, I could think of better items, but a little bit of mana regen doesn't hurt. Extra TP cancel in case...
yeah, we're only at the tier 2s, of course, as well. There might be better ones still on the horizon. And obviously for supports, I mean, at some point Clockwork will get a hand-me-down from someone else. He was going to be very happy with that.
Supports are the younger siblings.
Yeah, they are.
And of the neutral items. There was that one, did you see that one Reddit thread with, like, carries to their supports at 17 minutes? And it's, like, Rich bending over with grapes and, like, it's holding out a faded brooch?
Yes, I did.
That was a good one. I like that one.
Yeah.
The people that come up with that stuff, we appreciate you. At
we
least I do.
It's a lot of, like, I don't know. I can see it, I can appreciate it, but I can't think of it.
Yes,
I can't come up with it. So it's appreciated that some people do come up with it and then also put it in practice.
Exactly.
Another important thing.
That's about 3/4 of what Slack says, but it's also that I couldn't understand it either. All the description you gave there, but I also can't understand it.
Okay, now I'm confused.
Well, you said that you like see it put into practice.
Yes.
You know, you're like, oh, I couldn't think of that, but I understand it.
Yep.
All of that with
All of
what
that.
Slacks does, but I don't understand it either.
That's fair.
Yeah, my references are bad enough that you have to ask about them, and that's fine. That's not
fine.
your fault, Sheed.
But that's also, I have to ask about all the Dota stuff as well. So,
That's true.
we're balancing each other out that way.
I'm just trying to keep you guessing
Well,
in any mediocre way I can.
we do have Voldemort now taking over the gold lead, by the way. And we did say that they had the better draft.
Yes.
Now, in order for Omega Lil to win, like, should they be at a lead at the moment? Like, do they have... Because we also established that late game, PL is the strongest hero on the map. I know that there's Necrophos against him. But
Yes, this Radiance looks like it's go time for them.
Okay.
I think the next 1 or 2 fights is going to basically decide the game. Because PL hits this critical threshold where the Radiance is not going to be enough if he gets 2 or 3
That's
more
a
out.
nice target, but not the nicest target they could hope for. I mean, you 4-man smoke, and you get a Venomancer. It's not half the time.
If they turn it into a tower, that's okay. But yes, not ideal. That is not who you're looking for. I think that's good map distribution for Voldemort, though. The PL is standing in a place that is obstructed by the Venomancer. The path, that is, to get to him.
And they are going to try to take this tier 1 tower out for it. They're going to have to deal with some of the PL illusions.
They don't have the Radiance yet. They elected to, like...
They pretend like they do.
Yeah, go for the Greaves instead. Delaying his Radiance as well as his Shivas. So never mind. They basically delayed their timing by a long shot.
You don't
up
feel
for that
like
Radiance.
Greaves is also a go time item?
Well, no, what I'm saying is that he could have been building up to the Greaves with the mech first and everything, but he had 4,000 gold saved up and then just bought the Greaves all at once. So it's kind of just
power play.
I feel like it delayed their timing, and then he realized that their timing was too delayed for their liking, and then went back for the Greaves. So,
but he's now going back for the Radiance.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit of indecision, and not going to be a fan of that. Tentatively, when your draft is inferior, it will put you in weird spots like that, where you're not ideally choosing. You're choosing the lesser of two evils rather than the greater of two goods. And in this case, I guess accepting your loss there and saying, okay, our push was delayed by about a minute or two, but at least we got it at the end of the day.
Are there other solutions in their lineup for the PL illusions?
Not when he gets 4 or 5 slotted.
No, not even if you have like a draw with a Maelstrom and an Axe or something? Or is that just not something you want to go for?
It's nice, and maybe like with some miscoordination, the PL would be brought down anyways, but the problem this game is they actually have some massive backline threats from the Zeus and the Venomancer that I don't think they can afford to just purely itemize for the PL as well as focus him, which means that I don't think a Drow with Maelstrom Ags will have enough time to actually hit the PL, spending too much time getting hit in the back. The PL, nice enough, instead of the way Necrophos is this game, he only has to be a frontliner. He doesn't actually have to deal a relevant amount of damage because he has the Zeus in the late game. Yes, he's going to naturally deal damage, but sometimes PL can hit that critical threshold where, he lives, but by the time he's like killing anyone, everyone else on his team's dead. But that's not going to be the case this game.
No.
Oh, initiation here.
Yeah, nice blink stun coming out. Sunlight, can he get out? He dissimulates away. He's got his axe complete as well there.
Misses the Zeus ulti. Tried to use it before the dissimulate came out, and instead timed it perfectly with the dissimulate.
Unfortunate. I think Omega Lil is trying real hard to dodge the fights here, by the way. Maybe with an Aegis under their wing, they will be more confident taking these fights. I mean, they did want a fight earlier, but they kind of stopped after they got the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, they want to force Voldemort to fight into them, so PL can possibly get caught out of position.
Let's see. They're just scouting each other out. We see Y looking for an opening. They're going to try to wrap around, perhaps. Oh, they see he's there. We see Malik. He wants real bad to be the one on the front line. Oops, Sunlight. Silencing up Nikwa. Nobody out of position. It's really Malik and Wyatt that are trying to be the frontliner, and it's really interesting to see how both of them are weaving their way around the positioning of this team fight that is maybe brewing, but it looks like both will just go home empty-handed at this point.
Yeah, there's a lot of tiptoeing.
Yeah, it really is. But it just goes to show how even this game is. They both of these teams also feel like they are this even. Nice.
Well, both teams have ridiculous turn potential. Drow in the back, Zeus in the back. If you overcommit onto a fight that's like not favorable for you, you're going to pretty much get wiped instantly.
Yep.
So that's why both teams are playing as scared as they are, and just kind of giving a little game of chicken, who's gonna strike first, and I'm gonna drive my car on the wrong side of the road, and are you gonna swerve or am I?
At the moment, both teams want to kind of swerve. Oh, why finding himself? Oh, that would be a good catch. His team has to be here in time to back him up, though, and it's not really there. It looks like Kalen is away there too. Has got that Hurricane Pike. Now with the hookshot on cooldown, they can't give chase. The team that wins this team fight, which at the moment actually Omega Lil is going in, knowing that that hookshot is on cooldown, they found why, silence him up. There should be enough damage to bring him down.
He has buyback.
Is it important enough, this Roshan, to buy back?
Yeah, this is a very
even with that
important
hookshot.
Roche. Yes, it's I'm not saying he should buy back, but if his team cannot prevent the Roche without him, he should buy back. Yes. This is a very decisive Roche because both cores are kind of at that point where Drow needs an extra item to kill the PL. If PL gets an extra item, he's not going to die. So very pivotal Roche.
Sunlight going in. He's got the Ink Spell on him as well, and that is Reaper Sight taking out the Dragon Knight. This Roshan, I mean, they're gonna have to go for this one. The buybacks are happening, and that should be enough to force the rest of Omega Lil out of the pit. They take out the Grimstroke. The chase is on. Malik is a tough target there, though, and the buyback's happening from the Grimstroke here as well. In the meantime, Kalen able to get the dieback going on Y, who just went into a different side of their team. That was a little bit unfortunate, maybe a little bit miscommunication about which side they were going to give chase to.
He was, reminded me of Owen Wilson from Behind the Enemy Lines. That's about where he was. He was on the wrong side of the border there.
He really was.
And his team did not have the reinforcements to help him out, as he is dead for only 30 seconds, luckily, being low-level Clockwork that he is. That was the strategy coming in, hitting his level 6 at 13 minutes this game.
Yeah.
Going for an Ags on Grimstroke. That could be a potentially game-deciding item, actually. The PL is one of the best illusions, as all PL illusions do get his ult, so they will duplicate. So if he can get his own PL army going, that might be pretty obnoxious for heroes like Zeus, Clock, Veno.
Yeah, that Diffusal Blade's gonna burn through the mana of the Zeus.
Well, who's their Grove Bow or their Enchanted Quiver? It's actually a really nice Venomancer item. It's just like a boop, another 300 damage on my auto attacks if my Poison Sting was not enough.
Yeah, and as a Veno, you don't hit too often, so you're probably always gonna have the Enchanted Quiver. At the moment, though, he's enjoying that free gold.
It's so hard to pass that up as a support, even though you're like, maybe I could use a more impactful item in these team fights, but 70 GPM.
Free gold.
Money.
Yeah, it's, I know the struggle. Oh, nice soulbind there. They're going for it. The double silence coming out as well. Remember, that is a dieback if the Dragon Knight dies again. Double magic missile, and that is indeed 2 heroes dead once again. Both Clockwork and Dragon Knight. This Clockwork keeps on dying. Net, that's the real one right there. They should be realizing that too, but he can just go up to the high ground with a doppelganger. Should mean Roshan goes the way of Omega Lil, though, unless they want to Poison Nova coming out. They want to fight this 4-on-3. Why not? Zeus ultimate as well. Happy is taking actually a lot of damage, but more damage is taken by the PL. PL able to get out of this fight for now. Was able to take Sunlight out. And Zeus, the Essence Ring, keeping him alive at the moment. PL trying to throw some lances from the side, but he cannot save his Zeus anymore. Are they able to actually defend this Roshan for now? Nah, surely not.
Clockwork's back alive. He's round 7, I think.
He's got hook shot.
He's already diebacked twice. Can he do it a third time? No, they will get the Roche. As Drow has the full Mjolnir plus another 2,300 gold towards that BKB. So now, once he gets that BKB axe, he's going to be a force to reckon with, as thus so far, the only reason he's not able to deal all the damage that he wants is because he keeps getting Zeus bolted and Veno ulted. That rhymed on accident, but he just always seems to be at like 300 health. With the Titan Sliver probably helping out a lot this game, just that 16% magic resistance more so than the status resistance. You know, he's got the repair kit on Necro for that extra something 20 regen, I think it is.
25 or something, it's very high.
It is. He's sitting on 83 health. Oh no, that's from his passive. He's sitting on
50.
Oh my god, they went all right. Okay, about 50 it looked like.
It looked like 50, and if you mean the number that you see, the 30.7, it was 51 point something.
Oh, that's a lot. That adds up over time. That's like the health version of Storm Spear with the Bloodstone.
Yeah, it's nice.
DK's working on that BKB. Another exciting item for an exciting hero in an exciting game of Dota 2, Sheep.
Look at that buyback status. Only Zeus is rich enough right now. But to be honest, I mean, at the moment, Omega Lil doesn't need buyback. They got an Aegis. They must be feeling very comfortable. I don't think Voldemort will want to fight while that Aegis is up. At the same time, Omega Lil surely will want to fight. They're going to try to look for things to do. Maybe take out the last tier 1 on the bottom side.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really hard for them to go anything more than the tier 2s, because the high ground defense coming out from Voldemort is pretty daunting. With the Zeus, the Veno, the PL poking you down with illusions. Your only real siege being the Drow, and your only sustain is the Greaves as well as the heal from Necro, which is okay, but not quite enough to get through all of that damage over time. He'll probably need a Satanic some point in this game from Kalen, just so he can eventually hit some buildings, or they just need to kill everybody outside of base like they are doing with Nikwa right here.
Nikwa is, at least he was able to deny the double damage rune from Sunlight, and Sunlight is not going to give chase there. That forced to the low ground, helping out. The tier 2 will drop here.
Utilize the fort on tier 2, oddly enough.
Yeah, and with an Aegis on the side of Drow, and with Venge right there to swap, and the BKB complete, they make a pretty good case of going high ground, surely.
DK and PL are pressuring top. Already used DK ultimate, so they're not exactly looking to fight.
There's a TP happening.
Try to force them back.
Yeah, Flenchmeister still there. We'll see if he makes a play for it. But the teleport back, I mean, they saw that Dragon Knight TPing on the tower, so they actually, they go for a fake back. Who is stepping out to take the wave? There's no wave yet, but someone's gonna step out. Surely. I like this, though. Oh, but if it's Clockwork, it would be very unfortunate.
I'm down for Dumpy Clockwork.
There you
Yeah,
are.
thank you. It, you know, if it's going to be someone dying to a smoke, it's most likely going to be the Clockwork. Just dying in general, actually. It doesn't have to be a smoke. Let's not get too picky about the way he dies.
Fair.
He has died an awful lot this game.
I mean, it's kind of his job this game also,
True.
right? Not necessarily, but he has to go in first.
Yes, he does. He is the gang tank extraordinaire.
He's doing it really well.
Yeah, you know, he has a vision for the game. This is why these guys are out here and I'm over here, is he sees the vision of his job this game. He's like, if I'm high level, I can't do my job as many times this game. Thus, must remain as low level as possible.
Yeah. I find it interesting. Clockwork going for a Glimmer Cape first item. I mean, it's a support, so, you know, after Tranquils, there's not that much else that he could get. But Glimmer is not normally the support item that you'd go on first for Clock.
Yeah, he usually has some serious mana issues, but once again, going along with the theme that he should be alive for only about 5 seconds, the mana problems will not surmount themselves this game because he will cast his volley of stuff and then he's dead. So he can use that death as a free regen rune for himself.
It's a little bit sad that they have two heroes like that because Venomancer is also one of those heroes that goes in and dies as long as he gets his ults up.
And he's itemized to do that. He's got a Blink Force Staff on Venomancer.
I like that.
He understands his purpose as well. All for my carries as
hello.
Why? Just confirming.
Why?
Yeah, asking just why. Why do you guys have to do this to me?
We got ourselves our Abyssal done. It didn't really do anything though, and now Flensmeister forced to the high ground. Reaper Scythe does not take him out. It was a little spooky there for a second though. Nisha getting swapped into death right there. It's lucky for Flensmeister that that swap wasn't in range for him. The buyback happens.
Oh no, not the Zeus too.
The Zeus too. The Veno has not yet used its ultimate. Still has that available. You did say high ground defense for Voldemort was very potent.
Yeah, they had to kill them to get in, and they are absolutely killing them, Shiver. That swap from Venge, catching the Zeus out of position, he's got to be much more careful than that, but not giving them enough credit where it's due. They are catching him very well, and Kalen doesn't even pop his BKB. He doesn't even have to in order to get this tier 3 as well as a lane of Rax. Moving to the bottom lane, basically saying, hey, we don't think you have buyback on Zeus, and we're going to make you prove it if you do.
Yep, 40 seconds with him on the sidelines. Of course, the Aegis is no longer there, but it doesn't really matter. They can fight without it just as well. And that is 2 lanes of Rax where Voldemort can do nothing but watch.
Yeah, this game tells you that draft only means so much, because us as well as the panel were a much bigger fan of the Voldemort draft, but there's a reason why the odds were in favor of Omega Lil before the draft even occurred, and this game has explained itself on that front.
Turns out you can predict bad play.
Yeah.
With that. All right,
Feels bad for our evil villain Voldemort here.
Yeah, but at the same time, the evil guy should always die at the end,
I was going to say, the good guy always wins.
Yeah. So what is the play for Voldemort to still? You know how at the end of every supervillain movie there is a moment where it seems like the supervillain is in charge.
Yes, that was like the 20-minute mark when they were up by 500 gold.
We already had that.
Yeah, you already missed that part. It wasn't as climactic as they make it in the cinemas, but hey, that's real life.
It was a very child-friendly
It's
movie.
a disappointment when you expect to see what you see in the movies and when it plays out in actual Dota in this case.
Yeah. So is there still a way back for them? Because, you know, the old saying, there's always a chance in Dota. What is their chance?
Their chance is exactly the Clockwork finding the Grimstroke with the hook, bursting him down instantly with no buyback. Okay, it's all you, Sheep.
All right, well, let's see. I mean, just the end of it. The Venomancer just dies just as fast. That's an illusion. Grimstroke doesn't have buyback, but now the hookshot's on cooldown, and they cannot give chase.
Yeah. I don't know what came over me. My instincts took over.
I mean, it was perfect. That is exactly what they needed, but then they also needed to live after that, and maybe, like, it was what they needed. They went and gave chase, but then the person chasing was the Venomancer, and he just dies really fast.
Yeah, there's just too much kiting on Omega Lil for PL to do the damage that he wants. This Radiance plus the Mjolnir is just poking him down slowly but surely, and you don't necessarily have to kill him as long as he's dying faster than you are, which that seems to be the plan overall. They do get an Illusionist Cape for the Dire Squad. That's a very good item for Peel.
Yep.
Havoc Hammer has become one of my favorite neutral items. It's just so...
really?
It's so derpy for all the strength heroes out there. You just go, like, nobody expects it either. The first time you hit him with it, it's like a slap to the face.
Because nobody uses it.
Yes, it's just like when you're ahead by like 20k and you're diving fountain, you just buy that Dagon right next to the fountain, you just don't kill the guy with it, but you just zap him. You know, remind him who's boss. That's what the Havoc Hammer kind of makes me think of.
So you only use it when you're already winning.
Yes.
Okay. This is a good thing to know.
Yeah, but nobody expects it.
That's true.
It's the message you're sending. You know, I could have used another neutral item, but I'm using the Havoc Hammer.
That's how hard that you're winning right now.
Yeah.
Well, let's
Charlie
see.
Sheening it up.
If why? Did he just block his own creep camp? I think he did.
Yeah, I think the intent was to get a good vision for the 2 seconds that it lasts.
I mean, you already have a ward on the high ground there, too.
What lasted longer, that ward or Kyle?
Oh, that hook shot right into the Aether Remnant. Why cannot even do his job this fight? He'll die on that high ground. He can't actually kill the Phantom Embrace either, Boogie.
Oof.
He is BKB trying to fly his way to the base. We'll have buyback. We'll come back into this fight. In the meantime, PL is just trying to do damage here. The Venomancer actually is doing a lot of work right now, but can they find the kills? They cannot. That PL is getting bursted down by Kale, and he's just standing there, allowed to hit. No buyback available for him, and the Dragonite, even though he bought back, he doesn't have Dragon form anymore, and he's kind of useless because he has Blink BKB. He can stun and breathe fire, and that's, you know, then he's hitting people with the sword, which normally is very good, but not in a Dragonite.
Yeah, the positive thing here is that Grimstroke Ags does not have a PL to duplicate here. So that eliminates the power level of the Omega Lil squad just for the next 60 seconds, which they are respecting the potential that he has buyback.
Yeah.
They are waiting for the next Roche. They have a courier sitting in there, chilling.
Wouldn't you normally want to try to force out the buyback?
Yeah, maybe they feel like that's the one way they lose this game. If they buy back and turn it somehow, I'm not sure.
I mean, they don't have the Venge, so the save potential there for the Drow is not there. So perhaps was a deciding factor there too.
Generally, the Tier 2, Tier 3 teams do take it a bit too safe sometimes, I will say. So that is something that tends to make the game drag just a bit longer. It's not necessarily a bad thing in cases like this, but do you really have to wait? Probably not. But hey, you know, better safe than sorry.
Exactly. Well, the Roshan's going to be up again in 25 seconds. We'll see if Omega Lil can control that Roshan. It seems like that might be... Like, Voldemort has to contest that, right? That has to be the fight that they take full on. They have to full on commit and go for it.
Yeah, they've seemed pretty reluctant to take fights in general, and their execution overall has not been to the liking of their master so far. So, I don't know. I think they have to. If they do get Roche, I can't really imagine Omega Lil getting repelled with their 20k net worth lead before they even secure the Roche. They do scout it out with the Flare. Will they make that desperation smoke play?
I mean, they have to.
In order to respond to this, so far, nothing.
Nothing. And they die. It dies also way too fast. They can't do anything. I am happy to see Kalen go for the Ags Maelstrom or Mjolnir, though. I am a fan of that build.
Yeah, the sustain from Necro has been quite potent so far in the fights, more so than I thought it would be.
So they smoke now, after the Roche dies. So does Omega Lil, though, by the way. So we got maybe a little bit of... Oh, that is a good target to find. They find Kalen. Can they bring him down the once? No, getting swapped out to safety.
Oh my god, he's alive with the Greaves.
Yep, he is. In the meantime, Sunlight, he's in. He's looking for the back line. He's by himself, though. The rest of his squad is on the way, and with the BKB on, nobody really can hurt him. And the rest of Voldemort, it looks like they're just trying to run. The Veno died without even getting his ultimate off. Boogie, his BKB is already used, so he can't really be in the middle of this fight anymore either. And it looks like they just don't know where to go in. Can they save their PL? No, they cannot. They didn't even try. They stayed around. They looked at him and it's like, shall I help? Shall I help? No, they did not. And now they're just running back to the base so with their tails between their legs, without buyback on the PL. And then Aegis on the side of Kalen. I think this game might be in the bag for Omega Lil.
Was that tail between their legs a reference to the PL being a cat that Slacks is...
It could be. It could be. I think dogs do it more so than cats do. Do cats do that too? I think cats might do that too.
I think so. Now that you mention it, I'm going to act like I posed the question instead of, you know, now have the question turn on to me as, I don't know. The team spoke for themselves there, I would say, with play. The draft doesn't matter. Execution's where it's all at.
I mean, it's very hard to make a comeback in a game like that as well with the lineup they had, I guess, as well. Like, what should they, if you were to name one thing, what should they have done better?
It was just that one Roche fight. I feel like they were kind of all over the place. They were feeding heroes and then buying back, but they weren't like getting anything off of the initial feed. It's not like they were capitalizing by trading lives. The clock kind of just Winning and Die got caught out. Then they had the DK get caught out by the Grimstroke ulti plus Necro ulti, and that was the one fight that really decided the momentum of the game. The Drow got the BKB Mjolnir, Aegis, she's not going down. Suddenly the game just spirals out of control.
Yeah, Omega Lil just in this first game looked like the stronger team, quite favorably for them. I mean, we said the draft was better on the side of Voldemort, but if you can't really, like, what are you to do?
It's not how it's how you use it, or whatever the saying is. Right.
Yes. Let's see how they're gonna see Rich over there. Next draft. Let's head over to Rich and the guys.
Hey, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure the draft matters too, BSJ, all right? But let's actually start to talk about the fact that we love this Drow, we love this Venge.
Yeah, we sure do. We sure do. I mean, Lizard, you did pretty much snipe it, buddy. You said that this was going to be something that was good, and then I stupefied you.
I know. I said it was going to be cool.
Oh.
I said it was cool.
Was it cool?
This was very cool.
By a Harry Potter reference?
No, I've never watched those films.
I always knew I liked you.
Yeah, no, I ain't got time for that. Wizardry and
you also
magic.
hate weebs, right?
I do.
You're safe with me.
Oh, thanks, guys. I live in a real world, all right? We ain't got time for magic. But I must say, you called that interaction really well. And I think the biggest surprise of that game, though, was the Grimstroke Ags.
Yep.
So good against PL, creating its own illusion.
It was amazing.
I mean, it impressed me.
What I was impressed with is Omega Lil's just execution of this draft. Like BSJ said, this draft, when you're playing versus PL, I don't think it should work. Like, you should have many problems, which they didn't. They weren't even able to take many objectives early on, which you usually do with Drow, just because you're playing versus this PL who was always standing on top of the network charts. Then the Zeus dynamic versus the Void Spirit on the mid lane went to Zeus's favor, right? He did extremely well there, a couple of good rotations too, but it all falls into water when you lose these couple of big fights around the Rosh pit in which Radiant comes out on top.
Zeus really felt like that gotcha pick at the end of this draft, and the Zeus, how did you feel with it all in all after you saw the execution from Omega Lil, Slacks?
You can see from that Nimbus right there. I mean, Zeus is much like Warlock these days. He's simply the vector for the actual hero, which is Nimbus. And the placement was a little off. I mean, they changed it a little bit, got a little nerfed, added cooldown times and stuff, and we didn't see that Agnum Scepter. I don't think he was hoping to he wanted to explode a lot more than he did, and we just didn't see it have any effect. I mean, it can be a great tool, but the placement here and how long it took to get it.
Like, we can talk about these Aghanim Scepters, like you said on Zeus, the one that's important. On the Radiant side, yeah, we had one on the Grimstroke, and we had one on the Drow Ranger later on, which pretty much makes her a hero that can deal with the PL, but you need to get there. Like, you need 3 items and then an Axe, and usually PL finishes the game by then, or he's way too strong. He has like a heart, butterfly, and you can't deal with him. However, the hero that really did do the majority of the work for the Radiant side, it's the Necrophos, because you went for that Greaves Pipe and Radiance build, which makes the illusions a lot weaker. And then I said they don't really have a hero that buys Shivas, but I was wrong. Void Spirit, you can do that on him, and then you combine this Radiance that slows down the illusions, makes your attack speed pretty much negligible, and then you have the Radiance from the Necro, and suddenly PL isn't really that scary anymore.
A great pro player once said to me recently, don't buy Radiance unless they have a Naga or a PL. Then buy Radiance. That's the only rule they have. They've got
really
massive
catchy
illusion.
quote.
Yes, flowed very well. Thank you.
All right, we're going to be taking a look at some of those key stats, though, that actually did come out in that first game of the series. But after you see the execution like that coming out from Omega Lil, what are you looking for in the draft? Or are you just kind of in the situation where you're expecting the 2-0 Lizard?
I'm in that situation.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm expecting a 2-0. It doesn't obviously have to go that way. I think if you're Voldemort, you're probably thinking about cheesing it out a little bit whenever you're handed down under. When you pull out some Brute, some Meepo, some Arc Warden. Kellen, that plays their mid, is also, he was named Arc before, and he spammed that hero.
Wow.
So there you go. Perhaps you can use that.
Very good to know, but yeah, I mean, when you open up a Harry Potter book, you see the name Voldemort, you know, if you keep reading, eventually he's going to lose. He's the bad guy.
Is he the bad guy?
Is he really? Isn't there some twist by the end of the show? Like
You think I finished that thing?
I mean, legitimately, is he the bad guy? I might not have read the books, but I am familiar with the lore. And in the wizarding world, all Voldemort wanted to do was to make sure that he was kind of like a Magneto, I think. He wanted to even shit out. Humans were a danger, they were below. And let's not dance around the bush here.
Magneto's not even by any stretch of the imagination a bad guy.
Well, he is. I mean, he killed a lot of people. But if there were real wizards and real magic and humans existed, we are literally below them. Voldemort is right.
We're not below them. See, this is coming from the stance of somebody. No, this is coming from the stance of somebody who hasn't watched anime. To think that power makes you different, right? It is different. It does not make you better.
J.K. Rowling said that lizards. I knew it. Go to the bathroom on the floor in the corner and make their poo disappear with magic. That is all right.
That's amazing. Like,
wait, did she actually say that?
Yeah,
really?
She did, for real. And definitely Voldemort was a good guy. Like, if...
I don't think I would go that far at all, but I do think that it's important to realize that, today, one of us could be given a incredible power. Name a superpower.
How about this? Like, you...
What a name a superpower. How about
about this?
Rich. No, continue, Lizard.
No,
go ahead, Lizard.
No.
That was the comment. How about go fuck yourself? How about not the answer? No, but I firmly believe that if superheroes or magic people existed, we are simply inferior. That's okay.
No, we're not.
How about they can't use technology?
No,
have
there's
magic,
no
but they
caveat.
can't
There
use
doesn't need to be a caveat. The thing is
even it's out a little bit.
Relying on those powers could cheapen life. Look at all the powers.
What are you talking about?
Look at what we have right now. And it's so easy to miss the beautiful moments when your mind's actually quiet, the smell of your lover's hair, the taste of coffee in the morning. And if you can just fly around, you might miss out on some of those beautiful things.
Rich, they get to do it faster. You have to find a lover to smell their hair. They can conjure it.
See, that's the thing. Humans have a terrible tendency to move back onto convenience, which diminishes the value of moments. It's not about faster. It's about enjoying the moment.
It's about
the
journey.
I wish you could make the moments flare out.
It's about enjoying the moments?
He said the journey.
It's about the journey? Yeah. Listen, I spent a few years...
If you can just summon it, what's the point?
I spent a few years working in a retirement home.
If you don't put in the hard work, what's the point? What's the value? Where's the value?
I mean, true, but I'm talking about magical powers. I'm not talking about winning the lottery and being sad because now you don't get to work at Wendy's anymore.
It's very different, right? And you don't know all right, so I had a friend.
Did he have magical powers? Was he real? Sorry, continue. Oh, there's a tweet there.
Yeah, I was going to read it, but this is way too important right now.
Okay, go ahead.
The tweet basically was like, hey, how many more games are there left today? Just shut up! Leave the tab open.
Wikipedia, shut up! Anyway, continue, Rich.
This is the important issues. Think about it, though.
Yeah?
You should really watch Mob Psycho. I think it's going to change your life.
What the fuck is Mob Psycho? Sounds like a wholesome program.
It's about...
You should really watch Kazu Murder-chan. I mean, what's Mob Psycho about?
Mob Psycho is about a young man who has the ability. He has ESP. He's an Esper, and he has an immense amount of power.
Please, just tell me one thing. Is it an anime?
Yes.
He just got asked if you were watching an anime by the most chat in the country. Let me get this straight. This is an anime?
This is
anyway,
cartoon.
I'm interested.
So basically, this young man has the immense power. He has immense power. He is able to exorcise ghosts. He is able to do basically anything that you could imagine with simply his mind.
Sure.
But that's not where he finds fulfillment in his life by using those powers. It's not the easy way out. Yes, there are moments where you can celebrate the things that make you unique, but we also have to celebrate the things that bond us.
So is the show about the mob psycho, or is it about the convenience store clerk that he bought a sandwich from one time? It's about fucking mob psycho, isn't it? He is better than all the other humans in that universe, though. Even though he doesn't.
But he's not better because of his
appreciate it.
power. He's not better because of his powers, though. And you know what? Those regular humans, he couldn't have done it without them. Because every step of the way he learned from them, he relied on them, and if they weren't there, it would be an empty life.
I see.
That's very touching.
Incredible. For anime, I guess. Anyway.
It's just I think we all need to value what makes us special, but also what makes us the same.
I don't. We're all going to die, Rich. Who values anything? It's a rat race until it's over. You got such little time. Experience as much as you can. If I could get a chip in my brain to teach me Chinese today, I'd fucking do it. I don't want to learn that shit. Brrr! Give it to me now, as fast as humanly possible. I live a life of decadence and decay. You okay, Rich? Oh, God, he's lost in thought.
He'll come back to us soon with another anime, probably.
Yeah. Right now, inside of Rich's head.
Yeah. There's some intro music. Intro music to some weeb stuff. Is it?
Yeah,
dude. Oh man, that's a good one. Almost that was almost as good as the performance that we saw from Omega Lil in game number 1.
Oh my goodness gracious!
And I'm really excited to see what they do pull out here, because I think we all pretty much agree that it's not on them to change anything up in the draft based on what they were able to do in game number 1. They just need to. Yeah, go ahead.
They just have these combos that they always draft, and I believe they just have to pull one of those out again, like Venge Drow, maybe not, but you have your Spectre Warlock, you have your Slardar PAs. You know, they keep it simple, and it works for them, so why change? That's completely on point. I think it's on Voldemort to actually do something like it.
Keep on simpling, definitely.
Yep, looking pretty gosh darn so strongo. Voldemort has had some tough times, though. Even in their last series, they had some great drafts that didn't pull through. I feel like one guy is just sitting there with his draft book, like, why don't you people do it? But I don't know. It could be an upset. That's the joy of, up-and-coming teams. Always a little bit of wiggle room for some fun games.
And I think that was the thing as well that Lizard already brought up. That's why he wants to see something a little bit more cheesy.
Yeah.
The thing is, they're not new by any stretch. That's the problem. Like all these players that are playing for Voldemort, they've been around for a pretty long time. You have Yol from one of the first Virtus Pro stacks.
The first?
Nikwa, Boogie. They've been around for quite some time now. Flensmeister perhaps not, but the rest of them definitely. So.
Definitely an important thing to think about when we are looking at these squads as well. But I am curious with Voldemort. I know they played the standings for a little while, but we were so lost in thought I didn't actually fully look at the standings. We are in a situation, we could look at the standings again. That would be great to anyone at the back that's still listening to us ramble on about all of the important things. The standings, I think it's at that point when we really do want to be paying attention to them, because the bottom 3 in each group, they're not going to be able to move forward. And I think that as we start to look at some of these teams, we see how dire each of these games truly are going to be, and whether or not they're going to be able to scrape a spot in that top 3, Slacks.
Yeah, it's looking pretty rough so far, but this is do or die time, and some teams will rise to the occasion and bring it all, and some teams will die.
Yeah, some teams will have their carry stuck in
You've
Moscow.
talked about dying like 4 times on this panel.
Are you all right?
Went to the doctor last night.
Good?
No, just bad news panel.
I watched a video about doctors last night.
Oh.
So yeah, I feel like we
bonded in a way.
Yeah, there's a lot of bonding going on. Yeah, but in all seriousness, it's pretty depressing having you on
I'm
a
sorry,
panel.
I didn't know. A lot of stuff's going on lately. 2020 has been a rough year for us all, No, but a lot of positivity, though.
It's been I think that's been one of the best things for me, at least, about being at this tournament, though.
Oh.
It's really nice being... No, it's really nice being back around all you guys again.
Yes, human contact is good. I've missed it.
You don't have to tap it, you can hold
Holy
it.
shit!
Just hold it. There you go.
My God, I need to go outside. What the fuck's wrong with me? Look how tan he is.
You can hold it as well. Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, touch it.
God damn, those are some calves, boy.
Those are not calves, like...
How am I supposed to know? Look at the color difference. Oh my God, he's so tan. Oh wow, slap him.
We'll do that later.
Does that hurt?
Nah, it's good.
See, that would hurt me. Now, Lizard. Let me ask you. Do you feel like you're better because of everybody, because of the immense amount of power that you have?
No.
He paused.
Like his enemy.
He did pause.
There you go. His enemy has
Like, here we
spoken
go.
the
The
truth.
Muggle's asking me questions.
It's like you
again.
could have asked me. There you go.
And you know what? I bet you appreciate all those muscles because of what you had to do to get them.
Yeah, it's the journey. There you go.
But you just give Slacks muscles today, you would still be a fucking idiot.
It's true. Indeed, actually. But Lizard also doesn't have magical powers. These are, I'm just saying. Okay, in your example, though, if you grew magical powers through great journey and purpose, you would have to agree, though, that they're better than everyone else, though.
It's just you can't relate things about yourself to other people.
What?
That diminishes your own. That
Yeah,
diminishes
but
your
what
own.
if you're not the only one?
Like, let's just look at it this way.
You have more of you.
I'm not
There
happy
you go.
about anything that I've done because it's something that somebody else didn't do. I'm happy because I did it. You know what I mean?
That's healthy.
And then it's nice to share those stories with people, right? Like one of my favorite things, like when I get to talk to you guys, it's like, how'd you guys start doing this? Right?
Wow.
Everybody's story is a little bit different.
That's intrinsic motivation. That's on the
Makes me feel
Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You're
Yeah,
pretty
Rich,
high up
I'm
there.
gonna go back home and stream. Get some friends and stream. Like I'm hyped.
Wow.
I'm inspired by Rich. There you go.
I mean, I don't. I just think it's just a lot more fun that way.
You're living in the simulation, man.
I know that.
Break out of the simulation. That's what the simulation wants you to think.
The simulation wants us to self-actualize.
They want you to
The
self-actualize.
simulation also wants us to talk about the draft.
Okay.
As we stare into...
Give me some combo. Void and
Invoker?
Snapfire. Or Invoker. Yeah, sure. Why
Yeah.
not? Yeah,
Void's
pretty good.
right now basically we're gonna combo you guy. Remember back when he was a carry?
Like you could buy some right-click items and actually kill people in the chrono. Yeah, good old days.
We're back in the double bubble era where every game was Void Enigma for some reason. They were just popping in the double team fights. The old Cindering classic. But yes, Venomancer picked up again. And again, this Rubik, who every time I can talk about it, I will say I love Rubik in this meta in these pro games. He just feels like he gets so much done with these constant team fights. So many big spells. You got Phoenixes, you got Voids, you got all these big boys to jank from.
And not only the late game and the mid game, right? Not only the team fights in the laning stage is also pretty strong.
Yeah,
you
it's
have the
great.
Fade Vault. Damage reduction obviously comes in handy to mess with someone's last hitting capabilities. Plus you have that improved attack speed. It's all good for Rubik right now. The Rubik Venomancer can be a little bit iffy when it comes to going on the same lane if the Veno is your offlane, but they can make it work. Versus a Void, definitely. Void Grimstroke, there you go, your first combo. It isn't a combo with the bubble, with the Chronosphere, but it is a combo in the laning stage because you'll have this Reach, Void Walk, plus the Inkspell on him, plus a couple of bashes.
Yeah.
Bim bam boom.
One bash and a Grimstroke, and it's game over for anybody. But Grimstroke is, talk about, top tier support number 2. In this meta where it's like, let's run it, guys, and make space, just a great space maker in general. Inkswell, so good. Not to mention Stroke of Fate, so good for just that laning phase. I mean, he's perfect.
And after, right? Like, you can out-push the lanes constantly. They can't push if they have no creeps. Stroke of Fate. A million range. It's amazing.
He's good. And we saw even stuff that we don't hardly see, like the Ags last game. He's just like one of those supports that is so good in so many different situations, which is so useful in the current meta. Because you're constantly fighting, which means you're constantly in situations where you're like, okay, we have to.
And everything we stated right now is without his ultimate. Like we didn't even come to that.
Sure.
You know, how good is a hero that you talk about all his positive sides and you don't even mention his ulti?
Yeah, people don't even draft around the ulti though. Usually.
Yeah, they don't anymore.
No,
but
I mean we saw that
it's
Doom
just a plus.
Grimm's
Yeah.
game the other day. That was something else. Poor Doom would not Doom unless people were linked up, and it was not very effective, to say the least.
It can be a bait a little bit. Like you're waiting for that perfect opportunity that never really comes, and instead of using that Doom on a target that needs to be doomed, you're waiting for the soul bind, and
just
then it's
all
too
the
late.
value, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, as we do move forward here, I think we're seeing pretty standard opens in a lot of ways based off of the meta that we've seen so far.
Sure.
Is there anything in particular that you really do want to see Voldemort starting to move into? As Lizard, you already mentioned, this is a team where you're looking for them to really shake things up to try to at least extend this to a game number 3.
Yeah, I want to see some tanky boys coming from Voldemort right now. Something that doesn't die instantly in the chrono.
No more clock.
No more clock. Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
they
thank
ban
you.
it out for you.
Good, but no, I agree. I mean, a lot of these are you need those tanky frontliners, and people have been trying to make clock into that job. I mean, he's good when he gets farm. He's a tanky boy, but Lizard, I got a question for you. Tinker ban. When's the last time you've seen a Tinker?
Actually, Voldemort played it, so that's the reason. They also played it with the Veno, so that's one of the reasons why they banned it. I believe Voldemort's draft was Veno, Night Stalker, Tinker, and he just had this... like Tinker benefits from vision more than almost any hero, and they had Venomancer and Night Stalker that were constantly giving him that vision and space to just do his dirty Tinker business. So it's good. It's good that they banned it out. It's a hero that it's a cheese pick, like we mentioned
like
earlier.
you said.
Yeah.
He changes the way the game is played.
And also when you know that this is a team that might try to move towards cheese based off of the results of that first game, knowing some of their trump cards is definitely an important thing to know. So more kudos on the side of Omega Lil for paying attention.
After you lose the first game the way you lost and you had a sick draft, you're like, what do we do? Like, how do we win this game? Like,
Shit. Sorry to interrupt you, but the old pub combo.
There you go.
Grim Lich. You know why that's so good, Rich, my boy? I even know this one. The chain length of Grimstroke's ultimate allows you to not ever be far enough away where a bounce will not occur. So you get 2 Lich balls, and it's impossible to move away far enough where they don't hit targets. It's a deadly one that even the heralds of the world know about.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. And also, this Lich's ulti, it's a really strong spell, but it's not as impactful as, let's say, Doom's Doom in the games, right? So you can wait a little bit to use it after the Soul Bind. If it doesn't work, you can also just spit it out. It's fine. Voldy, they follow up with the Tiny. This is again your Clockwork-esque hero. It's your brawler that will be able to lane with the Venomancer if the Venomancer is even the offlane. They could perhaps put him mid too.
Problem with Tiny, though, is it's all about initiation, right?
Yep.
I mean, Clockwork has that already in his kit, and he's so effective at that, and that really is important for these like team fighting lineups, whereas Tiny, if he's not doing well in the game, he doesn't have the items like a Blink or even a Shadow Blade, and he's just worthless. He just can't get in the position to do that.
It's like your potential is higher, but it's also more difficult to get there.
Right.
If you do get that Blink Dagger, you suddenly have a 1-2 combo that eliminates anyone on the map, and later on with your talents, you can save people with that level 20 or level 15 talent. When toss doesn't require the target any longer, you can literally save your carry from a bad spot every single time. So the hero scales a bit better, and they go with the Spectre.
Hey-oh.
All right.
Where you been, girl? Finally coming back. Spectre. Every game.
Right, that last game has been banned, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, because they picked Drow and banned Spectre, and then PL went through. This time around, it's Spectre, and this is complete meta. Like, it's you're one of top 3, I would say, carries at the moment. And it looks like a decent game for her, too.
I mean, if even I can predict the draft, Voldemort, that's pretty gosh darn meta. These heroes have been in literally every single game. Prophet, though, he's an off and on pick. We've seen him. Jenkins told me he was pretty bad, but apparently not good enough for these guys.
It still does what he did before. He gets you a lot of farm and a lot of utility very early on.
Sure. We've seen a decent amount of profit.
Have we?
In the close qualifiers, there like every second game there was a profit.
Wow.
It's a popular pick still, not only because of that, but because he's very versatile. Like this profit right now is picked, and you can't say for certain if it's going to be mid lane or off lane, right? Like it can be either. I would like Omega Lil to put it mid actually and pick something that deals with Spectre just a little bit better on the offlane, and that can combo with the Grimstroke on that offlane. So something melee with a stun would be perhaps a little bit better.
Everybody's been saying Centaur all tournament, but I have seen very little Centaurs, even though it makes a lot of sense.
That's actually a very good call. I would love some Centaur.
Yep, you got the ult to get away from Veno if things get bad, also to run for a Spectre initiation. Could work, but too bad the hero's poo-poo.
It's not.
No?
No, Centaur, I think it's a good call. He's been changed a little bit, and I think that he's actually pretty solid at the moment. Just people aren't picking up on him right away, because Retaliate, it was basically a spell that everything was centered around when it comes to that hero. However, now it moved more to the double edge and Hoof Stomp, and now when you have Grimstroke, it could be a solid pick.
Hoof Stomp, man, what a terrible stun. You ever see the upgrades to Hoof Stomp? There's like nothing. You put in like 2 points of that thing, it's like 0.5 a second or something, if I remember correctly. The Hoof Stomp. Awful. I hate it. Ice Frog, fix it.
It is what it is. Right?
You can't live your life like that. That is what it is.
Just take it or leave it.
Jeez, what are you?
At least you have Stampede, right? Like that. That's something.
It's not like you're reviewing Centaur when he came in for his upgrade. He goes in the office, he's like, boss, can I get maybe a second more? It is what it is, Centaur. Be happy. I'll take away Retaliate again. What a great man. They gotta do that. I would definitely watch a live stream show where you had like Ice Frog and cosplayers come in as the heroes instead of patch notes.
There was a comic made with that, right? Like I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that. Yeah, someone made it.
Yeah, she's a Beast Coast manager.
Yeah. You're right.
Hey, it's Pucky! Pucky Sucky returns to the game for Voldemort. Not a bad hero, though. I just like saying Pucky Sucky. She is actually quite viable hero in this circumstance.
Nah, Puck is definitely fine.
You got caught in that stuff, man. Keep saying Ricky Maru.
Puck is pretty legit here because it fixes their problems when it comes to catch and magic burst damage that they definitely do lack versus the Void. And these two supports from Omega Lil, they pretty much offer nothing when it comes to catch. Yeah. Same goes for Nature's Prophet, same goes for Void. So this is a completely free Puck game. He should do
a free Puck game, he says.
So not necessarily off meta, but you still, now that you've seen the Puck, you're liking the draft from Voldemort?
I mean, overall, it's really hard to dislike this draft because it's completely on meta, and it also has some synergies. Puck is a good last pick for them, in my opinion. Overall, it looks pretty damn solid.
Garbage, Pucky Sucky coming back. Okay, so real talk. Voldemort does have them. Oh, there's Dragon.
All right.
Okay. Well,
so that's their attempt, I think, to deal with the Puck a little bit in the laning stage. Later on as well, it's a good catch, good instant catch, good instant stun that they have versus the Spectre and the Puck. If they lane it with the Grimstroke, you also have that double stun with the Inkspell combo. So overall, it's a decent pickup for Omega Lil. One thing that they really have got going for themselves is an insane amount of pushing potential from the Nature's Prophet and from the Dragonite. They're looking to end this game as soon as possible before the Spectre comes online.
And also, you got to keep in mind how gosh darn good they looked even without beating the other team in the drafting game, number one, and that's why we're going to see the EGB.com odds are very heavily going to be in favor, once again, of Team Omega Lil. But I want to ask you guys, all in all, you started to talk about some of the strengths and how these drafts could win, how they're going to play out. Who do you think is going to take this next game?
Well, I'll do the stupid answer first. So I would think that it legitimately is on the Puck. Puck makes them enough space with enough rotations, kicking enough ass. They might have a decent chance on Boldy. But the problem is, on the other team, you got a Void. Void pops the Chrono. Pucky no Livy. No more.
Yeah, that's
no sucky.
So, and then Spectre as well. But really, it's all about a heavy momentum game. Are they going to be able to have that momentum? Not in my opinion. I got to go for my boys Not Team Voldemort.
Omega
Sorry,
Lil,
guys.
yeah.
I know their name. Continue.
He can meme, yeah, but his analysis is also on point. Like I think he's right. I don't think that Voldemort
He
will
hides
be,
his massive brain behind
yeah,
those jokes.
exactly. He hides it behind his.
That's the only
jokes.
massive thing I'm hiding on this panel, baby. I don't know why I said that. Continue.
Let's time for game.
That's us. Thank you indeed. Panel here with BSJ, we're going to talk about this game, specifically the game, because, I don't know, when we heard the analysts talk about the draft, we heard Lizard say something about the big head of Voldemort.
Yes.
And actually, it was Slacks that went on a big speech about the draft itself, which was kind of surprising, but was he right?
I honestly haven't listened to a word Slack said in a long time.
I think that's a good thing. I think that's a good thing.
But if he said he did like the Omega Lil draft better, then I would have to agree with him there. It's not necessarily that... I think both teams have a game plan that is executable, but I just don't have faith. I'm skeptical. I don't have faith in Team Voldemort to execute the plan.
Do you like the puck? Last pick.
It gives them the team fight setup that they needed with Spectre. Yeah, they have like low cooldown pickoff with the Rubik as well as the Tiny, but now they have this reliable AoE initiation where the Spectre says, okay, the coil gets pressed, I press Haunt, and team fight happens. I really like it when the game plan for the way the team fight starts for your team is very obvious when you have a Spectre. It just makes it so much easier to play as a team, as well as the Spectre knowing, hey, like, this is what I'm looking out for, so he can be more aware of his farming and not have to worry as much about paying attention to every little moment in the fight. He's just going to keep his eye on the puck and then go.
So you're thinking, compared to previous game where we kind of decided that Voldemort had the better draft overall, this time they might not have as clear of a draft advantage, but at least their lineup is easy to execute, which should give them an edge compared to previous game anyway.
Compared to their own performance last game, I think this will give them a bit of an edge.
Happy just found out there's a tri lane there. He's, I'm not sure if he's happy about that. Actually, are you happy about that? If you can keep your Void farming safely? Because he's just up against one Venomancer. Like, do you like this aggressive tri-lane decision coming out from Voldemort?
I think it's a really good call by Omega Lil to dodge it. I think the Tiny plus Rubik is a nice kill combo, and the two heroes without each other don't offer too much in the early laning stage, and the Spectre, I think, mainly didn't want to have to lane against a nuker plus a Nature's Prophet. That's just a lot of harass for her to be taking in a 2v2 scenario.
Yeah.
But whenever I look at this tri-lane scenario, I like to see the 1v1 matchup.
Yeah.
At least in this case in the mid lane, because it's not a tri-v-tri.
Oh.
And DK is considered a hard lane counter to the puck. And once he gets that level 6, his pressure may be a bit too force the rotation of these supports, and then the Spectre might be left on her own little island here, as we do have a level advantage for Wish, but that's because those 3 creeps haven't died yet.
Yeah, we'll see who wins the 9 battle there. I feel like there should not be a kill potential on either side here, though.
Yeah, it's pretty boring lane again with the DK, just kind of the nature of the hero. Puck relies on constant right-click harass as we see it back and forth. The frost armor on the tree with the body.
That's really nicely done. Kalen has to be careful, though. That creep is actually blocking him out, so he's going to try to teleport himself to the base, and he can.
He is level 2, so we can just TP right back to lane.
Yeah. Very nice. There's a lot of action happening in all lanes. We also see Boogie struggling with his health levels there, but no first blood on the board just yet. Just a lot of trading HPs.
Yeah, I think all these heroes rely on levels before they're able to kill each other. A lot of these nukes go up in threat drastically as they get even just the level 2 coming out when they get level 3. So that might be the go time for a lot of these lanes, but as you see, the puck relies heavily on right-clicking, and DK eventually just does not give a damn. So a lot of DK walking at the puck, a lot of the puck hitting the DK with nothing happening, and that's about all you're going to see here, folks.
Oh, maybe we're going to see something more on the top lane, because Boogie is going to get
level 3.
Kill off, indeed. A nice Inkswell there, diving on the tower. First blood to Malik.
And he only has 5 CS on the Veno. A very level-dependent hero, much more so than CS, but I would say it's perfectly fine if you're getting virtually no CS if you're not dying. boots because the
So
dying
you're saying it's
basically-
not good.
Yeah, it's because you're usually making the opponent have to expend a lot of regen. So in the early game, you're getting levels without farm, but they're getting farm and having to spend it on tangos and regen. But if you're also dying, you're giving them basically the net worth of regen worth of kills. So they're just pulling that much farther ahead of you.
Yeah, it looks like we have a little bit of a Dota bug where we can see that the courier died forever on the side on Happy.
Nothing wrong with remembering the courier.
Well, the courier's already back alive.
He was a good guy.
He's already back alive.
Okay, that's fair.
So, you know, it's a little stuck message there, but maybe when they kill another courier, we'll see it go away.
Don't wish upon death another courier.
It's only fair.
That's true.
Gotta trade it out.
Eye for an eye.
Yep. So...
Smoke gets the bottom rune. Nice orb usage there.
So laning stage should be going the way of a Mega Lil, right? That's what I'm always thinking when you have a Nature's Prophet, even if it is a core, you can always have a number advantage everywhere.
Yeah, at least once he gets level 6, the momentum is going to be nice for them. As
I mean, they don't need a number advantage. If you keep bashing, nice Inkswell, of course, as well, setting that up. Boogie is gonna be safe under his tower, but it's still not an easy lane. You're saying that he is... Oh, why? Eating his way through the trees. The shield again on a creep. It's enough to take him out. Kalen, he doesn't care that he's getting hit on with all these creeps. He is so confident in this lane.
He's used to getting hit on by creeps, it looks like.
I'm very sad for him. Nikwa, gonna go for the 5-minute rune.
As the pace of the game has ramped up quite quickly with 3 kills in the last couple minutes, but that Nature's Prophet 6 is going to be something they have to be very aware of on Team Voldemort, because that burst damage, it can be up to like 300-400 damage at the quite early stage of the game. Basically cuts your health pool in like a third.
That is very scary, and to be honest, like there's not really, other than Spectre, there's not really a typically tanky hero at this early stage in the game.
Yeah.
So
there's a triple stack top. I gotta keep that in mind.
Yeah, a Venomancer and a Tiny can farm that if they really wanted to. Y is struggling again. Actually, Kalen coming in will be able to get one more hit out, I think, to get the kill. The Sprout will give the vision. He sticks a salve, but it doesn't matter. Maybe at least there can be a return kill. Happy. He'll make it out, though. He's actually thinking about going back in. He's got a little bit of mana. He eats a mango to make sure that Kalen gets that Sprout off. Flensmeister trying to make it back to base. Has got a Fairy Fire. Might have to pop that salve as well between ticks, but he's not going to, and he'll fall. Did he think he was going to live on that one hit and could self after that, or do you think he just gave up?
I think he kind of just gave up. Maybe he thought he did. Yeah. Maybe he needed a Stout Shield block or the Nate block chance to happen there. That's kind of a big mistake by Spectre, I think, with the items. Against ranged heroes like Prophet, who right-click you a lot, you do need boots to dodge those right-clicks. Trying to toss him out of the coil actually just says, die, Cardi.
Yep.
And Sunlight is going to be absolutely fine.
If that toss was successful, that would have been a kill.
Oh, 100%. That coil break damage hurts, even level 1. But that being a crucial kill for them, because that would have really slowed down the momentum of this DK. Even though he's not going to get this tower, that death would have set him back much further.
Yeah. At what point would you say to rotate the Spectre to a different lane? I kind of feel like I know that they're not really winning top lane, so I'm not sure if he could do better top, but you're kind of riding a lot on this Spectre having a decent game and coming online before Omega Lil does well. So you want to give him more. Like, can they give him more by not having him here?
I think they're going to basically decide, okay, so there's 2 options for the Omega Lil side. As we do see an engagement bottom, they don't want me to talk at all. I wouldn't want me to either. As we see another Frost Armor on the tree. I've never seen that prior to this game, and I've now seen it about 5 or 6 times.
This is their strat.
Yes.
It's working.
Exactly. So either Omega Lil is going to ramp up the pace and try to push top, in which case Spectre will stay bottom, or the Venomancer is going to try to pressure bottom and rotate there, in which case Spectre will rotate top. So he's basically responding to whatever team makes a move first. If it's his team, he's out of here. If it's the enemy team, he's happy to stay here.
Oh, look at that level difference as well. Ruby level 3, Happy level 5.
He's happy.
He is also saving a skill point.
Yeah, sometimes you want to potentially be able to cancel a TP with that Sinister Gaze.
I don't blame him. Let's see if Nikwa can make something happen here in this bottom lane. Change the ties a little bit. In the meantime, Boogie is therefore left alone, and with the Prophet Ultimate helping out, you can only imagine that they wanted to go on top, and they are indeed. With the Inkswell hitting, he does not get lucky on the bash,
Did you see this Faceless Void's item he has queued up?
No, I did not. What is it?
I don't want to spoil. They're going to check it out at some point, and for the people at home, you will be in for some spicy stuff.
I want to see it.
Yeah, the suspicion is there. The
Tell
suspense
me.
is there. No. We got. You'll just keep an eye.
All right.
out.
I'll keep an eye on it.
I don't prefer to call out specific items. I like to say
This
a general
time, Dream
statement.
Coil
That's-
tossed under tower. You got to move a little bit further away, Wish, otherwise he can't toss. There's a lot of creeps around, and he
jukes.
cannot toss. That's very okay. They just danced around each other. We actually had a teleport coming in from Malik. Oh, I didn't see it. It was too late. He clicked on a second, and I couldn't see it.
They're teasing you.
They are teasing me. Very sad.
Got to be more alert. Oh, there it is.
Oh, a meteor hammer. I mean, it's an offlane void.
No, this is a carry void.
No, it is an offlane.
Oh,
Kaelin
wait.
was the drow
Wait,
previous
you're
game.
right. Holy crap, you're right.
Don't be so surprised.
It's not only a void in the offlane. He actually
It is the offlaner.
offlaner.
He's played by the offlaner. Kaelin was our drow ranger from previous game.
I'm
he
not
likes
gonna
to snipe
lie.
people. Ooh, this Rubik is having a little bit of a tricky time, but they can't chase as much. Ooh, nice. The Inkswell, it's every time it's so successful with the silence coming out there too. He actually pops the chrono for this. That should be a kill. Kaelin is going to be just here to steal the last hit. Now I saw that.
That's my kind of carry player.
Oh,
That's when
typical.
they've really proven to us the right person's on the right hero here.
Yeah.
When this patch initially came out, I thought Void might be one of the few heroes that could buy a meteor hammer. So
Okay.
this is it's fascinating. Gives him a little bit of tower
Dream
pressure.
Coil back up. Can he toss it through the tower? He missed again. He
0 for
tossed
3.
his Flensmeister instead. Nice. Orb coming through. It's enough to help kill off Kaelin. Can they kill off Malik as well? Nice ultimate still bouncing through. Actually hits Nico on the tail there. He's got to be a little careful. A couple of misplaced bashes. In the meantime, there was also a Rubik, and then there was not, as Lich was able to get a solo kill on him. Was it solo? I think it was. Because this Dragon Knight was not involved. He is 0-0-0.
That's my kind of KDD, baby. NA Dota! Farm it up.
I mean, he is. I'm not sure if he's doing too great, but at the moment he's looking to... Well, he already used his Dragon form. He has it again. He just got it back up.
He's got the pacifist achievement going. That's what he's trying to go for. He has to win the game with being a part of 0 kills.
He took a little bit of a walk in the forest as well.
Okay,
It was
what's with all
nice.
these buffs on the trees?
I mean, it's working.
I'm not
I love
questioning it. I just, these guys are some real innovators. They should be nominated for a potential Nobel Prize with their game,
Okay,
their life,
a little
world-changing.
bit farther. They
innovation.
are a team called Omega Lil.
Apparently. Okay, so I saw some people in chat talking about this.
Yes.
Are they Omega Lil as their name states, or at the top are they OMG Lil?
They're Omega Lil.
I thought so too, but
They
you
used
know,
to have Lil in their squad.
You never know because there's wait. So their name was based off somebody that they kicked?
It might be. I think he chose not to come back.
Oh.
He was not kicked. He went to a resort for summer.
Oh, I see. Keeping
So this is their tribute.
Yes.
Yes.
To the man on vacation.
Yeah.
You got to respect those priorities, honestly.
Sometimes you just got to choose holiday.
Yeah, sometimes it's the, money in a tournament or the holiday.
Oh dear. It's just a Lich though. I think that's
a level 7 Lich.
Yeah, it's nice experience they're getting, but at the same time it's rotation from Wish.
This is something they weren't doing last game, though, where they brought enough heroes to bring down the right amount of heroes so that they could take a tower. As we see the Meteor Hammer channeling from Void, I do like that. He actually does look like the proper channeling. He's like, as he's lifting he's like drop down, and he does look like he's
I
casting
like
a
that
spell.
it's the right animation for you for the Meteor Hammer. Are there heroes that do not have the right animation for Meteor Hammer?
It doesn't look like it's supposed to summon a meteor from the air,
On some heroes,
He looks
yeah.
like a shaman of sorts waving his wand or, whatever you call the things that shamans hold.
A wand? What?
Is there anything? See? I mean, in this case, it's
that's
obviously
his
a mace. Yeah, obviously, for him, it's a mace, but
Yeah.
it looks like, he's summoning a being from above.
But is a meteor the right thing? Like, do you feel like it fits the void?
Yeah, he's not necessarily summoning the being. He's commanding the being, if you will, to drop its punishment upon thy earth.
Okay, I'm very happy that it makes you happy.
Yeah,
that it's the right
Slacks has
animation.
rubbed off on me a bit too much, I think.
Well, that is very spooky to hear.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Nice kill again for Omega Lil, and it's quickly getting out of control. We did say that the power spike of Voldemort would come when the Spectre is farmed. Unfortunately, we can see the net worth list. We could, there you go, and it's on top of the, like, if you look at the cores specifically on the side of, actually on all, he's the lowest of all the cores. This Grimstroke is almost catching up to the Spectre. That's a problem.
That, couldn't have said it better myself, Sheaves. That is indeed a problem. As having the Spectre on the 6th out of 6 cores on the net worth charts is not a recipe for success, especially when, even though the Spectre was in the off lane, it is indeed a carry Spectre.
Oh, this could be their chance, but that Chronosphere, look at how much damage the Lich Grimstroke. I mean, that's a triple kill, well deserved for Happy, but I do want to give credit there for the Grimstroke as well, as the Grimstroke actually dies. At this point, though, Malik is the star of the show. He's hunting Flenchmeister, him and Kalen. I don't think they can stop him from TP unless they get a bash in time, which they couldn't.
I'm using this build in the pub, by the way.
Okay.
Time to test it out, this Meteor Hammer off.
He didn't use the Meteor Hammer this fight, though.
Look at that damage output from the Faceless Void, topping the charts for...
No?
Compared to the Tiny and Rubik, he has way more damage.
Yay. His Chronosphere was amazing, though. He had a 3-man Chrono that allowed the double Chain Frost coming out. True. And he was there just for the Chrono. It's an offlane Chrono. You can't ask too much.
I said he had topped the damage charts, and you seem to be questioning my belief in his build. As I said, I would.
No, you were gonna try it out. That makes me think that you don't believe it works.
No, I legitimately theory crafted him as one of the heroes that might use it, and I honestly just never had the audacity to try it out myself. So I respect the courage.
Now you have a reason to.
Yes, I have an excuse, I would say, is the better terminology there.
Because you're afraid people will flame you, and now you can say, well, you know, I saw Malik do it in a pro game.
Yeah.
Fair.
That's the NA way. We see somebody else do it. It's successful. We copy it. Win TI. 5.
I'm glad you specified that.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see. This Tiny doesn't get too close to Y, so he's not getting linked up, but he is surrounded by everybody almost on the side of Omega Lil. Really wanted to try and see if he could get the kill on the Grimstroke, but Grimstroke was able to teleport to base to live. And Tiny, no such luxury for Nikwa. Ooh, they actually also find the Rubik. Sunlight, you're coming to join the fight. Nice. But Kalen will steal your kill. No surprise.
Yeah, I definitely think this offlane Void only works with a carry like the Nature's Prophet that is traditionally played as an offlaner, but instead is just building more as a carry, right? As he queues up a Silver Edge on a ranged hero, that's blasphemy in this patch, at least I do say so myself. They are
Sunlight
Spectre,
and Kalen are everywhere.
Yeah, that's
oh dear, how do you stop this? Like, can they? Should Voldemort try to make their own rotation, their own place to buy some space for the Flensmeister? Because the last time we saw them try to take a fight, yeah, they got 3 kills, but they lost 4.
I think they just need items, Sheaves.
Yeah, but for items, you need time. How are they going to buy the time?
The same way they're going to buy the items, Sheav, and that's not happening.
That's very grim. I always thought that as a caster, you know, you got to give hope to all those fans, Voldemort fans out there.
With Spectre, every time I'm behind like this, I say, let's hope the enemy team extends into our like tier 2s diving potentially. I push Haunt, 3 of them die, and then I get my full next item because I ain't going to farm it. He does have a Midas, which bodes well for his farming speed, but in terms of his teamfight impact at 17 minutes in the game, that's not what you're looking for, as Grimstroke has a blink.
Goodbye.
At 17 minutes, as the score is 17-6, 1 kill per minute.
Yep. I mean, they're doing really good, and they can...
Who's going to die this minute, Sheaver?
Oh, I think it's Tiny.
Okay. I'm calling Venomancer.
Okay.
Don't do it, Nikwa.
Die! Nikwa! That sounds like I'm cheering him on, but I want him to die at this point so that I am right.
Nikwa,
nice.
Live!
No, the Dream Coil coming out. Nikwa did die. I am right, and therefore Nikwa cannot toss anybody out of that coil. Actually, John Doe did still trick it. Oh, that's an illusion. That Chronosphere up on 2, though, and the Lich Ultimate still bouncing around. Getting a double kill to that Lich. The Venomancer tried to come in from behind, and even though he got this Poison Nova off, it's not going to be enough. A triple kill for the Lich. Happy is indeed very, very happy. And Nikwa, you already died. You got to be careful. Oh, Flensmeister thinking about going back to the high ground, but sees Malik on kind of low life, so he's going to try to poke and prod. It is a, like, they still killed off Happy at the back.
Venomancer did die at 1758, so technically I was correct.
Okay. 21 kills in 18 minutes. There you go.
That's not nearly as round of a number as it previously was.
17?
17 to 17, 1 per minute. Now it's like
at least
1 per minute.
Isn't 17 is a prime number?
Indeed it is.
And 21 is not.
That is true. Factorization of 3 and 7.
So this is technically a more even number than 17. 21.
Touche.
Touche.
It's also 3 times. One of its factors is 7, and it's right there on the kill count for Voldemort.
Wow.
Just proof that it is indeed not a prime number.
Very nice. Very sad kill count as well for Voldy there.
If this were golf, they'd be doing great.
Yeah. Unfortunately for them, not the case. This Void, by the way, has never died.
And he built Mask of Madness. I don't think this is the normal build you would see as a natural item progression for an offlane Faceless Void.
I know why, though.
Why?
It's because whenever he puts a Chrono out, so far, it's been other people stealing his kills. And he's like, no, I want to be the one taking the kills. So
I honestly think he just misses his mom.
Why does Mask of Madness miss your mom, make you miss your mom?
Because the item is Mask of Madness.
Yes.
Mom. You never heard it called Mom before?
Yeah, I did. I didn't make the connection.
You gotta think in like 7 dimensions.
I was like, how mad is your mom? It's a Mask of Madness.
Yeah,
like,
it's true.
I thought, are we going to make mom jokes at this point? Oh. Sunlight finding the Spectre. This would be the jackpot if they find it. The rest of the team of Flensmeister is on his way, though. The Hunt is not available. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter. Anyway, he's dead before that happens. Can Omega Lil find the rest? They find the Venomancer Boogie. Ooh,
the Chain Frost.
The Chain Frost is stolen. Can it? It does actually get the kill.
Wow, 4 kills.
This is going great for Voldy. They might have lost their Spectre, but everything was blown on him. Kalen, can they kill him as well? They silence him up. Kalen tries to kill up Nikwa, but with the Avalanche there, is not going to happen.
Okay.
Triple kill for Wish.
That's for your impertinence.
Suddenly they are back to the prime number of 23
yeah.
kills, but they have 12, which is more than half of 23. So we went from 1/3 to more than 1/2 in kills, Sheaves, and that
was
is
a great fight.
2,700 gold exchange, but also that is like 5,600 experience gain at the 20-minute mark.
Yeah.
Wow, that Stolen Chain Frost did a lot of work coming out from Rubik there. Giving them the damage to actually bring down heroes. That's what they've been lacking thus far.
There is one big downside to that fight.
Don't mention it, Sheaves. Don't say it. I don't know what it is, but don't say it. I'm just kidding. What's the downside of that?
Spectre wasn't there for any of the kills.
That's
he was
true.
dead. He didn't even have money to buy back. Like, that would be a fight that's worth to buy back. He had to go. He went Midas Yasha.
Yeah.
He's very poor. He's level 14. He just surpassed his Venomancer. Oh, why? I've seen this movie before. I mean, he had a great steal.
He did.
And I did appreciate that.
And that's all he's going to go down in history as.
Great steal.
Yeah.
At least he's going to be remembered for something.
Is that a shot at me, or?
I mean, I could have. I was tempted to, but then I decided not to because I'm a very nice person.
Okay. We bring out the worst of them eventually. It's just a matter of time.
Dota 2.
You've managed to stay, innocent this long. We'll have to figure out a way to bring you down to our level, Sheaves, because it is the great depths of hell that we all
I know.
reside
I try
in.
very hard to avoid it so far.
I have no idea how you've done it.
It's a skill, let me tell you. Alright, this tier 2 tower, sure to fall. We had the panel mention after the draft saying how great the pushing potential was for Omega Lil with the Dragon Knight and the Prophet.
They didn't even factor in this Meteor Hammer.
No, they did not. Imagine that. I think the story is still the same for Voldemort, where they do not want to fight, right? Or do they?
They
have
just need all their cooldowns, which they have now.
Yeah.
And they just need to rely on Lich casting Chain Frost again.
Maybe they just need to kill one person before. Maybe they need to send in their Spectre first again. That seemed to work out great previous time.
Yeah.
But do it after his Midas come off cooldown.
Yeah, make sure it's efficient. He has to have at least 50 seconds on that Midas cooldown.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he's going to be dead during the time of the Midas, and then it's
That's
no longer
not
worth
efficient. Yeah.
it. It's all about basing your team fights on the Midas cooldown of your fifth in net worth, excuse me.
That's very sad. Very sad. This Venno has stepped up to the plate, though. I really am appreciating the extra levels he got. I think that helped a lot in the fight that they won, having level 2 on the ultimate.
Nothing like Resolution's Venno the other day, though. He was #1 net worth for the entire game. That was quite the Venomancer performance. As, yeah, Boogie will naturally dump out a lot of damage, but eventually the Spectre will have to carry this squad, because Venomancer does not do that. As Sunlight working on that AC on this DK.
Is someone already getting a pipe? Oh, Sunlight blinking in with the Inkswell, finds himself that Venno. Can they kill him off? They have the silence on him. Can they kill him off before the ultimate? Looks like yes, they can. And Sunlight already turning his attention towards the puck instead as the chrono hits on just the tiny. Very unfortunate and doesn't even save the life of his happy Lich, but it doesn't matter. They are still able to kill off the puck and now look for more as they see their supports being picked up, but they can get some revenge by killing off the supports of Voldemort as well. That Dragon Knight has to be a little careful though, because Boogie came back into this fight. He bobbed back, gets his ulti up, and is now getting help from his teammate Boogie. He might regret buying back there in a second, but Nikwa looking to finish the job, at least on the Dragon Knight, and he does. Kalen teleporting out Malik. Can he try to get out of this one? He is getting chased down. Nikwa punching him. Dagger on him too. Kalen coming back in with life, getting this Proud off. It doesn't matter for the Spectre though. The toss. Ooh. Malik is still struggling here, able to live for the moment, teleporting out to base, and Kalen should also... Actually, his teleport is up in 5. They might be able to kill him off. Is it worth giving your life for the offlane Void?
Yes.
Yes. All right, actually, they might be able to get Nikwa here too. The toss is there, but it's just a Lich.
Nobody's dying, Sheever.
Nobody is dying yet, but here comes John Doe. He was waiting. I like that.
Yes, that was stylish.
I like that. That was really stylish. He didn't need to do that. He could have just run him down, but no, he moved away and then blinked back.
Did you hear that Grimstroke line? That was nice.
What was it?
He said, like, one of my pastimes as a boy was painting rocks, and he likes the red color or whatever. That was cool.
That was
when he
nice.
killed Tiny. I like that. I like
stylish kill with the
yeah.
stylish voice line, personalized. I like it, John Doe. It's good stuff. That being said, that fight felt very even to me, and I feel like at this point, if you have an even fight, it actually is favoring Voldemort.
Yeah, it is. I think anything that isn't resulting in Spectre dying, they're going to be okay with if it's even remotely even. Because at this point, the problem is, though, Venomancer did have to buy back.
Yeah.
So he's really fallen behind the pack.
Oh, Rubik's trying to TP will be.
Oh, he is TP.
They were
Oh, the Nature's Prophet TP.
Yeah, yeah.
That's,
it was a fancy TP.
Yeah.
Look at it.
Do we get to hear the voice line again?
No.
Oh, come on. They don't. That's okay. Priorities, we'll work on those.
Yeah, it's all good.
Slacks would definitely be rolling in his chair up.
Oh, they already have a sentry down. Wise ready.
No BKB yet. This would be a pretty huge pickoff, but he's good to go.
If he had I like the sentry down in advance, but he should have had an observer also on the lane, and then he could have caught him, right?
Yeah. That is true. The creeps were not there to supply the vision as he immediately TPs in to join his team at the Roche Pit. Uncontested. They have all of their ultimates online on Voldemort, and they...
now they scan it, and now it's too late. Rubik was actually using his teleport. Yeah, that would have been quite disastrous.
Can't believe they just let them have that for free. I think that's a big oversight coming out from Team Voldemort here.
Very unfortunate.
Slipped right under their noses.
It's not like they could fight before, though.
I don't know. If you have all your ultimates, I think it's like it's never going to get better from here if we just hold our ultimates. We can't just give away objectives. At least make the enemy team fight for it.
That's true. Now they're just going to try to take out the remaining tower.
A lot of damage.
Maybe they can take out... Oh, no, Nikwa, he had to pop his BKB for that. Essence Ring there, too. He has got his team to back him up, just in case there was going to be a dive. These Venom wards are so obnoxious.
Even the Poison Sting, it looks like he might have taken that talent that makes you even slower on Venomancer. Yeah, he's moving at 244 on Profit. He did indeed.
He did. I mean, it's working out. It is working out.
You know what's really fun in Dota, Chiefs, is just not being able to move. I love not being able to move.
Hilarious.
It's super enjoyable to play against, and as. Mainly as. The person that's making them not move, that is.
Like, do you do something against it, or do you just deal with the obnoxiousness of it?
You just
fight.
Marathon man it up, where you're just slow-moing it down the lane. I really wish they'd adjust, like, you know, make it running man, make people do the running man, you know, where they're running real slow.
Yeah,
it's like when they're winding up an attack. It's like, why can't you run like that? That'd be cool.
It would be cool.
Ideas for next Arcanas.
How about if people run and then when they're slower, they seem like they run faster, but they're actually slower.
Oh, yeah.
So like running on the spot almost.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like they're on a treadmill of sorts.
Yeah. I think that could be fun to watch.
Don't give away too many ideas, Shiva. You're supposed to get paid for this kind of stuff.
It's true. This is true.
Queuing up the Ags on Void. Quite a fun one. They did buff that radius pretty significantly in the last patch.
At the moment, he's a walking Chrono Meteor Hammer anyway.
Yeah.
It's not really there for the damage. It doesn't need to be. Kalen is there for the damage.
Yeah, the low cooldown on Time Walk that comes out at level 20, as well as the Time Walk cast range, makes him a very reliable stun from long range on a low cooldown. Yep. Very nice.
You know, a previous game, Omega Lil was going to have a tough time going high ground because of the high ground defense that Voldemort had. Do you feel like they've got a good high ground defense this time around? Because we do have Omega Lil with that Aegis still.
Yeah.
And they are out of towers to kill.
Venomancer naturally makes it very hard to push. Spectre punishes you if you overcommit. They don't have the Zeus factor, but last game that didn't really prove to be much since they just killed him. I would say as long as they don't get a little overzealous and go too deep, Omega Lil will be fine. And as long as they're growing in net worth lead, which they actually aren't over the course of the last maybe 10 minutes, I think they'd be content with just stalling this game out. But they're letting Voldemort de-ward and walk out of their base. As they do have Haunt, they utilize it immediately. Lich gonna get his Chain Frost off anyways, blocking down the Spectre as Kaylin has the Aegis, chooses not to pop his BKB. Puck does orb him from afar. He's gonna revive. They still have, they don't have Chrono actually. They used it in the back somewhere, Sheeves.
Yeah, they did indeed. Rubik is gonna be very sad as the first one to die on the side of Voldemort. His Sunlight is on the hunt. Kalen also teleporting to the front. His Aegis already popped, but he has a BKB active now as well. They will be able to finish up Nikwa, the person it all started with, and they're killing them off one by one. The buybacks are happening though. Venomancer cannot buy back, but Rubik already died back. Nikwa is back in this. Can they stop? Can they actually stop Omega Lil from killing off this Spectre? That is the main question right now. Nikwa is definitely making a great case for that. Ooh! John don't get the kill, but I mean, that is worth it for Voldemort, I'd say, indeed. All the cores dead on the side of Omega Lil on Nikwa, looking for those stray supports. Invis, there is a dust available. There should be enough burst damage coming out as well, letting the neutrals do some damage there as well. Nikwa is at this point just playing with his food.
If I can't attack you, I'll make the neutrals attack you.
Yep, and a Dagon coming out from Wish to finish the job.
He brings the Dagon and Lich is gone.
That's a great fight again for Voldemort though, and I felt like this was a fight. It looked like Omega Lil was preparing for like a high ground smoke to basically make it a bit of a fake back, and Nikwa walks in there and I thought, okay, you know what, that's the end of Voldemort because Nikwa's gonna die and the rest is gonna fall flat after that. But Nikwa actually lived, and that set them up for a great fight.
And it turns out there's still 3 more books to go, Shiva. They have not defeated the villain once and for all. As while they did expend a lot of buybacks, the net worth is about where it was before. So that means that the Aegis and Cheese push was repelled, thus buying extra time, as Spectre will eventually outcarry this position 1 profit.
And he's climbing the net worth list.
He is.
Slowly but steadily. Oop, Wish. Getting a save there too from Nikwa, actually getting bashed, but he's fine, jumping to his orb. Jaunting to his orb? Jumping to his orb? Both work.
I'd say jaunting sounds more
professional?
Yes.
It's like I know what I'm talking about.
I was about to say, you sound very, very educated and knowledgeable. Studious, if you will.
Studious. Oh, Boogie. Silent stop. Doesn't have an ultimate available for another 3 seconds anyway, and he dies before he can get it off. He does not have buyback as he already used it. Same thing goes for the Stony Man.
Yikes, he's dead for 90 seconds with no buyback. At least the Venomancer had died again, so his death duration this time around was not too bad. Oh, they do fort the Meteor Hammer.
Got him. They do still
Outplayed.
have the Dragon Form for quite a little bit, actually. So this looks like it's at least a lane of racks.
Yes, indeed.
Can they get something more out of it? Because they do this very fast, actually.
Yeah, even has the Dragon Scale to boot. I'm a little upset, I don't know about you, Shiver, that this Dragon Scale is not on the Dragon Knight.
Yeah. That's just not respecting the lore.
Yeah. No class coming
No
out from
class.
Omega Lil.
I mean, at that point, if you don't put the Dragon Scale on the Dragon Knight, you can say Omega.
Yeah, they are.
That's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Oh, Chrono.
Nice Chrono, right on the
two.
edge.
And that's a dead Spectre. Does have buyback available and Haunt available too, and will be forced to use it. This Venomancer, ooh, got his ultimate off, but died again. Actually, that's
Prophet's
a nice
down.
kill on the Prophet, indeed. Wish coming in hot.
He buys back though, and he's
Yep.
full. He's good. There are still 3 heroes dead on
Back
the side
in
of
it.
Voldemort.
Yep.
We're approaching the series finale.
Indeed. A quick reminder that Voldemort has not won a single series yet. I believe they're 0-3. It's very sad. They've had both their series, all 3 of their series be 2-1 ordeals so far. At the moment, it does not look like that is going to be the case this time around, although Wish is trying really hard as he just killed off the Lich once
I
more
am
with his dagger.
devastated for them, Sheaves.
I am too. But then what do you expect if you call yourself after the villain?
They're the villains and they're the nice guy finishing last. You know, it's just what's happened sometimes. Sometimes you get the worst of both worlds. This is
get
not
both.
Hannah Montana.
True. You made Slacks laugh.
Yeah,
That's a good one.
I think more importantly, he actually gave a what the fuck, and I don't think that's easy to make Slack say that, because he's usually the one inflicting that pain upon someone else.
You can't surprise him. Doesn't happen very often. Alright, we have Voldemort leaving their base. They need to, because you can't fight near your own base anymore, because if you do, you lose then, it's GG. At least if they fight outside of their base, they have a little bit of a shot. The scan, though. Omega Lil did scan them for a second successfully, and if they now go into their own jungle... Oh, they actually found an illusion already.
Did they get it, though? Is it gone?
Yeah, they did.
Nice, nice.
But it does mean that they must be now aware, like, especially with the war, with the, they know. They know. Then will you want to fight before Aegis? I guess you're just, if you're Omega Lil, you just wait for another Roche.
Yeah, you're slow but sure wins the race.
Mm-hmm.
They are the tortoise, while really no one here is the hare, because they're also ahead, so.
I think they started out as the hare.
Yes. And now they are embracing the philosophy of the tortoise.
What is the hybrid of a hare and a tortoise?
A hortus.
I don't think so.
Yes.
Oh, Boogie! I mean, do you really want to throw your ultimate on just one dragon? I don't think so. He might come back if they knows that there's more, though. Oh, it's just Malik this time around. How many Dagons do they actually have, I wonder?
Not enough.
Not indeed. Ooh, Lich ultimate bouncing around as well. Happy, did what he could. Now, see what Y stole from him. Y can't actually get a kill out of that for now. Oh, Wish, stuck there. This Dream Cold did not do a thing. The supports died on the side of a Mega Lil. But it was not really the answer that they wanted to have. Definitely not with the buyback not available on the Spectre.
Very much true, Suze. I can't argue with anything you just said.
No. Why aren't they just
grim.
running mid, though? Because they know Spectre does not have buyback.
Yes.
Oh, Nikwa. Ooh, he gets an avalanche off. Still got silence, though, and sprouted up as well. But he is able to just run for it. Malik on the chase. Kalen jumping forward again. Now the Dragon Tail comes in from Sunlight with the last tail end of his dragon form.
I'd call that space, but he actually led them to their objective.
Yes, that is exactly where they wanted to be anyway. Wish is going to try to create space. Look at him go. Look at him go. He's going to do it. He's going to do it. He is behind them right now. Gets the silence up, and the Dagon is a little spooked. Gets a Dream Coil as well. Buying time is the name of the game. Rubik is back alive. Noah is back alive. I mean, this buying time game, he's doing it. He's doing it. Oh, Prophet's coming back again in a second. He's just taunting. Oh, dear goodness.
40 more
was
seconds.
Veno.
35 more seconds. It's countdown time.
Well,
hold the racks. Hold
they have
door.
fortification still as well. Wish still playing games, this time with the Lich, as Kalen jumps very far into the base. Together with his dragon, can they take out Y here? They look to try, but the force staff into the fountain worked out. Mega creeps in the meantime have been achieved for Omega Lil.
Spectre is reviving in 10.
11, 9, he's almost.
We need to have liftoff. Give it to him. Let him live.
I think he's gonna live.
Okay.
The question is, are they
Comeback
gonna
time.
haunt and die straight up? They do have a massive black dragon this time, though.
Cue
I
up
like
the rapier for Spectre.
Yeah, great Spectre. Great rapier carrier. Oh,
Yes.
Roche. Now, do they need to stop this Roche from happening? Like, is it mandatory?
I believe the first two were mandatory, Shiver.
And, okay, fair. They failed at those.
So
how about this one?
I think it's even more so this time around.
Oh, they need to haunt in or something. I mean, they're coming.
Push buttons. Hurry.
They're running.
Before it's too late.
They're running too slow.
And
they turn around. Well, that was
anticlimactic.
Yeah. But they still have one fight. They're going to try to wait up on them.
Wish is looking for that star.
Yeah, Boogie is already in on the bottom, though, so this is a little bit of a split-up fight here. Nice chrono up on 2, but that is just one void. Kalen actually teleports in to help out. Veno did die in the backs of the fight there as he went the wrong way compared to the rest of his team, and now the rest of Voldemort is trying to run towards their base. That is literally all they can do, run and hide. They used the Haunt for that fight as well. It was unfortunate because I feel like to win a fight, Voldemort really has to have everybody grouped up and hit by that Veno ult, and they were just so split up.
They are 4 ranged heroes and a guy that's time walking all over the place, so it's quite difficult to get 5 heroes.
Yeah.
It's a tall task to ask.
Ooh.
The Meta Nut! Is this Arteezy standing in for Voldemort?
It could be. He is losing. After all, Nikwa
Is this
trying to
TI,
run
third
from
place?
this
Third
black
place for
dragon.
Fears?
No hope, though. He's out. Wish is still trying to create space. That's his game. But the tier 4 towers have dropped and it's just the fountain left standing as Flenchmeister will fall. Triple kill for Kalen. This Prophet gonna get interrupted from his TP. Nikwa trying to do what he can, but in the meantime, there's a dragon hitting your throne. How are you gonna stop him from doing that? The answer is, you're not. It's 2-0. GG gets called by Omega. Is that the only GG that gets called? Is Voldemort just not saying anything?
Yeah, they, you know, I bet they wouldn't be in the highest of spirits after that performance, sadly. Hats off to Omega Lil. They executed their strategy quite well.
They did.
I was entertained by the Faceless Void Meteor Hammer. It actually had impact in the game. I don't know about the rest of the items, like in the middle there, the Mask of Madness was a bit odd, but hey, you're right. He was getting his kills stolen, and it's necessary to make sure you get the credit in the stats, not just in the actual game itself.
Yeah, then if you don't feel Void got his stats properly.
Yes, the scoreboard reflects much better after going for the Mask of Madness. The damage is what is shown. The kills and the damage. That's what's all about, padding the stats and assured win, you know?
I think you still want to have those stats of the Prophet, though. His stats are going to stop the charts.
Yeah,
he outshone.
He was like, what, 5,000, 10,000 net worth ahead of everyone else at the end of the game?
He was also everywhere. Like, okay, we see Nature's Prophet core more often.
Yeah.
And this Nature's Prophet was actually using his teleport. It felt like every second.
Like off cooldown?
Off cooldown.
So DK's one place stunning somebody, they're dead. Suddenly he's top stunning somebody else.
Like, why would I walk if I could just TP to the next screen?
That's the American way, but we use cars.
That's fair. It's a good analogy.
And it shows that we do not walk anywhere.
I mean, I did think Prophet was pretty fat as well.
Yes,
so
that is true. You know what? That caught me off guard. I'm going to say kudos to you for that one.
Thank you. I
was impressed.
Appreciate that. I appreciate that. I'm sure that other people on the other side are appreciative of that as well.
Yes.
English, hard language. Let's see if Rich and the panel are still doing good over there.
No, like you cannot commit crime without electricity. I didn't hear you. I didn't know.
We didn't know the throw was coming out.
Without power, there is nothing. Without power, there is not victory. And it looks like Voldemort decided to go the Tim the Tatman route. They were not able to grab a W. Not at all. Let's talk about how Omega Lil was able to have such a powerful performance. In the first game, we talked about just how fantastic their execution was. They had all of the electricity. Let's talk about what we saw in this second game, Lizard.
They just had fun in the second game. I think they realized that they're a little bit more skilled, perhaps a better team, we should call them. They had a bit more fun. Maybe it's a strategy that they have practiced, but they had an offlane void with Meteor Hammer, taking towers. It's not something that you really do right now, but Meteor Hammer has been buffed up a little bit. Maybe there's something really legit behind that, but it looks like a meme. It just looks like a meme. Right?
Yeah, legitimately just an excuse to see if they can get people to do it in pubs for fun.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, honestly, it looked like, I will say, a very comfortable draft. It looks like something that they would play in a scrim for fun. Meteor Hammer's a little bit overdoing it, but as we talked about, a lot of that, guess we'll see some footage of that right here soon, but a lot of like those double Lich ults, a lot of Chronos leading to good Lich interactions there. I mean, they just really seemed like they were in their element the entire time.
I just think we're also, you got to think about where we are. If you're just tuning in right now, you just woke up wherever you are around the world. First of all, good morning. Second of all, we're watching Divine, and we very much started to see the separation between our teams. And I feel like each of the groups, I feel like we kind of have slightly different stories between Group A and Group B. I feel like on the one hand, we have like that very clear top three. And on the other hand, we do have that slight bubble, right? So a lot of these teams, a lot of these matchups, we've started to see that dominance be asserted.
Absolutely. And yeah, you could just see there's a little bit of a difference. You might have a better draft, but one team is just kind of better at execution, and nobody suffered in this game.
I just look when you look at Voldemort, it's literally just get this Spectre to the place in which she dominates. She's going to win you this game alone. You're playing versus Lich, Grimstroke, and Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
Eventually, you just pop your Haunt and you destroy them. Especially when you have a Venomancer there as well. He just needs to initiate, spread his poison, and that's it. Like, they're all gonna fall. They're extremely squishy on the side of Omega Lil, but they played around it. They also had absolutely no sustain. You didn't have a hero on the offlane that buys Greaves or Pipe or anything like that. They didn't, but they still made it work just because they're a little bit quicker and they outplayed them.
I mean, we talked a little bit about the puck after that draft and how it was essential to making sure that plan from Voldemort came through. The puck really didn't have any kind of impact. But how do you have impact as a puck against a Dragon Knight? It's just tickling the guy.
That's really the best thing that they did do on the side of Omega Lil. Like, we can say that perhaps the Void with the Meteor Hammer is a little bit memey, but they did switch up their lanes so that they are favored at least out of the laning stage. You had the Dragon Knight mid versus puck. On the safe lane, they put the Nature's Prophet, not on the offlane, and then on the offlane, you had the Void. So they did get the right matchups. They weren't messing around when it comes to that.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think that is a very important thing to note as well, because when we were talking about how is Voldemort going to be able to potentially extend this to the third game after we came out of the first one in this series, the whole idea came around, we need something cheeky. And instead of being able to pull that off, they went right with the meta. They get that puck at the very end of the draft, and the Dragon Knight just able to respond to that very easily. So Megalil not only having the execution, but also looking fantastic with their knowledge inside of the draft. And a lot of that's going to be echoed here as we look at some of these key numbers that are going to paint the beautiful picture of this hot 2-0.
Just watching a puck with that score is a real feels bad. That is rough. But pretty much a domination. Not too much. The numbers don't say differently than what you just saw. That was tough.
You could see that in the mid game, Voldemort, they definitely had a bunch of chances to turn this game.
Sure.
But they would fight when they're not ready. They would get picked off when they're not ready. They would try to start all fights when the Haunt is not there or the Venomancer dies way too soon. They definitely had the opportunity to take this game to the third game, and I actually believed, like, somewhere around the 34th minute mark, 31st minute mark, that it will go the stretch, but yeah,
I feel like that's something we've seen a lot in Divine, funnily enough, with the Spectre games just not playing around the Haunt. It's been a thing that you've seen with quite a few of these teams that's definitely been surprising. And I think of Megalil, though, to you right now, with what you've seen in Divine Lizard, is this one of the teams that you think is going to be able to carve a path out of, make it into the top of the group, rather?
Yeah, I think they can make it out of the group, but there are some difficult matches up ahead for them.
Let's ask them which matchups they think could potentially be difficult. We have Ark on the line right now. Thank you very much for hopping on with us for a quick little interview. First of all, congratulations on your victory, but not to not celebrate everything that just happened in the victory, but want to ask you one quick question. As you look ahead at all of the other teams in Divine, are there any squads in particular where you feel like you might have a very hard matchup?
Hello?
Hi.
About the hard matchups, I think we can beat most of them. Against Cyber Legacy, it will be hard game, pretty sure, but I think we'll try our best and pretty sure we have all the chances to win against them.
Confidence.
I'd like to hear it.
Yeah.
Did anyone laugh when Faceless Void bought the Meteor Hammer, or was that planned? A new strat that we don't know about?
When we picked Void, the Venomancer against Faceless Void is the bad matchup and no one likes it. And when I pick Void, and then they just pick the Venomancer after us, that was just some meme because it's bad matchup and I don't want to play it. So I said okay, I don't want to play this Faceless Void, so just take it away from me. And we decided to put it on post 3.
I knew it.
Yep. Tell me, Ark, first, congratulations on the series. How are you guys dealing with streaming and playing at the same time? I know that Sunlight loves to stream quite a lot. Does that ever interfere with your practices? Does he get enough time to actually scrim with you? Does that make any problems at all for you guys?
Well, the first, my humble opinion that streaming is bad for competitive career because you have to play a million pubs every day and stream. This kind of stuff is very hard to just imagine your day starts from streaming and then you have to play scrims. Besides, we're not screaming from August or just when we made the team, we haven't screamed once.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I think that's definitely a very good point. And I do want to say one more time, Ark, thank you so much for jumping on with this interview. Congratulations again, and good luck in the future series that you do have here in Divine.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It brings up a really important point. I've been saying this for a little while. I've been thinking about it a whole bunch. I think that streamers are actually idiots.
Wow. Harsh criticism there. No one else has thought that before. But, I
haven't heard that one.
Real talk, though, it does make a lot of sense. I always say when it comes to time for the international, I say the teams that played the most have the biggest disadvantage. And it's really counterintuitive because you would think that Team Secret, they're going to win TI. They've won every single tournament. Well, yeah, but there's more to research. There's more to look at and prepare for. And you bet your ass if you're at $1 million tournament, you're going to pay 4 people to comb over every piece of footage and see where this guy puts his ward in every game. And as a streamer, you just have more footage of how you play, what you do. So, I mean, he made a jokey kind of point, but I legitimately think you don't see top 10 teams do that.
Yeah, but I would say that streaming definitely is bad for you, not only because there's more to research, but you're just not focused on your gameplay, right? You're streaming and there's also chat, you're thinking about other things, you're not focused on improving as much, and I don't think, that's why we don't see many pro players stream constantly.
Right.
However, when it comes to giving away your warding positions and how you play, team like Secret doesn't really care anymore. You just practice it to perfection and that's it. If you practice the same move 1,000 times.
There's inherently a lot of VOD, basically. You don't need to be kind of maybe searching to find VOD of them.
Exactly.
I think both are very valid points, though, because if you can watch a player nonstop, know their tendencies on a particular day, it's going to definitely be an additional asset. And like you mentioned, sometimes your mind is in another place, which is kind of a phenomenon that I'm experiencing right now. My mind is in another place because I'm already thinking about the next series, which is coming up right after this.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Omega League.
EXTREMUM versus Khan. It's going to be the last series of the day, a day that so far has been completely owned by the favorites. Are we going to see that yet again? Or are we going to see a little bit of an upset? But before we can even ask that, before we can take a look at everything that's already happened in the draft, first, I got to say, Tsunami, BSJ, welcome to the panel. 2 of NA's brightest and finest analysts, to say the very least. Let's talk about who the favorite actually is in this matchup, Tsunami. Who do you think does have the edge based off of what we've seen from them so far in the tournament?
So Khan is one of the few teams that was in the bottom 3 of this group that actually does have a win, but their win was against Voldemort, which is now completely eliminated from the running. So it's tough to put too much stock in it, whereas EXTREMUM, they have been 2-0, and as you said, so far all the favorites have been winning. So Khan is probably not considered the favorites here. They will be struggling to hopefully make it a 3-game series because it's been a bunch of 2-0s so far, but I am going to be leaning EXTREMUM for this one.
This game has been, or this day has seemed like it's going to be over very quickly at this rate. Now, let's take a look at the game to see how long this game seems like it's going to last. Oracle, I haven't seen as much of so far in this tournament. What do you think of the Oracle here, BSJ?
It's just a counter to the Darkseer. Get to purge the Iron Shell off in lane as well as in the game. It's like in theory really nice, but then at the same time, Oracle doesn't like when a bunch of heroes are running at her real fast. Usually pick like 1 or 2 gap closers, something like a Doom. Goes well with the Darkseer. You can do anything with some
Oracle's
burst.
a girl?
I was gonna mention that also because
did I say she?
I think you did.
It, him, shim.
He's a him.
I don't know. He's a being. He's like an alien, isn't he?
It's true.
I honestly didn't intentionally say she, so thanks for calling me out on that. I'll call them it.
Yeah, get your
don't assume
reading
genders
glasses
in 2020 here. It could be a
whoa! Don't step all over him.
Yeah, you're stepping on him.
He's over here. He's over here.
Yeah, wrong side.
Let's go.
They said no.
They
said, Rich, you're breaking the magic. I'm just trying to figure out if Oracle's a chick or not. Give me a second here. Well, either way, regardless of what Oracle is or is not, is Oracle a good pick? Already BSJ mentioned some of the reasons why you would bring an Oracle against the Darkseer. I'm sorry that I ruined the magic, but is Oracle going to ruin Darkseer's game, Neil?
Only in the laning phase, which is quite critical for Darkseer these days, now that you can't creep cut like you were used to in earlier patches between like tier 2, tier 3 towers. Then you kind of need to play the lane. You kind of need to be in the presence of the Oracle, and not only is your lane dominance kind of interrupted by the fact that your Ion Shell can get purged off, but you also don't have a free get out of jail card with your Surge, because that can also get purged off. So
BSJ, did you make a waifu tier list when that was like a thing that was going on in Dota?
Generally, no. I've never made a tier list of 2D pixel women.
If you had to.
Opportunity.
If I had to, okay.
Yeah, because there was one that came out, and I think we all know who I'm talking about, and he made the worst waifu tier list that I've ever seen. This was a few months back. This was at the very beginning, and this is probably like 4 or 5 months ago.
Who was it?
What do you think?
Was it Purge?
No.
Slacks.
It was Gorg. He made the worst waifu tier list of all time. I didn't want to throw him under the bus. I wanted one of you to throw him under the bus.
Okay.
And
what, because Dark Willow was F tier?
I don't even know if Dark Willow was on the list.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's as blasphemy.
If you looked at the tier list in general, you know how sometimes you don't know a person, but you assume that you would get along with them?
Yeah.
I always felt that way about him until I saw that tier list.
You just knew.
I hope we don't ever meet each other now.
Okay.
And I'm kind of curious if you had to, if you made an S tier for your waifu tier list, who would be in there, BSJ?
Definitely Queen of Pain.
Okay.
Queen of Pain's up there.
Very basic, man.
That's too basic for you?
No creativity.
He knows what he wants.
Yeah.
I'm guessing Willow's up there based on your...
No, I actually think, I don't know, you know.
Do you think Oracle's up there?
Yeah.
Do you think Vengeful Spirit or Drow Ranger are up there?
No, see, here's the thing. It's too close to real life, right? Like, that's the thing. I always say, like you go, like, Brood area.
Yeah. Death Prophet.
Oh, Death Prophet's pretty S tier.
DP is always very high. Going to be very high up on the tier list. But yeah, no, I think you go for something, just a new experience. And when we talk about new experiences, when we actually do look at this draft, we're not really seeing any new experiences, right? We actually already got to see Avenged Drow game a little bit earlier in the day. It was 2 games ago. And Mag's back. No big surprises there at all. How do you feel, though, guys, about the Venged Drow? I mean, you actually got to cast the Venged Drow game.
Yeah, I think Drow on paper is really nice against Void. You punish the long cooldown of Chrono. You can usually burst him before he gets his time walk off to save himself and heal up the damage. So, in the way the game plays out, it's also very hard to get Chronosphere on multiple targets in Drow lineups. Usually she has a save from the Venge, and also she's got like 3 ranged heroes, all separated outside of the radius of the Chrono. With that in mind, they now have the Beastmaster, who I will tell you, Void is virtually unplayable against Beastmaster. I think that matchup is atrocious. If I ever get caught playing Void
lane,
in the Beastmaster,
mid-game, late game, all of them?
All of them. Like, you don't want to deal with constant push lineups. Like, that's why Void wasn't played last patch, because the Beastmasters and Lycans were picked every game. And I don't think Void really got buffed all that much other than his Ag Scepter. And the reason why he's so meta now is because all those Zoo heroes got nerfed. But Beastmaster, in a good Beastmaster game, which their only hero that's good against it so far is the Oracle for the Roar itself, yeah, they have Cleave, but you have to be able to hit stuff to be able to clear it. And right now, like the board, that's a 40 attack speed slow. In the early to mid game, how do they deal with Necrobook plus Boars? I think this Void is completely owned. Maybe they'll do what we saw last game, where the Void becomes an offlaner with Meteor Hammer. That's quite possible.
Yeah, because I'm also wondering the same thing about Extremum. Like, who's the 3 position here? Is Darkseer...
yeah, they might even put, like, Darkseer mid or something, you know? That's what I was thinking when they might...
Go?
And he's a 4 position, dude.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Honestly, I thought they might put Darkseer support or mid. The support's kind of like the demotion you get when you're hard countered by the Oracle.
Yeah.
And the mid is the whole let's just dodge the lane situation. That's what I was thinking when they last picked this Beastmaster. That's something you can do with these early picks, which is really nice, especially when a hero's so broken, you kind of just put it in the game, regardless of what role it's in, and it'll do something, kind of like we saw last game with the Void. But this game, the conceptual approach from Extremum, I like it a lot, and I think Khan doesn't really have the tools to deal with this really fast-paced push lineup. Very little D-push other than the Rubik Fade Bolt, which I don't think is going to be enough.
Yeah, even in between the downtime of Chronosphere, then you're like, oh, well, at least I have like some other team fight. But RP is similarly on an extremely long cooldown. Nightstalker, however, he is not quite as cooldown dependent. It's every 5 minutes you're useful, and then once you're level 12 or so, then you can kind of bump that up a little bit more.
No AoE, though, unless he's going for
no
the
wave
Ag
clear.
Scepter.
Still.
I am very skeptical of Khan's approach to dealing with the tempo that Extremum is representing right here.
Well, keep in mind as well, Extremum is going to be favored on EGB.com as far as the odds are concerned. But as far as our analysts are concerned, if Khan was going to pull off this upset, what would they need to do? You talk about the push that Extremum does have. How can Khan manage to pull this off, BSJ?
Potential disconnect of the keyboard from Beastmaster, specifically Beastmaster. More so, just gank him a few times in the end of the game. If his keyboard stays intact, the backup plan, you got to shut him down. The momentum, maybe the Nightstalker rotates in, past the 5-minute mark, keep that tier 1 tower up, because once he takes that 1 tower, he kind of just invades the whole map. So you got to delay that process such that the Void can get a couple items, then he can use the Empower to AoE clear all those summons.
Sabotage, espionage, or early game ganks.
Yes, or early game ganks is plan C, I guess, with the way you listed it off.
Yes. If you have to, go for the ganks. If not, break their stuff. Tsunami, do you agree?
Yeah, I don't really know what the purpose of the Nightstalker was in this draft. I feel like they were trying to answer the Drow Ranger, which was no longer...
the problem?
Yeah, that was not the biggest issue anymore. It was the Beastmaster.
They kind of felt behind every single phase of this draft, to be completely honest. So this does seem like a very difficult place for Khan. And then I think the other thing to keep in mind, kind of like you did say, Tsunami, we have a situation here where it seems like Khan might even be outclassed just based off of the performances that we've seen, regardless of the draft.
I'm with the odds. I'm leaning Extremum on this one, so more than happy to at least wash off this game one. If they can make it competitive, I'm more than happy to see it. But let's get at least one 3-game series today.
All right, let's see. Are we going to get that 3-game series, or is this one going to be closed out quickly? We're going to be finding out as we jump down to our casters and get game one underway.
Holy shit!
What the?
A tiny little goblin just ran by. What was that? Did you see that?
I don't know what that was.
A tiny, small goblin just ran by.
Goblins are green, though.
Oh, no, it was a red goblin.
No,
unbelievable.
There's no way. I mean, the noise sounded
that
like
was crazy.
That sounded like a goblin.
My goodness. I'm sorry. We should focus on the game. Hello, welcome to the series.
I can't focus after seeing that.
It was incredible.
What?
A tiny goblin.
I saw that.
Welcome to the game, by the way. My name is Sir Action Slacks, and Jenkins here. Jenkins Dota. We're going to cast that game.
They look so confused. The cat.
They saw it too. Of course,
they saw the goblin.
You must have seen it.
How can we pay any attention to this shit? There's a goblin that's in the studio.
It's some sort of Russian or Ukrainian goblin.
Careful there, but it's not. It's not just a green goblin.
It's red. It's a rare red goblin.
Oh my god!
Hey, check out these teams though, Jenkins.
Oh,
We've got Khan versus Extremum.
Yeah, that we do. Oh, there's the drafts. I saw those.
God damn! Why did we think that would be cool? It wasn't make any sense.
That was your idea.
I didn't know.
I had to make the noise.
I thought it'd be cool. I thought people would be like, oh, maybe there is a goblin. Anyway,
we weren't convincing enough. Did it sound like a goblin?
No. That noise threw me off.
Oh, come on. I doubled down on the noise, and you're ditching me like this. You're leaving me out to dry.
Okay, anyway. So, let's talk about the matchup. Let's talk about the lanes. Oracle, when we saw that, we both gave each other that bro look. Like,
we did.
Bruh,
yeah.
Oracle.
Yeah, you know, good against, let's see, what are the enemy heroes? Doom, great against Doom. You can heal the guy that gets all the spells cast on him. Good against Beastmaster. I'm surprised the Beast comes out after the Oracle pick, because you can actually dispel the old roar with the Oracle ult.
I legitimately didn't know that. That's pretty good.
Yeah, pretty nuts.
And, of course,
Darkseer.
Yeah, good against Darkseer as well.
Dispel the shell, but this is a Darkseer mid.
Hello, Darkseer mid.
That's a classic.
Faceless Void Darkseer mid, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Hold your applause until you see how this works out. I will not comment for now, but I mean, is Darkseer just the ultimate mid hero? He pushes the lane.
I think so. I think he's definitely one of the better mids in Dota 2, because honestly, the lane push is too much to deal with in the mid lane.
I mean, when you're against Faceless Void, I guess it's not the worst lane matchup, honestly. I mean, he is a melee
No,
hero.
they're both just going to sit there and farm. It's actually the most boring mid lane you could possibly imagine. Minus a Dragonite. If you put a Dragonite in the mix, then it's always the most boring.
If there's a Dragonite Darkseer, I'm pretty sure one of the teams just GG's out.
Yeah,
they don't want to play it. Like, all right.
Is it really winning if you have Dragonite Darkseer on your team?
I don't know.
It's supposed to be fun. You're playing a game.
Well, not for these guys. They're playing to win, my friend. But we'll see how these last hits go. Faceless Void actually doing pretty well, considering he's got to deal with this ball spam here. Oh, nice deny there as well. The mid matchup, I thought he said it'd be boring. It's definitely not.
Yeah, that was a really nice deny, actually. Very, very impressive. You know, Darkseer, the mid lane's actually kind of bad just because you push in with the shell, and then within about 3 seconds, it's in the tower and your shell is gone. You don't have that area behind the tower to play in like you do in a side lane, which kind of sucks, but it dodges the Oracle at least. They don't want to run the DS against the Oracle.
We got this El Clasico now, as Lizard called it, Venge and Drow Ranger lane. Oh, the synergy of these two girls, just going out there.
Yeah, they hit from a long distance away, although that would normally be a pretty big advantage, but I think against Nightstalker, you can basically lane anything, and you're going to have an advantage. He doesn't really do anything for the first 5 minutes.
just stands there and gets hit.
Absolutely.
Very fun stuff.
Yeah, Oracle just talking a lot down there. I don't know if you heard that, but he had a little monologue there as he was charging up his spell.
Yeah.
Never heard him talk that long.
Yeah, he does that.
Interesting guy. Would you want to know the day you died, Jenkins?
I mean, I feel like it's going to be soon, so I don't know. I guess ignorance is bliss.
What, did you want to know that, though? I know I probably wouldn't sit in my room eating Tostino's pizza rolls for 8 hours if I found out next week it was my time.
Oh, come on. You would keep eating Tostitos.
I bet your ass
you
I
would.
Let's go. All meat Tostino's 100-pack every night as I cry myself to sleep.
Do you ever sleep on a Tostitos packet?
Oh, yeah.
Like the frozen, it makes for a great pillow, actually. It does, and like as it melts, there's a texture to it.
Oh, Jesus. Not even the goblin would eat that.
I mean, if you don't have a pillow available to you, and you do have a 100-pack of Tostitos.
In what universe would you not have a pillow but a Tostito?
I don't know. I mean, what if you soil your pillow?
What, have you been in an airplane wreck on the way to the Tostitos factory? Well, anyway. They don't sponsor the tournament, so we should stop talking about them.
Yeah, they should sponsor the tournament.
I've been looking for that goddamn sponsorship for the last 4 years, and they never... Pete Zarol on Twitter has never responded. Help me out, folks at home. At Pete Zarol and ask him why he won't sponsor me.
Your method of tweeting broken English at brands doesn't seem to be working all that well.
Damn, nice first blood coming out from EXTREMUM. Doom just chasing down that Oracle. There is a prediction. You're dead. Write that one down. As Magnus does what Magnus seems to do in this meta, absolutely nothing. He ran at him. He was there. He gets to write it down in his journal.
Yeah.
Today I watched my lane partner die.
Yeah, it doesn't really do much. I mean, he hits creeps. I feel like the most satisfying sound in Dota is the cha-ching.
Cha-ching!
The deny is pretty satisfying now.
Yeah.
It's like a... I don't even know how to describe it.
I've never heard it. I've never denied anything before in my career.
I mean...
Everyone take a listen. No. Sorry.
Wait. Shh.
The fucking goblin!
Holy
it's
shit!
Oh my god, it's red!
It's a red goblin!
Did you see that tiny hat it had on?
Oh, that was an adorable little hat.
Oh my...
Where did he get the hat?
He didn't have one.
He didn't have one on the first time.
He hurt someone for it.
Oh my... Are goblins violent?
I think what it is.
I think they're a largely violent species.
The red variety is.
Wait a minute. It's red. Is it an imp?
Oh my goodness. Oh,
shit.
The lore gets more tense during the goblin attack in the studio.
First the dolphins. And now we're getting attacked by goblins.
All right. Level 6 on Darkseer. And wow, one guy's level 6 a little bit better than the others in this mid lane. We see this beat down coming out from Faceless Void. Rubik's here to back him up, but that is one quick boy. He will be able to make it out there.
Man, Faceless Void does some pathetic damage.
Yeah.
In the game. It's so underwhelming.
Well, it's all about the stun. It's about that lock, right?
Yeah.
Gets a few stuns, it's actually not so bad.
Yeah, I guess so.
Put your hands in the realm of Gaben's love, and sometimes Gaben provides, most of the time he don't.
Gaben provides. He always provides.
Unless you want the Wind Ranger Arcana.
or any content these days.
Jesus Christ.
I'm joking, please.
Hey! Please hire me. Oh my god, I beg you. These are just memes. There's not really a goblin. We're just kidding.
There's no goblin. It was an imp.
So, Night Stalker, that's a hero that seems to, as we say before, kind of fade in and out of the meta.
Yeah.
Depending on changes. You'll see him once in a while. Why this game? You think he's going to be good? Running at that drow, getting in her face?
You know what? I don't feel like he's that good this game, to be honest. I mean, I feel like it's not good for any particular reason other than like Cheshire Cat probably just wanting to play the hero.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not the best backline jumper when it comes to killing some agi guy that can just hit you like a drow, but you know, against like an Oracle, that would be good. But that's on his team.
There's a little assault here on Vengeful Spirit. He might actually die, but it is nighttime. He will be able to pound that. Get her, hit her. My goodness gracious. Get him, kill him.
Oh, he's speeding. Wow. Oh, the big dude, he comes in. He's speedy.
He's huge.
Whoa.
Look out. Walk out. She's gone.
Oh my god.
Incredible job there, Jenkins. He came out of nowhere. That was great. Darkseer.
Am I the... Sorry, you were going to say something?
No, that was it.
Oh, okay. Whoa!
Whoa, hey,
oh, that's
whoa.
disgusting. What is this thing on his... Is that his hand?
Yeah, that's an immortal.
That looks like the lion's little finger.
Maybe he was the brother of the demon that Lion ripped his arm off and took his hand. Here we go, nice roar on the Beastmaster. It looks like we're finally going to get some action here from this Beast as everyone else on the enemy team is beating him. But man, Beastmaster's so freaking tanky.
He's alive.
He was just beat down by 3 heroes with the right clicks. He's trying to make it out now. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes all the way diving that pathetic tier 1 tower. Look at that thing. Stupid. Oh my god, that's embarrassing.
That was a centaur. Jeez.
Yep. Hey! And a double kill, though.
Look at that.
So, yeah, that was a hell of a battle right there.
Couple of core kills there. Man, you know, for how bad Dom is of an item, it does still make you pretty tanky.
Yeah.
What, it's like 5 armor, 6 armor, something like that? I mean, nobody goes that item, so I have no idea. But it's good stats. Like, when people get on a Wisp, it's that little ball, you can't explode the ball. Oh, why am I phrasing it like that?
Thank you so much, Jenkins.
I don't know why I said that.
I'll be remembering that tonight. At any rate. I mean, on some heroes, though, like Darkseer, it actually is still good. You gotta get those niche hero picks to make those niche items so good.
You do. Yeah, you do. Although I thought it was Beastmasters. Am I crazy?
Oh, was it?
I think so.
Uh-oh. I sure would be embarrassed. Please don't show the item.
Don't click
for the rest of the day.
There's a goblin in here. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. It's biting my toe. If you believe there is a goblin in the studio, press 1 in the chat right now. All right, here we go. Pushing on these towers. Faceless Void now rotating to the top. Looks like it's going to be a tier 1 double trade ski. An even trade in the world of alchemy. You must give up something to make something, and they're both going to make some gold by trading each other's towers. Meanwhile, Darkseer down here boosting up that Doom. Look at that dude run! Satan's on a mission. Gee willikers. It's like somebody's at a heavy metal concert. He's sprinting over there to take his souls.
That's about it, though. That's all. That's all there is to it. I don't know how to respond. I've never been to a heavy metal concert. Have you been to a heavy metal concert?
I have, actually.
Really?
I won tickets when I worked at a movie theater when I was in high school to a concert. And the only concert series playing was like 3 of them, and it was like Britney Spears, something else, and then some metal band I never heard of. And I went, and it was an experience, man. I liked it.
Do you think you're more likely to get a disease at a Britney Spears concert or a Slipknot concert?
It depends on what you're doing.
Does it depend on the disease?
Oh my god, here we go. Nice Chronosphere freezing both those heroes and that conversation. Thank God for Faceless Void as we continue this run at you strategy. Looks like we got a lot of creeps, got a lot of zoo, we got a lot of push, and we can take some towers coming out here. No, not him again! No!
He's in every single game!
What is the meta of this monkey ass? I am so sick of seeing this Courier. Where did he come from? Courier came out like 6 years ago.
What's your favorite Great Ape?
My favorite Great Ape?
Yeah, I like bonobos.
What the hell's a bonobo?
They mate with their throat. They go like, ooh, 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 something like that.
Ah, yes. Now I know what you're talking about.
Bonobos.
My favorite Great Ape is the North American Sasquatch.
No.
I believe it's real.
I think I had him on my team the other night, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, my. Oh, watch out there, Darkseer. Nice little charge there from the Magnus, getting us a kill, keeping this game pretty much even Stevens as we go to 12 minutes. Incredible.
The Cheshire boy, he's really liking this night, man. He's being so active.
This guy hungry.
Yeah, he wants to kill.
Looking for that midnight snack here. And, oh, here we go. Action all over the place. Doom on a Magnus, of all people. Are going to try to make something out of that. Of course, you can't run away from the Drow. You run from Drow, you get killed. But luckily, Oracle's there to help him out. Nice stun coming out from the Vengeful Spirit. Trying to make something out of this, but this is a really deep dive, and they don't really have the tank for it yet. In fact, Darkseer not here as well, which is their main chasing mechanic. Looks like it is going to be a fight around that tower as they try to stop the Drow from clicking it down, down, down. Do they have the balls for it? Here comes the big boy. There we go. Nice chronos. Trying to stop them all in the back line. Going straight for Drow, but just no damage on. There we go. Oracle helping him out. Bring him back to the tower. Darkseer, where are you? You pointed-headed bastard. Help us. There he is. The walls, but a little too late as everyone's running for their lives, Jenkins, and this is looking like a clear victory for the Cons.
You're getting really good at that, actually.
Doing what? For what?
Doing play-by-play.
Me?
Yeah, you're really improving.
Oh, God.
I heard your auctioneer bullshit the other day. This is great.
I feel so bad when I cast. You know, there's so many people trying to make a career out of this. It's a spit in their mouth. You know, imagine grinding tier 4 games the whole time. You tune in here and then you hear my dumb ass.
It really makes a total mockery of the art of
Indeed.
Video game casting.
Imagine if you were like going to school to be a violinist and then some guy with a banjo comes in and he's like, hey, everybody want to hear this? Like, oh, great.
Everybody's clapping. He just loves the guy.
Wow, this is fun. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. Man, really wish I had an accent. Those guys have such an easy life. You know, anybody with like a British accent automatically sounds smarter. I want that southern drawl. You know, imagine we were casting this game like, oh boy, he running now. Man running that fast, he's running from something now.
The dire are wee bastards.
Oh, look at them dire here. This is getting real offensive real quick. We better stop. But
that's not a... Oh, come on.
Accents are kind of... I mean, if you don't do them... Nobody complains if you do them right. If you don't do them right, it's very not good. Like Luna. Offensive hero.
This is true.
A mix of Scottish and Irish. I mean, you can claim it's a fantasy hero, but to me it sounds like they just hired a voice actor for $15 and she messed it up real bad.
That voice actor is going to be so sad if she's watching this.
And she's watching it right now and she's like, what the fuck are you talking about? That sounds just like an... Nova, bite this kid's face off!
From the islands!
This is a perfect accent!
Shove your eat up your arse! You fucking bastard!
See, that's actually better than Luna. You rolled the arse. But anyway, here we go. Chase it out. Nice job from the Venge, swapping out that little pointy man. As it turns into nighttime, this is a Night Stalker nighttime. Oh my God!
Was it the ape?
No, it was the
great ape?
It was the shroom. He did nothing wrong.
Get the ape!
Kill that ape, that great ape.
Don't go for the shroom.
He did nothing. He's just been chilling underground, gathering light sources, getting high as a kite.
Do you know in Australia they hunt apes? They do. They do.
There's no apes in Australia, dog.
Yes, there are.
No.
They're monkeys bouncing around trees.
That's two different things. A monkey and an ape are not the same thing.
I beg to differ, okay? and they eat the food from farmers, and so the farmers call in the exterminators, and they take them out.
Are you thinking of pigs?
I might be thinking of pigs, actually.
The apes? No, there's not some kind of, like, Planet of the Apes shit happening down under. Meanwhile, Chronosphere onto the Vengeful Spirit trying to take her out. Doom applied down here on the bottom lane to get out that Rubik, but as we talked about, Oracle there. Nice! Absolutely fantastic reverse polarity. However, not too great when you got a tanky boy like Mr. Beastmaster. Beat down City! Chase him with the axes, chop him in half, kill him, Doom, take his soul! No, please! Goodbye.
Where's the damage? That was a good chrono. There's no damage.
Well, literally no damage.
Literally nothing.
The only damage they have is from Oracle.
Pathetic.
Wow.
Oh, come on. Night Stalker's your biggest damage source?
Oh, God.
Give me a break.
Goodness gracious. That is not good. What a joke. Jenkins, you're going to be a great father one day. Daddy, I got a B+. What a joke. Anyway.
What if I want to be a mother?
Go ahead. 2020, you can be whatever you want. No judgments here.
Can I be an Australian great ape?
You can try. You don't have to beat gods in that one.
Golem, get ye gone.
Get out of my cart and stop eating my apples, you great ape. Oh, man.
Did you know in Sweden, you can go on people's property and eat their shit? You can. They let you do that.
As in their food.
Yeah. In America, you'd die for doing that, wouldn't you?
I mean, real talk, yeah. Where I'm from, my native town, Colorado, we actually have something called a Make My Day law. And this is
That
very
already
strange.
doesn't sound very good.
Yes. If someone is on your property as if your house, you ask them to leave and they don't, it is in Colorado law, you can literally kill them. You can just shoot them. It's called Make My Day, named after Clint Eastwood. If you say, get on out of here, and they don't, be like, well, that's all I needed. Boom.
You know what it is?
Yeah.
America thrives on psychopathy.
What the hell is psychopathy?
Psychopaths. You have all these CEOs, all these psychopaths that are bringing in so much money for America, and they say, but what if they kill people? What if they murder? Oh, just let them do it legally. Just give them the Make My Day law, and so that way they can get out the primal urge and then continue being CEOs. Which
man, we can't talk about this, man. This is real deep. I mean, if Blizzard was running this game right now, they would have shot us. You can't talk about controversial stuff on CAS. This is esports.
Maybe we should. Maybe this wasn't a good idea. This was a bad idea.
Who put this cast together? Oh my God, the goblins! Oh my God,
it's got some shoes on this time.
Oh. At any rate, still pretty tied up here. 13-9, less than 1K net worth ahead, but I gotta say, damage-wise, things only get better for one of the teams. Khan, I mean, they got Night Stalker's it. I mean, but you do have Darkseer. The stronger the right clicks get, the better Darkseer get. Here we go. Initiation, looking for the Vengeful Spirit, making sure that she can't swap out the Darkseer. They're going to go for Mr. Pointy. He's going to get down. Vengeful Spirit now going to be gone on, of course. Your two supports are lost. Not really big targets, though. Neither of those characters care if they die or not. They will return. Meanwhile, your Drow Ranger, your Beastmaster, they're just farming away. No big deal.
I'm really impressed.
By what?
Just the play-by-play. It's really hard. It's like rapping, isn't it?
Not at all. Play-by-play is easy. The stupider you are, the easier it is. You just say what you're seeing. Anyone could say what they're seeing.
That's true. I mean, Mott did it for a while, so.
Oh, come on now. Gracious me.
Shoutouts to Trav.
Travis is a goddamn hero, and I won't hear you say anything else. All right, Doom gonna get not afraid at all of Night Stalker as he continues to just farm the creep wave. Night Stalker walks away quite sad there. And now we get an actual smoke. Now, there's gonna be a difference here. You saw that last smoke where they picked off two supports? Well, in this one, they can actually kill people. So we're gonna see this be a little better here.
Blink Beastie, too. Like, this guy, he's got the initiation.
Yep, just like my father during my childhood, I'd be sleeping in my bed, and then he would blink initiate with screaming out of nowhere at 2 a.m.
Oh, I thought you said he was sleeping in your bed. I mean...
No, there'd be a lot of more screams.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Yeah, real talk, we had horses. My pop had a midlife crisis. Moved from New York to Colorado to raise some horses, become a cowboy. Turns out someone has to feed those goddamn things.
Oh, yeah. I hear
6 a.m.
Yeah. They're expensive.
They suck. Okay, don't let Sheever fool you with her talks of her magical times in her childhood of having horses. It ain't fun. They eat and they poop and that's it.
My girlfriend always says that I'd be really great with horses because she'll be showering or something and I'll just go in and be like, ah!
What the hell are you talking about?
And then she'll get extremely startled, and she's always like, Andrew, horses would obey you if you do that to them. and that gives me the confidence to keep startling her. And so now I throw things. I throw like hornet's nests and things like that.
What are you talking about, dude? They're gonna kiss
In the shower, I'll throw full hornet's nests.
Whoa! There we go. Nice initiation there. Beastmaster getting that Magnus with very little hope. He uses a what? Wow.
Pikachu?
He's going to go ahead and commit an RP with a 120-second cooldown.
Dude,
what?
Are you serious, dude? Bruh?
Like, is this real?
Dude, what are you doing, bro? Come on.
I mean, honestly, that actually has a pretty good cooldown, man.
It does.
He doesn't really have any... he has a blink, too.
And he does.
I mean, that is a big loss for very little.
You know what that was? That was the, like, I'm making a mistake, so I'm just going to try to get out of it so my team doesn't flame me, what's the only way that I could possibly escape this? I'm going to use RP, and that's an even bigger mistake.
Yeah, that's a double header mistake.
That's the sort of shit that gets you kicked off of teams and then replaced by monkeys forever.
That is the worst fate of all.
Yeah, yeah.
Goodness gracious.
A few times, actually.
Well, better than BSJ, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, well, he's not really an offlaner, you know.
He's not early in anything.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Okay, he's gonna...
Do you think your girlfriend makes you wants you to be with horses because horses actually injure a lot of people? They're dangerous.
Yeah, I feel like I could fight a horse.
No. They got strong heads.
Yeah, you haven't seen me fight.
You know what? If you can knock out a horse, take a video of it and put it online, man.
If you had one punch to knock out a horse, where would you punch it?
I would not.
$1 million.
$1 million.
Million buckaroos.
As a man who's been around who's been kicked by a horse many times.
Okay. Let's say we have a pain meter. How are you going to cause the most pain to a horse?
Bro, I'm not gonna. Are you out of your mind?
In a single blow.
Bro, how many topics have we covered? We have covered the downfall of violence in America, animal cruelty. I'm not doing this anymore with you. You're trying to take me down with you, Jank.
I mean,
does the goblin have control over your mind?
It's a simple question. Where'd my shoes go? He's running away. He's running away with my shoes. Whoa, there he is again.
There he is.
Oh my God. Psychopath. Should live in America. With the horses.
God damn you, Jank. You're not going to take me with you. I will get through this cast. I will survive this career. Bottom lane, the mini zoo patch is happening right now. You see a smoke attempt. Oh, it looks like they're going to go in. Night Stalker makes it in nighttime. Here we go. But the initiation on the Drow. She's going to gust at a very crucial time. Doom the Magnus through the BKB. Their big old team fight nowhere to be seen as they start to initiate on the background. There we go. We got the Chronosphere. And the Magnus actually surprised they are doing so much damage with all those whiffs. Drow Ranger actually dead. What do you know? Magnus surviving thanks to Oracle. What do you know? Got that RP ready to go. I can't believe it. That really looked like it was going to go the other way, but they made it happen. They never gave up.
I think it all goes back to the Magnus gets the BKB off before the Doom, so no extra damage can come out, and then you have the Oracle ulti to save too. Chronosphere comes out on the backline. Honestly, Void is just so good against this Drow hero. Like, you just jump her on the backline, chrono her, doesn't matter what items she has. Can't force staff away from a Chronosphere.
That's right.
You know, these other heroes, you can get items.
Yeah.
Not against Void.
I mean, it would have been great if they killed that Beastmaster, who is being just such a huge part of this draft, but honestly, I mean, they're up 4K now. If Void can get the right items, should we see potentially a Mantha style, dare I say, that ugly goddamn great ape?
Oh, get off my screen.
Get out of my lane. Get off my farm, you goddamn great ape. You're stealing more mangoes.
They've got some very popular, not so PG swear words down there.
Yes, they do. Thank you, Jenkins.
They shouldn't be doing that.
Cut it out, Australians. All right, get your acts together, you convicts.
Quit killing apes.
Okay, let them eat your Australian fruits.
Yeah.
And what fruit grows in Australia? Spider?
A snake.
Snake?
Wait, oh no, those are animals.
Yes. If they're growing snakes in Australia, that's illegal.
They do hang on trees.
That is true.
It's like a lot of vegetables do that as well.
Perhaps a snake whispered to you before this cast to try to cancel both of our careers.
Well,
Snake's name was Lucifer.
Very generous to say career. I do appreciate that, actually.
Alrighty-dighty. Here we go. Initiation again from that very
Oh, he's not going in.
Oh, he's scared. They found a better target. That's what happens, Jenkins.
Doesn't seem like that. That might have been the wrong choice.
Oracle did not get the memo. Guys, what the hell are you doing?
We saw a better target, Oracle.
Oh, no. Big boy disasters. That is just greed. I mean, I know you want to kill the Drow, but unless you got her locked down, no reason to abandon your Oracle and your Magnus.
It's right about to spawn. Okay, that's lucky.
That goddamn monkey is back.
Every time the monkey comes on the screen, horrible things happen for Khan.
truly a monkey paw type of situation.
It really
here.
is.
The bringer of death. There he is again.
Whoa!
Someone's gonna die. Look out.
No! Look at this. It's the monkey.
Oh, they finally slayed that evil monkey. Here we go. Nice Chronosphere trying to, what's he doing? Finish off Roche? He's not seeming to be hitting anything. Nice, though. Great job by the RP man himself getting those guys locked down. We're not seeing too many deaths, though.
He stole the Aegis. Yeah, that's something.
That is something. Beastmaster now in. This is the big kill. Everyone turn around and beat that Beastmaster. Nope, they're going to leave him to go ransack their supports yet again as they go and chase another targets. Beastmaster still in this fight, thinking about going on that Faceless Void. Not able to get him, though. We got a TP out from the Vengeful Spirit. Now looking for some more stuff. Double damage rune down in the bottom lane. They're actually going to scout that out and leave it. A very dangerous maneuver here. A Drow or a Beast with a double damage is going to spell double desolation for your towers. And he will find it.
Yeah. Or a Void.
Or, he won't take it either.
No, I don't know. Okay.
This is
saving for
forbidden.
The
there it is.
Do they have a bottle?
Oh,
they do. Okay, they gave me the bottle.
It is. Nice.
I actually think runes in Dota look very edible.
Yeah. You seem like a guy who'd eat a lot of things you shouldn't. Glue, potentially?
I did eat glue when I was a very young boy.
Delicious.
A few weeks ago.
A few weeks ago. Drow Ranger boosted in beyond the back lines, trying to find some targets here. Double damage, still raring to go. Gonna be hitting up that tower right
nice
now.
Skewer.
Nice. God, they got the target they wanted so much, but Jenkins, I feel like they're focusing a little too much on this Drow.
A little bit too much.
Chill out, guys. We go hitting that tower. Oh, Doom on the back lines going in for a blink stomp. He's a tanky boy, though. He can take that abuse as they push that tower with all their might. Double damage is now taken down, so we'll see if we get an answer here. Probably not, though. There we go. Magnus yet again onto that Drow. They finally take her out. Now it's fight time. Drow Ranger dead. Lots of swaps.
Nice stolen. Swap, that was awesome.
Beautiful job, and pulled into the vacuum, into the wall. Wall's not really doing too much damage here. Faceless Void is going to be saved up by the Oracle, doing as much damage as he possibly can while the boys are out. Mr. Doom run away this time, as I gotta say, pretty outstanding defense.
Yeah, with no RP. I mean, that's what you want. Getting 2 kills.
Oh, and then somebody always got to ruin it.
Uh-oh.
Hey, pretty good. Made it out.
Who do you want to win this one?
Who do I want to win?
Who are you biased towards?
I'm biased towards whoever can end quick enough to sustain my very hard worked for career, Jenkins. End the game and exponentially more chances for me to go to the international.
Oh yeah.
Every second I'm in danger.
And 2022, that'll be good for you.
At 2030, international 10. Oh boy. All right. Nice. That's a dinosaur, I believe. I did not know he was the dinosaur master. Apparently those are beasts.
I don't know if that was on purpose.
Yeah. Oh, gee.
Oh, that was definitely not on purpose.
Kill that boar with your last ounce of strength. Okay, I think maybe they'll make it out here. Oh, nice. There they go, going on him. He knows that he has to drop his ult. A much shorter cooldown than an RP. Gonna get Doom expelled right there, though, on your Faceless Void. He's going to be running away as quick as he can. They're probably going to pick off that Night Stalker in the back. Doom finds a tasty target, though. He finds that Oracle lifted up by the Rubik. Not going to be able to do too much. They do have a lot of vision. However, nobody died. That Beastmaster was able to limp away, so he will fight another day, and that day is coming. Tick-tock a clock. Here we go. Not. There we go. All right, got that Vengeful Spirit. So, yeah, you got to say, Convoys, they're getting picks.
They're using the skewer to great effectiveness.
We do, of course, have a Manticile up on the Void now, so Drow's Silence not as deadly as it used to be. Speak of the devil, there it is. He shall appear in the backline straight for that Drow. Get her, Void! The man has a target. He knows what he wants. Force Staff boosted, not able to make it to her, and here comes the Beastmaster as well. They're going to be able to pick off those heroes. My goodness, the 2 supports are down, but can they get more? The true targets. Drow Ranger is feeling the heat this game, Jenkins.
You know, the funny thing with all this is that the way this started was the most tier 2 Dota way of starting a fight. Some guy accidentally uses Spore in the trees. He's like, oh shit!
Oh no!
and then his team is just scrambling to help him, and then somehow this fight lasts for 2 minutes.
Tickles, what have you done? You ruined me. Oh boy. That's life, you know. The master of beasts. They're just beasts. They don't know what they're doing.
He left the dog to die too immediately. That's a bad pet owner.
Is it? Is it? Hey, the dog almost killed him. All right. That was a real dumb one. Got a lot of beasts to wrangle through here.
Natural selection, I suppose, at that point.
Darwin would be proud.
He would. He would.
I don't think that's a dog anymore, though. I don't know what that is. Another dinosaur thing? It's like an enemy from Torok. The most confused franchise that ever existed.
That was a very confusing game.
It's like, he's a dinosaur hunter. Well, there's only one dinosaur. The rest of them are horrible, unimaginable creatures.
That series didn't really go far, did it?
No.
Kind of died.
You would think it would, though. You got a guy killing dinosaurs.
Yeah.
It's pretty hype.
It's a classic.
Good lore, too.
You know the lore?
Quite fond of the lore.
Really?
Yeah. The Lost Lands. It's pretty cool. In Torok 3, you go to the Lost Land. It's kind of like the Bermuda Triangle. Things just end up there, and you can find Amelia Earhart's plane.
Do you believe in that?
What?
The Bermuda Triangle?
Do I believe that there's a triangle?
That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's. I think.
You don't think it's a dimensional portal?
No, I'm saying I don't believe that it even exists, like, geographically. I feel like people made that shit up.
To be real with you, I don't believe in triangles. I only believe in flat circles, much like this Earth.
How could you have so many angles? Is my question.
That's right. If the world had a point, there'd be a lot more triangles.
Look at the Earth, right? It's a circle.
Yep.
You see it?
Well,
you see a triangle on there?
No.
I don't see shit.
There we go.
The
Doom. Nice job on, but immediately as we
Stolen Doom.
Stolen Doom coming out from the Rubik. They're trying to get that Faceless Void, but with Oracle's false promise, there's just nothing there. Oracle will suffer for what he's done, however. Ooh, they're going to let him live. That tiny guy just ignored him here. Doom still on that Void. Very long time. And yet again, another save from your Oracle. There's the Chrono. He's been waiting so long for his revenge. And here it is. Absolutely beautiful stuff coming out from Khan here as they wipe the squad. Khan is just... Whew. They got that focus, that laser focus, and somehow it's working.
They're legitimately playing really well, actually, in these fights. Like, the Oracle saves, beautiful. That Void probably should have died. I think if he dies, the game is probably over. Let's see. Okay, he does have buyback, but still.
Not over, but very bad.
It's very bad. And then the Rubik stealing Doom. He's stolen Surge a number of times in this game and Surge somebody away from a Doom, which is, you know, pretty nice. That means that you can use the Oracle ult for the Roar. So yeah, I mean, the supports are absolutely carrying this game from Khan.
Yeah, I mean, this is great gameplay from what we're seeing right here. Nice Shrine taken here, 35. Makes some more very essential avenues for ganking, especially for this team. They want to have complete map control and the ability to jump on these backliner heroes that they're so scared of. And man, this is becoming quite a match. The question is, do they have the gusto to close it out? I mean, who really is their tower pusher? This is kind of their lineup. Let's catch people, let's kill people.
Yeah.
But in a situation where everyone's live and you're pushing up that tier 3, it's going to be pretty tough.
Yeah, murder definitely has to happen first. And Roshan's respawning in a couple of minutes, so yeah, just wait it out and use the map control to take that Rosh. They're waiting for Chrono anyway, too, so I feel like it makes a lot of sense to just chill for a bit.
I mean, Agnum Scepter on that Void, making sure those Chronos are faster, but here we go. A little pick-off potentially on the Doom. Nice swap out from the Vengeful Spirit. She's going to give her life away as they try to get on that backline themselves. Catching up to the Drow Ranger. Target identified. Attack, attack. Vengeful Spirit trying to do what she can. And a puppy paws at a Darkseer. Darkseer, you better, DC. Shameful. Shameful, Darkseer.
I have to tell you, the Void Ags, it's different now.
Oh yeah.
I think it's way better.
What does it do now?
It makes his Q do a time lock wherever he lands.
It's
pretty big, actually.
That's pretty good.
It's good. It's really good. Because remember, that's BKB piercing too.
Yeah.
So
that's great. Well, apologies to all the Voids in my pubs.
Yeah.
I have been telling a lot of people to get Ags for quicker Chronos, and then I'm muted immediately. So, my B, everybody.
Well, I don't know.
That, you know, it had to have been a recent change.
It's relatively recent.
You know.
A few months, maybe 5, 6 months. I don't know, something like that.
So, you know, life's been real stressful we can't keep up with the Ags changes, kids.
Yeah.
Shame.
It's Dota, man. It's too many patches.
Don't say that, please.
I think in Dota,
yeah,
they should change it to be PvE.
What?
Like, I don't like that I have to wait for 5 other people against me. I don't even like waiting for my teammates either. Like, I feel like they always just lose me games. Maybe just play on my own.
Okay.
Like Gabe.
Okay.
Play some. If we could like play against bots, maybe I'll just play bot matches.
Oh my God, the goblin!
Whoa!
Oh, it's a cat. He's got a walking stick.
He's attacking me.
He's moving a lot slower now.
Whoa! What?
How long is the
little
goblin's
guy?
lifespan?
Oh my goodness, he's looking a lot older.
Oh no,
actually.
he looks like he has regrets.
Oh my God.
His beard's so long now. He's tripping over it.
He didn't max out his 401k. He has to work in retirement.
Oh no! Oh, he's holding up a sign. He needs money.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, what's that mean?
Oh, what's that sign say?
Yep.
Oh, go fuck yourself.
Okay, Jenkins.
See you later, nerds.
Thank you, Rubik. Playing a few pubs in Euro, and I gotta say something that has popped up that I haven't seen in a long time. People spamming the laugh command in all chat. In that, you know how you can do that like secretly?
/LOL, yeah.
Yes, and it's like everyone can hear that stuff and the thanks. I haven't seen that in a long time.
That's so annoying. That's the original taunt.
It is, and it makes me feel good when I beat him, though. Like 3 times as good. Here we go, back to the fight here. Chronosphere, getting ready. Oh, everybody is dying right now. Double buyback coming out from ya boys in EXTREMUM as they try to retreat as quick as they can. Everyone's getting picked out. However, Drow Ranger back on the back line here. Bot back. If she dies, this game is pretty much over as they will retreat. 15k ahead. Great pickoff there. And in perfect location to do whatever they want.
Let's see, what is Darkseer? So he needs 180 gold. Okay, so he's not going to have it. They could just shove a lane right now and... Oh, it doesn't look like they want to. Because, I mean, he didn't buy back, so they probably think that he saved it. They think he's a good boy, but he's being a bad boy.
If only they knew.
Yeah.
But still a great time to try to do something on the map with that double buyback of, I believe, Drow and Doom. So this is pretty much game. They've got to be very careful here, while Khan just has free roam of the map.
I like this gem pickup. I think they have to do... I was literally about to say they need to do something extreme. That was not intentional. To win the game. You know, they're 17k gold deficit. I think they have crappier team fight. So getting the gem, this is going to limit the vision at the very least of Khan, and maybe they can take a good fight because of that, because Khan will be possibly split up and not know where the enemies are and get jumped, something like that. But it's not likely. A gem's probably not enough.
Yeah,
but it's something.
It's a rough decision, and you know, you don't see that a lot of pub games where you're already down and then someone has to sacrifice 900 gold. That goddamn monkey is back.
Oh my God! Khan, this is the throw.
Get out of there, Khan!
Get out!
The monkey paw returns.
Don't pick up the rune.
He'll give you something, but he'll take so much more. Don't fall for his tricks. All right, well, Void's almost level 25 as well. I think a Roche attempt will get that 25 for him. I have not done the math, but I got that bone feeling. Feel it in my deep bones.
That's PG stream, but...
There we go. Oh, whoa. They're looking for their own hunt right here. This is a double smoke. Hunting, but oh, this is not a great fight. Beastmaster is not with them, and they're going to initiate straight onto the Vengeful Spirit. Their big one that gets them out of the fights. There goes Drow in the back line, picked off the disaster of disasters. Kill the Venge, it doesn't matter anymore. Beastmaster, where are you, bro? He just didn't know they were coming. So easy to see from our angle, but in this game, they could have been anywhere. With Drow dead, that's a buyback death.
Oh, man. Oracle can cancel. Yeah, he canceled the blink.
Oh, no.
If he loses the gem, man, this is... I mean, it's already probably over, but...
However, this team, you know, don't really... Oh, okay, they're actually going to go and help the Oracle. Yeah, gem down. Disaster continues. Beastmaster, what are you doing down here? You killing Oracle, great, but you got to kill everybody else now. He's actually thinking about it. He thinks that Rubik left, but no, he just got a better angle for those axes, actually. Jenkins, that's looking like the end of it. The monkey.
Yeah, okay, you're right.
Yep. He watches. Wow, okay, people are DCing? No GG has... Oh, no. Oh, no, that's not good.
Okay.
That's Angry Levy.
Yeah. Well, you know, sometimes you just want to get into the next game.
Well, maybe stay for the end of the GG so people don't laugh at you. But
oh, well.
At any rate, your champions for game 1. That is going to go to Team Con! Pulling out that victory there. Jenkins, unexpected, I got to say, from my angle.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, I feel like looking at the scores of these teams on Dota Buff, and they seemed about even. But I think the panel was saying, were they saying Con should take the advantage? I think that somebody was saying their performance looked better, something along those lines.
Well, it certainly looked a lot better in that game, unfortunately. A lot of beatdowns, a lot of turnarounds, but I wasn't expecting those just zeroed-in attacks on that Drow to work. I mean, they just went deep in and would not stop.
Yeah. Shout-outs to Cheshire Cat. I think his rotations on Night Stalker in the early game, I think that really blew the game wide open. And it's one of the situations, like, you don't want to sit in a lane and get kind of destroyed anyway, so he just goes and wins all the other lanes. Very nice.
Absolutely. All right. Well, let's get some real analysis. I know you guys are starved for it from the panel. Please, Mr. Rich, take it over.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of unexpected things in that cast. First of all, we have our first upset of the day in this game. And also, we learned how truly stupid those two are. I had no idea that they were that dumb. Let's actually talk about how Khan was able to pull off the upset, though. Tsunami, what were the key moments that started to turn this one in favor of them?
Like the caster said, Cheshire Cat was instrumental. I had much doubts about the Night Stalker as the very last pick, but it seems like they had a clear idea with it and they executed it well. But also, I think EXTREMUM were just not really using their draft the way that they should have been, which is faster push. I don't even think the tier 1 top was ever taken at any point throughout that entire game, because for the most part, they were being very bloodthirsty. They were looking for a lot of fights. They were looking for a lot of dooms. I feel like they should have just sat back and done what their draft was good at, which was taking objectives.
Yeah, for me, I thought it was going to be a lot of like split push into single target deaths for the side of EXTREMUM. That's how they were going to win the game, and they kind of tried to force it down a lane. And to me, it kind of played into the hands of the Mag, the Void, the Night Stalker with ult. Really strong when they push ours. So for me, I stand corrected. I was way off on how I thought that game would go. It's hard to say whether or not it was an execution problem on the Dire side or whether or not it was an execution above their heroes' limits, at least from what I saw on them coming out from the Con side. Looked good. They were intent on removing that Drow from the team fights. And it was noticeable because in that lineup, they had a mid-Darkseer. So their only damage dealer was Drow. And so if you remove her from the equation, even with the Venge swaps, they just kept going. The Void itemized for the Ags, which means he's all about his time walk and less about the actual right clicks. And they had a game plan in mind, and I really liked their vision for how they wanted to execute the team fights from Con. So hats off to them. I stand corrected, and that's why pubs aren't always accurate for how the drafts are going to go.
And like Jenkins had mentioned, I do think that Con supports carried that game pretty heavily. The Oracle was consistently on point, being able to either preemptively save someone whenever they got doomed immediately, or just tried to purge off the Roar. The Rubik was getting amazing steals. Even if he wasn't getting the steals that he wanted, he was still putting the Doom under so much pressure, and like every single time he would Doom, he would immediately try to get another spell off, even though he could have probably spent a little bit more time getting a little bit better positioning. And overall, I was definitely impressed by Excel's. Even EXTREMUM supports also did well. Venge was trying her damnedest to swap the Drow out of trouble whenever possible, but the Con team was just a little bit too fast.
Think about how much this really does start to change things, though. We're talking about who our top 3 teams are going to be in this group. I don't really think we expected even this first game to go this way. Now the question is, are we going to see an upset overall, which would definitely have a large impact in Divine groups? As we look at some of the key moments, or some of the key stats here, rather, throughout that first game.
I really do think it was not an easy lineup to pull off from the Radiant side. I think that required a lot of execution, and if they ever really messed up one big team fight, they kind of just lose because of the nature of how fast that Dire lineup would push. So that, to me, stands out more than a standard victory. Like, sometimes I'll just be like, yeah, they have it in the draft, their lineup's easier to execute, and they played it this time. I don't not necessarily want to go back and say I still think their draft was inferior, but I will say their draft was definitely harder to play, and they made it work. So coming into game 2, I'm ready to mix it up a bit, and I'll have a little more faith in whatever plan they have in action, because I'm definitely skeptical.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense, right? I mean, you're kind of in a situation here where Khan just looks good on all fronts in this series, which is a very impressive thing to have, especially when we did consider them such an underdog. And now the question is what they will actually break out here in this second game. I mean, I was dumbfounded by the first game for multiple reasons. Mostly because of the cast itself. I don't think I've ever learned so much in such a short period of time.
About an individual or about the game?
About the world, honestly.
Yeah. Real life lessons.
The make my day thing.
That's true. You Googled that afterwards.
The
make my day law in Colorado.
So I have 2 phones here.
Weird flex, but okay.
Yeah. Well, I tried to get a Ukrainian or whatever. I was on both of them on separate search engines, just typing in stuff throughout the entirety of the matchup, just completely flabbergasted time and time again. Slacks is really...
Where would you have punched a horse to cause the most damage? I think that was the biggest takeaway from me. Did you catch that discussion?
Wait, say that one more time?
Basically, Jenkins was positing that if some eccentric millionaire was to give you $1 million and you had one punch to cause the most damage to a horse, where would you go? And what would you do with it?
You get $1 million to punch a horse.
Right, but you have to cause as much damage as possible, I believe. I think there must be some sort of leaderboard that this millionaire has.
Just do what my parents did to me. I just tell the horse how big of a failure it is. I never even need to hit it with a blow.
The psychological blow?
Yeah.
Wow.
You slow idiot glue. Just really break him down over time. And the thing is because of the rules, you have one blow to do it with, so you just kind of keep your hand up the entire time. Just do the old...
And then
they wonder when it's coming to.
Yeah. And just slowly move forward.
And then at the end, you pet it. And then it's like, whoa, this horse has no idea what's going on then.
Yeah, it's fine. Go out there, have a good race. You know what I mean?
The cognitive dissonance.
You wouldn't hit. You don't even eat food.
That's right. That's how it works. I don't eat food. It's the purest of nonviolence. Can't even touch plants. I see that wheat in pain. I'm like, oh, my soul burns.
You see that droop just
exactly.
See, that is kind of my question. Plants are life, right? Like there's nothing that we consume that's not living.
Sure, but I think it comes down
except for you can suck on pebbles, right? It's for vitamins.
Pebbles?
Yeah. Most of the time, when animals put like a pebble in their mouth, it's for like mechanical reasons.
Of course.
Animals do that.
Maybe as like an oral fixation kind of thing, maybe. I don't know about vitamins.
No. It's a mechanics thing. I think it's certain.
Oh, right, in their gizzard. Yeah.
So they'll like swallow a rock, and then the rock will like kind of like work like a mortar and pestle almost.
I'm with you.
But yeah, like if there's a bug in your room,
I can't kill it.
Yeah, you don't kill it.
You got to catch it, throw it out.
Have you ever accidentally?
Yeah, but intention is important.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
if it's
No,
like,
obviously intention is very important. I was just kind of curious, like how good you were
not
at
very.
being peaceful. Yeah.
I'm pretty bad.
Life is fragile.
Very.
Mistakes happen.
Just like these teams' existence in the divine.
Right, BSJ? No, sorry, not to throw off your transition. I was thinking of murder, so I was going to throw up BSJ.
That was the other cast. It slacks.
Yeah. What do you do if there's a bug in your room? I imagine you freak out.
No, I actually just swat that shit. I actually never had that phase where I was like, the only thing that makes me freaked out is bees. And unnecessarily. I got stung by one when I was super young, so it just scarred me for life.
They have katanas duct taped to their back. They're a fearsome animal.
What can you do? It's just like, I know it's never going to sting me again unless I agitate it, but in the back of my mind when I was like 6, it just traumatized me, and now...
Were you like on the playground or something like that?
I was in like the pool or whatever, like the public
pool.
Man,
so like people were around.
Yeah, and there was just a bee, and it stung me because it was like stuck in the pool, and like I swam through it.
Oh, God.
And... that was the end of me.
Oh, you say it drive-by stabbed you?
Yeah, it did. Well, I think it thought it was dead anyways because it was like drowning in the pool.
Like, hey, if I'm dead, I may as well ruin this.
Taking someone down with me.
Day, yeah.
I feel like that's the Dota motto, like the player motto. I'm dead inside, might as well kill somebody in the game. You know?
I think like for a lot of people, it's spiders, right?
Yeah, arachnophobia is very common.
Yeah, it's very, very common. They have 8 eyes. I learned that the other day. A lot of them have vestigial eyes as well.
There was a Broodmother set that came out in one of the it may have been a Dota Plus, and it was like most Broodmother sets kind of hide her spidery aspects, I suppose.
Yeah.
But this one like turned it up to 11.
Yeah.
And people were just outright terrified of it.
Yeah.
Would that up her on the rich waifu list?
That's a good question. But I don't know if he goes for mothers.
I don't want to get like too into that whole thing because I feel like it's kind of inappropriate for stream.
Now it's inappropriate.
No, I don't want to be like really inappropriate, but it's just like the whole thing with aliens, and it's just about something like completely new, right?
Yeah.
So it's like there's not an alien that you could put in front of me that like if like we got along, and one thing led to another that I would ever say. I would personally, I would always be like, yeah, what's up? Think about it though. You would all like that. That is cool. The final frontier, when no man.
You know, Rich, I'm going to be honest with you, man. I'm going to be honest with you. I think you say things that most people wish they had the audacity to say.
I think that, if they're thinking about that.
Even if I don't necessarily agree with every specific point you give, I feel like I
respect him for saying
there's
it.
plenty of
I think
viewers
a lot
out
of
there that can probably identify with what you're talking about right now, and they admire your courage, even though they'll never admit it.
It's not courage. You
What
just
is it?
turn off all the bull crap that you build up over the years.
I
And you
see.
just like,
How do you do that?
it's deep down.
Rich, no filter Campbell.
How do you turn off the bullcrap?
I don't know. It's not. I never had like a moment or anything like that. It's just. I don't know. I don't know. That's actually a really hard question.
Yeah,
to
I was gonna
answer.
say because it's a serious question.
Yeah, it's a good question in general. I've never thought about it.
Yeah, we were questioning our lives during the cast, and here we are during the panel. World comes full circle.
It's an intrinsic personality trait. Like I know, whenever I was first starting out, I think for most people first starting out as talent, like you pay attention a lot to what people are saying about you, and you kind of have that mindset that you're like, I want to please everyone, I want to impress everyone, I want everyone to like me, and then you kind of have to turn off that part of your brain that is so.
So here's the trick.
Impacted by
I'm
that.
never turned off.
In regards to help pleasing
Everything.
people.
No, and also I don't know. I feel like that feedback it's fun. It's part of the fun.
Oh, it is. As
Yeah.
long as it doesn't like wear on you or anything.
Yeah.
As long as you have you can like separate it.
I really do think not to jump back to the alien thing is really something I think about a lot. Like I really do think about it very often. It's like we really shouldn't be looking.
Yeah.
We really shouldn't.
Like there's only negative consequences there. You think they're gonna have like superior technology and just decide to share it with us?
Just think it inherently about the reason why we are looking, right? Because we
wanna
destroyed our
dominate them.
planet.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like anything that is an intergalactic race of
Whatever.
sentient creatures
Yes.
are inherently conquerors of their reality. They're conquerors.
Yeah, they have.
Who said that they're superior? They might be inferior. Otherwise, they would have found us first.
Yeah, but that's the thing with how we're searching right now. It needs to be received, right? And then we make that stupid disc that they made. It's like a
the
mixtape that you
Golden
would make
Voyager
for
thing.
someone that you like when you were in middle school. Yeah, the golden, and then they draw those stupid talk about somebody
The
being
Vitruvian
too
Man.
smart for their own good. It's like, yeah, man, like we'll draw a circle on it and they'll understand that it's like, no, dude, they're gonna eat you, bro. They are literally going to eat you. The only chance that we have, literally the only chance that we have with aliens is that we look at hopefully they think we're cute, right? Like that's it. That's the only option we have.
If you had to present a Dota hero to them as an offering of cuteness, who would it be to make sure they come in peace?
Sorry, say that one more time. They were telling me that we had the tweet on the screen, but I actually don't have a way to read it right now because my device is completely dead.
I was asking you if you had to present them with one Dota hero.
Rich, will you be...
No,
Rich,
what?
will you tell
No,
when
no,
One
Piece
Piece
it said,
ends?
Rich, will you be sad when One Piece ends? No. I mean, the thing is, it's probably never going to end. It's already like 4,000 episodes long. I actually... that is yeah, wow, that throw me for a loop here. I'm talking about having sex with aliens right now. You're gonna ask me about
Stay on
pirates?
topic, please.
Jeez Louise, focus. Yeah, what were you saying, BSJ? We'll talk about the One Piece thing eventually.
I was asking what Dota hero would you present to the aliens to like be cute and ask them to come in peace?
So Dota's our only hope to
Yeah,
prevent the aliens
Dota.
from...
I mean, we are the best that humanity has to offer, obviously.
Yes.
I'm thinking about PL now.
The kitty cat.
Yeah.
Oh, so now you agree that it's a cat. That was the other thing.
It's a cat.
Slacks has been teaching a lot of our casters. Brian didn't think that Phantom Lancer was a cat.
But it's a cat, but it's also strong.
Like a
comes in
tiger?
numbers.
Like...
It's a pack-ant.
Ooh, woo.
That was a very ocelot.
I think yeah, PL might be our only hope.
Ooh, okay. It's not the answer
I was expecting.
Yeah, but I'll take it.
I mean, it depends on the alien, right? Like, you ever seen Beauty's in the Eye of the Beholder, the Twilight Zone episode?
No.
I'm familiar with the expression, but I've not seen the episode.
It's the title of the episode. It's a good episode. Spoilers for an 80-year-old show. Spoiler alert. So basically, the whole episode, you don't really see anyone's face, right?
Yeah.
And throughout the entire time, it's this girl, and she's like super upset. Her face is covered in bandages, and you learn from everybody in the world. It's like she's like, I'm so hideous, like I'm so ugly, and all the doctors are like, if this procedure doesn't work, I don't think that there's anything else we can do. Like they're trying to fix her face because she's just so horrendous and ugly, and society won't. She can't be a participant in society because she's so ugly, is basically what you learn about this world. And finally, at the end of the episode, they take off the bandages, and it's this really intense shot where you're seeing it from her perspective, and all of a sudden there's more and more light. And when the bandage is revealed, she is gorgeous. She's a gorgeous, gorgeous girl. And all of the doctors go, she's so ugly. They freak out. And then you see the doctors, and they all have these like twisted, disgusting faces. And it's the idea that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And now, as we look for something beautiful in the draft, we're going to be asking that question.
Now
I find beauty inside of the picks that these teams pick.
I want to see a Drow Ranger pick then, because that is very similar to Drow Ranger's lore, as I'm sure Slacks would theoretically explain if he was on this panel. But apparently her race of people is like traditionally considered ugly, and she's quite beautiful, but they cast her out because she doesn't look like them. But by, traditional standards, she's quite beautiful. It's all in the beholder.
By our standards, the outside in.
That reminds me of the story of the ugly barnacle.
From SpongeBob?
Yeah.
Always knew that NA had some of the greatest minds.
That told you. The best humanity has to offer, right in front of your eyes. And Venomancer.
Gary.
You can't. The people at home can't tell me that the moment he said, nobody could stand to look at her, that nobody else thought of the ugly barnacle.
Yeah, dude. You remember that one
I am
time?
not
You
the
remember that
only
one
one.
time when SpongeBob ripped his pants, dude? On a stack, dude. Slam it, right? Banana slammer jammer.
My man was making Hitchcock references. You go to Nickelodeon.
What can I say? I'm a man of culture.
Sure.
Yeah, sure, dude.
As we go into the fourth pick of this very green draft so far, they've really stuck to the color theme. Will they continue?
Give me a Viper.
Maybe a Necrophos, a Viper. Anything else you can think of?
Trina Protector.
Nature's Prophet.
Nature's Prophet.
DP.
True.
Yeah.
I haven't actually seen any of that hero.
You know what I want really bad? You know the like mermaid DP skin?
Yeah.
It's like $1 million.
Is it? Oh yeah, it is. Yeah. The one
So,
I remember.
dude, I
Sumail
want
was
that
using-
so bad. Never played DP my entire life.
But that set just does it for you.
Oh, it's so cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah, all the best things are more expensive, you know?
Commander.
Yeah, it's got like tentacles if I remember correctly.
Yes,
right?
it does. That was from like TI4.
Big
I think,
fan.
From TI5.
Oh yeah, I know that
It's a
one.
very
That
good
one,
set.
the one
It's
that
like
makes
one
her
of the
look like
super rare
yeah.
collector's
She looks like
sets.
the Little Mermaid villain Ursula.
Oh
yeah.
Yeah, dude. Odd attraction to Ursula. Personally.
Really?
Yeah, there are a few things that I look back on having odd attractions to, which I feel like kind of fits in line with it. Ursula.
Cruella de Vil.
No, well, yeah, but like that's weird. But Banjo-Kazooie. The God, what's the queen's name?
Oh my
Priscilla?
God!
No,
I know who you're talking about. Her name.
Gruntilda.
Oh,
Gruntilda.
my
And
God.
I don't understand. But the thing is like when I search Gruntilda on the internet, like stuff comes up that like kind of is in line with that. Like, and I'm like, oh, okay, other people felt this way too. But like I look back on the game, maybe the graphics just didn't age well. But I was like big Gruntilda fan. Like huge Gruntilda
There's
fan.
some
And now
things
I gotta
that are
ask,
probably better left unsaid, and that might be one of them, Rich.
I'm a big Gruntilda fan, but I want to ask you guys: are you an LC fan here?
Seems early. There's, I mean, you can purge off Venomous Gale and Magnetize, I guess, but usually you're looking for some melee carry offlaner or melee carry safe lane that you can lane against and dominate. Right now, there's, or if there's like a Bat Rider or like a big team fight ultimate that you want to be able to purge off, but they're picking it first phase.
Maybe the plan is to pick this in the off lane and then have a good scaling carry against what they further see in later on in the draft. That also lanes well against Veno, thus shutting down the heroes early game. Maybe that's the idea.
So,
because it is nice if it is turned into a 5.
While we probably won't see it in this game because I'm not seeing it very much, how do you feel about the Venomancer Terrorblade matchup? Because I know people kind of go both ways, that like, oh, you can Reflection and Venomancer gets irritated by his own Poison Sting, but at the same time, Terrorblade has super high armor and very low HP, so magic damage is...
It's a lot about the kill threat from the 4 on the Terrorblade.
Okay.
If the Terrorblade's allowed to actually reflect and hit the Veno, then the lanes goes good for him. But if the 4 is like a tiny, it can be super frustrating because if he ever like trades with the Veno, goes to half,
right,
dead, you know? So,
okay.
A lot of that kind of matchup that's like very volatile. Both heroes kind of kill the other. There's a lot to do with the support.
What if the Veno's the 4? And it's the Veno 4 laning with, I don't know, some other 3?
Like a Pango or something?
Yeah.
If the Pango is then good against Terrorblade. Like
okay, so the 3 also needs to be good.
Yeah, I'd say it's the other hero has to be able to get on top of the Terrorblade and threaten him if he gets like half health.
Okay.
I'd say that's the deciding factor there because Veno's gonna get him there.
Yeah.
But if your other hero doesn't really finish him off, then you know you can take that as you will.
Well, they ban it anyway. Looks like they didn't want to have to deal with it.
Who did they take out?
Venomancer banned the
Oh, they
Terrorblade
banned out
once.
the TB, yes. Yeah, it's something where it goes really well with Legion Commander as well.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Legion likes to have the end-all, be-all carry on her team that she says, I'm pushing W on this guy, and he's going to kill those guys. And that's exactly what Terrorblade fits as a description. And we see the Warlock, but they themselves banned out the Spectre, the most common support carry duo that we've seen so far this tournament, at least in terms of who pairs with the Warlock. So
Seems like
I'm interested to see where they're going with this.
Maybe a little bit of a deny pick, because Fatal Bonds plus Magnetize, Fatal Bonds plus Poison Nova. Although then I guess they would have to turn the... Well, yeah, it would have been Veno 3, Earth Spear 4, Warlock 5, I guess.
Question, the Poison Nova is not lethal damage.
Correct.
What if you split only Poison Nova damage through Warlock Fatal Bonds?
It'll kill, because Warlock gets the credit. He's the damage dealer with Fatal Bonds.
I cannot confirm or deny this. I was actually curious if you knew, so you are certain of
I'm
this.
pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody test it and tweet at...
Please do. I love mechanics questions.
That's actually a very unique interaction I've
Yeah.
never thought about before. There's
I mean,
only,
I guess if everyone's at 1 HP...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're all taking just
That's a
poison
very
every day.
edge case scenario.
It
could
it's
happen.
Possible.
It could happen.
Like, that's one
It's
of the
entirely
8
possible.
bajillion, in Dota interactions that we have to fathom in our times. Just like I saw the vacuum out of Ember Spirit Remnant the other day. That was a new one to me.
Explain that.
It just since they made vacuum work on invulnerable units,
Mhm.
which was at least I and most other people thought it was meant for Naga Sleep, because back in TI2 when people did that wombo combo, you can also get Ember Spirit while he's remnanting. Like mid-air, he just gets sucked out of his remnant and
That makes sense.
shows up in the wall.
I'm curious if that works with Sleight of Fist, although I think you're banished during Sleight of Fist.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, that's just Dota for you.
It's just Dota.
Name every single spell that kind of takes you off the map and figure out if it gets vacuumed.
Yeah.
Sven Stun does not. I learned that the hard way in my pub yesterday, because I tried to suck him out and then I was dead.
Yeah, I guess he's banned. Then I'm curious if Storm Spirit, Ball Lightning also. Wow,
The explanation behind that one is there's no way you could vacuum Superman. That's not happening. Have you seen the Sphenags? Have you seen it?
Yeah. I was just I went down a deep thought process there.
Still thinking about aliens over there?
No. I was thinking about my favorite RuneScape streamer, but it's a very long story. I'm sure some people are quite large.
Are you the type of person that when you tell a story, there was like a 6 idea causal chain that started with 1 and you went to this, to that, and then arrived at your story?
Yeah, Rich is a real domino effect.
I'm very much like that too.
I think we have a lot in common.
Yeah.
I felt that way for a while.
Yeah. We'll have to talk about it more off stream.
Catman back to save us. How do we feel about the PL here?
Not quite what I had in mind with the Legion. It's not like...
Yeah, he has his own Dispel.
Yeah, it's not like the hero that comes to mind. Usually it's a hero that stands its ground and mans the F up. PL, on the other hand, is more like elusive, in and out of the fights, distract, meow, that kind of stuff.
Very raw XD pick here coming in.
Yep.
Lich and Void. We haven't gotten to talk about them, Neil. How do you feel this rounds out the lineup?
They banned out the Grimstroke, and so these days whenever we're seeing these supports who put these buffs on their carries that can quickly close gaps, it's usually been Inkswell with Grimstroke, but the Frost Shield on Lich also is reasonably good. I don't like the combo as much because it's not a stun, it's just more damage, but with a hero like Faceless Void, who, he has his own stun, hopefully, in the laning phase, that you can probably pick up some cheeky kills with it.
Lich Earth Spirit's also a nice duo. Veno's a hero that usually wants to get left alone when it gets level 3 or 4, so it'll allow for an easy rotation from the Earth Spirit, gets the Frost Shield up as he rolls in and secures a kill, opening up the map for the Faceless Void, who's going to be their hard carry, and he's up against a PL, so we're going to have to see if he goes for the Mjolnir or the Battle Fury, or if they're just going to attempt to deal with this PL with the last pick, something like a Necrophos that we saw earlier. And they have banned out the Storm Spirit. All the spirits tend to be pretty damn good against PL. Leshrac as well, another hero that deals AoE magic damage that also basically kills the PL before he kills you. That's the idea behind these heroes.
Also, I feel like today we've just seen more and more Lich. I feel like in the opening days of the tournament, at least in the games I covered, really didn't see too much Lich. But today, Neil, there's been a whole bunch.
As dismissive as it may sound, Lich is a very easy hero to play, and so you can't really mess it up. And so I feel like that's a safe pick for tier 2 teams where they're like, what's the worst that could happen with a Lich? He's a hero with a disable, team fight ultimate, he can help keep towers up, and he's got nuke damage. So he checks all the boxes, and he's viable right now.
They do go for a spirit, the Void Spirit. I usually think Ember's a bit better against the PL, but I think with their lineup, they are looking for maybe a reliable stun with the Ether Remnant, at least once you get a Yules, that is. But
is that reliable against a hero with a bunch of illusions, though?
It's not reliable against the PL. Earlier, we didn't really see any hard lockdown for the PL. They just had so much AoE that the PL kind of just died, and then eventually they could hit the real one. That was what happened earlier with that Venge Drow lineup in the previous series. I'm wondering if Khan's going for that same approach.
Do you think the Hood build for PL is still viable?
I thought it was good earlier, and he didn't do it. So I was.
Was it against a magic damage heavy?
Yeah, it was
literally
against Necro Void Spirit.
That's a little bit more bursty, though.
Necro is bursty?
In a team fight. Are you laning against a Necro? Not most.
He literally was.
He was?
Yeah, it was an offlane Necro.
What the hell?
I feel like he doesn't even watch the games of Dota that we
Disgusting.
This is amateur hour.
Shameless.
I just had the instinct, though. I knew Hood.
It's true.
It's still up
there.
there.
You were right. I said the same thing earlier, so that just shows I have to watch the games to learn this kind of stuff. This guy's just a savant.
Looking for a mid laner now, most likely to go up against the Void Spirit. They ban out the Queen of Pain.
He's blushing.
Yeah.
You can't see blush on my skin.
You're blushing.
I'm not.
And they go for the Ember themselves, so both teams look like they got a lot of spirit coming into this game too. Literally. One team has 2 spirits, the other team has picked one and banned one. We're only lacking some Vengeful Spirit in this game, but I myself will put my spiritual faith in that of you first, Tsunami, because I'm still deciding, still deliberating here.
Khan impressed me a lot with their gameplay in game number 1. I didn't think that their draft was better, but their overall execution was far superior. I think that even though this one's a pretty even draft, I'm still going to lean Khan, despite the odds.
I think this all comes down to the mid lane. Whatever mid laner has more impact, because I think both side lanes are like very, very tightrope-esque, where it's very fragile equilibrium, and one core can kind of just kill the other with a big rotation, and that's going to blow out the map for that side. So I'm going to put my hands in the faith of the Void Spirit here. I'll go for Khan, but I'm ready to be wrong once again.
Okay, so you really think it comes down to the mid lane?
Yeah,
I'm pretty what they're going to win. So Neil, I want to ask you, what do you think it comes down to? What's the key thing that you're going to be looking for in this game?
Initiation. I think that Warlock as a hero, as easy as he makes the laning phase, he also can look very feast or famine as a support, which is usually not what you want for an offensive support. You want something that's a little bit more reliable, and so if they're able to make this golem look as powerful as I'm sure they're hoping, then it'll be great, but it all comes down to initiation for me.
You talk about reliability. That's something that we're definitely not going to have in the casters of this series.
Absolutely.
At all. I have no idea if the Goblin thing had any payoff at all.
Is there an end game?
I have absolutely
It was
no
a setup
idea.
and no punchline.
Literally, like the most meta joke of all time. Oh, what is it? Is it El Goblino? No, it's two idiots about to cast some Dota.
Thank you so much for such a heartfelt intro, Rich. It always feels good to know that the leader of the entire program, the host, supporting you and watching your content. And once again, it's Sir Action Slacks and Jenkins here for game number 2. Yankees, what are you feeling about this bad boy?
I feel like I'd go for Khan. I feel like they have... you're surprised by that?
No.
I mean, they won the first game.
They did? No.
They did.
But yeah, no, I mean, I agree with you. Khan looked really strong in the first game. Any particular reason? Just...
I just think all their lanes are fine. Like I think the PL Veno matchup is super overrated for PL. People are always like, oh, you can make all these illusions. You go for the wards. Nah, that's a little BS.
Dang.
Yeah, he's a high agi, high armor guy. You just hit him. And he just takes magic damage, and he just dies. I mean, it depends on the support. I think they had an Earth Spirit, right? I think they... Well, we'll see in a second.
Yeah, sure. I, too, believe that they did. And welcome, ladies and germs, to the game. Hey, we've got a Warlock game without a Spectre. His little special lady. You sure were.
What was the Goblin thing? I don't remember anything about a Goblin.
What Goblin thing? I think Rich had a stroke. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Oh my God!
Holy shit!
There it is!
That was a yellow one!
Back!
There's a yellow goblin in the studio!
Holy
what the
wow! Rich! Now, we're not going to do that again. Don't worry, guys. All right.
Until next time.
Meanwhile, we're going to see this fight for the rune. People want money. You know you'd be fighting for a rune. For goodness sakes, you pick up $100 on the street. 4 people going to fight you for it if they know what's coming in.
I think the bounty runes are the least edible looking runes in the game. I think they should fix that.
The double damage rune looks more edible to you? It's a very pointy rune.
I mean...
A lot of spikes on that guy.
It's like a cupcake that has the spirals of... what do they put on cupcakes? Syrup?
Yes, the classic cupcake syrup, I believe they call it. I believe they call that frosting here on planet Earth, Jenkins. Whoa! Make sure he gets that range creep. Well done, Acel. Going for that there. The lane's looking pretty, as you said, pretty even here, I would say, on the top. The bottom lane going to be, you know, sure, your PL's going to get hit, but you got Warlock. Constant heals. Constant help.
This is true. This is true. But, you know, Warlock, no.
Look out! Watch out, little... Watch out! Whoa! Watch out! Oh, leave him alone! Murderer! Help us! Yeah, Courier's dead. Meanwhile, the 2 Spirit Brothers fighting it out. Sibling rivalry yet again in the middle lane. Man, that is nasty. Younger brother, older brother, beating each other down.
The young one is, what, Ember?
That's right, yes.
Because he doesn't have the beard, so...
True. Burned it off, I'm afraid.
Did he?
In a horrific accident.
Oh my god! What happened?
Is that a goblin? No. But yeah, so they're pretty tied up right now. I guess 8-4, not really tied up, but they'll get there. And this awkward situation where two of your carry boys walking right next to each other, you know. Hi, how you doing? Meanwhile, two supports fighting it out too. These guys seem to have each other's numbers.
Fight.
Support fight!
Oh.
They're gonna walk away.
God, what is wrong with supports? If that was the battle of two offlaners, it's Mortal Kombat.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody's dead. Maybe even both of them.
Oh, another snipe. This guy's a freaking martyr. 2 couriers down. It's all thanks to that aggressive Dire ward on the bottom lane. I've never seen that spot before. It's pretty smart. I like that a lot.
I made a video about that one.
You did? That's why I didn't ever see it before.
Oh, that's what you were referring to. Oh, that's...
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for that.
Well, somebody's got to watch your video.
That's true.
Oh, boy. You know, I had a guy one time enter my game talking about nonstop about how strong Quelling Blade was. It was the first time I ever regretted a community member. He just bought a Quelling Blade. I don't remember what hero it was. It was awful, though. Thank you, Jenkins. Terrible.
I think that's pretty good. I think I'm winning games with it. Come on.
Bruh.
I am going 3-17 in the games and still winning, so...
Impressive.
I mean, it's maybe just a coincidence.
You know what always made me think? Ember Spirit's weapons. What the hell are those things?
Like these ones in particular?
Yeah, no, that's like extension of his default one. They're like these hooked blades. What is that even useful for? I think the quick guy in Mortal Kombat uses them too.
It's like it's like for gutting somebody.
My God!
You asked.
Well, I didn't know that. That's violent.
They're swords.
I just wanted a simple, non-violent, honorable sword like in my anime video.
I mean, swords are for killing people. I don't know.
What? Thought you just held them and yelled threats.
Well, you can't do that.
Look like crowbars. Pikachu. Here in the middle, like 21 last hits versus the 14. He is owning, and now he's got a kick. He kicked him away from the rune here. I gotta say, Earth Spirit doing some real... This Spirit fight is unbelievable. Who would have thought that these brothers would fight in this way? Meanwhile, on the top... Oh, nice tip there. Nice double to counter tip. This is a very competitive game, Jenkins.
I'm just realizing now that was actually 3 spirits fighting.
That's right. You don't see that often.
You really don't. Surprisingly. Yeah. I mean, I feel like they're all pretty good. Is there an evil spirit? Are they like
basically void? Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
But isn't he like protecting the world from? I watched your Lorgasm. The Sundering.
It's a half and half, you know. He never helped us before. Why'd he wait so long? Looks like he's going for that kill there. Not going to be able to do it. The Spirit Brother betrays him. He knows how he thinks a tip comes out as the siblings fight. Here comes Rubik, though. Now we've got a dual lane in this mid lane. Trying to pick him up. Bottle charge comes out just in time. Pikachu walking away. He's going to go ahead and wow, an aggressive step. I was not expecting that. Didn't really do anything, but that was a badass move.
I just did that.
Damn.
Yeah, they both have these like really annoying shields, so neither of them have enough damage to exactly kill each other.
Not really.
That's a classic.
No points in the queue from the Legion Commander. I guess that's what the pro kids do.
Is it?
I don't know.
I think. Well, let's see. He's got a Rubik, so the Rubik can get range creeps. I think that's probably why you don't need to go for that. Just beat on the void. You know, extra damage.
And here we see these two supports, again, very parallel, just standing in the trees, waiting for their opportunities for each other to strike. Those couriers, however, just spotted out by that bottom ward, and you know this asshole.
Boy.
He hungry. Where that courier at, he says. I want Donkey tonight. But little Donkey, he knows the tricks now. This is not just your average Donko. He's definitely not going to die. Okay, he's dead. He found them. Run, little Donkey.
He can't get it.
Oh, he's a quick Donkey. Meanwhile, a little stack farming right here. Thank you, Rubik, for stacking away. This guy's still hunted. Look out, little kitty!
Uh-oh.
Me, yow, wow, wow, bye. Oh, Juke, you idiot! You see him there. Run, kitty, run! And Phantom Lancer's girlfriend taken out yet again. She just doesn't care.
It's sad.
Nice man-up attempt almost by that Legion Commander up at the top lane.
And look at his inventory.
Wow.
Bracers, armor items. He just wants to live. He wants to be alive.
He's a liver.
I mean, this is what I was thinking would happen with the lanes. It's just like relatively even, but I feel like Khan just has better heroes.
Yeah,
like,
they're good.
PL is just like a, I don't know, B or C tier carry. It's just, it's just not that good. It's the one you pick when all the other ones are banned.
He can sometimes explode if you don't have the right answers for him, but they do have a lot of answers for him. I mean, when it comes to like AoE grabs, I mean, they got pretty much everything that you're looking for. Chronosphere, Veno ulting, being able to jump on top of him with ES. I mean, this is very much an anti-PL team. But, you know, PL gets bigger than everyone else before everybody else. He can kind of be a beast. See how it plays out. But I tend to agree with you. I do not like Phantom Lancer personally as a carry.
It just never seems to pop off like a, oh, going for the deny. Takes such a long time, actually.
Ooh. All right, here, pop on to that Ember. Ember's going to try to get away. And look at his brother again. The Remnant coming out. He misses the kick, though. And your boy, this is, I was about to say optimal tip time right there. After all those tips, it is time to tip back.
Once again, this bothers me. He's tipping Dota plus points.
My God.
There's a compendium out.
What a degenerate.
Why are you tipping Dota plus points?
I mean, obviously you tip people to tilt them, and if you tip Dota plus points, that's extremely tilting.
Very tilting. I don't want any more of these points. There's nothing you can buy with them.
Yeah, absolutely. What am I going to spend these on? The 15th set that comes out 8 years from now? I think I'm good, pal.
Yeah.
I legitimately have 700,000 Dota plus points.
I have 1 million.
You have 1 million,
I have 1 million
Dota plus points?
Yep. I thought it would cap out, but nope. keeps going. I legitimately am going to crash a Valve server with how many points I have.
You know, I have to say, if any Valve employee is watching, first, I don't know Jenkins. I'll talk to you after this game. There we go. Nice Chronosphere right there. And we're going to see not too much damage. Actually, Void Spirit able to kind of turn it around a little bit, going on to that Legion Commander. Nice cut on Legion. No TP. Sayonara. They thought that was going to go a very different way. That was a great rotation coming out from Void Spirit there. Man, Void Spirit, Earth Spirit really just roaming around this map.
Yeah, good combo.
Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say some bullshit.
Okay. So, if you're listening, Volvo employees, let me tell you, Dota Plus, everyone's bitching about it. You should just release what RuneScape did and just do like a party hat. But it costs 1 million Dota Plus points, and it could be on any hero. I mean, that is such a huge flex. People will go crazy over it, man.
That's a good idea.
Just a lame-ass cosmetic that looks like garbage, but it's 1 million points.
Like, do you go full RuneScape and it's only available for like a limited time? Is that you think so?
Only until the next Dota Plus season, which will be about 2 to 3 years.
Okay.
Here we go. Look out, Spirit Brother. Revenge trying to get grabbed here. Rubik not in range to really do anything. And the roly-poly gonna be rolling on out.
Did you ever... Oh, okay.
Oh, here we go. Venomancer getting gone on by the PL. PL trying to establish dominance in this empty lane. He's in. Oh, he's gonna take out that Veno. Maybe they were right, Jenkins. Maybe we're dumb. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Legion Commander getting beat down yet again, trying to make her way out. The heals will not be enough. She will be cut down from existence. The blades of Damash not helping her today. And Lich dies as well. There's a lot of killing. I'm surprised it's only 3 to 3. Not a lot more people died than that. Am I stupid? Haven't a lot more people than 3 people died in this game?
There's been a lot of battling. We've seen like a lot of hitting and then guys having shields that you can't get through and nobody dying. That's the problem with Ember versus Void Spirit.
Yeah.
Neither. How do you kill any of these heroes? You don't. Not until later.
Yep. Here we go. This inevitable just slapping each other.
Very good stuff. Love me some mid lane action.
Oh boy. Please, someone rotate again. Here we go, another rotation. Going for her first duel. Not going to be able to get it on the Void. Void doing a fantastic job. Mostly up, though, to that ice armor from the Lich. Helping out right there. Very potent against those Legion dualies.
Yeah, very good. Great Lich game, actually. I mean, you have the Void combo, too. You just drop an old Chain Frost in the Chrono. You don't even need damage. He just goes for a straight Midas.
That's right, one of them old Chain Frost.
Uh-oh, look out!
Whoa,
there
Stinky!
he goes.
Here he comes! And unfortunately, Duel's still on cooldown, so she's going to go try to find another target. Not concerned with that. Void kind of just vibing up here. He's kind of just chilling.
He's having a good time. That's a short TP.
Yeah, that was quickie.
Okay.
Not too much going on here in the jungle. As both teams farming up, and we're waiting for that big action moment, but things are still even, Steven. This is very much what we saw in the first game. A lot of fighting, a lot of evens, but the boys pulled out before. We'll see if they can do it again.
He's got a long cooldown on that roll.
Look out, baby! Here comes the Void Man himself, dropping the first rock of the game, countered by the Chrono. Oh, not a great move there by the Ember. Could have done a lot more if he had not stepped in that Chrono. Insta duel win, though. That's pretty good. As they turn that around after that Warlock. Gonna chase down the Void Spirit as well. Heals, peels, and see you later. As he is taken down as well. Fantastic work by EXTREMUM. However, it comes at a cost. As a Warlock player myself, I know that when you use that ult, you're basically writing a letter to the enemy team and says, "Hi, our only fight is over. Please don't kill us now." We'll see if they decide to do that.
Yeah, it's quite sad, actually. Did he use ult? When did he use that?
He used that before the Chrono, the Warlock.
No,
started it off with a chaotic offering.
I'm blind. I didn't see that.
No, it's okay. I adjusted to offerings of chaos. It's kind of what I do.
Yes, I just did that.
Oh wow, what a cool voice line. I hope I hear that 10 more times.
Do you voice line? I've never done it.
Didn't used to do it before Bok. Now I do it all the time.
Sure. You're an Aghanims fan.
I'm a Bok boy. Because the Bok is so much more aggressively tilting than anything else. Because, you know, a lot of people have tried to beat Agnum's Labyrinth, Grand Magus, and they haven't. So not only are you saying you suck, you're saying you also suck in this optional game mode, and I know you do. And they won't, if they don't have a Bok, I always say no Bokkers here, lol.
Okay, stolen Chrono.
I mean, onto that Void Spirit. Not a lot going out with it. Void probably going to make it out of here alive. Meanwhile, Ember Spirit seeing if he can make anything happen. But everyone on both teams just so mobile, Jenkins. Here we go. Void looking for another one, but they're just so mobile. Gee, if we were sponsored by a cell phone company, I would reference them right now, but we're not. Think about it, executives watching right now. Ember Spirit dead. Poison coming out of that kitty cat. Gotta run home. Also affecting the Ember Spirit. He's poisoned. He's running. He's grabbed. He's in trouble. He's dead. Now he's dead.
Okay. I mean, dual damage for an Ember Spirit. That's about even. I think if you're Warlock and you don't have an ult, you're totally cool with going relatively even in a fight.
Yeah, sure.
You're good with that.
I'm good with that, though.
Yeah. Then again, nobody gives a shit what Warlocks think. Nobody's ever asked how are you doing.
How you doing, Warlock? Where will my golems come back? Okay, shut up. Out of all the people that would probably have a healthy, functioning life, I think Warlock is one of them, though. She's a librarian, you know? Those people tend to keep themselves, tend to be pretty happy with what they got.
What do you mean, like, healthy functioning, like, physically, or, like...
No, definitely not physically.
Because he looks like, he really doesn't look great. He looks like he's melting. Doesn't he? Look at that.
Yeah, he don't look great, but I'm saying, like, he's mentally sound. He's a librarian. You gotta... I've never met a librarian that was like, oh, that librarian seems like he's freaking crazy, man.
I don't know, man. It's always the silent ones that turn out to be the
real psychos?
The real psychos.
BSJ?
Yeah?
Terrifying.
He's probably got like 40 bodies under his house.
You think he buries them, dude?
Oh, true. He probably eats them.
Yeah. It's banana. That's the banana.
That's what he's slamming.
It's a meat banana. He's slamming down his victims down his gullet.
That's disgusting.
Okay, anyway.
Meat banana.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't say that on the cast. As I don't
think I've ever heard those words put together. It's just uncomfortable.
We don't have to dwell on it, you know. We can move.
What was that? Wait, you gave me a look there, like you didn't know what I was doing. You forget about the goblin? Oh, come on. Don't leave me out to dry here.
We can't. It was not popular. It's not going. We're not gonna make it work unless WePlay ARs coming in the next panel. We're in a lot of trouble. But if they do that, they are gods. Let's admit. All right, so still even. 16 minutes. Everyone's looking for kills. Not too many kills happening with all these initiations, but we got a double damage on the Void Spirit. He's looking for his victim. Rubik standing right there, but he does miss that, and he's going to get dueled. There's the nice offering, though.
Whoa,
look at those
it's
chains.
the fatal bonds.
Oh, the chains that bind burn us all to hell.
Oh, man.
Goodness. That was a very, very nice duel into a offering, into yet another kill, potentially on Void. Didn't have any mana. Nice, though, stick pop. Give him everything that he needs. He does have Diffusal, though. A little bit more mana drain, and this very well might be a kill for them. Yeah, they're going to go on him. No mana, no thank you, no life, good night. Impressive stuff coming out here from Extremum.
Yeah, man, that Fatal Bonds turnaround, I don't know what the damage was. It's like Rubik Nuke and I guess Ember. Something did a lot of damage. You know it does a lot of damage when the whole screen lagged.
I mean, I'd say kudos to Legion Commander on that one. People diving her, and then she just instantly duels. She just knows that she'll make it out okay. Her entire team's there.
Warlock sitting behind her, yeah, with the ulti.
And we got a sec to check out some items.
Look at G. He's got a level 4 battle pass.
Huh? 4?
Bro, play one Aghanim's Labyrinth and you get to level 10.
Bro, play one Dota game and you probably do something. 4?
He's playing friggin' Fall Guys or something.
Yeah, what is this, a new account? G? Somebody gift that guy some pet. This is embarrassing. Lich is sitting over here smoking his brandy. I don't know. But he's definitely laughing.
Dude, is that what brandy is? Type of cigar?
No, I believe it's a liquid of some sort. People drink it in a very small glass with a lot of ice.
Like cigar juice?
And they're like, my brandy. I'm superior to you because I drink alcohol.
I've definitely heard people say that.
Want to watch me inebriate my mental facility? Anyway, duel here, a hopeful duel, one that is hoping that someone is going to kill these people instead of her as she runs away as quick as she can. Legion Commander making her way out. Will they be able to chase? The bonds are back out. The links that bind, the pain that burns. Emperor Spear trying to make something happen there. He's going to get out too. And we are just seeing a lot of posturing here. A lot of chest pumping. Not a lot of team wiping, though. Gotta wait for that Warlock ult, I suppose.
Yeah. That makes sense. Both teams waiting for ults. You got the Chrono. You got the Warlock ulti. I think if you're a Warlock, you're probably happier with that. You're so used to just being completely useless.
I mean, Void did have his stuff ready to go, though. So, kinda sad we didn't see a Chrono on that one. They're running out of time before Warlock's ult is back up, and they have a clear advantage in these 5v5 fights. It's took a little too long to get out of there, Mr. Spirit. Nice rotation, free dual damage. You can't afford to really get too many of those on that Legion. Infinitely scaling Jenkins.
But you know, like you kind of want to get more from a smoke than that. Like they just enter into their jungle, kill one guy, and then go back to exactly what it was they were doing.
Sure, but I mean, Legion gets a duel though.
That's true.
Exponential problems for that team.
I think probably if it wasn't for the duel, that would be, no, that's not really the guy that you want to run into. In fact, I'd say if you're Earth Spirit, you're kind of happy with that.
Yeah. Okay. Bananas being dropped. The nannies are falling. Waiting for this team to push. But I gotta say, we got Warlock hold back up now. It looks like it's time to do the nasty. Khan's gotta be careful here. Hopefully they've been paying attention to the timings. Looking for their own little assault here. As they see the Venomancer is trying to join them as well. Double damage, however, unfortunately for them,
Ember
going on the other
DD.
side.
That's a nice hero to pick up a blue boy on.
Oh boy, you ain't dancing with your nannies no more. Back to hell with you, Snake. And they're looking for more. Phantom Lancer going in and finding his brother, beating the hell out of him yet again, trying to escape. We're going to see a death onto a support Lich on the other side of the map as they killing couriers. They're doing everything. Extremum just in complete control of this game now. No Warlock ult even needed. And when that time comes, it's going to be even worse. Legion Commander, no duel. Can't catch out that Void. Didn't have anyone to back her up anyway, but great Chad-like posturing making him think that she had an entire team behind her.
I gotta say, Olday's really carrying this, actually.
Yeah.
Like, he's been so Chad at just dueling when he's getting dove by a DD, Void Spirit. You know, 5 heroes hitting him, he'll duel. And I think he built the right items for it, too.
Oh, and here comes the taunts,
is.
the thunder from down under, as they are announcing this Roshan being taken. I love it. They got embarrassed in the last game, so very happy that they're getting a little excited here and doing a little taunting of their own.
Yeah, got momentum coming in. Psychologically, they're feeling good. Man, this will be absolutely crushing for them if they were to throw this one.
Yes, we will see many DCs before GG is called this time.
Absolutely.
I mean, but one thing that, you know, we didn't talk about too much is a lot is gone this Void to make some really hype-ass chronos. You miss any one of these guys, and it's a disaster. And how are you ever going to stop Warlock from just chaotic offering inside the chrono? You got to catch Warlock, but he's the worst target you can get on this team.
Yeah, it's another one of those games where you kind of have to jump the back line, but it's spooky to do that, because if you jump in and you get mana burned and you have no mana, or he just rocks, or you get dueled, or Ember Chains, or Rubik can instantly lift you, like there's a lot to protect the Warlock in this game. It's not like they lack Disable or ability to kill.
Yeah. A big difference from their last draft. With the Drow and the other backline heroes, they really didn't have this AoE Warlock to stop them in their tracks if they overextend a little bit.
Hey, he's a buzzkill.
Yeah, he sure is. What's this guy doing?
He is... He's done.
Is this a thing?
I'm surprised he doesn't have a Glimmer Cape.
Okay, well...
Or a Shadow Amulet.
What am I looking at here, Jenkins?
He's woodsmaning. He's a lumberjack.
What is happening here? Is this a pro player strategy that I do not know?
This is a strategy. Yeah, he's just waiting. He's consuming information.
Is he... Oh, are they trying to bait the spirit?
He's baiting.
Wow.
It's not going to work, though.
Don't show that next time, T-Tor, Mr. Casterman. We do not want to see that. That made me very sad.
That was uncomfortable, to say the least.
I'm depressed. Anywho, so you see these teams rotating again, looking for something. Maybe that bait will finally pay off. Oh, no, if they get...
Baiting the Void, maybe. Maybe he's baiting himself.
Okay.
He's sitting in the corner baiting.
Yo, if they kill this Void after that shameful display, I'll just go ahead and say it, I'm going to be feeling even more depressed. Ow, whoa, Midas is a creep. That's what it was all about. It looks like they're actually going to go for it. Ember Spirit not having any lockdown for quite some time, but here comes the PL, and with the... You sat in the trees for this? What have you done, Void? What have you done? I have clinical depression now.
That's not good. That's not good.
I just felt something in my brain break, and I feel sad. Oh, here we go, a duel. This will definitely work, right? Here we go, Ember Spirit trying to help him out. You know, I like the aggression on the duel. Maybe, the double ult? Wow, the turnaround, here we go. Going up onto the Ember Spirit themselves now. Lich trying to grab it, and they know Legion has very little to try to help this guy. He used everything he had, but the Warlock coming in out of nowhere. What did we talk about, baby? You just can't do this with a Warlock on the team. The chains tearing them up, and that Samurai, the last of his kind, chopping them down, bringing the Keanu upon these mother suckers. Get the hell out of my lane. Want to duel somebody at full HP? You gonna get the golems, boy.
You know, one nice thing about the Warlock that I actually didn't even think about for some reason is the fact that you can always save somebody from the Venom ulti. You know, if they go on one guy and they pop the ult, you just turn it with Rock, and then you heal the guy that gets gone on. Like the Ember was able to survive there because of the Warlock heal, which usually outside of the laning phase doesn't have much of an impact.
Right.
That's a primarily laning ability, and then you see him pathetically try to cast it on somebody as like an aggressive move. But the heal is actually quite effective in this game.
All right, can I give you a Warlock pro tip as a Warlock spammer myself?
Yeah, sure.
Because the heal is so long, put that heal on people before they're in fights.
Yeah.
I call that the premeditated heal. You know, you see a guy running towards somebody, heal them up while you're sieging towers. You know, it makes your carries feel empowered and strong and brave. I can't tell you how many tier 3s I've taken because I healed somebody at full HP and they're just like, oh, yes, I can take this.
People do that with tangos as well.
Yeah, just shove tangos in their mouth.
Oh,
you got
yeah.
this. You got this, big boy.
Pound them down.
Yes. Oh, I feel good. I feel strong.
Oh, I can go in now.
This truly is being like a ringside coach at a boxing match, you know? Just patting that carry. You know you're good. You know you're the best. Get up there.
They need it, man.
They do.
Carry players. They're weak-minded.
Weak and pathetic creatures.
Oh, disgusting.
Smoke attempt coming out here. This could be good. It could be a disaster. They got to find something really good. And the Aegis is actually going to go away.
Could be good.
Find them. Find them now. They'll pick off on the Rubik. Not really the target that you're looking for there. Big saves coming out. They know the Warlock ult is not there, and this is the optimal time to fight. Lich ult bouncing around in those PL illusions. Not really doing much here as they're trying to get this duel. Duel yet again fails. And there's that counter chrono. Luckily for them, the Lich ult has already been expunged, or they would all be dead. Void not able to get a kill there, and there he goes. It's finally happening. They're finally starting to fall, even without Warlock's big boy ults. They finally get these kills that they're so desperate for, trying to get this match back on their side. Mr. Rubik going for the kill. You survived, Rubik. You should have been long gone. As now they pick on Mr. Librarian. He has no book. He has no spell. Looks like my book's late. The book of your death. Take it back.
So sad. That's always how librarians seem to go. It's just brutal murder.
Just one guy beating them with a book.
It's
an occupational hazard.
It really is. It's a very dangerous job.
Yes, librarian. You know, if your local librarians, when you go and check out a book, so most of you in Twitch chat won't know what that is. A bunch of Zoomers born in 1999 or some shit. Books are things that used to occur, and they were held in libraries. Physical Googles, if you will.
Do you ever have the thought that somebody born in 2000?
Yes.
They probably haven't played Dota because it's not not everybody plays it.
Okay, here we go. Initiation's back on the back line. Again, this Legion is so helpful with these duels. She's just dueling people at half HP, full HP. Not really getting anything. Mostly used for, lockdown. Trying to chase out this Lich, though. A consolation prize here. As he drops that ult and not really getting what they're after. But all right, I know what you're saying, and I'm gonna say something that will aid you. Are you ready?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Really?
Most people these days have not and will not ever have the experience of finding money on the ground. The, physical currency
that's true
is pretty much phasing out. So our kids, should we have them, will probably never find $50 on the ground. The closest that they'll be able to find is Fortnite V-Bucks cards dropped by accident.
If you found $1 billion bill, what would you do with it?
Nothing. That's very fake.
What do you mean?
There is no $1 billion bill.
I mean, Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe's $1 billion bill, I'd probably use it as kindling. It's worthless.
Would you?
Just no offense to our Zimbabwe fans out there.
It's not yours. You can't do that. What if somebody else wants to use it as Kindle?
Indeed. I mean, I don't know. I found some money on the ground in my lifetime. I always turned it in. I was always one of those stupid idiots.
I turned it in too.
Yeah, that's why we're gamers.
So that way I would... It's like, so you can go to heaven.
That's what it's all about. Thank you, Jenkins. Indeed, the direction I was hoping to go into this cast. Finally, I could talk about my religious and political views here at 29 minutes into this game.
What do you think of politics anyway?
Stop it, Janky. Can't do this.
I feel like it's a bit much.
No. I don't... Oh, my God. Another duel. Full HP. This time the entire team's there, so we're probably going to be able to see that one go down. Is she just using it for the lockdown? Is that really it? She's not looking for the wins?
Yeah, when you're this like pipe, double bracer, Legion, really that's all you need. You just need a stunner. She's like a saving hero when you go for this build. So
interesting.
Yeah, you're fine with this. Up until that duel, for the past 10-15 minutes, honestly, the Greaves aura has looked really good from the Veno. Just like keeping everybody alive through the slow chip damage. Since he's gotten that, the Fatal Bonds hasn't looked as good, especially because it purges it. But obviously, when there's 5 heroes beating your ass, it's very different.
Warlock's ult is up again, which means ding ding, it's time for a team fight. Gonna go into that Roche and see if they can't force out a team fight in their favor. Everybody's ults are up to go. It could be time any second now for this 5-manner. It looks like they're on the opposite side of the map, though. Look at how many sentry wards the Khans have put up in their triangle. It is packed. They are on the hunt and want to stay hidden. Wow, that is impressive.
Yeah, they've got to have one place to, you know, go chill without getting instantly blink dueled.
I suppose so. The monkey dies. To who? Interesting.
Good.
Nobody's sad about that. Good to see him go. Did you know that that famous monkey that could sign?
I do know that one, yeah. I've clicked on that on YouTube quite a few times.
It was fake.
Oh, don't tell me that.
It was actually fake. Turns out the handler, she was just making signs that were nonsensical, and he was just pretending like it was meaning something.
Oh my god.
Isn't that sad? They made Congo after that monkey.
Wow.
And it was all just bullshit.
Was that the same one that did the mangling?
No, that was Harambe.
Oh.
Which, if he was the signing monkey, would have been a very interesting story.
Well, he's a liar. Then I wouldn't.
Maybe he got caught. Maybe the child figured it out.
Maybe.
Hey, wait a minute. Oh, here we go. Duel up on that high ground. I hadn't seen this before.
What the? What is going on? Oh my
get
god!
Out of there. What? Gentlemen, that's something you're never going to see. A Legion blinking up to a dual high ground like that. That was wild.
That was a lot of people being kicked around and thrown and teleported. That was weird.
There's some weird-ass movements happening in this game, buddy.
Yeah.
And another weird one. I recently watched something where someone was arguing that Helen Keller was a fraud as well.
Really?
So Helen Keller would make signs and symbols and stuff. She was deaf and blind, but they played a video back where her person that was interpreting was doing it, and the interpreter was just like talking. She's like, Helen thinks that this is really wrong and she doesn't like how this is going, but if you're signing, you do one letter at a time, right? Back in the day. So this guy was like, it's bullshit, and you know, maybe it was like the monkey. Maybe my whole worldview has been rocked recently with all the time that I have to watch really stupid podcasts.
You know, back in the day, before the internet, you could get away with a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Like, who's gonna fact check that? Where do you fact check? Oh, let me go to the library and check a sign language book. Oh, it's out of stock, or what do they even call it? It's somebody took it out. It's not back. Help me out here. What do they call that?
I think that you said it. It's out of stock.
I don't think that's it.
It's checked out.
I didn't do libraries. I was too stupid. I mean, I was around when there were libraries.
I was around when technology did not exist. Here comes a successful duel, what she's been looking for. Onto that spirit, and it looks like the noose is tightening here for Team Khan. This PL is pretty darn big now. Just being able to dive, take away everybody's mana with that defusal, and it ain't getting better. I'm gonna get a little bit of try to save that Venomancer. He'll make it out. But the towers will soon be a fallen if we don't see some dope plays coming out from Mr. Void, who is currently down bottom pushing a lane. So, yeah, not seeing any dope plays coming out from him in the next 10 seconds, I'm afraid.
Just letting their tier 3 get hit, I guess.
Well, they got the big drums. Warlock doing that move, letting them know, hey, we got the ult, we're ready to roll. Bring your Void, bring what you got. PL just getting hit. Look! That was the full heal, Warlock heal, to push the tier 3s. Y'all thought I was stupid. There it is in a pro game. Told ya.
That's a good carry. Yes, you are.
There you go. Big and brave. Tower do 20 damage, but I won't let you see. Void still not coming back for this defense. I wonder if they're just going to let them sack this.
I don't know about this choice.
This is interesting. Now Void has finally returned. Could be trying to save something in the immediate initiation on the Spirit. Trying to go for that backline. He sees a Rubik. He says, hey, I'm going to go kill Rubik. And then he's instantly going to get killed by PL. Here comes that giant ultimate.
Oh, God, the lag.
Oh, boy. Everybody is in dire straits here. Nice chrono there to save his team as much as he can. PL Illusions killing his team outside the chrono. This is a very interesting battle here, Jenkins.
It's actually going decent for Khan.
I mean...
Oh, just kidding.
No. Buyback now on the Lich as PL is just unkillable at this moment. Gonna try to hit down that Void yet again. They get some boys back. That's a double buyback coming out from Khan. And 0 answers to PL. He is just beating the hell out of them with 0 hope. Now the diebacks come. Now the game has ended. And there will be nearly no hope. That's a GG. Goodness gracious is what I would say to that. They just had no answer for that PL, and that would be their downfall there, buddy.
Well, you know, the answer is items.
Yeah?
I think that one big fight mid with the turnaround, with the dive on the Warlock, or where the Warlock had the big ult.
Yep.
I think that really set the pace for the game. Basically everything, you know, kept happening in that exact same way, fighting around the cooldowns. And, you know, we had the question, does it favor Void? Does it favor Warlock fighting around these cooldowns? It looks like the answer is Warlock.
Well,
Librarian.
It all depends, you know? I mean, Void had a really hard job. You chrono a PL and all of his illusions, you still have to choose which one to do. Warlock don't care about that. You chrono guys, you put down the chains, let the chains do the work.
Yeah.
And that's what we saw today. Some work coming out from this team. Looks like the dream has happened. We are going to go to a Game 3. But of course, before we get there, we'll be talking to the panel for just a little bit. But I'm not ready to send it back yet, Jenkins. I want your full prediction. We've seen victory come from one, victory from another.
You know what? I'm gonna go with Khan. I feel like they, you know, kind of threw a little bit there. I think they came out advantageously on the lanes when, like Big B Brian was saying that the lanes are kind of like 50-50. Some core can probably kill another core. It was going well for them, and I think they maybe dove a little bit too hard. And you know, I have faith. I have faith in the boys.
Well, we'll see if your faith will be tested or if it is sound. But I must say that we will soon find out. Now, I got to disagree with you, though. You got faith in them. I always got faith in the comeback team, baby. They're feeling good after round 2. They feel like they got the power in them. And you get that Warlock pick, and we've only seen Warlock with Spectre. We haven't seen any Spectre. It was all Warlock show, and he made it happen.
Yeah. Shockingly, there's a lot of meta heroes that we're not seeing in some of these games. To be fair, some of them are getting banned. Some of them are also getting picked in previous games.
A lot of them.
Yeah, yeah. You know what I have been seeing, actually? I have noticed pub trends.
Yeah.
People are countering Venomancer. People are countering Spectre now.
How?
Like, the meta is shifting with regards, of course, to the pro games.
Yeah.
And then you see pros do things, the pubs will do it, people will also test things in pubs. And so I'm seeing a lot of people pick Morphling.
Oh.
This is a carry people are picking. Really good against the Venomancer, really good against a lot of the illusion heroes.
Sure.
Which I'm surprised we haven't seen that as much in competitive. And then we also see, of course, the Wisp, which OG is picking, which Team Secret has picked. Tons of teams in the Tier 2 region, Tier 2 scene have also picked. That's obviously a great counter to the Doom, good counter to the Venomancer. Oracle, we're seeing that hero. So the meta is shifting in front of our eyes.
It is the true beauty of Dota. Always shifting. In fact, why don't we shift to a little treat to you guys? We have a tiny little video we want to show you. So stick around and check that out. And we'll be right back with some hardcore analysis we know that you kids love.
It's in the bag.
Stuck there for a little bit. Oh, he dodges it again. He dodges both the arrow and the fissure. So, well, at least he gets out of there. If he had been scouting arrow, hits him again.
Darkness.
That has gotta be the biggest fail left.
θέλω. Άιντε μπουρό μάνα μπουρό, προβολάνε οι όμορφες. Προβολάνε οι όμορφες, να τα μάνα απ' τα πουνά οι καημένες. Να σκεπαστεί το φίλημα.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Omega League.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Omega League. It is Sir Action, Slacks, and Jenkins as we get ready for the draft of the next series. Jenkins.
Hello.
We got a real sad story to tell.
I mean, we called it.
Yep.
We tried to warn people. They thought it was a joke. A lot of people were saying it's too far. It's a real serious problem.
The goblin ate the panel. Now, don't laugh, don't be afraid, but it scurried in here and it bit Rich on the ankle. Rich screamed a scream I've never heard before, and 1,000 goblins burst forth from his body. They landed on Tsunami. The blood was everywhere, and it was acidic gobbo blood. It was horrifying.
Oh, there he is. Get your hands off me.
Oh, my God. He's biting.
Get off.
Tsunami, it's too late for you.
Oh, I don't want to.
You're gobbo now.
I mean, geez, got dirty goblin juice on me.
No one touched BSJ. He just simply went home.
No, they weren't. I think they had either eaten their fill or there's some stench coming off of him.
They ignored him completely.
Something about him.
Something. He's like the guy from World War Z.
I think they thought that he was one of their own.
Yes. The Gobbo King, as they called him.
Yeah.
I did hear one sing and dance as they looked him in the eyes.
They did.
It was a horrifying song.
Yeah. In reality, Asmongold just started streaming, so Rich actually had better things to do. And so that's why we are hosting the panel.
Funny joke, but what actually happened was somebody said Dota Auto Chess was a good game, and BSJ ran out of the room brandishing a kitchen knife. It was crazy.
I did notice that, actually.
Oh, God. So,
that was after the goblins and the stream.
It was nuts.
Yeah.
Tsunami, someone
I'm trying to think of one for him. I can't come up.
He's just an innocent boy. Someone opened the door and had a shaving razor. He screamed, and what was really weird is his beard crawled off of his face and ran, and he chased it.
Right.
In case you remember that.
Yeah. He was...
Hey, look, the draft.
Oh, there it is. Thank God.
Welcome to the draft.
God.
Oh, yeah, baby. We've got a draft here for you today, and it is looking beautiful. Your Venomancer picked out first by Con. EXTREMUM. Rocking that big boy, Tony. Tony first pick. Is that smart?
I think that's. I think it's okay if you can flex it. If you can play it in a core position, you're totally happy first picking it. Because if it looks like a good tiny game and you want to pick something else for your 4, well, you can just flex it. But I do kind of feel like people are getting better at playing around the tiny 4. If that makes any sense.
It does.
Maybe certain picks are better against the tiny. Although I say that, and if you're picking a Darkseer, well then of course it's the meta shifts away from Tiny, and then all of a sudden a hero that is really good with Tiny starts getting picked, it'll shift back towards him. But people were picking like Void wasn't a thing, you know, a couple weeks ago. You know, Tiny doesn't like playing into Void, for example. But of course with Darkseer, like this is such a solid combo.
I'd like to see this Earth Spirit popping up into these matches now. We saw him in the last game, of course. Now we're seeing him again. And, you know, just a great guy for... People are picking him to counter Spectre a lot. And now he's just in the games because he's good initiation, right?
Yeah, he's basically just one of the best catch heroes in the game. I mean, especially with that level 10 talent that extends the rolling boulder distance. You can just be smoked, see somebody at the very edge of your screen, and you can catch them from super long distance and just kick them back. And of course, any hero that has that repositioning element, except for Pudge, is a good hero.
Welly. There it is, Morphling. We talked about him post-game analysis. Very strong hero to counter some of these meta picks, and you specifically said Venomancer, so interesting that they banned him, actually, though. Wrong team banned that hero.
It's good against Darkseer as well. You know, you have this Darkseer Tiny, 2 melee heroes. They don't really pressure a Morphling between level 1 to 3, which is when he is the worst. And once he is level 3, then he can just lane against a Darkseer perfectly fine because he just kills the Iron Shell creep with his right clicks.
Don't blame him for banning out that Warlock from the last game. Makes sense to me. Huge impact, good team fight. However, missing some key figures here. Oracle, of course, going down as well, but Void still not banned. It did pretty good all day today.
Yeah.
Meteor Hammers carry, or you know, just Mr. Bubble.
Yeah, Spectre, I believe. We still have Spectre on the board. Doom is out. Okay.
Oh.
You know, I do feel like a lot of bans. Maybe this is just a tier 2 team thing, but I feel like using bans on something like a Warlock makes a lot of sense because it's like this niche hero you don't exactly know how to deal with, whereas maybe you've prepared some strategies to deal with the common meta picks. Like if you know a team just picks some kind of cheesy thing that you don't know how to play against, just ban it. You know, maybe learn how to deal with it if you think it's that big of a deal. But yeah, a lot of the like A and B tier heroes in the meta have some way of dealing with them.
Yeah, but I feel like there's a double-edged sword on that too. You know, you get concerned with counter banning and respect banning, and then you forget about meta heroes, which everyone knows how to play right now. So you open yourselves up to the most basic, like, oh, wait a sec, they actually picked Spectre, and what do we do now? So it's a delicate balance, but I can understand these respect bans, of course, and the Drow has been phenomenal as well, and we'll see what this last ban will be.
I would be kind of surprised if Khan doesn't go for like the Veno Spectre. I feel like this is just such a strong hero. Okay, so they ban out the anti-mage because of course, you know, against the Darkseer. I don't think Tiny does much against an AM either. He's just all magic damage, and AM obviously doesn't give a shit about magic damage. But Spectre Venom, man, it's so easy to win a game with Spectre Venom. You just press R with both the heroes, and then usually you win the fight.
And a Disruptor coming out here. That's an interesting pick. Haven't seen too much of that guy. I mean, pretty good against Earth Spirit, though. He rolls in, he gets sent right back. Screw it. And then makes it a lot easier to catch that guy as well.
Yeah, and it's the classic Darkseer Disruptor combo.
Oh, yeah.
You put the kinetic down and the... Yeah. You can surge in the Tiny. You've got the AoE stun with the vacuum into the kinetic field. Disruptor ulti. I always forget what it's called. I'm not a Disruptor player.
Vacuum and the Wall of Replica.
No. The Disruptor ulti.
Oh, Static Storm. Yep.
You know what a lot of pro players do? They just say third spell for ultimate. That's what, for some reason that's what they say. That's all. Most of them do that.
Oh wow! I'm sure that's not confusing.
It's very confusing.
Ultimate. Magnus.
They say ulti. Yeah, Magnus. Okay.
All right. Well, we have been dogging on Magnus for the last couple of days, but we did see a pretty good game from him earlier today. It's all about will he get the items that he needs and what kind of Magnus that we're looking for. Are we looking for Aura Beast Magnus, or are we looking for Blink and Slam Magnus? Saw the Blinker earlier today. What do you think? I mean, they don't really have their carry yet. We could be seeing something like a Troll, one of those kind of niche picks coming out there. And there's the
they go for the Spectre. Okay.
I mean, that's basically a deny at this point.
Yeah, it's a deny pick. It's also going to be fine with the Disruptor in lane. Disruptor, you know, it's like you have a melee ranged. You've got a lot of harass. It's just like a standard Dota lane, you know. If you're to pick like this is probably one of the easiest lanes to execute out there. But Spectre against Magnus, you cancel the Blink Dagger. I think it's very likely we're going to see this Echo Saber Magnus, even with the Void. Anytime you have a Venomancer as your offlaner, you severely lack the kind of teamfight disable, you lack initiation that a lot of offlaners will traditionally have. So picking something like a Kunkka, a Magnus, God forbid, a Dragon Knight mid,
boy.
that's always an option for you. That's always what you want to go with.
Sure. Well, you know what? Honestly, Dragon Knight not looking too nasty here. I mean, big tanky boy, able to survive a lot of this stuff. Not really going to turn it on anybody. Looking like a pretty decent pick, honestly. But we'll see what this next ban is here. We have still the Invoker unbanned. Could be an opportunity there. You know, a lot of the Tier 1 teams going for that Cataclysm Void build.
That's true. You could flex the Veno and just play it as a position 5, which I think would be fine against the tiny Darkseer. You know, it's a hero that beats melee heroes, and you've got 2 of them. It's just that, I mean, is Darkseer really a melee hero? He's like a melee hero, but he's like a spellcaster. You know, he's like one of those wizards that uses swords, but like they're still a wizard. You know.
Sure. A battle mage. I believe they call them. He's a battle general mage.
Yeah.
By the way. Bad Rider going to be knocked out there. It kind of makes sense to me. Bad Rider, of course, focusing on those single targets, and you definitely do not want to see your Void get lassoed into this team of Extremum. They would rip him up without being able to get away. So, makes good sense. Question is, who's that last ban? Most dangerous boy out there?
I think you're right about the DK. Not necessarily that it's going to be a DK mid. Maybe you can run like a tiny mid and pick a better 4 with Darkseer or something like that. But I think Extremum actually needs some sort of guy in the mid lane that's going to get stuff done. Like, none of these heroes really get anything done. Like, Disruptor goes in after the fact. Darkseer, he's an aura guy. He sits in the trees. He watches his team have fun. Spectre wants people to start the fight, and then Spectre presses ult. Tiny can kind of go in, but you need a blink, and he's a 4 position. So, I do feel like some DK, Kunkka, that sort of thing, it would be really good for Extremum.
Yep, I wouldn't disagree with you there. As we have said so many times, Spectre kind of needs that space. She needs a little bit of time to get just a tiny bit of items together, and she is good to go. And it is very beneficial to have 4 people running at them at the moment. The biggest tank, of course, being Darkseer. We've seen so many murdered Darkseers today.
He is a murder victim for sure.
Goodness.
Like, I've never seen a more likely murder target.
Top 10.
Yeah.
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 Top 5 in this tournament, I would say. Very close to Venge.
Venge is up there. Venge is probably number 1.
I would say so. Venge is constantly dying in these games, but she does work though. See a lot of swaps, and as Venge dying isn't the worst thing in the world that happens to you.
That can't be fun.
I mean, it's fun if you get it's an Ag still, or is it now a talent where he gets to use all your skills and stuff?
That's the Ags, I think.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I think the Ags is a fear, but I think the Ags also now makes it so you can press the spells as well.
Mm.
Something like that. They keep adding things to Ags that suck. Like Darkseer now, his Ags just does 2 things. It extends wall and it lowers the vacuum cooldown.
Hey, we've seen some Slardar for the last couple days. Nice run at your hero there, melting people, actually making Faceless Void deal damage, which I'm sure he'll be appreciative of. And
yeah, that's hard to do, honestly.
Yeah, so you got to empower for Void. You're taking away armor from the enemies. It looks pretty hype if they can make it work. Meanwhile, Extremum thinking about that last pick themselves. Will we get that tanky boy? Could be a DK, could be something crazy like a Centaur, but it could be coming out in the next 30 seconds, or they're out of their reserve time. Really thinking this one through, Jenkins.
They could just go with some, let's see, is Ember still in the pool? I mean, they can always go with like a traditional Ember, Void Spirits band. Like they need somebody to do something. That's what they need. But I also feel like they kind of need some tanky boy to run in.
That's not a tanky boy.
That is not a tanky boy.
That's a little boy. That's a tiny child.
He is a very big baby.
That's a large baby.
Yeah.
Whoa, goodness. Okay, it seems like the tankiest dude on that team is going to be Darkseer, their frontliner.
Yeah, yeah.
This is going to be a game. I mean, with a Pugna stack, it really is run in, take towers, heal up your allies, and just fight, fight, fight. Am I wrong on that?
Yeah, the nice thing about having like a Pugna Spectre is that people are often so distracted by the Pugna running around taking towers that you just forget the Spectre exists, and if you do that for 5 to 10 minutes, you know, that's a very farmed specter. Spectre.
But
very happy Spectre.
Yeah, I mean, and with Tiny there too. I mean, who has a lot of control over those early game team fights and all that jazz. So seems like it could work. But we've got some meta picks on the other side as well. Venomancer, of course, going to cause a lot of issues for Mr. Pugna. He's going to do a lot of magical damage. Pugna, of course, can heal other people.
Does look like he's a Venom 5 though, so that's always weird. Against a Darkseer, it's you just surge. Doesn't really do much.
Okay, got it. But we'll see how it turns out here. The game is about to roll in. From that draft, any big guesses of what's going to happen, my friend?
I'm going to go with Extremum. I know I was saying at the before we cut to break that I was feeling Con, but I feel like I like their draft. They have the momentum, even though maybe they were a little bit tilted at the start of the first game. But that's okay. You know, it's Dota 2. We all get tilted.
We all get tilted. And the ones that don't tilt are the ones that freak me out the most. The guys who have like names like EMA and they start the games and they're like, hey guys, let's just treat each other with respect and dignity.
They're always the meanest people.
They are. They are the meanest people. But it turns out if your name is PMA, you don't get that because people are nice at you. You get that because you're so bad, everyone flames you in every game.
This is true. This is true.
I mean, there's not been ever a really, really good player that profile name is please don't yell at each other.
And you know what I've noticed? It doesn't take much to crack them. It's like this slightest thing, and all of a sudden they're not mode PM anymore. You know?
I mean, yeah, of course. Well, that's why the name is there. They don't even have the capability to ask for PMA anymore. Just one comment. But let's take a look at these lanes here. Is this going to be a Pugna mid? Looks like it potentially could be. Is that going to be a Magnus mid? No.
Yeah, I think it's Mag versus Pugna. Yeah.
How's that one look out?
Well, you're thinking it was going to be like Venom mid?
Yeah, a little bit. I believed your position 5 talks, but now that there's a Pugna, I mean, you got to do something. I feel like Pugna wins the Magnus lineup pretty easy, don't he?
Yeah, I think so. But I think Mag he'll probably just farm, push out the lane. You definitely can't really stop a Pugna from taking the tower. You definitely need to rotate somebody for that. But they have the Earth Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not bad.
Starting items here. As you can see, they do care about the Pugna. He does have 2 shared tangos and the Magnus as well. Cared about deeply. That's some true teamwork. Boots first Tiny. In case you didn't see that.
You know what always disturbs me?
What's that?
When I'm mid and I get a 5 position and they give me 1 tango. It's like, what do you think you're going to do with that extra tango? Like, are you seriously that cheap?
Yeah, some people, they just say 1. I love giving tangos to mid because I have a little speech that I do. I say, listen, I just bought you. I own you. These are my tangos. Your life belongs to me. That's my goddamn mid. And if you die once, I'm going mid because that's my property. And it's really true. Pulling that kind of... that move there where they're in debt, like a money lender kind of thing.
They're like afraid, right? So
right.
They try harder.
Of course.
Fear is said to be the best motivator.
It's true.
Speaking of Khan.
Yes. Continue that thought.
Oh, he's just a fearless, fear-invoking dictator.
He was.
A great nation.
Oh my God. Fantastic. A truly, interesting character indeed.
Yeah.
That they have chosen to name themselves after.
Did you know that he had no art made of himself in his lifetime?
Really?
Yeah.
That's because he was from the future.
I'm not following you here.
Okay.
I feel like he was just insecure.
I think that a guy like Genghis Khan, who killed 40 million people, nobody with that kind of knowledge of that time could have done that. I think he was a future man. Accidentally sent into the past. That's why they wouldn't take pictures of him, because he wore polos and shit.
So do you think he was from our time or
the future?
Which future?
Our future. Yeah, I think he got sent back. Most historical figures, I believe, are future people sent back in time by accident.
Really?
No, not really.
Oh.
You think I'm goddamn crazy? No.
Yeah, I mean, I would believe that sort of bullshit.
But weird that he didn't have pictures taken of him.
Yeah.
Makes making your esports logo really hard.
He should have thought about that. I mean, obviously.
Little toss back onto that Venomancer, onto the waiting arms of your Darkseer. Getting a first blood, getting that Void low as well. That was a pretty neat move. Double balls, toss back. I like that one. Looks like, yeah.
Vacuum level 2 as well. Not something you see super often.
Yeah, that's completely true. I'm going to make a little prediction here. I think this Darkseer and Tiny duo running around causing mayhem is going to be something we see a lot in this game. Well, bottom lane, this Disruptor doing what he can to try to get them off of the Spectre. Slardar is a pretty nice lane aggravator in a Spectre lane. Does a lot of damage, does it really quick. And if you can roll away with it, maybe Spectre hardly gets any farm at all.
You know, half the reason Spectre is such a viable pick right now is because of this new trend that position 5s are just starting with 2 salves to just infinitely give HP to the Spectre. Oh, well, it doesn't work on himself. I mean, he honestly doesn't care.
Yeah, Spectre is getting last hits. Legitimately not a bad strategy to just die in the middle of nowhere and let your Spectre get unchallenged last hits.
Ooh, look at that. Got the bird as well.
Oh, some goddamn efficiency right there. This guy's looking
money.
for that deny. Oh, he got it. That is going to be an all chat, and I don't blame him. He worked hard for that deny on Spectre.
That was a nice little flex.
Indeed.
That was just a 1v1.
Indeed. Mr. Pugna now looking to get some tower damage and some Magnus damage in. Get rid of that tower, get out of there, and Venomancer actually taken yet again by the dynamic duo of Rock Boy and Mr. Purple.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Khan up here. I mean, you do not give a hoot about this any of these Veno or Void spells. All they have are slows.
Oh, and he cancels
nice.
a salve as well. This is a pretty... What the hell was that? Overstaying the welcome there a little bit, Tiny. I guess he did not get a kill on one specific guy, so a shared bounty ain't the worst thing in the world. Not good down here for the bottom, though.
That's definitely not good. I mean, not having TP for 30 seconds. Dying is fine if you can TP back and immediately you just keep helping and salving, but now we have this ability for Khan to pressure the Spectre for 30 seconds with no Disruptor. If they wanted to. I mean, Earth Spirit's just heading mid for that 4-minute bounty, so I suppose it's not a bad time to die.
Yep. But this is going to be pretty tough. I mean, Spectre without farm is bad. Disruptor without farm really bad. If these guys keep getting crushed in all this lane, it's going to be on Magnus' shoulders. And Magnus, well, he can be pretty good. Oh, that was a good move. Maybe I'm taking it back. That was a good enough move to leave me impressed. Look at these tips. It's beautiful. Magical damage thrown onto the Slardar. He'll have to pop that salve as we're getting ready. Every moment that we take here, it's getting closer and closer to 5-man battle time.
Dropped his crown on the ground.
What the hell?
I'd be kind of mad if I gave my support a crown and he's just dropping on the ground like, here, come pick this up. It's like, bro, bring it to me. You're a support.
Bruh, it's not divine anymore. You dropped it on the ground, you idiot. I'm not the king no more. What have you done?
Support players, man. What are they thinking?
Not much.
No.
How am I going to get people to feel bad for me? Oh, faux witch doctor.
Oh, man. They do be like that, don't they?
They do. I had to not do anything but help someone, and they lost. Feel bad for me, please.
Look at me, Reddit. I won MVP. I placed 17 wards during this game that I fed 15 kills in.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff,
stupid.
Traditional Redditor.
Yeah, stupid.
Come on.
Anonymous person that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
There's that goddamn monkey. Get out of here.
I'll take that.
Taking a little while for this tower to go down, I must say.
I'm just thinking, like, why is he not wearing pants? I mean, he's got a...
If you have the mental capability to wear a shirt, surely you must understand that pants are more important than a shirt.
I'm with you.
Mr. Void looking for a kill here. Darkseer, of course, does have his Surge ready to go whenever he wants, but you know who don't have Surge? Disruptor. He got Waldo. He got the old donut to save him if he needs it. But a lot of kills here. Last time, a lot of people were making it out. This time, not so much. Almost a kill per minute here in this game.
Nice, Oh, that's kind of annoying.
Well, bye.
Has to use the TP.
And found a regen rune here for you, boy. He's going to have to toss him and stop him. Pugna trying to move in.
He might actually be dead.
Wow. Nice work. Silence to try to get out, but I mean, no way. Nice bait there, son.
Yeah. Very nice rune control from both teams, too, with both position 4s being really active and getting those runes. I mean, it only really matters for the Pugna. It's not like Magnus cares about runes, but...
It depends. A haste rune is nice on him, you know?
Yeah, maybe. You can maybe do something with it. You never know. It's that RNG factor in Dota.
Yeah.
It's always weird.
Everyone hates RNG.
Yeah.
That's what killed Artifact. Run!
Is that what killed Artifact?
Well, you know, that and economics.
Yeah.
Two of the most mysterious things in this world. Top lane, big out-leveling here as
Dude,
Darkseer is just looking fine.
Yeah, he's huge. Top of network Darkseer. You don't even see that when he's doing well.
Not really. Spectre is right behind him as well. It's crazy.
Yeah.
This is not a great looking match for Team Khan, but we have said that many times in the past. We've said Khan not looking too hot in that early game. They usually find a way to turn it around to at least put up a fight. Sometimes even win their games.
Yeah, they do have some nice combos. I mean, I feel like this is just the meta, though. You see a lot of people picking these like crazy group fight abilities. You got like the Spectre, Darkseer, Disruptor ult. And then on the other side, we have the, obviously we have the Reverse Polarity, we have Chronosphere, Veno ulti. Like, so easy to fight for both teams. Whoever gets the lead is looking pretty hot in this game.
And that lead is pretty squarely on this team. Extreme. Mr. Veno dies yet again, and the only real hope they have is Slardar, who is keeping up with Spectre, but it's just a big difference between a Slardar's farm and a Spectre's farm.
That's basically the Disruptor's deaths that are resulting in this...
these bad times here, but yep, it is, you know, Jenkins, sorry to go off on a tangent here.
That's totally okay.
But I want to talk about that goblin again. Now,
the size of that thing.
It's crazy looking, honestly.
It was growing over time. I feel like it got bigger.
It's huge now, and I don't know what to tell you about it. It turned from red to green, the long nail, the short nail.
With the ingrown toenails.
Are there different goblin sizes, different goblin breeds?
I think there. It depends on what they eat.
You think so?
I think it depends on the human that they eat. The one that ate BSJ got very sick.
Very sick.
Yeah, it immediately died, and it rambunctiously. That was not the right word.
Rambunctiously? Rambunctious death of the rarest kind.
Yes, and you know, it vomited him up, and here he is.
Wow.
He's back.
BSJ is actually back in the studio.
He's in the studio. What do you have to say for yourself, Banana?
I don't know how he talks. How do you replicate BSJ?
Hey guys, I think that Monkey King does really well in this lane because if you go level 2 in Jingu,
hey
some
guys,
bullshit like that.
Use my promo code so I get rich.
He's never said that.
I think he has.
A lot of stuff going on.
Wow.
Sounds like there's a haunt coming in.
Oh,
and Pugna ulti coming out.
Hey-oh!
Big kill for Spectre. Spectre's getting a really nice streak going here.
Absolutely.
Oh,
and
here we are.
Wow. That was just an incredible couple of seconds there. So incredible. It is. I feel like I got blinded by it. A blinding majesty of that. Fantastic. Thank you so much. But 10 minutes, 7-6. Only a 2K net worth lead. And boys, it is looking pretty hype here for these teams. Void is coming back on the net worth. I gotta say, they actually killed the Disruptor yet again. Faceless Void, as I say that though, in some big trouble. The vacuum a little late there.
Oh, that would have been nice.
Little late there on the vacuum, buddy. Are they gonna dive this one? I mean, he's just gonna keep jumping it. Try it again, Pugna. Third time's the charm. This will be it, I promise. Do it again. And he actually TP's out. Okay, well, that was depressing.
That's a long TP. Yeah, he was really sure he was going to get out there.
Yep. Now, on the bottom lane, we see a ultimate trying to get them away from the Spectre. It does work to scare him off. And a nice glimpse back. They're actually probably going to pick up a kill on the Slardar. Not quick enough, my friend, as he is taken out.
Yeah, and he was a big boy, so slowing his roll a little bit, I think, is fairly important in this game. Not a hero that can farm particularly fast from behind.
No.
Can snowball, though.
No. But it's only 1K, buddy. So things are not too untamable for both of these teams. Looking pretty rough, though, for some of our support characters. I gotta say, what is a Veno 5 buy? What do they do?
God, I have no idea. Apparently a veil. I'm not a huge fan of this trend. I remember Gov or Teve or he goes by so many different names.
That's the guy likes to call himself.
Yeah,
he Gov.
Really loves this Veno 5, and you know, I feel like it needs a lot of levels, but maybe in this day and age, there is the availability of levels across the map.
Yes, you
really
know.
diving in here.
They're a little nervous last time they did that. They got hit by Disruptor. Now Tiny going with that.
The Void is dead, just like that.
Holy Jesus, that was a lot of burst damage on top of him. Pugna, will he be punished for that crime? I guess not. He's going with the suck, and there it is. Finally, with the Earth Spirit coming in. Tiny, the boy, the rock, the legend, looking to finally get that Sladar down. And Sladar able to hit and run. Nice toss. Spectre is too much of a coward.
Oh, he gets our beat.
Get freaking punished, son. That Static Storm not enough to dissuade the Magnus as they really get what they came for. It took a little bit too much time there, Jenkins.
Imagine tossing in a Spectre that's amplified already, like into a Magnus. He's like, all right, thank you very much.
Hello.
Oh, he's got a DD as well. I didn't realize that. It's hard to see on that beautiful skin that he's got.
Yes, that is not a big deal, though. Cosmetics are definitely great.
Of course, of course.
Keep them coming and make them all blue.
Yes.
All right, here we go. Wow, beautiful chrono there. And the Void and the Vacuum. This is beautiful job by these boys. What a freaking turnaround. Who needs Spectre?
Look at all the illusions.
Chrono. Look at this. I'm impressed. Extremum with a pause.
Only? I'm actually kind of shocked that it's only a greater than or less than 1K lead for that many kills.
I mean, that was nuts.
That was really nice. Using the chrono to the Darkseer's advantage. You know, enemy chrono, that's always really nice. I think something instantly killed the illusions and they just kept spawning.
Yeah, yeah.
There was a big lag spike there. But yeah, that was a nice, very nice Darkseer ulti. I feel like the ulti is probably one of the more underrated things that makes the hero insanely strong right now in terms of buffs. Like everybody talks about the Ion Shell, the HP. You know, everybody knows Surge is really good. Speedy Boy, there's all the memes, race card, yada yada.
Sure. But
like the ulti now is a serious ulti. Like, could you imagine 4 years ago telling somebody like, oh yeah, Darkseer has a disable? It's like, what? No, that would be broken. No. He's supposed to combo with other heroes.
Yeah, yeah.
No, he's got his own disable now. He's not just a useless little dwarf.
Well, I gotta say, I mean, that skill is one of the things that confuses me the most in this world. Sometimes it's so amazing and so good, but other times it just doesn't happen, you know? I mean, it seems like it doesn't do any damage, the wall.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things that...
Woo! Jesus, look at that net worth.
Whoa.
Finally, the dip. I mean, it's not that early in the game, so it's a lot more impressive than it looks. But still, at the dip, buddy. What were you saying, though?
Yeah, probably just some bullshit, honestly.
Nah, we were talking about wall. We were talking about wall.
It depends on the heroes, I think. Like, if you're playing against really high, you know, for example, you're playing against illusion heroes. Obviously, if you're spawning illusions of illusion heroes, that's great. If you're playing into Venomancer, you get the passive. Slardar, unfortunately, you don't get the
hell
dash.
are these illusions doing, Darkseer?
They're chilling.
Get to work.
He could farm that easy camp with them.
Yeah, come on. They're just vibing here. That's sad. Make them work. They live for you for only so long. They want to do the dirty. Disruptor with a smoke play trying to get on top of this Veno. He will have Glimpse available. Here comes Spectre looking for an easy kill, trying to make some money after they die. He does a little spit. He accepts his fate, and it moves on.
I always try to pop the ulti right before I die in Venomancer just to kind of like try to psychologically dissuade people. It's like, every time, I don't care if it's useless, you're going to get ulted.
You touch me, you get ulted. I mean, that kind of stuff works. Pavlov's dogs, you know.
Yeah.
A little hit on the booty. And then maybe they don't attack you first. And as a Veno, that's all you want. You just don't want to die first.
I tried to feed my dog a bell because of that Pavlov guy, and she had diarrhea for days.
Well, I'm glad she's alive. She processed a bell through her entire body.
Oh, no, she died. She had diarrhea and then died.
Sayonara, little one. You died for science. You made the world a better place.
Yeah, somebody had to do it. Test his theory.
All right, homies, we're at 15 minutes. Even game, less than 1K, which is surprising with all these kills and these wipes, but interesting from what we saw from our graphs. Net worth might have been gone down, but XP is very much on favor of Khan.
Yeah, that's one thing, is that the comeback gold was nerfed, but comeback XP is still, I don't think there ever really was comeback XP. It's just that it kind of existed in the formula already. It wasn't called comeback XP, and that still exists. So
yeah,
you kill people who are owning you, and you do get a lot back from that, whereas gold-wise, the swing is not too much. So that often you'll see a team is just totally stomping, even though it's even gold-wise, and it's like, okay, how is this possible? Well, it's the XP usually.
It's a beautiful XP. A lull in the action here, as both teams decided it is time to farm. We want neutrals, we want items, we want time to figure out what we're gonna do. Got some good items coming out though here. We got a nice Da Helm of the. Oh my God!
Just
Forget it.
RP.
You see a Darkseer, you take a Darkseer. Back years ago, people would have flamed that Magnus, but at this point, Magnus, if he gets one guy, it's great. If he gets two, it's better than anyone expected. Well done, Magnus.
Oh, that could have been good.
Yep.
Tiny Pugna, not a combo you think is too potent for any reason, and then you see the big burst.
Exactly. It's all about that decrepified enemies, and man, Tiny's magical damage on his own is terrifying. Add that with a little bit of extra, add that potentially to a Veil. You got some insta-killed heroes for sure.
I got a question for you.
Yes, sir?
What do you think about the word potent?
Potent?
Yes.
It's a nice word. No problems.
You think so?
You?
You don't use it that often.
Okay, well, you don't know that about me, but take it out. A potent death. And nice glimpse there. What's the combo about? You don't like that word?
No, it's a good word. It's just, you know, I think a lot of people associate it with like, oh, it doesn't really mean anything. It's one of these Dota buzzwords.
What? Potent?
Yeah. Power spike.
Oh, that's
potent.
Okay. Well, I have standards. I'm not going to sit here and say on paper in front of you or power spike.
What about it ticks all the boxes?
Holy Jesus! I just threw up in my mouth.
Wouldn't be caught dead, eh?
Good Lord. Ticks all the boxes of not getting invited to another event. Come up with some. Read a thesaurus. There's an ultimate Ash. He said he knows he's dead, and he pops that poo-poo. He spits on him, and he takes him out there. They're going to go deep here, boys. The Magnus going to get absolutely annihilated as Faceless Void Chronos a lot of enemies, but where's the follow-up? He rolls into the side of the Chrono for some reason, and they're pulling him back. Gotta find a chase. I wish you had that RP right now instead of using it on one person, but they will actually be able to get a lot of kills here. A lot more than I expected, as Khan shows the world yet again, you know, you can take us in a few team fights, but we'll do the exact same thing. A buyback.
Tiny buyback. Okay.
Achieving nothing.
Yeah, it seems a bit late. I mean, I thought the same thing about the Magnus buyback. I was like, oh, what is he going to do without RP? But just with the Blink Skewer, I mean, that seems to be enough these days. Honestly, the Shockwave ability, having such a long, slow duration, that's another one of those things where if you went back a few years and told somebody, like, oh yeah, Magnus is going to have a slow associated with a Shockwave, it's like, yeah, bullshit.
Yeah. Big hit there on Disruptor. Slardar doing so much damage, but things are a little tanky these days. He's going to get brought back by the Glimpse, and Tiny has arrived, so it looks like that buyback wasn't so bad after all. Picking up a Slardar, not the worst thing in the world, especially in a game like this, where he is such a big part of that burst damage initiation.
Immediately moving into the triangle, too, just saying, you know what? I think your Slardar is so important in your fight. Oh, never mind. Knave doesn't care.
That was terrifying.
Okay.
Alpha move there. Blink on top of somebody with no teammates at you yet. Hype.
That was insanely alpha. He scared him off. It worked. It actually worked.
You know, you do that shit all the time. Your teammates farming don't want to defend racks. You just TP literally right in front of everyone on that racks. They figure something's happening, right?
Oh, yeah. There's a wraparound coming in
on.
Oh,
my God. Here comes this lone Crystal Maiden. Why would she do this? Then they just run.
I like that Voids these days are not playing so scared. I feel like this has been a boring hero for a long time. It's like, I gotta wait for my cooldowns. Oh, come on. Give me that shit.
Oh my God. Venomancer not having a great game here. Throws the... What?
He threw the log. It missed.
What?
I think if you're decrypt, it doesn't...
Oh.
Wait. You can't... Oh, yeah, you can't target it on somebody.
Wow, that's a great point. I've never seen that thing not connect before. And there is your explanation. Remember that?
Very weird.
The old classic tiny pudge lane, or excuse me, tiny and pugna lane.
Tiny Pudge Lane is actually a classic.
Yes, that's true.
That's a really good combo. It's really fun, and then you just end up losing because you have a Pudge.
Classic.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Glimpse onto that Spectre. They're going to go on the Void there. And things are getting cleaned up here. I got to say, our boys on Extremum are not only did they not give up, they're not looking that bad, but Golden Lead still back on Khan. It is just comeback after comeback, pick after pick in this fight.
Oh, they're running by each other.
Kill them!
Support fight! Let's go!
Rock
Yo,
his
let
ass.
them 1v1. Come on.
Oh, come on, Spectre. Stealing kills per the usual on this. Oh, wait, actually defending. Nice work.
That's not a fair tip.
Yeah.
That was a support fight. Yeah.
He broke the rules.
That's
not very fair.
No.
Toss back onto the Spec. Spec with the cuts. Tiny with the stun. Slardar's a fast boy, but he ain't looking fast enough for this with an entire team rotating to take him out. And we're just seeing so many kills, so many fights, so many pickoffs. When are we going to see 5-manning coming out from Khan? Stop letting this happen to you. Every time Spec gets a kill, she gets stronger, and your game gets much, much worse.
Yeah, I feel like with a Magnus, you definitely can do some 5-manning, you know, go with that RP and slam some people. I suppose they're a little bit worried about the Spectre, you know, having to, you know, you can't blink if the Spectre presses Haunt, so that's a little bit hard, but just avoiding fights altogether, I don't know. I think they can fight.
I think so, too. We've been seeing a lot of fighting so far, and I don't think that's stopping any time to Jenkins. I see these Pugnas pushing, these Magnus farming, but when will the towers fall?
Do you see what the Darkseer had in his quick buy?
Negative.
He's going back for a Soul Ring. Isn't that weird?
Seems weird.
Yeah.
Explanation?
Well, because, I mean, he's already got Guardian Greaves and a Basilius. I feel like he's got enough mana. And it's like an 800 gold item when he has 6 slots already.
True.
That seems a little... I mean, I'm not, you know, questioning it. I'm just saying it's weird. There's a lot of weird things, though, Dota, that end up being very good.
Yeah, weird shit wins games, Jenkins. Weird shit makes careers.
That's true.
All right, looks like they took that memo to heart, and they are looking a lot more clumped up here. Looking for these fights, sick of getting picked off. Venomancer's thanking them so much. Oh, boys. Thank you for letting me walk next to you.
The dream.
The dream Veno 5 game.
Look
Sitting there, invisible. I'm alive. It feels so good.
Doing absolutely nothing. Yeah. Just a blessing.
Probably not. Very efficient, but good for his mental efficiency, I must say.
Yeah.
It's like traditional push incoming here at the top. The Darkseer balls, they don't know where he is. They just see that lane pushing with balls and say he is near. We must make haste. I sense a Darkseer, but they're not confident to go in anymore. They've been broken like naughty dogs. Broken and in sad states. They must hunt again and open their wolf hearts.
Just farming. They're just content with this. Let's see, is Veno just chilling in the same kind of general vicinity? I think he is. Yeah, he's exactly where we saw him before.
Goddamn monkey. This is smoke, ladies and gentlemen. You can buy those in the store. Take notes for my games. Here comes Void. He will get a perfect chrono if he just finds them. There we go. Slardar finds it for him. Taking out that Tiny, but gets tossed instantly to the teammates. He does have chrono. That was kind of griefing. That's Pugna the target of admiration here. Void able to escape that beautiful static storm. The setup time on that a little long.
What is happening?
Now we got a clipped Magnus. We got walls. We got everyone's frightened. We got spirit ults. Jesus, and Spectre is looking to clean up and bring some sense to this team fight. But no sense to be had on that high ground. It's too scary to fight up there. And that is 2 support heroes taken out in a very big buyback battle.
Pop back Pugna. Okay, yeah, that's definitely good for Khan. That's great for them. That toss back was definitely interesting. And then the Chrono could have been griefing as well, though, too. You know, but you know, Pugna's the hero that you want to Chrono. It's like if you toss back and then Chrono, then the Pugna saves the person that you got tossed back on. That's different, but like Pugna's the target, you know.
Absolutely.
So I think you're right. I think that was kind of grieving.
Grieving that poor boy.
Casual cloak.
Is this going to be an Ags coming out from Disruptor? One of the most controversial Ags in the game?
I think it is.
Such a good Agnum Scepter if you get it off, but if you don't, if you're picked off first so bad in a team like this, I would expect, yes, as I'm saying, pretty easy to get picked off.
It's buyback death too, so. Did they have Roche? What's going on with Roche? Okay, I heard they had the Lincolns, so it is up.
It's Roche time. They got the Disruptor, big AoE team fight hero. Gonna see if they can't stop it. Those Spectres checking it out with the dagger. It's only halfway done. They could make their decision to fight. Spectre looks like she wants to at least maybe steal that, but oh no, it will cost her her dear friend Darkseer. Without Darkseer and his powers, I don't think it's even safe to be in this general area. Run back to the Fountain Spectre and await your demise.
So hard to fight a Slardar on the river, man. He just runs at hasted movement speed, sometimes above. It's so easy for him to catch you out.
Absolutely. He's just so quick. Look how quick he is. And the cosmetics, they blind me. Tiny tossing in the air, trying to get away from our boy Slardar. He doesn't have any other backup, but here comes backup actually, Mr. Void. Going in there, let's see, one stun, one bash, hit him, buddy, hit him, kick back, you got another chance. And there it is, Tiny taken out. Their big boy initiator playmaker, Mr. Guy, distracting and stunning no more. Which makes this bottom tower so delicious looking for Team Con.
Yeah, conveniently it's shoving in, so free tier 2. That'll be the first tier 2 they can take, so they're going to get the outpost for the 30-minute mark, presumably, giving them that little bit of an XP boost.
Dire's structures are fortified.
What do you like more, gold or experience?
Gold. Gold make me buy Dagon. Experience mean nothing. Once I'm 6, I feel like I'm reached my 22. It's over. I don't have anything else to look forward to. You think I'm making it to 25? Give me that Dagon, baby. Zap!
I feel like this is says a lot about the heroes that you're playing.
Zap! You never played Dagon Crystal Maiden?
I haven't.
Shit's good. If everyone else is not. Free bottom tower, and we'll see if it's a free middle tower as well. Disruptor is pushing top with ya boy Pugna. They got a great push potential, but there are people that can push pretty hard at themselves. Pugna looking for 2 or 3 more Nether War, Decrepify, or Jesus.
Keep trying.
The fuck is the name of that spell?
Nether Blast, I think.
Nether Blast. Wait, Nether shit going on here, guys. Name it Big Green Boom. Make it easy. Glimpse back, save the Pugna, or so he thinks. Magnus on the scene. RP that little bastard. Oh, wow, they're playing with their food and it's costing them. There you go.
That was cool. He rolled on him and then kicked him and then used the rock that he kicked to roll again after the glimpse. That was cool.
Messed up. Void, wow. Okay, Veno, chill out. I guess we got a Spectre on the back line. If this Spectre dies, it could spell big boy disaster. Nice surge, though, to get Spectre out of the way by Darkseer. However, the Noose tightens yet again as Cons start eyeing those tier 3 towers, and it will only take a few before all hope is inevitably lost.
Yeah, they're at the point they can just take over this triangle, and this is one of those points where you're kind of happy that you picked this Veno 5 position because it gives you this crazy vision control of an area without actually having to have wards down. That's actually one of the most ridiculous things about Veno right now, I would say, is that he is so good at, like, the map is really fluid, and what I mean by that is, like, people are constantly running between jungles, pushing people out of places. There's outposts at TP2, so like everybody's moving, right? And so you can't put wards everywhere. It's just not possible. But Veno can. He's got a ward ability.
Yeah, he's got those ghetto wards, I guess.
They're not ghetto.
I mean,
come on.
They don't have very big AoE, my friend. Looks pretty small to me. I mean, they do spit the poison, but They're also wards that you always know where they are. You can't tell them to not spit poison or go invisible, hide themselves.
You can tell them to not spit poison.
I mean, what's the point? They're going to be discovered anyway. Try to take that shrine back. Not a outpost back. Not a great idea. As the team gets gone on here, but look at that. Kills, kills, kills. Got the Venom, got the Spirit, got the Dark Seer, but I gotta say though, it looks kind of like Unique is okay. There's a little Taiski, but they got, you know.
You get the core kill.
Yeah.
3 cores survive. I think really the Earth Spirit and the Venom aren't doing a huge amount when it comes to fighting right now. Really, it's just the Slardar plus any of the other 2 cores. Like the Slardar amplification just gives double damage.
Yeah, I gotta say it's a little disappointing. You know.
What is?
I wanted more fighting. Wanted more cages. I wanted more murder. I wanted that Tiny and Pugna to be destroying. Not really seeing too much of it. So, whoa, here we go. Goodbye. Give them everything. Let them have nothing. Take from them everything. Don't let them get in the water. BSJ, how come it's 26 to 25, but they have 17K net worth?
Did you just call me BSJ? What? Why'd you do that?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay, Suns fan.
Oh, now that's a compliment.
I know, you're complimenting me too. What are you?
Oh, I was?
What are you saying about BSJ?
Nothing,
Come on, man.
Nothing at all. Great guy, great hero.
What? Oh, he is. He's one of my favorite heroes.
Absolutely. A hero to the scene and a hero to our hearts as Faceless Boy hitting some creeps up. BKB. Yeah. He's looking big.
Yeah, he's a big meaty boy.
Jenkins, watch out! Will he be brought back? Oh, nice spit there by the Venom before he's dead. Chronos trying to save his Venomancer's life and not gonna be making it, unfortunately. A lot of hits on that Spectre, though. She is poisoned. Don't forget, not gonna be making it out here today. Pretty much soloed that Spectre. Here's the balls and the walls, but nothing to keep them in it, so they're just gonna run away, look for more kills. Man, this back and forth in this series has just been excellent, and it is so good to see these constant fights.
Whoa, Tiny's in. BKB. Okay, toss. Toss the tree. They got nothing. Nothing left in the tank.
So anyway, why are they 17K up?
They've been... that's a good question, actually. It's even. I thought that was a meme question for a second, but no, that's a... they're killing the right heroes. I think they're killing these heroes later into the game. More gold, as well as you have more map control. So it's kind of like Extremum are taking these fights to just get 1 jungle, whereas Khan are taking 3 jungles and fighting in the 1 jungle. So it's really just consuming the map while farming.
There's a lot of XP, and the team win chance getting very close. It looks like about an 80% according to Gaben. Scary stuff. Here comes another toss. Boinko combo coming out with that decrep, making sure that it's enough damage, but Priceless Void says, don't take my babies! As he enters the battle. You know, not the best RP I've ever seen, but it did its justice. It got one down, and now Spectre is getting chased up. But he's actually going to go for the sports instead of Spectre. Why not? Kill her last, and it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. Look out! Watch out, watch out, watch out!
Oh, you stole it!
Come on! What kind of
do that.
disgusting creatures are you?
I can't believe.
What do you think about this match, bud? Khan has just had 20K and they only have 2 more kills.
Yeah.
They're rolling in it.
Yeah, they really are.
Is it the farm? Is it a glitch in the system? Or does Ice Frog just like them? I don't know.
I think it's definitely a bit of nepotism. They really like Khan.
Thank you for saying that with such certainty. Not a question in your mind, as nobody has buybacks. This is going to be at least a set of racks. Hell, might as well go for more. You got Spectre on 40 seconds. I guess they assume that you can do something before that, so they're going to back up.
Roshan in a minute. It's a pretty early one.
More lucky duckies.
Yeah, yeah. I like the RP. I know you called him out. You're like, oh, it's 1 person. I think he's just doing it because it's a Spectre against him. He's like, you know what? If I can hit somebody with RP, this is good for me. especially with the gold lead they have, all they got to do is press their spells. That's it, and they're going to win.
Absolutely. I don't disagree with you. And this is getting a little drastic here for EXTREMUM. If they don't hurry up, they're going to have some serious, serious issues. Got to make sure that Spectre makes it through these fights. Got to make sure that you can protect her. It's hard with a Void, though. But Pugna, you know, he has options. He can decrep. You know, you could send them back, potentially, with the Disruptor, but what is their biggest save against Void right now, Janky?
Just a Pugna, really. And that's why it's so hard. You know, you've got these options for Pugna. You can RP him. You have the Earth Spirit that can jump him. You have the Void that can chrono, the Slardar. I actually really like this Slardar Void as an answer to the Spectre. Uh-oh, that's not good.
Blinking up to that top hill. Hey, nice wall vacuum combo, though, doing a lot of damage, but Faceless Void looking to ignore his teammates and just tear up that back lane. Here we go, Tiny with a buyback, and Netherward actually kills the Venomancer. Void making sure to walk through the wall before he initiates again, just to mess with him. Buyback Disruptor, thinking about going down. He's thinking that somebody else could take him out. Spectre is dead again. No buyback. This very well could be the death throes of this game. Yikes.
And Roshan respawns.
Yikes. Go check it out. Hell yeah, he found it.
What do we got on there?
Ready to roll.
Just a cheese. I think this is. I think it's the second Rosh.
Could it be? It's just a cheese?
Yeah.
Absolutely true.
Oh, please.
Please, just a little cheese.
Get on your knees for the cheese.
Don't forget, Tiny did buyback in that last fight. Spectre still has plenty of time. They don't know that she doesn't have buyback, however, so they might be too hesitant to push. Might as well keep farming. Might as well keep finding. Might as well never die and live fast, die never.
Is that a saying?
Live fast, die young. Not on this team.
Who said that? Was that Snoop Dogg?
I don't know. My wife listened to the song all the time.
It's a song?
Yep, something about living fast, dying young, and bad girls doing it well.
I don't know if I've heard that.
Well, that's exactly what it sounds like. I did it. I sung the whole thing exactly how they did. So listen on the radio. Entire team of EXTREMUM is clumped up in the bottom, too afraid to leave the confines of their base. Pugna laughs, I believe, in sadness, staring into the sky. They have got to get some farm. Spectre has got to be making money right now.
I gotta say, it is a truly existential experience to play a Dota match. You're at like 37 minutes into the game, and you literally cannot leave your base. Like, you're just farming what the enemy team allows to push in front of your base. And just the modicum of a chance that you could win the game keeps you... There's like I wish there wasn't a shred of hope, if that makes any sense.
It does. It does make sense. And you just feel bad about it. You can't even leave. Spectre trying to kill Veno for the millionth time. Probably, I wouldn't doubt if she made it, but top lane, Mr. Veno's making space. Top lane has got another Rax out of that. Jesus, Spectre, calm down. Maybe try to kill somebody else there. Venomancer is down. Congratulations, guys. All it cost you was an entire Rax. But hey, you killed Venomancer. That's pretty good. Remember Venomancer? All right.
Dude, look at the damage. He's just dead just like that. Oh, man.
That is a GG caller if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, that's a good answer. That's a solid answer.
Yeah. Spectre dies like that to Void. Time to go. Time to say sayonara. They're going to stand here and watch him take that tower. They do have buyback on Spectre, so we could see the Miracle RP followed up by the Miracle Disruptor ult. Well, there's half the equation. Where's that RP? Nice. Oh,
that's what the
yeah. Oh, my God. The Ags comes through. The Ags comes through. They were not expecting that. As we said, you know, if you don't hit it right, it's garbage. But if you hit it right, you hit it right. Repelled an entire team, but it's a short-lived victory.
I think he sold everything to get the Ags.
No.
Hey, dude, look at him. He's just got
my
boots
God,
Ags.
you're right. What a living God. I mean, it was a pretty good move, honestly.
Yeah, that was really sick. I mean, it's still a 33k gold deficit.
It's still clearly lost. I mean, they have one Rax left. Void goes in, Chronos, and takes it, and it is over.
Once again, going back to the shred of hope, it maybe makes it more depressing.
Absolutely. You pull off something like that as Disruptor, and you say, well, why couldn't I have done that 12 minutes ago, and then we maybe win this game? Very sad indeed.
Yeah. Well, now they know he has it, so that shouldn't happen again.
Probably not. But it is neutral time, and what do you know? The leveler has been found, making the last Rack's job even easier.
What's your favorite neutral item to get?
Philly. Dank Philosopher's Stone. I love that item. As a man who's dead for 90% of the game, is the most efficient item out there. Dark, dangerous Philly.
That's true.
How about you?
I like the shovel. I like having something to do while I'm standing in the trees watching my team have fun.
I don't like the shovel. It makes me angry. Too many kobolds for me.
No.
Every dig's a goddamn kobold, and they little bite with their little teeth and their little claws.
And they break your tranquil boots, and it's like, come on!
I don't like that. People are always putting shovel on me as techies. I don't want this. If the kobold comes, we lose 4 mines. Don't do this.
Oh, that's true. That's not good for that hero, actually.
No, terrible, actually.
Yeah.
Although, if the shovel gave out clarities, which it should, if it gives out salves, I'd have that shit every game.
Wasn't it you could dig up... What do they have when they first added neutral items? There's Elixir?
Regen rune, I think. Am I crazy?
No. I think you could dig up Elixir.
What the hell's Elixir?
An Elixir was like an advanced salve and clarity. It got removed really quickly.
I would hope so. I think...
remember the Aghanims book?
Elixir was... Oh, those were neutral items. She didn't dig them up. Aghanim's book...
No, I think you could dig up elixirs. Huh. Am I crazy?
Maybe not.
No, never mind. Actually, I think...
Oh, look out!
Whoa,
that's the target they want! Nice 5-4 man inside the Disruptor ult. They're taking so much damage. Are they going to team wipe off this Disruptor ult? No, the BKB's finally come out. It wasn't enough damage, and they're cleaning house afterwards, but really great effort by the Disruptor. A little bit more damage, and they could have wiped the whole team. Unfortunately, once that shit's over, we got BKB's hits and GG's coming out. There you have it, with a very depressing end for our point Disruptor. Those were good ults.
Yeah, that was cool. I think that's what they were going for the entire game. But unfortunately, you know, you need a lot of net worth before you can start pulling that off. That's the real issue there.
Little late, but gotta say, Khan coming through in that series, and man, it was a pleasure to cast. So much fighting. If you're a lover of team fights, if you're a lover of just dudes beating the hell out of each other, heck of a series to watch. That's why we love that tier 2 Dota.
Yeah.
Don't gotta be over in 15 minutes. Be a kill fest for a whole almost 4 hours.
It's kind of how the meta's shaping up. I'm loving this meta. You know, it's easy. It's easy to play. Yeah, you're Venomancer, you're Spectre, you're some guy. It's like, just press your ult. That's it.
Okay.
That's all you got to do.
Well, it sure was a fantastic day of Dota. Jenkins, has been an absolute pleasure hanging out with you. And thank you so much at home for staying with us and watching us all day, but we have so much Dota left to go. Tomorrow, a full stack day, a full new panel, and you won't be ever seeing this cast again. It has been a wonderful day of Dotes, and we will see... Oh my god, is that a goblin over there? What the hell is that?
Are you serious?
What? That's crazy.
Where's the CGI? We asked for the CGI.
We asked for the AR right now to be...
Just imagine him there.
And they zoom out, and that's how it ended. But it didn't happen, so there you go. Have a great night, guys. We play, and we will see you tomorrow. Toodaloo.